In the southeastern corner of the Qianlong Empire lies Dongzhi City. Although it only has a population of a few hundred thousand, today it hosts its annual grand event. Young men and women of eligible age flock here, ready to undergo the most important ceremony of their lives, the Card Soul Awakening. The streets buzz with excitement, and even those usually rugged and carefree have dressed up meticulously to showcase the city's vibrant prosperity to visitors. Within the city lord's mansion, in an elegantly decorated courtyard, a delicate-looking young man named Lucio lies on the rooftop, gazing at the deep blue sky. He is the son of the city lord, seemingly born with a silver spoon in his mouth, but in truth, he is a transmigrator from Earth. 3 years ago, he inexplicably found himself in this body that shared his name, unexpectedly gaining a complete family. This world is known as the card battle continent, where cards reign supreme. People enhance their strength by collecting, crafting, and wielding cards, as well as by contracting fierce card beasts. These uncontracted card beasts are unfriendly to humans, often launching attacks on the city, but once a contract is formed, they become the most loyal companions. Brother, pondering life again? A clear and melodious voice interrupted Lucio's thoughts. The charming young girl standing gracefully in the courtyard is his sister, Lu Ying, a mischievous glint flashing in her bright eyes. Lucio sighed inwardly. If there was one dissatisfaction with this new life, it was his mischievous sister. Her presence always heralded trouble, presenting him with challenges that kept him on his toes. Over the past 3 years, seeing her was like encountering a viper, always filling him with dread. Father wants you in the study, Lu Ying said with a playful smile. Lucio immediately became wary. The last time she wore such a smile, he ended up being forced to run 10 laps around the mansion by their father, with this little troublemaker riding a card beast and taunting him from behind. After a moment of doubt and confirmation, Lucio finally remembered that today was his Card Soul Awakening Day. On this card battle continent, the age of 15 marks the crucial threshold of awakening one's card soul and stepping into adulthood. Without a card soul, one cannot gather primal energy, and without primal energy, one cannot wield cards. Card souls are graded as common, rare, unparalleled, and supreme, with higher quality achieved through later awakenings and more rigorous training. In the study, Lucio met his dignified father, Lu Ziyuan, and his gentle mother, Morong Shui. His father handed him a jade bottle, saying it was to be taken before the awakening. His mother explained that it was a precious elixir his father had specially acquired from the distant Xintian city to enhance the quality of his card soul. Just as Lucio was about to speak, a maid's voice came from outside the door. Master, Elder Gu, who is responsible for the card soul awakening, is already waiting in the reception hall. Lucio followed his parents into the reception hall, and as soon as he stepped through the door, a hearty laugh greeted him. "Ha, Lord Lu, how have you been?" The voice belonged to a tall man with a rugged yet kind face and piercing tiger-like eyes. Lucio knew this man well. Gu Mu, an esteemed elder of the Yukon Master Association and the president of the Dongzhi City branch. A frequent visitor to the city lord's mansion, he preferred to be called Elder Gu. Lu Ziyuan stepped forward with a smile, his stern expression melting away. "Elder Gu, I hope you haven't been waiting long." The two exchanged a warm handshake and some pleasantries, creating a friendly atmosphere. Everyone took their seats, with Lucio sitting beside Morong Shui. Lu Ziyuan and Elder Gu faced each other. Gumu got straight to the point. "How are the preparations for the Card Soul Awakening ceremony?" "Rest assured, Elder Gu, everything is in place, and we're ready to begin shortly," Lu Ziyuan replied confidently. Gumu nodded, expressing his admiration. Each year, the quality of the awakened card souls improves. "I wonder how many promising talents will emerge this year," Lu Ziyuan agreed. Indeed, last year nearly 90 reached the rare quality level. This year, we might surpass 100. Their conversation turned to past events, with Murong Shui joining in, making the atmosphere even more lively. Lucio listened quietly, occasionally smiling knowingly. Before long, a subordinate reported that the ceremony was ready. The group stood to leave, just in time to encounter Lu Ying strolling outside. Morong Shui called her to join them. The siblings engaged in playful banter, with Lu Ying chattering away while Lucio, mindful of his parents' presence, forced a smile despite the turmoil inside. The group soon arrived at Dongzhi City's central square, which was packed with a sea of people. The connected streets were also crowded. Lucio looked around, feeling the tension and anticipation in the air, aware that a significant moment in his life was about to unfold. If it weren't for the rules against summoning card beasts in public, the scene would probably be chaotic by now. Lu Ziyuan rubbed his temples as he surveyed the bustling square. Over the years, he had become accustomed to such scenes, as had everyone else. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ziyuan led the crowd through a passageway reserved for the city lord, arriving at the podium at the front of the square. The podium was guarded by fully armed city guards, deterring anyone from approaching recklessly. As the crowd saw the city lord arrive, they erupted into deafening cheers. "The city lord is here. City lord, city lord." The chants echoed, a testament to Lu Ziyuan's high esteem. Since he took charge of Dongza City, its strength in all aspects had more than doubled. Transforming it from a desolate town of less than 10,000 people to its current size required not only exceptional ability, but also formidable strength. Everyone, please quiet down. Lu Ziyuan's voice, infused with powerful energy, instantly spread across the entire square. The previously noisy crowd immediately quieted, a sign of his high standing. Nodding in satisfaction, Lu Ziyuan continued, I am delighted to witness the awakening of the card souls of our children with all of you. As the city lord, I have seen batch after batch of children complete this crucial life ceremony here and witnessed the birth of many geniuses. Some have become the backbone of Dongza City, while others have carried its mark to broader stages. Whether they stay in Dongza City or not, I am proud of them. His gaze swept over the young faces below as he continued. For you newcomers, no matter which path you choose in the future, I hope you maintain your original aspirations and don't forget your dream to become the strongest card master. Now, I declare the Card Soul Awakening ceremony officially begins. As soon as he finished speaking, the square erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. Lu Ziyuan nodded to Gu Mu beside him and, amid the cheers, descended from the podium with Lucio and others. Xiaoer, it's up to you now. Remember to take the soul-enhancing pill before awakening, Lu Ziyuan said seriously, a hint of expectation in his eyes. Lucio took out a small jade bottle from his pocket, held it tightly, and smiled. Got it. Murong Shui approached Lucio, gently tidying his slightly messy clothes, and softly said, Xiaoer, we've seen all your hard work over the years. No matter how your card soul turns out, your father and I will support you. Lucio nodded firmly. When it was Lu Ying's turn, she fidgeted with her hands, showing a rare bashful expression under the gaze of the three, hesitating to speak, but ultimately saying nothing. Lucio waited for a moment, a flicker of disappointment in his eyes, then smiled at the three and said, I'll be off then. He hadn't walked far when Lu Ying suddenly shouted, Brother, good luck. Lucio's lips curled into a warm smile. Without turning back, he waved his hand and continued towards the awakening array at the center of the square. Lu Ziyuan and the others arrived at the viewing platform. The center front was lined with luxurious seats, already occupied by several well-dressed and imposing figures. These core members of the city's prominent families stood to greet Lu Ziyuan as he ascended the platform. Without putting on airs, Lu Ziyuan smiled and nodded to each in acknowledgement, then sat with Murong Shui and the others. Gu Mu stood at the center of the platform, casting a stern gaze over the people in the square, and announced, I am a guest elder of the Card Master Association and the president of this branch. I will be presiding over the Card Soul Awakening. All unrelated personnel, please leave the square. The residents of Dongza City were familiar with the Card Soul Awakening ceremony, and as Gu Mu spoke, they began to exit the square. Those bringing their children for the first time followed suit. 15 minutes later, only about 2,000 children participating in the ceremony remained in the square, mostly gathered around the awakening array. A few unfamiliar with the process stood scattered in the corners of the square. Teams of city guards quickly organized these children into a line that spiraled outward from the awakening array. Although Lucio was the city lord's son, he received no special treatment. He dutifully lined up towards the front of the queue, looking at the 1,000 or so people ahead, and sighed inwardly. This is going to take a while. The first lucky individual to awaken his card spirit was a modestly dressed young boy. He stood nervously at the edge of the magic circle, his eyes darting around anxiously, while his hands fidgeted with the hem of his clothes. In the center of the circle, Gu Mu sat cross-legged, a crystal ball about a meter in diameter in front of him, shimmering with a soft white glow under the sunlight. Come here, child. Gu Mu called to the boy at the front of the line with a gentle smile. The boy hesitated for a moment before cautiously approaching the crystal ball, his wary gaze never leaving Gu Mu. Place your hand on the awakening orb, Gu Mu instructed softly. The boy imitated Gu Mu's posture, sitting cross-legged, and tentatively placed his palm on the smooth surface of the crystal ball. Once the boy was ready, Gu Mu placed his hands over the boy's. Instantly, a stream of white energy flowed from Gu Mu's palms, through the boy's hands, and into the crystal ball. At the same time, the intricate magic circle around them lit up with a brilliant light. The boy instinctively closed his eyes, attempting to pull his hands away, only to find them seemingly glued to the crystal ball. A blurred shadow gradually emerged on his forehead, accompanied by spiritual energy and several white light dots flowing toward it. The shadow slowly solidified, eventually taking the form of a lifelike green snake, 4 to 5 meters long, with a body as thick as a barrel. The crystal ball also changed color, transitioning from white to light green, and finally settling on a deep green. Seeing this, Gu Mu's face broke into a pleased smile, and his gaze toward the boy grew even kinder. As the light faded and everything settled down, the snake's shadow on the boy's forehead swiftly vanished into his brow. The boy opened his eyes, a mixture of excitement and confusion on his face. Not bad, not bad. Gumu explained with a smile. You've awakened a rare quality card spirit, a wood-element green spirit snake. Common quality corresponds to white, rare to green, unparalleled to blue, and peerless to purple. Upon hearing this, the boy's face lit up with joy. Haha, I'm rare quality. I'm rare, he repeated excitedly, as if unable to believe his luck. Moments later, a soldier maintaining order approached to guide the boy to a prearranged spot. The surrounding children watched with envy, fully aware of what rare quality meant a guarantee of resources, opportunities to study abroad, and possibly reaching heights they could only dream of. This was the chance they all longed for. The first awakening of a rare card spirit put Gumu in high spirits, increasing his anticipation for the next children. It also inspired confidence in the others. If he could awaken a rare card spirit, why couldn't they? With this mindset, the children stepped forward one by one to undergo their card spirit awakening. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was Lucio's turn. Before him, there had been 63 rare card spirits and 2 unparalleled card spirits. Lucio felt both envious and anxious, the pressure mounting. He couldn't help but imagine what people would think if he, the young lord, didn't even have a rare card spirit. How disappointed would his father be? The potential consequences filled Lucio with dread. It was a burden he couldn't bear, nor was he willing to. The soul ascension pill has been taken. Now it's time to see if it will transform into a dragon or a worm. Lucio took deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down. He walked slowly towards the crystal ball, each step feeling like he was treading on the edge of a knife. Uncle Gu. Lucio greeted Gumu, his voice slightly tense. Gumu smiled kindly. Ah, it's the young lord. Are you ready to begin? His eyes sparkled with anticipation. This child not only hails from a prestigious family, but is also diligent and hardworking. If even he cannot awaken a high-grade card soul, who else can? On the platform, everyone's eyes were fixed on Lucio. The residents of Dongza City held their breath, hoping the future city lord would awaken a powerful card soul. Lu Yuan was so excited he stood up, clenching his fists. Murong Shui and Lu Ying each held one of his hands, signaling him to stay calm, though their eyes also shone with expectation. As the glow of the magic array faded, a dazzling purple light suddenly burst forth. The entire scene fell into a stunned silence, with everyone staring wide-eyed in disbelief at the sight within the magic array. A peerless card soul, someone shouted out first. The square erupted instantly. The young lord has a peerless card soul? Amazing, truly worthy of the young lord. Heaven blesses our Dongza city. Cheers rang out one after another. Lu Yuan could no longer contain his excitement and laughed heartily. Good boy. Truly my son. Murong Shui and Lu Ying's faces blossomed with genuine smiles. The core members of the surrounding families stepped forward to offer their congratulations, and Lu Yuan responded with smiles. His usual stern demeanor completely vanished. On stage, Gumu excitedly grabbed Lucio's hand, showering him with praise. Lucio felt both surprised and relieved, the pressure lifting from his shoulders. As a transmigrator, his soul was inherently strong, and combined with his powerful bloodline and diligent training, the emergence of a peerless card soul, though unexpected, made sense. However, as the initial excitement subsided, someone finally noticed the specific form of Lucio's card soul. Is that an egg? A voice exclaimed, breaking the celebratory atmosphere. A murmur spread through the crowd. A card soul that's an egg. Have you ever seen anything like it? No one on this continent has heard of such a thing. Someone tried to explain. Just because it hasn't appeared before doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Maybe the young lord's card soul is just unique. Hearing these discussions, Lu Yuan's smile froze. He frowned, a hint of unease rising within him. Murong Shui noticed his change in expression and softly reassured him. Don't overthink it. Perhaps it's a type of card soul we don't know about? Lu Yuan nodded slightly, but his gaze remained fixed on the scene. It was a pure black egg, devoid of any patterns or markings. Under the light, its surface seemed to warp the light, as if the light had to bend around it. Lucio was also stunned by the form of his card soul. He had never heard of such a shape. Gumu paused for a moment, surprised and even finding it somewhat absurd, but considering it was a peerless card soul, he accepted it. He patted Lucio's shoulder, offered a few comforting words, and then instructed a soldier to respectfully escort Lucio away. The card soul awakening ceremony continued, seemingly unaffected on the surface. Yet, Lucio's peerless card soul, especially that enigmatic black egg, stirred up waves in people's hearts that could not be calmed for a long time. On a high platform, 2 mysterious figures in black robes stood inconspicuously at the edge of the crowd. Their faces were hidden beneath hoods, casting them in shadows and exuding an unsettling aura. The figure on the left spoke suddenly, his voice low and raspy, with a hint of chilling malice. Heh, such enviable talent. Who would have thought a place like this could produce such a soul card? His companion replied. Indeed, it's fortunate we came here by chance. Otherwise, missing out on such a soul card would have been a shame. The first figure let out a harsh laugh. With this child, what reward might the Lord bestow upon us? Heh, I can't wait to find out. His tone was filled with confident anticipation, as if the child was already in their grasp, dismissing the entire eastern Zay city as inconsequential. The figure on the right cautiously scanned the surroundings and whispered, "Let's go. Even though those on the platform aren't a threat, there's no need to stir up trouble. We'll act when there are fewer people around." With that, he led the way down from the platform. The remaining figure kept his cold gaze fixed on Lucio's departing back, gave another eerie laugh, and then slowly followed his companion. Meanwhile, completely unaware, Lucio was returning to the city lord's mansion with Murong Shui and Lu Ying. Lu Zhiyuan stayed behind at the square to select new recruits, so he didn't accompany them. At this moment, Lucio was eating heartily, utterly oblivious to the fact that he was being targeted by two nefarious individuals. Strangely, ever since his soul card awakened, his hunger had grown insatiable. So far, he had devoured at least 3 pounds of meat, yet still felt an emptiness in his stomach. Murong Shui watched with a knowing smile. She understood this situation well, having experienced it herself. The awakening of a soul card also opens a space within the forehead called the Yuan Si. This space, akin to an alternate dimension, not only stores Yuan energy but also serves as the foundation for card masters and the dwelling place of the soul card. Opening the Yuan Si consumes a large amount of energy, potentially causing noticeable weight loss. Thus, Lucio's ravenous appetite was unsurprising. Though Lu Ying understood this too, she couldn't help but tease Lucio as she watched his voracious eating. "Are you a black-skinned pig, eating so much?" The black-skinned pig is the lowest tier of card beasts on the card continent, at the bottom of the food chain and a common meal for carnivorous creatures. They are black, lazy, and gentle, capable of eating anything, making them the most common livestock on the continent. Lucio swallowed his food and glared at Lu Ying, even ignoring Murong Shui beside him as he impatiently retorted, "Mind your own business." After awakening his soul card, Lucio's mindset had subtly shifted. The burden that had long weighed on him was suddenly lifted. He no longer feared disappointing his parents or enduring his father's rigorous training. More importantly, with his soul card awakened, he could now form a contract with his first card beast. With his own card beast, he could venture out into the continent and no longer have to be wary of his scheming sister at home. Reflecting on this, Lucio felt a surge of joy, nearly bursting into laughter. Even with Murong Shui and Lu Ying present, he couldn't suppress the smile spreading across his face. This time, Murong Shui didn't scold Lucio as she usually did. Instead, she turned to Lu Ying with a serious expression and said, "Inger, don't talk to your brother like that again. It's normal for him to eat a lot since he's just opened his Yuan Si." Lu Ying initially wanted to retort, but seeing Murong Shui's expression, she pouted. She huffed in defiance, turning her head away with an attitude that clearly said, "I'm upset. Come and coax me." Lucio, seeing his sister at a loss for words, couldn't help but smile more brightly. As he chewed his food, he found the previously bland meal surprisingly delicious. Ignoring Lu Ying's little tantrum, Murong Shui smiled at Lucio and asked, "Shower, you're about to contract your first card beast. Do you have any ideas?" Despite her bright smile, there was a fleeting hint of sadness in her eyes. Upon hearing this, Lu Ying's ears perked up. She turned her head slightly, her big, curious eyes blinking at Lucio, eager to know about her simple-minded brother's first card beast. Lucio swallowed the last bite of his food and picked up a silk handkerchief to wipe his mouth. He was about 80% full and decided not to eat anymore. He had already thought about Murong Shui's question and cleared his throat to answer. "I want to contract a dark-type card beast." He then briefly explained the basic attributes of card beasts: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and dark, as well as some rare special attributes like divine, demon, monster, time, and space. Most card beasts have a single attribute, while a few high-quality ones have composite attributes. There is no absolute restraint relationship between attributes. The outcome of battles depends on the combined qualities of the card master and the card beast. Some attributes can influence each other, such as dark being weakened against light, requiring the card master to use wisdom or special cards to bridge the gap. Murong Shui was surprised and asked, "Oh, why do you want to choose the dark type?" Lucio pondered for a moment and replied, "I feel that my card soul might be dark type." He explained that if a card master's attribute matches that of their card beast, it enhances both training and combat. Thus, most card masters choose attributes that align with their own, unless they encounter particularly rare and powerful card beasts. Lu Ying couldn't resist interjecting, "Humph, your card soul is just an egg. Where's the dark type in that?" Indeed, an egg-shaped card soul was unheard of, making it impossible to determine its attribute. The origin of card souls lacks a definitive explanation. The creatures of Card Battle Continent have been reproducing for tens of thousands of years. The human race has experienced a glorious ancient era and a challenging dark era, now coexisting in balance with the card beasts. There's a legend that all creatures on the continent were created by the god of creation Kaka the god. Lucio closed his eyes, ignoring Lu Ying's mockery, and focused intently on sensing the card soul within his yuanhai. In an instant, a 2-meter tall black egg-shaped phantom appeared above his head, causing the room to darken slightly. Mother, feel this. Lucio opened his eyes, looking intently at Morong Shui. Morong Shui concentrated, nodding in admiration. This is indeed of the dark element. I didn't look closely at the plaza, but I didn't expect the dark energy of this card's soul to be so intense. The surface of the giant egg shimmered with a distorted glow, as if it could swallow all light. The dark energy grew even denser. Lu Ying's eyes widened, her mouth slightly agape, her shock evident. From a distance at the plaza, she hadn't noticed anything unusual, but now, up close, she truly felt the intensity of this dark energy. She thought to herself, truly a peerless card soul. Put it away, Morong Shui advised after her observations. You've just awakened and haven't yet gathered yuan power. It's not wise to show off your card soul too much. Before she finished speaking, the giant egg phantom disappeared in a flash, instantly merging into Lucio's yuanhai. Morong Shui's expression turned serious. Your card soul is extraordinary and might change in the future. I can sense that something terrifying is being nurtured inside the eggshell. Lucio nodded, a similar seriousness flashing in his eyes. I feel it too. It seems hungry, always conveying a desire to devour. Morong Shui frowned slightly, worry evident on her face. This card soul, are you sure you can fully control it? She didn't want any harm to come to her son. Even if it was a peerless card soul, if it threatened her son's safety, she'd rather destroy it. Lucio pondered for a moment, then sensed the card soul within his yuanhai again before saying firmly, I can control it. Although it has a desire to devour, it's not strong. It's more like a child acting spoiled. Besides, it gives me a strong sense of familiarity. Is that so? Morong Shui considered for a moment. Then it should be fine. But remember, if anything unusual happens, you must tell me or your father. Seeing his mother relieved, Lucio also felt a sense of ease. Don't worry, mother, I understand. Lu Ying listened quietly, uncharacteristically not interrupting. Hearing that the card soul posed no harm to Lucio, she secretly felt relieved, a hint of concern flickering in her eyes. Morong Shui smiled and said, since you have an idea, when your father returns, we'll go to the secret chamber together to choose a card beast you like. Lucio was thrilled and responded loudly. Okay. Seeing this, Lu Ying scoffed, but couldn't hide the envy in her eyes. In the evening, Lu Zhiyuan returned with over 30 young boys and girls. Their faces beamed with smiles, each one a talented individual chosen by the city lord's mansion as new blood, possessing at least rare quality card souls. Among them were 2 outstanding individuals with unparalleled quality card souls. After arranging for the group of underprivileged children, Lu Ziyuan entered his study. Inside, 3 people were already present. Morong Shui, who was engrossed in reading a parchment-like document. Lucio, sitting in a chair with a dazed look, occasionally letting out a silly laugh as if lost in dreams of conquering the continent. And Lu Ying, who appeared utterly bored, fiddling with things and letting her gaze wander around the room. As soon as Lu Ying saw her father return, she rushed over joyfully, giving him a solid hug. Dad, you're back. Lu Ziyuan smiled and ruffled his daughter's hair, then nodded at Lucio, who had just come to his senses, before wearily sitting down on a chair. Morong Shui put down the parchment and asked gently, you're back. How did it go today? A faint smile appeared on Lu Ziyuan's face. Not bad, better than last time. We even got an extraordinary quality one this time. Hearing this, Morong Shui also smiled, and then turned to Lucio. Show your card soul to your father. Following her words, Lucio summoned his card soul. The black egg looked the same as before, but he vaguely felt it might have grown a bit. Without thinking much about it, he eagerly looked at his father, unable to hide a smile, like a child waiting for praise. However, Lu Ziyuan's reaction disappointed him. His father merely glanced at the giant egg with a blank expression, and even somewhat sternly said, the card soul quality is good. Keep up the hard work. The path of a card master has just begun, don't get complacent. Even with your exceptional talent, I hope you can shed the prodigy label and become a true powerhouse. Otherwise, even the best talent is wasted. His deep gaze fixed on Lucio. Do you understand what I'm saying? Lucio was momentarily taken aback, feeling a bit let down, but quickly adjusted his emotions and nodded earnestly. I understand. Morong Shui couldn't stand it anymore and glared at Lu Ziyuan, angrily saying, do you think you're so great? Xiu'er just awakened his card soul. Would it hurt you to say something nice? Lu Ziyuan shrank his neck, glanced at his wife, and silently lowered his head, saying nothing more. Lu Ying watched the scene with great interest, while Lucio, unable to interject, could only stare at the floor. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. At that moment, Lu Ying had an idea, went over to Morong Shui, hugged her arm, and said cheerfully, Mom, Didn't you say you were going to take brother to choose a card beast? When are we going? After dinner, Lucio led his family to a secluded courtyard within the city lord's mansion. Though small and simple, the courtyard was guarded by two mysterious and formidable sentinels. Upon seeing Lucio and his family, the guards respectfully saluted. Greetings, City Lord Madam. Lucio nodded slightly and guided his family straight into the courtyard. The scene before them left Lucio astonished. Overgrown weeds, ancient yellowing trees, and a desolate atmosphere were a far cry from what he imagined a place for raising rare beasts would be like. He expected to see sturdy, luxurious buildings, but was met with dilapidated courtyard walls, evoking a sense of absurdity. In silence, Lucio led the way. Despite their curiosity, Lucio and Luing tacitly refrained from asking questions. The pale moonlight cast an eerie glow on a three-meter-tall crooked tree, its bare branches adding to the uncanny ambience. Under the tree, Lucio pressed an inconspicuous circular protrusion on the trunk. Suddenly, the ground rumbled and split open, revealing a square opening. A 3-meter-wide staircase descended into the underground, accompanied by faint beastly roars and a strong scent of blood. Lucio realized that the legendary secret chamber was hidden below ground. The group descended the stairs, with crystals embedded on either side, emitting a gentle glow. Lucio touched the smooth, cold stone walls, sensing their unusual texture. As they ventured deeper, the beastly roars grew clearer, mingled with strange cries and whimpers. The scent of blood, however, had significantly diminished. Lucio spoke to Lucio as they walked. Every 7 days, someone comes to feed the beasts and monitor their condition. They have just been fed today, so most will be relatively calm. If you're not afraid, you can interact with them later. Lucio eagerly agreed. Although he had seen and even ridden his parents' beasts at home, they belonged to others. The beasts here might become his future companions, filling him with anticipation. A few minutes later, a tall stone door covered in runes appeared before them. Lucio couldn't help but marvel at the tight security. Considering the precious nature of the beasts inside, it made sense. These beasts were often used to reward subordinates or win over talented individuals, holding immense value. Some of the beasts were caught by my father himself, some were purchased, and a few were even taken from those who were not vigilant enough. As for what made them so careless, only my father might know. As Lucio's mind wandered, Lucio reached out and pressed the circular node in the center of the stone door. With the infusion of primal energy, mysterious and complex runes lit up with a dazzling glow, as if proclaiming the extraordinary nature of this place. The stone door rumbled open to the sides, revealing an astonishing scene inside. Before them was a grand space, at least 5 stories high and as vast as several football fields. Suspended at the top was a massive crystal ball, emitting a gentle light that provided ample illumination for the entire area. The moment the stone door fully opened, the previously deafening roars of beasts suddenly quieted, leaving only the occasional subdued growl. Lucio couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, finding this silence quite to his liking. Directly facing the stone door was a wide corridor, spacious enough for several people to walk side by side. On either side of the corridor were small, enclosed spaces resembling prison cells. However, instead of iron bars, these spaces were separated by thick stone pillars. Each pillar was engraved with mysterious runes that emitted a faint glow, indicating their extraordinary power. Within these partitioned spaces resided various uniquely shaped card beasts. They varied in size and color. Some were lazily asleep, while others watched the newcomers warily. Compared to the wild card beasts encountered outside, these creatures, though still dangerous, seemed more tamed and less bloodthirsty. Lu Ziyuan and Murong Xue navigated the area with ease, their expressions calm and familiar. In contrast, Lu Ying, visiting for the first time, was filled with excitement, her big eyes wide with curiosity as she took in this marvelous world. Lucio, however, stood frozen in place, his expression a complex mix of emotions. Excitement, fear, joy, and disbelief intertwined on his face. His gaze landed on the first spider-shaped card beast on his left, and suddenly, a futuristic attribute panel appeared in his vision. Magic pattern spider. Strength, 2-star servant level young form. Attribute, wood. Quality, rare. Status, healthy melancholy. Evolution, none. Mutation, none. Upon seeing this attribute panel for the first time, Lucio thought he was hallucinating. After rubbing his eyes several times, he finally confirmed its reality. Even more remarkably, when he wanted to ignore the panel, it would instantly disappear. When he wanted to view it again, it would reappear immediately, proving extremely convenient. Is this my golden finger? He murmured to himself, suppressing the excitement within him. Having crossed into this world 3 years ago, he had long given up hope of possessing any so-called golden finger, feeling as though he had failed as a transmigrator. He never expected such a surprise from fate today. Previously believing he had no special advantage, he had rigorously trained for 3 years under Lu Ziyuan's guidance. not daring to slack off for a moment to survive in this harsh world. He was unsure why this ability suddenly appeared today. He had encountered card beasts before, even interacted with them, yet nothing unusual had ever happened. Could it be that awakening his card soul also activated his golden finger? After pondering for a moment, he concluded this seemed the only plausible explanation, as today was the only time he had awakened his card soul. However, dwelling on this was pointless, and Lucio quickly cleared his mind, focusing his attention on studying the mysterious attribute panel. On the continent of Dukkha, the hierarchy of card beasts is strictly structured, ranging from servant level to spirit level, with each level further divided into 9 stars. Correspondingly, the ranks of card masters rise from card servant to card spirit, also clearly defined by stars. In front of Lucio stood a demon web spider, merely a 2-star servant-level juvenile, considered one of the weakest on this continent. However, given that it had yet to undergo the meticulous nurturing of a card master, this starting point wasn't too shabby. The life cycle of a card beast is divided into 3 stages: juvenile, mature, and complete form. A few extraordinarily gifted card beasts can even break through limits under certain conditions, ascending to an ultimate form. Each transformation signifies a qualitative leap in the beast's strength, shape, and size. When Lucio's gaze fell upon the qualities section of the attribute panel, his face lit up with joy. On Dukkha, the quality of a card beast directly determines its talent and growth rate, which in turn influences the card master's strength enhancement. When strengths are comparable, a rare quality card beast is bound to defeat a common quality opponent, an undeniable rule. However, accurately determining the quality of a card beast has long been a significant challenge for the human race on Dukkha. Despite years of exploration and various attempts, a precise measurement method remains elusive. Currently, assessing a card beast's quality still relies on long-term observation and experiential insights. It is against this backdrop that the profession of beast appraiser emerged. As a field heavily reliant on accumulated experience, beast appraisers are highly sought after and have developed a strict system of inheritance. Generally, the more experienced the appraiser, the higher their status and popularity. Yet, even the top appraisers on the continent do not dare claim they can accurately judge a card beast's quality with 100% certainty. This is partly due to the vast diversity of card beasts, with many rare or elusive species still undiscovered by humans, and partly because the quality of card beasts is inherently variable, with individuals of unmatched and common quality potentially appearing within the same species, greatly complicating the appraisal process. Experience suggests that card beasts at the top of the food chain are more likely to exhibit high-quality traits. This is why Lucio was so ecstatic this magical attribute panel meant he no longer had to worry about the quality of card beasts. He even considered learning some basics from a beast appraiser to feign expertise and earn a title in this prestigious field, thus solving his resource issues while gaining a foothold in a highly respected profession. It is worth mentioning that with the evolution of the times, the responsibilities of beast appraisers have expanded beyond merely identifying the quality of card beasts. Today, they also engage in more complex and specialized tasks such as evolving and mutating card beasts, further elevating the importance of the profession. In the world of card beasts, evolution and mutation represent 2 distinct paths to enhancing power. Evolution is akin to awakening a dormant bloodline, triggering the high quality or even ancient lineage within a card beast under specific conditions, significantly boosting its strength and quality. This phenomenon, resembling atavism, is rare and requires stringent conditions. Despite years of research, beast appraisers have only mastered the evolution methods for a few card beasts, with many mysteries still awaiting discovery. In contrast, mutation is an adventure filled with the unknown. Through special means, a rare card beast with a unique constitution can transform into an entirely different entity. This mutation is like a roll of the dice, potentially leading to a leap in power or a catastrophic decline. The path of mutation is more treacherous than evolution, not only because card beasts with unique constitutions are rare, but also due to the process's inherent unpredictability. Sometimes, a casual attempt might succeed, while other times, exhausting resources yields no progress. With few success stories, most beast appraisers and card masters shy away, leaving only a few dedicated explorers to persist in their quest. Lucio decided to personally test his hypothesis, beginning his search for a card beast with potential for both evolution and mutation. It was then that his father, Lucio's voice came from ahead. "Shower, why are you standing alone in the back? Have you found a card beast you like? Let me know when you do, and I'll help you decide." "Oh, I'm still choosing," Lucio quickly replied. "Father, you and Lewin go ahead and explore. I want to look around on my own." With the secret weapon of the attribute panel, he preferred to make his selections independently, finding it more comfortable. Besides, he had no intention of revealing this extraordinary ability to anyone, not even his closest family. For one, it might cause trouble, and such a supernatural power was difficult to explain, better to keep it buried inside. Lucio paused momentarily, then nodded. All right then. Be careful and remember not to reach inside. Yeah, yeah, I know, you go on. Lucio eagerly waved them off. Morong Shui gave Lucio a deep look, but said nothing more, leading the curious Lu Ying and Lu Ziyuan further inside. Lu Ying acted adorably well-behaved in front of her parents, constantly asking questions, which Lu Ziyuan and his wife patiently answered, occasionally teasing their daughter, whose cute pouting made their smiles even brighter. Watching the three of them walk away, the harmonious and warm scene, along with the occasional laughter, stirred a feeling of dislocation in Lucio's heart. He couldn't help but think that they seemed like a real family, while he felt like an outsider. He quickly shook his head, dismissing the absurd thought, and focused on observing the card beasts on either side. However, he was unaware that when an idea takes root in the mind, it's like planting a seed. It absorbs similar thoughts as nourishment, quietly taking root and sprouting. Over time, it will occupy an increasingly significant place in Lucio's mind, ultimately altering his thoughts in ways he cannot detect. Lucio carefully observed the 20 or so card beasts, most of which were in their juvenile stage and of rare quality, with only one being common and another of unparalleled quality. These meticulously selected card beasts were clearly prepared for cultivation. His gaze lingered on the unparalleled quality butterfly-shaped card beast. It was about a meter long, with wings adorned with dazzling, dreamlike patterns, undoubtedly an ideal companion in the eyes of young girls. Lucio quickly noted its attributes: butterfly spirit, 4-star attendant level juvenile, demon quality, unparalleled state, healthy and joyful evolution, no mutation. Losing interest gradually, Lucio sped up his assessment. Suddenly, he noticed the figures of Lu Ziyuan and others ahead. The three of them were gathered around a card beast cage, speaking softly. Lu Ying crouched down, looking into the cage with a distressed expression. Curiosity drove Lucio to approach quickly. Father, what's going on here? Lu Ziyuan turned back, sighed softly, and pointed to the card beast cage in front of him. Take a look at this card beast, sigh. Lucio stepped forward, politely nodded to Morong Shui, and then focused on the cage. A black wolf-shaped card beast, over a meter tall, came into view. Its forelegs were covered in deep red fur, as if treading on burning flames. The tip of its proudly erect tail was also adorned with a tuft of deep red fur. At the moment, this card beast had its back to the crowd, repeatedly ramming into the stone wall, producing a dull thud. A pool of dark red blood had already accumulated on the ground, and parts of the stone wall were stained with blood. Lucio quickly recorded its attributes: Shadow Wolf, 5-star attendant level juvenile, dark quality, unparalleled state, seriously injured, despair, evolution. What thrilled him even more was that this card beast was capable of evolving. The conditions for evolution included a full moon night, a place rich in dark energy, 10 shadow crystals, 20 flame spirit stones, a pound of soul-fixing wood, and half a liter of immaculate water, among others. Surprised and excited, Lucio realized this was the first evolving card beast he had encountered, and it was of the dark type. But before making a decision, he needed to understand the reason behind the card beast's unusual behavior. Father, has this card beast always been like this, or did it suddenly start acting this way today? Lucio asked urgently. Lu Ziyuan sighed again. It's been like this ever since I captured it 3 months ago. Luckily, it only knows how to ram around, and eventually, it knocks itself out. I specifically arranged for someone to treat it. But every time it's healed, it relapses. Sigh. If it weren't for its decent quality, I would have let it fend for itself long ago. Lucio pondered for a moment, furrowing his brow as he spoke. In that case, could it be missing its pack? Hearing this, Lu Ziyuan shook his head decisively, his tone firm. Impossible. Why? Lucio asked in surprise. With his hands clasped behind his back and a deep gaze, Lu Ziyuan explained slowly. When I captured it, there was nothing around, not a trace of the shadow wolf pack. Lucio nodded thoughtfully, and then resolutely said to his father, Father, I want this card beast. Oh. Lu Ziyuan raised an eyebrow, appearing quite surprised. Are you sure? This creature looks difficult to tame. Although there's a contract, and it won't harm you, getting it to unleash its full potential is probably as hard as reaching the sky. He continued to explain, many factors affect a card beast's strength, not only its own level and the card master's combat skills, but also the bond between the card beast and the card master. A deep bond allows the card beast to unleash its full strength, even exceeding its limits. Conversely, if a card master often mistreats the card beast, or if the beast is inherently hard to tame, it's difficult to form a strong bond, leading to an inability to fully utilize its power. In extreme cases, the card beast might even self-destruct or explode on the spot, like the one before us. Lu Ziyuan paused, then continued. From this perspective, card beasts seem pitiful, and humans appear cruel. But remember, some powerful card beasts attack human cities, even treating humans as food. Are these man-eating card beasts still pitiful? In this world, there's no right or wrong, only survival of the fittest. This is the eternal law of this world. I'm certain. Lucio nodded emphatically, his eyes shining with determination. At this moment, Morong Shui advised worriedly. Shower, perhaps you should reconsider? After all, this is your first card beast, and will accompany you the longest. Before she could finish, Lucio interrupted. Mother, I've already decided. Morong Shui was taken aback and exchanged a glance with Lu Ziyuan. Seeing her husband slightly shake his head, she nodded. Very well, since you've chosen this card beast, I won't say more. But if you encounter any difficulties in the future, be sure to talk to your father and me. Nearby, Lu Ying stood up, glanced at Lucio with a complex expression, said nothing, and walked towards another card beast cage with her head down. She found it hard to understand her brother. At this moment, the shadow wolf in the cage was once again severely injured and unconscious, the blood on the ground strikingly vivid. Lu Ziyuan approached a larger stone pillar, found a round protrusion, and lightly touched it with his energy-infused right hand. Instantly, the card beast cage holding the shadow wolf silently opened, and the smooth stone pillar blocking their view slowly descended into the ground, the entire process quiet and seamless. This design facilitated the care and monitoring of the card beast's condition, considering the card beast's sensitivity to sound. Once the pillar was fully retracted, Lucio quickly walked to the shadow wolf's side, crouching down and gazing at its scarred head with distress, fresh blood still flowing. Normally, even the lowest level servant card beast has a physique far superior to humans, and such wounds should heal quickly. But if a card beast deliberately suppresses its healing instincts, its actual recovery might be less effective than a human's. Lucio couldn't help but wonder, what could make it suppress its instincts and refuse to heal, even in its unconscious state? Let's treat it first, Lu Ziyuan said as he walked over to Lucio. Lucio immediately stood up and respectfully replied, All right, thank you, father. The jade-colored ring on Lu Ziyuan's right hand glimmered slightly, and an intricately designed card appeared in his hand. The back of the card was black with mysterious runes etched on it, and a small white vortex in the center. The front displayed a white background with a green circular pattern. This was a first-tier healing card, capable of healing most injuries at the servant level. As Lu Ziyuan infused it with energy, the healing card emitted a ring of green light. With a wave of his right hand, the card transformed into a green orb the size of a basketball and shot into the shadow wolf's body. The wound on the shadow wolf's head healed rapidly, visible to the naked eye, and after a few seconds it was completely restored, leaving only traces of blood. I've healed its physical injuries, Lu Ziyuan said softly, but it looks like it might need some time to regain consciousness. In this world, cards are the core tools of a card master. They are generally divided into three categories: basic cards, combat cards, and support cards. Healing cards are one of the most common basic cards, and every card master carries them. High-level card masters usually carry multiple healing cards of different levels to conserve energy. Card levels range from 1 to 9 tiers, corresponding to the level of the card maker. Most card servants can only use first-tier cards because their energy levels can only drive cards of this tier. Only those with exceptional talent or special experiences can use second-tier cards. The jade ring on Lu Ziyuan's hand is a special piece of equipment known as a card ring, essential for every card master. The card ring is used to store cards, allowing the card master to instantly locate and activate the required card. Card rings are also divided into 9 tiers. A first-tier card ring can hold 9 cards, a second-tier 18 cards, and a third-tier 36 cards, and so on. Although cards can also be kept in a pocket, it becomes very inconvenient in emergencies. Imagine how dangerous it would be for a card master to slowly retrieve a card during a sudden attack. Therefore, the card ring usually holds the card master's most important cards, primarily combat cards. Of course, if there is enough space in the card ring, other types of cards can also be stored. Some wealthy individuals, even if they are card servants, might own third-tier or even higher-level card rings. The card system in this world is complex and intricate, forming the foundation of a card master's power and is one of the core elements that drive this fantastical world. Lucio carefully wiped the blood from the shadow wolf's head and turned to Lu Ziyuan, saying, Father, it is unconscious now, which is the perfect time to form a contract. If we wait until it wakes, it might be more troublesome. Lu Ziyuan's deep gaze lingered on his son's face for a moment before he spoke in a low voice. All right. I hope you won't regret this in the future. As he spoke, he pulled out a pre-prepared first-tier primal beast card from his pocket and handed it to Lucio. You already know how to form the contract, so I won't say more. Just remember. He hesitated, then sighed and turned to leave. Outside, Morong Shui waited with a solemn expression. As Lu Ziyuan walked out, she opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing. She gave Lucio a final glance, her eyes filled with complex emotions, sighed softly, and then walked with Lu Ziyuan towards Lu Ying, who stood not far away. Once they left, Lucio secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they didn't try to dissuade him further, or he feared he might waver. To be honest, he wasn't entirely confident he could fully heal the Shadow Wolf's psychological scars. However, encountering a card beast with such strength, quality, and appearance that perfectly matched his desires was rare, and he was unwilling to give up over a minor flaw. Looking down at the beast card in his hand, Lucio examined it closely. The back of the card was as black as ink, with a small white vortex in the center, representing the first tier. Beside the vortex was a vivid white dragon designed Songlong, the mythical beast of legend in the card duel continent. This design was not only extraordinarily cool, but also symbolized the dream of every card master, motivating them to press forward. Flipping the card over, the front was pure white. Lucio took a deep breath, bit his left index finger, and allowed a drop of blood to fall onto the card's surface. The blood was slowly absorbed, tinting the pure white card with a faint red hue. This was a crucial step in contracting a card beast. Once another card beast was absorbed, the contract would be officially established. Closing his eyes, Lucio began to try sensing the card soul in his primordial sea. Since the card soul had just awakened, his connection with it wasn't strong yet, so he needed to proceed slowly. He knew that with practice, he would eventually be able to communicate with the card soul with just a thought. Although Lucio didn't possess elemental energy at the moment, there was a common understanding in the card duel continent. When contracting the first card beast after awakening the card soul, the elemental energy contained within the card soul could be used to drive the beast card instead of elemental energy. This not only created a soul-level affinity between the card master and the card beast, making it easier to cultivate a rapport, but it was also one of the reasons Lucio wanted to contract the Shadow Wolf. More importantly, this connection allowed the quality of the card master's card soul to influence the quality of the card beast. If the card master's card soul was of higher quality, it could gradually enhance the card beast's quality. Additionally, the strength boost provided by the first contracted card beast was significantly greater than that of subsequent card beasts. A dense wave of dark energy, like ink, slithered up Lucio's arm, heading directly for the beast card. In the blink of an eye, a deep black aura, as thin as a veil, enveloped the surface of the beast card. Lucio's eyes snapped open, a flicker of resolve passing through his pupils. Without hesitation, he hurled the activated beast card towards the forehead of the Shadow Wolf. The instant the beast card touched the Shadow Wolf's forehead, it was as if a mysterious mechanism had been triggered. The card transformed into countless tiny specks of light, scattering like fireflies, and in no time, enveloped the entire body of the Shadow Wolf. As the light points merged in, the Shadow Wolf's body rapidly shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into a palm-sized orb of light, hovering silently before Lucio, emitting a faint glow. Holding his breath, Lucio carefully extended a finger to touch the orb. The glow dissipated instantly, and a beast card exuding a sense of life appeared out of thin air in his hand. At this moment, the front of the beast card was no longer blank white, but depicted a vivid half-portrait of the Shadow Wolf. At the top of the card were 5 stars, and on the back was a solitary small vortex, both symbolizing the 5-star attendant-level strength. Lucio gazed at the beast card in his hand, pondering silently. Once a card beast is contracted by a beast card master, it ceases to be an ordinary life form and becomes an interdimensional creature between reality and void. If this beast card is destroyed by some irresistible force, the Shadow Wolf's life will end as well. Similarly, when a contracted card beast advances to a higher level, the beast card master must prepare materials for a higher level beast card to upgrade the card. From now on, we're partners. Lucio murmured to the card in his hand, his eyes sparkling with infinite hope for the future. He carefully placed the precious beast card into his pocket and turned around, just in time to see Lu Ziyuan and the others waiting a short distance away. Lucio paused for a moment, then quickly walked over. Although Murongxuan knew it was unlikely for anything to go wrong, she couldn't help but ask with concern, "Sure, everything went okay, right?" Lucio smiled and shook his head. "No problems." Lu Ziyuan glanced at Lucio and said, "Since the contract is complete, let's head out. Xiaoer's Kaminga ceremony should be just about ready." Naturally, no one had any objections. As night deepened, the vast city lord's mansion remained brightly lit. From the direction of the hall, faint laughter and congratulatory voices could be heard. Lucio's Kaminga ceremony was being held here, and at his insistence, invitations were sent only to a few prominent families within the city. As for other medium and small families, Lu Ziyuan sent a letter of apology in his own name, subtly implying, "Lucio doesn't like crowds, and no offense is intended, please understand." When Lucio and his group arrived at the city lord's mansion hall, dozens of well-dressed and distinguished guests were already present. They gathered in small groups, conversing in low voices. Numerous small tables lined the sides of the hall, displaying rare delicacies for the guests to enjoy. Uniformed servants moved among them, carefully polishing various surfaces. A striking red carpet ran down the center of the hall, extending to the small square in front of the city lord's mansion, adding a touch of solemn grandeur to the scene. As Lucio and his group arrived at the entrance of the banquet hall, a sharp-eyed guest immediately noticed them. A middle-aged man with a refined demeanor and a clean-shaven face quickly left his puzzled companions and walked briskly towards Lu Ziyuan. Master Lu, Madam Lu, you've finally arrived, he greeted them warmly. This was Yang Qi, the head of the Yang family, one of the 4 major families in Dongza City, and a trusted aide to Lu Ziyuan. Uncle Yang, Lucio and Lu Ying greeted in unison, their politeness tinged with familiarity. Yang Qi responded with a smile, and then turned to Lu Ziyuan, saying casually, everyone who's coming is already here. You can start right away. Lu Ziyuan nodded with a smile. Let's go inside. We've kept you waiting long enough. Not at all. We're just early, Yang Qi replied, his smile unwavering. Inside the hall, the guests had already noticed Lu Ziyuan and his party's arrival. They approached in waves, their warm congratulations filling the air. Suddenly, a burly man pushed through the crowd to reach Lu Ziyuan. Old Lu, why are you so late? That's not like you, he laughed heartily. Seeing the newcomer, Lu Ziyuan's smile grew even warmer. Old Gu. Haha. Sorry, we were held up by something with Xiao. This was Gu Mu, the president of the Card Masters Association and a close personal friend of Lu Ziyuan. Lucio discreetly observed their interaction, pondering the unique dynamic between these old friends. In private, they were courteous, yet in public, their closeness was unmistakable, a perplexing contrast. The power structure of Dongza City was complex, with the 4 major families Yang, Li, Lu, Han and Gu Mu, the Card Masters Association president, at its core. Although only the 4 families and Gu Mu were invited to the Kaminga ceremony, each brought family and friends, swelling the guest list to over 30. Lucio glanced around, thankful for his earlier decision. Had they invited the smaller families, the hall would have been overcrowded. Guests approached Lucio, some out of obligation, others with goodwill, and a few young people hoping to make his acquaintance. For the past 3 years, Lucio had led a semi-reclusive life, rarely interacting with anyone outside his family. Even childhood friends had grown distant due to his intentional detachment. Now, he had to muster the energy to handle the endless greetings. After a round of pleasantries, he felt his smile beginning to stiffen. Finally, the small talk subsided. Lu Ziyuan stepped up to the platform in the hall, delivered a brief speech, and officially commenced Lucio's Kaminga ceremony. On the continent of Dukkha, the Kaminga ceremony is a significant ritual that every family must face. Whether a family is a well-established clan or struggling to get by, this ceremony consists of 3 core parts: the beast rite, the human rite, and the blood rite. However, due to differences in family heritage, the execution and effectiveness of the ceremony can vary greatly. Lucio was born into a family with a decent heritage, which allowed him to undergo a rather successful Kaminga ceremony. At this moment, Lu Ziyuan, with a stern expression, led the way out of the hall, heading towards the small square along the red carpet. There was a hint of harshness in his eyes, as if foreshadowing the challenges to come. Following closely was Murong Shui, her face pale, and expression weary, avoiding eye contact with Lucio beside her. Lu Ying walked alongside Lucio, unusually silent, her face full of worry. Lucio appeared calm, but his occasionally clenched fists betrayed his inner turmoil. After the 4 left the hall, the guests also began to move in an orderly fashion towards the small square. The square, about half the size of a football field and elevated a meter above the ground, resembled an open-air martial stage. At each corner stood a stone pillar, with crystal balls embedded at the top, illuminating the space as if it were daylight. Around the square, elegant seats were arranged for the guests attending the ceremony. A few minutes later, the guests gradually took their seats. Lu Ziyuan stood straight and solemn at one corner of the square, with Lucio by his side, and 2 soldiers in ornate armor behind him. Murong Shui and Lu Ying sat in the front row of the viewing seats. For a few seconds, the air seemed to freeze, silence enveloping the scene, with only the evening breeze gently brushing through everyone's hair. Suddenly, with a wave of his right hand, Lu Ziyuan sent a card shooting into the air like an arrow, halting abruptly at the center of the square. Instantly, countless streams of light burst from the card, spreading in all directions to form a light blue transparent shield that enveloped the entire square, excluding the viewing area. With a stern expression, Lu Ziyuan turned to Lucio and said in a deep voice, "Shower, go to the center of the square." Although Lucio had seen his father this serious before, in this atmosphere, his heart couldn't help but race. Taking a few deep breaths, he silently encouraged himself and strode towards the center of the square. After only a few steps, Lu Ziyuan's authoritative voice rang out again. "This is your Kaminga ceremony. Do not disappoint me." He emphasized the words Kaminga ceremony. Lucio did not look back, only pausing slightly before continuing forward. He understood his father's meaning, not to disappoint him and not to let others look down on him. Once Lucio sat cross-legged at the center of the square, a card emitting a deep blue glow flew from Lu Ziyuan's hand, forming a small, water-like light shield above Lucio's head, enveloping him. With everything in place, Lucio solemnly declared, "The beast right." His voice echoed across the square, reaching every corner, marking the official start of the Kaminga ceremony. The soldiers behind Lucio acted decisively, instantly transforming a prepared card into a colossal creature. This was a giant card beast, standing 5 meters tall, resembling a bull, but not quite. Its entire body was as black as ink, with 4 imposing brown-yellow horns on its head and fierce red eyes exuding a terrifying aura. Most striking was its long tail, coiled like a giant serpent at its base. This creature, the horned demon bull, was a 3-star apostle-level mature form, with earth attributes of ordinary quality, and in a healthy, enraged evolutionary state, showing no signs of mutation. Following closely, another card beast appeared in the square. It was a massive azure snake, at least 8 meters long, with a body diameter of half a meter. Its icy vertical pupils were fixed on the bull-like card beast opposite, its tongue flicking as if savoring the tense atmosphere. This blue fire snake also possessed 3-star apostle-level strength, with fire attributes of ordinary quality, and in a healthy, enraged evolutionary state, exhibiting no mutation. The forthcoming beast right was essentially a deadly battle between 2 frenzied card beasts. However, the viewing position was extremely close enough to see the glistening saliva on the card beast's fangs. As soon as the 2 card beasts appeared, they regarded each other as mortal enemies. After a brief probing, they instantly clashed. Lucio stood on the edge of this fierce battle, yet strangely, neither beast seemed to notice his presence. Perhaps it was because he was too insignificant, or maybe it was the isolating effect of the mysterious light barrier. In the early stages of the fight, the 2 beasts were evenly matched. They left shocking wounds on each other, and soon the ground was stained with blood. The entire square was filled with a heavy atmosphere of ferocity and bloodlust. Faced with this gruesome scene, Lucio felt not fear, but a rush of excitement boiling within him. Suddenly, the horned demon bull let out a long howl, its body enveloped in a dense blood-red glow, the red horns growing even brighter. Its hind hooves stomped heavily on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust, as its whole body transformed into a red streak of light charging towards the blue fire snake. The blue fire snake was not to be outdone. It opened its massive jaws, quickly forming a red energy ball. The surrounding fire element energy surged towards it, and in an instant, a gigantic 1-meter diameter fireball formed above Lucio's head. With a thunderous boom, the energy ball slammed into the horned demon bull. However, the bull, now a red streak of light, only paused momentarily before bursting through the scattered flames, continuing its unstoppable charge towards the blue fire snake. Realizing the impending danger, the blue fire snake swiftly attempted to dodge. But it was too late. Just as it twisted its head, the horned demon bull's attack struck. Boom. Hiss. The blue fire snake let out a piercing wail as its entire body was impaled by the bull's 4 massive horns. Blood gushed out like a fountain, instantly dyeing the bull's body crimson. Yet, it did not slow down, pushing the snake's broken body hard against the light barrier. Bang. Bang. As the horned demon bull withdrew its horns, the blue fire snake's massive body crashed heavily to the ground with a dull thud. Now, the snake was on the brink of death, its once formidable eyes now dull and lifeless. The horned demon bull let out a victorious roar, stomping its front hooves to finally end the blue fire snake's life. Blood splattered onto Lucio's light barrier, making it seem as though he was viewing the outside world through a red filter. Despite this, he could still clearly observe everything outside. Watching the horned demon bull roar triumphantly and looking at the battered, gaping corpse of the blue fire snake on the ground, Lucio suddenly realized, in this world, losing means death. Whether for card beasts or humans, there is no escaping this brutal law. The battle in the square concluded, and murmurs spread through the audience like ripples. Amidst the discussions, the young lord's performance became the focal point. He watched the entire process with composure, showing no signs of panic, which led many to associate him with his mentor Lu Fengzi. Some even speculated that the young lord might be the next Lu Fengzi, as the saying goes, like father, like son. However, this beast ceremony was merely an appetizer. The real spectacle was yet to come, leaving everyone in breathless anticipation. Lu Yuan nodded approvingly at Lucio's performance, clearly satisfied. He solemnly announced, the human ceremony. As soon as he spoke, 4 figures emerged from a corner of the viewing stands. 2 soldiers escorted 2 burly men dressed as prisoners, their steps steady and resolute. The soldiers wore solemn expressions, while the 2 prisoners, though outwardly calm, had eyes that glinted with a chilling bloodlust and madness. These were 2 genuine desperados. To distinguish them, one man wore white, and the other black, with the conspicuous word prisoner printed on their backs. They approached the edge of the square, where a soldier lightly touched a barrier, creating an opening just large enough for one person to pass through. The group entered single file, and the gap closed behind them. Excitement gradually crept onto the prisoners' faces as they looked towards Lucio at the corner of the square, their eyes filled with a yearning for life, yet masking a barely perceptible savagery and madness. Lucio nodded slightly to the soldiers, who immediately brought the prisoners to the center of the square, standing less than 2 meters from Lucio. Despite the protective barrier, Lucio instinctively took a step back upon seeing the frenzied-looking prisoners. His previously relaxed demeanor instantly grew tense, his expression becoming gravely serious. The soldiers unshackled the prisoners and handed each a red pill. One soldier announced the rules in a stiff tone. Among you two, plus that card beast, only one can survive. If more than one is alive after half an hour, you all die? Those are the rules. This pill will restore your strength, and your cards have been returned to you now. Let the countdown begin. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the soldiers swiftly retreated to stand behind Lucio. As partial participants in this event, they had the privilege of witnessing everything up close. Both prisoners were 1-star card apprentices, and facing the 3-star apostle-level card beast alone would mean certain defeat. Their only option was to first join forces to kill the card beast, then battle each other. They exchanged a glance and simultaneously swallowed the red pills. Familiar energy waves surged from their bodies once more. The man in white was the first to charge at the horned demon bull, releasing a card that transformed into a red bat-shaped card beast, following closely behind. This bloodbat was a mature 1-star apostle-level beast, with a wind attribute, rare quality, in a weakened state, possessing a joyful evolution trait, but no mutation. Seeing the man in white make the first move, the man in black hesitated briefly, a flicker of murderous intent passing through his eyes before quickly disappearing. Unlike the man in white, who completely ignored Lucio, the man in black turned to look at Lucio, giving a spine-chilling smile, his bloodlust even more intense. Suddenly, a card shot from the hand of the man in black, transforming instantly into a massive black sphere with a 3-meter diameter that crashed heavily to the ground. This sphere lacked eyes, nose, and other common features, except for a huge mouth dominating most of its surface, located slightly lower than the center. The mouth was filled with sharp, chilling fangs, and a slender tongue continuously writhed, sending shivers down one's spine. Lucio quickly checked the information on this card beast. Cannibal Ball, a 1-star apostle-level mature form, demon quality, rare status. It had the ability to evolve through weakening and invigorating, currently, without mutation. If it devoured 100 card beasts of the same attribute, there was a very small chance of mutating into a troll, with a high probability of becoming a sludge. Consuming demon crystals could increase the mutation success rate. This was Lucio's first time encountering a rare demon attribute card beast capable of mutation, which momentarily sparked his interest. However, upon seeing its revolting appearance again, any goodwill he felt quickly vanished. The man in black unhesitatingly commanded the cannibal ball to roll towards the horned demon bull. At this time, the bloodbat summoned by the man in white was already engaged in battle with the horned demon bull. Utilizing its aerial advantage and the bull's injuries, the bloodbat surprisingly had the upper hand. The addition of the cannibal ball further strained the horned demon bull. It had to evade the bloodbat's aerial assaults, losing some attribute energy with each bite, while also fending off the rolling attacks of the cannibal ball and its whip-like lashing tongue. Finally, the horned demon bull, unable to endure any longer, let out a furious roar. Ignoring the bloodbat's attacks, it stomped heavily on the ground with all 4 limbs, charging fiercely towards the cannibal ball. The 4 large horns on its head emitted a red glow. However, this charge was noticeably weaker than before, both in speed and energy concentration. Seeing this, the man in black quickly maneuvered the cannibal ball to dodge aside. The horned demon bull's attack missed, adding more wounds from the bloodbat, bleeding profusely and looking utterly exhausted. The man in black covertly observed the man in white who was intently commanding the bloodbat, his eyes glinting with a cold, calculating light. Moments later, the horned demon bull was too weakened to retaliate, its 4 horns dull and lifeless. It let out one last defiant roar before its massive body collapsed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. At that moment, a battle card the man in black had prepared suddenly emitted a bright light. He shouted, "You want blade break?" An arc-shaped blade of light, 2 meters long, appeared above his head, slicing through the air with incredible speed, aimed directly at the man in white. The man in white seemed stunned, standing motionless. The bloodbat in the sky sensed its master's peril, let out a mournful cry, and desperately flapped its wings towards the light blade. However, compared to the speed of the light blade, the bloodbat's speed was as disparate as an elderly person compared to a youth. As the bloodbat made a move, a sharp blade of light suddenly flashed towards the face of the man in white. Just as everyone held their breath, thinking he was doomed, a massive earth-colored shield emerged from the ground, towering 3 meters high and firmly blocking the man in white. The light blade struck the shield with a deafening roar. The two forces clashed for several seconds, but ultimately, the light blade, formed from elemental energy, could not withstand and gradually dissipated into nothingness. The man in white let out a cold snort, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Humph, I was prepared for that. The man in black, seeing his anticipated sneak attack thwarted, looked as dark as a stormy sky. He silently recalled the devourer's fear that was still feasting on the corpse of the horned demon bull, cautiously retreating behind it. He knew full well that with the sneak attack failed, a tough battle was inevitable. In official battles between card masters, the card beasts are usually the main force, with the card masters standing by to assist, waiting for the right moment to use combat cards to help their card beasts win. Of course, directly defeating the opposing card master is an option, but it is extremely difficult. Every card master has their own life-saving skills, not to mention breaking through the opponent's card beast defenses. Such direct attacks on card masters are despised in official arenas, but are not uncommon outside. Lucio, seeing the man in black's failed sneak attack, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This wasn't out of concern for the man in white's life. Both men deserved their fate, but because he wanted to witness a life-and-death duel between card masters. If someone died too soon, it would spoil the excitement. In fact, as the Kaminga ceremony progressed, Lucio had already grasped its true purpose, to let him experience the darker sides of the world up close. However, what they didn't know was that within this small body resided a soul far more mature than his age. For Lucio, this ceremony was more like an intriguing show. Of course, after this experience, when he left the ivory tower of the city lord's mansion, his ability to adapt to the outside world would undoubtedly improve significantly. At this moment, the bloodbath of the man in white hovered not far above him. Its ghostly blue eyes glared at the man in black, also harboring hatred for the devourer's fear that was just its ally. The bloodbath had been nurtured by the man in white from a one-star servant level, growing from a juvenile to a mature form through countless hardships together. Even though the man in white had later strayed from the right path, their bond had only grown stronger. Seeing its master almost lose his life, the bloodbath was furious, and if not for the lack of orders, it would have charged forward already. The man in black showed no remorse for his sneak attack, instead expressing a hint of regret towards the man in white. Not bad. Let's see your true strength now. Before he finished speaking, a card appeared in his hand. As elemental energy flowed into it, the card emitted a faint glow. Simultaneously, a palm-sized luminous mark appeared on the devourer's sphere. The surrounding spiritual energy surged towards this mysterious mark. The devourer's sphere let out a strange cry, and its black body began to tremble violently. The man in black focused intently, channeling his energy into the card, causing a thin mist to form around the devourer's sphere. Nearby, the man in white narrowed his eyes, his pupils contracting sharply, and a card appeared in his hand. Wind Mastery, he commanded in a low voice. The activated card transformed into a green energy that merged into the bloodbath, hovering in midair. Go, stop him for me, the man in white ordered. The bloodbath, already poised to strike, let out a sharp cry, surrounded by a fierce wind. Its blood-red wings flapped lightly as it shot towards the man in black like lightning. However, the man in black was prepared. The card in his other hand activated instantly, turning into a brown energy that sank into the ground. Earth wall, he murmured. A circular wall, 1 meter thick, rose quickly from the ground, tightly encasing him and the devourer's sphere. The wall closed overhead, forming a sturdy hemispherical stone shield. Bang! The bloodbath collided heavily with the stone wall, creating a deafening thud. Lucio felt the ground beneath him tremble slightly. The wall successfully blocked the bloodbath's attack, leaving only small cracks at the point of impact. Although the bloodbath was physically robust, the impact made it sway, clearly affecting it. At that moment, the cold voice of the man in white echoed in the bloodbath's mind. Bloodbath, use the wind pressure bullet. This was a unique communication method between a card master and their contracted card beast, typically limited to a range of 1 kilometer. Most card masters directed their beasts using mental commands rather than verbal instructions. However, some card masters deliberately shouted misleading commands to confuse their opponents, a well-known trick on the card duel continent. The bloodbath quickly recovered from its daze, ascending to a height of 7 or 8 meters above the ground. Its massive wings, spanning 4 meters, folded inward as a fierce wind began to gather at their center. Moments later, a pale blue vortex the size of a basketball appeared in front of the bloodbath. Even from a distance, Lucio could feel the explosive wind energy it contained, stirring a sense of anticipation within him. This scene made Lucio's blood boil. He knew that although servant-level card beasts possessed elemental energy, they couldn't control it independently. Only at the apostle level could they use some elemental energy for attacks. This 1-star apostle-level bloodbath clearly relied on the combat card used by the man in white to perform such a powerful beast technique. This battle mode, pushing beyond limits, filled Lucio with excitement and anticipation. The bloodbat suddenly unfurled its wings and shot forward like an arrow, aiming at the seemingly indestructible stone wall. With a deafening crash, countless tiny wind blades appeared, slicing the wall's surface. Cracks spread rapidly like a spider web, and then, with a series of sharp cracking sounds, the entire stone wall collapsed, transforming into massive blocks that fell to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Lucio was worried that the man in black would be buried alive, but then noticed a spherical object nearly twice the size of the previous black, devouring sphere looming in the dust. His pupils contracted, and a sense of alarm surged within him. After the bloodbat completed its attack, it was immediately recalled by the man in white. It landed not far from its master, its powerful wings drooping weakly, its head hanging low, looking utterly exhausted. The man in white gently stroked the bloodbat's head, a look of nostalgia and a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. He then turned toward the source of the oppressive aura in the distance, his expression grave, secretly preparing a card in his hand, his gaze fixed on the massive silhouette emerging from the dust. As the dust settled, the sight was astonishing. It was indeed a devouring sphere that had grown significantly larger, its surface covered with strange purple patterns. Suddenly, it opened its mouth wide, and a figure was spat out, landing heavily on the ground. The figure, none other than the man in black from before, leapt up and angrily pointed at the devouring sphere, shouting, "Damn it! I told you to be gentle. You did that on purpose, didn't you?" The devouring sphere innocently stuck out its tongue, adding a touch of humor to the brutal life-and-death struggle. The man in black was in a sorry state, his clothes and hair soaked and clinging to his skin, his face pale, and his body covered in small bloodstains. Blood mixed with saliva, creating a grotesque and terrifying sight. After a brief exchange with the devouring sphere, he turned to the man in white and sneered, "Nice idea, but still too slow." It turned out he had just used his only second turn card, nearly exhausting all his energy. Without waiting for the man in white to respond, he commanded the devouring sphere, "Go. Both the man and the beast ahead are your food." In the face of absolute power, fancy moves were redundant. The devouring sphere obeyed, closing its enormous mouth and rolling forward like a 4-meter-wide giant ball, leaving deep grooves in the plaza, its momentum terrifying. The man in white was not about to sit idly by. He quickly moved behind the bloodbat, a scarlet card instantly transforming into energy that infused into the bloodbat. "Desperate strike," he called out in a low voice, and the bloodbat erupted with intense blood-red light. It turned back to glance at the man in white, its eyes filled with confusion, sadness, and reluctance, emotions intertwining in a complex mix. However, it met the cold gaze of the man in white. "Go. I'll come join you soon," the man in white said coolly. With a flap of its wings, the bloodbat soared into the sky, letting out a mournful cry. It glanced back at the man in white one last time, as if reluctant to leave, then turned abruptly and darted toward the man-eating sphere with a sense of resolute sacrifice. Sensing danger, the man-eating sphere suddenly extended its long, spiked tongue and stabbed it into the ground. The tongue instantly went taut, using this peculiar method to halt its forward momentum. This scene suggested that, for the man-eating sphere, its tongue was as crucial as limbs. The man in black felt a twinge of unease watching the bloodbat's determined stance. He intended to command the man-eating sphere to evade, but its subsequent behavior infuriated him. Instead of retreating, the audacious creature rushed forward. Seeing the bloodbat delivered to its mouth, it opened its terrifying jaws wide and swallowed the bloodbat whole. A muffled explosion echoed from within the man-eating sphere, causing the surrounding air to tremble. "Ah!" The two prisoners screamed in agony, clutching their heads and rolling on the ground as if in unbearable pain. The scene sent chills down the spines of all present. The death of a card beast often inflicted severe damage on the cardmaster's card soul, sometimes even degrading its quality. It was a soul-deep pain that even the toughest individuals could not endure. Lucio, witnessing everything from a distance, felt his heart tighten. He instinctively pulled out the card of his contract with the Shadow Wolf, lost in thought. This small card seemed unusually heavy at that moment. The guests in the audience were shocked by the dramatic scene, whispering in awe and fear. "This prisoner in white is ruthless, both to himself and his card beast. I heard he was quite famous around here, a decent cardmaster." "Indeed, but then he slaughtered an entire village, nearly 1,000 people, feeding them to his card beast. Who else would be this cruel? But why hasn't he been executed yet? Who knows, maybe the city lord has other plans. But either way, he won't survive the night." The murmurs gradually faded into an eerie silence. In one corner of the square, Lucio frowned. The act of sacrificing a partner's life for one's own survival repulsed him. Such selfishness was far removed from his sense of righteousness. Time ticked by, and after about a quarter of an hour, the prisoner's screams began to wane. The onlookers, including Lucio, held their breath, awaiting the grim conclusion of this cruel drama. An unsettling patience filled the air, only occasionally disturbed by faint groans. The man in white, supporting his head with his right hand, was the first to struggle to his feet. He panted heavily, his face as pale as paper, his clothes soaked with cold sweat, large beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He staggered to the side, looked at the man in black still lying motionless on the ground, then sat down beside him, his legs splayed out weakly. A strange smile appeared on the man in white's pale face as he hoarsely said, "Stop pretending. We're both going to die anyway. Even if you kill me, what difference does it make? You won't survive, and you'll be killed by a child without even a shred of power. You knew this all along, didn't you? We're just sacrifices for that child's Kaminga ceremony." Ha, ha, ha ha. His laughter grew louder, like that of a madman who had lost all reason. The man in black suddenly sat up, gripping the man in white's throat with both hands, his eyes bloodshot, shouting, "I know. But who asked you to say it? I just want to live, even if it's only for a few more seconds. Isn't that why you fought me? What right do you have to laugh now?" He tightened his grip, repeatedly slamming the man in white's head against the ground. "I'll make you laugh. I'll make you laugh." When the man in white finally lost all signs of life, the man in black's actions ceased. His hands fell limply to the ground, his eyes empty. He looked at the man in white's face, which bore an expression of relief, and muttered, "Respect to you, a true man. No need to thank me." Then, he lay on his back on the ground, spread-eagled, his vacant gaze fixed on the deep night sky through the shimmering blue barrier. "Why didn't I notice how beautiful the night is before?" he murmured softly, his voice tinged with an imperceptible regret. The man in white charged at the man in black in a nearly suicidal manner, ending his life in an instant. Lucio, expressionless, walked over to Lucio, dispelled the light shield, and brought him to within 2 meters of the man in black. Footsteps echoed in the silence, yet the man in black remained unresponsive. He lay there in a daze, with only the faint rise and fall of his chest indicating he was still alive. "Spirit lock," Lucio shouted, and a card flew from his hand. In midair, the card transformed into a slender silver chain that snaked toward the man in black on the ground. The man in black finally showed a hint of reaction, a bitter smile forming at the corner of his mouth. "It really is." Before he could finish, the chain pierced the ground like a sharp blade, tightly binding his entire body. To prevent him from committing suicide, the chain seemed to come alive, brutally threading through his mouth, bringing with it a mist of blood and flesh. Lucio instinctively squinted his eyes. Previously shielded by the light barrier, he hadn't felt the reality, but now, witnessing the bloody scene firsthand, a wave of nausea surged within him. Lucio remained unfazed, taking a dagger from a soldier behind him and handing it to Lucio. His voice was cold, yet carried a rare hint of gentleness. "Use this dagger to cut his throat. This is the final step of your Kaminga ceremony, and I hope you complete it perfectly." This final step was to baptize with human blood, to feel the warmth and taste of it, and to remember it forever. Unlike ordinary children, Lucio had an additional privilege to experience firsthand the act of granting death and witnessing the entire process of life withering away. Lucio was silent for a few seconds before taking the dagger. He crouched down, raising his right hand high, about to strike, when he suddenly met the gaze of the man in black. His movement paused slightly. What kind of look was that? Hatred? Relief? Despair? Or a plea for mercy before death? Lucio couldn't understand, but he quickly realized it was pointless to ponder these things. So, after a brief hesitation, he swung the cold, gleaming dagger down. Thud! Blood spurted out, the scalding liquid splattering all over Lucio, staining his face and clothes. Almost instinctively, he stuck out his tongue to taste Ida's strong metallic flavor, tinged with a hint of salt. This was his first time killing someone, yet it wasn't accompanied by the discomfort or guilt he had imagined. Was it his father's cold command that shifted his psychological burden? Or was it because the victim was truly evil? Or perhaps, was he inherently this indifferent? Lucio didn't know the answer, but he was certain that from this moment on, something had left him forever. Perhaps, in this cruel world, such things were never meant to exist. Not bad, very good. Lucio's approving voice came from behind. Lucio silently stood up and walked to his father's side. The sticky blood on his body emitted a strong metallic scent, making him feel an indescribable discomfort. At that moment, the light shield covering the entire square quietly dissipated, as if it had never existed. Morong Shui hurriedly pulled Lu Ying towards Lucio, her anxious voice echoing from afar. "Xiaoer, are you all right?" Lucio managed a faint smile, his voice slightly weary. "Mother, I'm fine." He had only one thought in his mind: to quickly go home, take a bath, change into clean clothes, and have a good sleep. The recent events had left him utterly exhausted, and the gaze of the man in black, before he died, kept flashing in his mind, impossible to shake off. Morong Shui didn't mind Lucio's disheveled appearance and gently wiped his face with her sleeve, her voice filled with concern. "Xiaoer, are you uncomfortable anywhere? If there's anything wrong, you must tell us. We'll solve it together, don't bear it alone." Lu Ziyuan, standing nearby, said helplessly. Why are you worrying unnecessarily? Xiaoer did very well, there's nothing wrong. Really. Before he could finish, he suddenly felt a cold gaze and involuntarily shivered, his voice gradually weakening. Murong Shui stared expressionlessly at Lu Ziyuan. Really what? Speak up. Sensing the tension, a few soldiers quietly retreated to one side, thinking it wise to avoid getting involved in such family matters. Lu Ziyuan's mouth twitched slightly, and after a moment of silence, he suddenly walked towards the edge of the square, leaving behind a seemingly calm statement. Xiaoer's Kaminga ceremony is over. I'll go see the guests off. But his hurried retreat appeared somewhat awkward. Humph. Murong Shui snorted coldly, then turned to Lucio with a gentle expression. Xiaoer, don't listen to your father. If there's anything on your mind, just say it. We've been through this. We know how you feel. Talking about it might help. Lucio understood his mother's concern, but he simply wanted to say, Mother, you're overthinking. He smiled and continued. I'm fine, just feeling uncomfortable and want to clean up first. Oh, you're right. Let's head back then. Murong Shui said, holding Lucio's hand tightly as they walked towards the Lu family's residence. As Lucio let his mother lead him, his gaze fell on Lu Ying, who was hiding behind Murong Shui, her eyes darting towards him with an unusual expression. This uncharacteristic behavior intrigued and puzzled Lucio, making him wary, suspecting she might be plotting something again. The three of them headed home, while Lu Ziyuan approached the guests, bowing and saying loudly, Thank you all for attending the ceremony. Now that my son's Kaminga ceremony has concluded and it's getting late, please feel free to leave. The guests rose to take their leave, with someone saying, City Lord Lu, you're too kind. It's our honor to witness the young lord's ceremony. Indeed, the young lord's performance was exemplary and promises a remarkable future. Another guest chimed in. Lu Ziyuan laughed. Ha ha ha, I'll take your kind words to heart. As the guests departed, the grand Kaminga ceremony finally drew to a close, but its impact would likely echo in Lucio's life for a long time to come. In front of the city lord's mansion, a group of people bid farewell with laughter and chatter. Gumu was the last to leave, turning back to remind, Old Lu, don't forget to give the gift I prepared for Lucio. I put a lot of thought into it. Lu Ziyuan waved impatiently. Got it, now go. I'm not about to covet my son's things. Once everyone had left, Lu Ziyuan turned to Yang Qi, who remained behind, with a slight frown. Is there something else? Yang Qi maintained a warm smile as he flipped his right hand, and a card appeared out of thin air. City Lord, I have something here for you. Please accept it. Lu Ziyuan took the card in surprise. On the back were 4 neatly arranged white swirls, indicating it was a 4-turn card. He examined it closely, feeling a surge of excitement. The card's information revealed, Water Dragon Summoning Attribute, Water Power. Able to summon a warrior-level water dragon for assistance in battle, with the star level depending on the card master's strength, normally lasting for 1 hour, with injuries accelerating its dispersal. Though Lu Ziyuan's expression remained unchanged, his heart was far from calm. Especially upon seeing the small yin-yang fish mark in the upper left corner, he could barely contain his excitement. This was an eternal card. Unlike disposable cards that are destroyed after use, an eternal card can be used repeatedly, making it worth at least dozens of times more. A 4-turn eternal card is almost unheard of on the market. Which card master capable of using such a card would be so strapped for cash as to sell it? Lu Ziyuan suppressed his inner turmoil, thinking cautiously. The card's appearance was too strange. He didn't believe in getting something for nothing. Even if such luck existed, it wouldn't fall upon him. And if it did, it likely came with strings attached. Lu Ziyuan stared at the card in Yang Qi's hand, a sense of caution rising within him. The value of this 4-turn eternal card far surpassed the ordinary, leaving him to question its origin. However, he quickly calmed himself, deciding to handle the situation with care. This is too valuable for me to accept. You should keep it, Lu Ziyuan said casually, pushing the card back towards Yang Qi. Yang Qi quickly waved his hand with a smile on his face and said, Don't misunderstand, City Lord. I'm not giving it to you directly. If possible, I'd like to trade this card with you. Lu Ziyuan furrowed his brow and asked, You could use it yourself. Why trade it to me? Just because my card's soul is water-based. With his smile unwavering, Yang Qi explained, City Lord, as you know, my strength is far below yours. Activating this card would consume most of my energy, and the activation time is too long, which is disadvantageous in battle. More importantly, even if I did activate it, it wouldn't help me much. My card beasts are fire-based, and summoning it would actually hinder their performance. Lu Ziyuan nodded silently, his gaze fixed on Yang Qi. Though Yang Qi appeared composed, he was beginning to feel panicked inside, his hands unconsciously clenching. Just when he thought the deal might fall through, Lu Ziyuan suddenly smiled. Yang Qi breathed a sigh of relief, but Lu Ziyuan's expression changed again as he abruptly asked, One last question, where did the card come from? Yang Qi's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly calmed down. Meeting Lu Ziyuan's scrutinizing gaze, he replied steadily, I stumbled upon it while exploring a relic. He then elaborated on the value of ancient relics on the card duel continent and the rare cards and card beasts they might contain. Although Yang Qi's explanation sounded plausible, Lu Ziyuan's intuition told him something was amiss. Most known relics had been thoroughly explored, so how could there still be such significant discoveries? Despite his doubts, Lu Ziyuan didn't show it. He didn't want to destroy years of trust due to suspicion, and he believed Yang Qi didn't have the courage or ability to betray him. After thoroughly inspecting the card and confirming it was genuine, Lu Ziyuan decided to proceed with the trade. All right, I agree. What do you want in return? Yang Qi's smile widened. City Lord, just give me 100,000 crystal coins. So cheap, Lu Ziyuan exclaimed, explaining the value and utility of crystal coins and the actual market value of the card. Yang Qi laughed and replied, it's for the City Lord, so naturally, it's cheaper. Besides, I found the card by chance, so making this much is already great. Seeing no deceit in Yang Qi's demeanor, Lu Ziyuan nodded in agreement. With a flash from his card ring, he produced 10 cards with a value of 10,000 each. Here are 10 cards worth 10,000 crystal coins each. You can check them. Yang Qi laughed heartily, expressing his trust, and then took his leave. Watching Yang Qi's departing figure, Lu Ziyuan once again carefully examined the card. Though he found no issues, he remained cautious. In a shadowy alley not far from the City Lord's mansion, Yang Qi stood before two figures in black robes, his face etched with worry. Moonlight streamed through the narrow alley entrance, casting long shadows over them. He has started to suspect me, Yang Qi murmured, his voice tinged with bitterness. If you don't succeed tonight, I might have to start planning my escape. One of the robed figures patted his shoulder, a deep, raspy voice emanating from beneath the hood. Relax, he'll be gone tonight. The figure paused, a hint of temptation in his tone. But are you sure you don't want to join us? A mysterious force attacks Dongza City. The City Lord falls in battle, and the head of the Yang family steps up, driving the enemy away and saving the city in its time of need. What a story. Later, when you raise your arm, the position of City Lord will undoubtedly be yours. Yang Qi's smile grew more bitter as he shook his head. Forget it. The City Lord's seat is too hot for me. I'm more comfortable managing my own little domain. At this, the robed figure snorted, withdrawing his hand from Yang Qi's shoulder. In that case, take care of yourself. With that, the two figures turned and began to walk out of the alley, their robes gently swaying in the night breeze. Hey, wait. Yang Qi suddenly called after them, a hint of urgency in his voice. What about my daughter that you promised to return? The two figures paused momentarily, responding without turning back. For your daughter's safety, we'll continue to protect her for a while. Once we leave Dongza City, someone will naturally bring your little girl back to you, safe and sound. Yang Qi's smile vanished instantly, his expression darkening. At that moment, one of the robed figures added, oh, and before that, I hope not to see anything that might upset us. If we become unhappy, it might be uncertain whether your daughter will be returned to you intact. Yang Qi's eyes burned with rage as his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging. He was ready to fight, but the thought of the robed figure's power made him reluctantly release his fists. Watching them leave the alley, his eyes reddened, and he murmured to himself, Lord Lu, don't blame me. The scene shifts to an elegant courtyard. Next to the neatly arranged small houses, a clear pond reflects the full moon, shimmering with ripples. This is where the Lu family of four resides, situated deep within the City Lord's mansion. Not far from this courtyard is a place resembling a military camp, where Lu Ziyuan's personal guards are stationed. As Lu Ziyuan opened the door to his home, Morong Shui, Lucio, and Lu Ying were already waiting in the living room. On the table were 5 exquisite gift boxes of varying sizes, clearly valuable. These were the gifts Lucio received for his Kaminga ceremony, one from each of the 4 families plus Gumu's, making a total of 5. Lucio had changed into clean clothes, yet a faint scent of blood lingered around him, likely to accompany him for a few more days. To avoid this scent, Lu Ying had deliberately chosen to sit a bit further away. Seeing Lu Ziyuan return, the 3 of them beamed with joy. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they gathered around the table, their eyes fixed on the unopened gifts. Go ahead and open them, Lu Ziyuan said calmly. As soon as he spoke, Lu Ying, unable to contain her excitement, eagerly reached for one of the boxes. However, just before she touched it, there was a sharp smack, and Morong Shui swiftly slapped her hand away. Lu Ying winced and pulled back her hand, looking at her mother with a pained expression. She looked at Morong Shui with a pitiful expression and whined, Mom. Morong Shui's eyes widened as she scolded sharply. This is for your brother. What are you so excited about? Then she turned to Lucio, who was holding back laughter, and her tone softened. Show her. Go ahead and open it. Curious, Lucio ignored Lu Ying's indignant glare and quickly unwrapped 5 boxes. For contained cards, and the other held a bottle of pills with an unclear effect. He laid everything on the table for everyone to see. The cards were a 1-turn Eternal Battle card, a 3-turn Basic Storage card, a 1-turn Eternal Meditation Support card, and a special card. This special card appeared ancient and emitted a mysterious aura. Its front displayed a grayish scene, and the back was unlike the popular cards of today. It lacked the usual white spiral mark indicating turns, replaced by a staff entwined with vines. Just as Lucio was about to ask Lucio about the origin of the special card, he was shocked to see his father leap up, snatch the card, and examine it closely. With a trembling voice, he said, This is a secret card." Morong Shue's face mirrored his disbelief. The reaction of the two elders left Lucio and Lu Ying bewildered, not understanding why they were so affected. After a moment, Lu Ziyuan calmed down and slowly sat back in his chair. He handed the card back to Lucio and began explaining its mysterious origin. "There is a legend on the card battle continent." Lu Ziyuan's voice was low and magnetic. "In ancient times, there was a legendary card master. Not only was he incredibly powerful, but he was also a top card maker capable of crafting 9-turn cards. This master was the creator of countless cards and is considered the ancestor of card makers. Many of today's card-making schools can trace back to him. His achievements were unparalleled, and he was revered as the great sage." Lu Ziyuan paused, his gaze deepening. But one day, he vanished, as if he had evaporated from the world. At his residence, people found 108 cards. Hearing this, Lucio couldn't help but interject. "Could this card be one of those 108? He asked casually, but to his surprise, Lu Ziyuan nodded solemnly. "It might be." Lucio immediately dropped the card on the table as if it had shocked him. The card's origin was too astonishing for a novice card master like him to covet. Despite this, he still found it all too surreal. And although Lu Ziyuan only said might, he instinctively doubted it. He pressed on. "And then what happened?" Lu Ziyuan's gaze turned wistful as he continued. "Afterward, those 108 cards became the source of calamity for humanity. People believed these cards were the great sage's legacy left to the world, and whoever collected all of them would immediately inherit the great sage's mantle. So people went mad." His voice grew heavy. The struggle over these 108 cards sparked a storm of bloodshed across the card battle continent. Many renowned card masters fell, and countless people died. The conflict even spread to many card beast tribes, leading to the extinction of some powerful card beasts. Lu Ziyuan sighed softly. Why the glorious ancient era declined is now untraceable. After all, it was followed by a dark age where many precious records and legacies were destroyed. However, most card masters now believe that the struggle over those 108 cards marked the beginning of humanity's decline. Lucio was deeply shaken after hearing these words. He once again turned his gaze to the mysterious card, a hint of apprehension unconsciously showing in his eyes. Lu Ziyuan continued to explain, "Very few people have actually seen what those 108 cards look like, and their very existence is still a mystery. However, there are indeed many reports confirming that some people have gained unimaginable power or legendary inheritances from certain cards, leading to the rise of legendary figures, some of whom are household names. You will experience these things yourself in the future." He paused, then continued. "These cards, which can completely change a person's fate, share a common feature. The front has no information, but the back is engraved with an ancient and varied design. Whether they are the legendary 108 cards is still widely debated. However, these cards are collectively known as secret cards." Lucio nodded thoughtfully, his gaze gradually becoming eager. He couldn't help but wonder if, should this be true, he might gain power or inheritance from them. However, before his imagination could run further, Lu Ziyuan dampened his enthusiasm. "Don't get too excited just yet. Before these cards were discovered, people have indeed come across them, but they were discarded as useless. You understand what I mean." Lucio was momentarily stunned, then pondered for a moment before asking, "So, activating the secret cards requires certain conditions?" Lu Ziyuan nodded, his expression turning serious. "Yes and no. According to circulated reports, these cards have a spirit of their own and choose their masters. If someone tries to forcefully activate them without being acknowledged by the card, it could backfire, leading to unpredictable consequences. So, for most card masters, secret cards are not treasures, but rather hot potatoes. Yet, they still fetch exorbitant prices at auctions. Ultimately, it's people's wishful thinking and gamblers' mentality at play." After listening, Lucio had a general understanding of the secret cards. But another question arose, and he hesitantly asked, "I remember this card was taken from a box sent by the Yang family. If secret cards are so valuable, why would they send it over?" "The Yang family?" Lu Ziyuan's eyes flickered with surprise. For some reason, the combination of this secret card and Yang Qi's earlier unusual behavior instinctively made him feel uneasy. He couldn't quite pinpoint why. He then shook his head slightly, thinking to himself, "If it's meant to be, it will be, and if it's trouble, it can't be avoided. Better to focus on the present than worry about useless things now." He looked at Lucio and said earnestly, "Xiaoer, you must keep this secret card safe. But promise me, wait until you become a card master to activate it for the first time. The later, the better. It's said that activating a secret card requires a massive amount of elemental power. Also, if you can't activate this card, never try to force it with brute strength. The best course of action would be to sell it. To be honest, Lucio didn't have high hopes that Lucio would be able to activate the card, but he still needed to give clear advice. Lucio nodded solemnly, his eyes gleaming with determination. Yes, I've got it. His voice was filled with commitment. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he looked expectantly at Lucio. Father, do you and Mother want to try activating it? Lucio shook his head without hesitation, a hint of resignation in his voice. No need. Your mother and I got one back in the day, and when we tried to activate it, nothing happened. Just keep this secret card safe yourself. He paused, his tone turning serious. Also, don't tell anyone you have the secret card. Don't worry, Father, I understand. Lucio promised earnestly, a hint of caution flashing in his eyes. His gaze then fell on a small bottle of pills on the table. Inside the transparent bottle, 10 crystal-clear pills were neatly arranged. Lucio picked up the bottle and curiously asked, Father, what are these pills? Lucio took the bottle, carefully opened the stopper, and examined a pill closely. A look of admiration flashed in his eyes before he placed the pill back in the bottle. Beast spirit pills, he explained. They're for card beasts to help them quickly transition through their juvenile phase. Judging by the quality, these are top grade. Give one to your shadow wolf every 3 days, and these pills should allow it to reach maturity within a month. Hearing this, Lucio's face lit up with joy. He carefully took the pill bottle and placed it back on the table with great care. As Lucio's gaze swept over the 5 items on the table, a wave of warmth surged in his heart. Although these items might seem modest compared to those brought by the powerful factions attending the Kaminga ceremony, each one was filled with deep affection and thoughtfulness. Especially the 2 eternal cards, which were far from ordinary. His eyes lingered on the meditation card, silently calculating how much training time it could save him. Then, his attention shifted to the combat card gifted by Gumu. Lucio couldn't help but admire Gumu's keen insight in choosing a dark attribute card that matched his card soul's properties. After carefully reading the combat card's information, Lucio couldn't help but exclaim, truly the perfect tool for ambushes and stealth attacks. His mind was already racing with ideas on how to use the card. While Lucio was thrilled with these precious gifts, Lucio handed him a black, exquisite ring. This is something your Uncle Goose specifically asked me to give you, he explained. It's a 3-turn card ring, which should suffice for your early stages. A 3-turn card ring. Lucio's eyes widened with surprise, feeling that everything he had gone through was now worthwhile. Lucio added with a hint of resignation. Originally, your mother and I only prepared a 2-turn card ring for you. But now, well, you're lucky. Lucio was taken aback for a moment before feeling at ease. He knew his father's usual approach to nurturing, but at this moment, he decided to accept this extra gift graciously. He eagerly took the ring, immediately biting his index finger to let a drop of blood fall on the crystal embedded in the center of the ring. The blood was instantly absorbed, and Lucio felt a wonderful connection forming with the ring. In his perception, the inside of the ring revealed a hazy space, like chaos, with 36 small light spots representing 36 card slots. Lucio carefully placed the ring on his right index finger, delighted to find it fit perfectly. Lucio carefully picked up the battle card from the table and brought it close to his card ring. As soon as the card touched the crystal, it transformed into countless points of light and was absorbed by the ring. He sensed the battle card slowly forming within the card ring's space, and then proceeded to store the remaining 3 cards inside as well. He pocketed the only remaining vial of elixirs on the table, silently lamenting his current lack of energy, which prevented him from activating the storage card. He would have to wait until the evening to gather a bit of energy in his room. At that moment, Morong Shui, who had been silent for a while, handed him a card pouch filled with cards. She spoke earnestly. This is a Kaminga gift from your father and me. It contains essential cards for a card master. They may not be precious, but it's the last bit of support we can offer you. From now on, you'll have to rely on your own abilities. You have great potential, don't waste it. Lucio accepted the card pouch, gazed at it for a moment, and then placed it into his pocket, nodding solemnly. Nearby, Lu Ying watched enviously, secretly looking forward to her own Kaminga ceremony, though she felt frustrated knowing she still had to wait another year. Lu Ziyuan and his wife reminded Lucio once more of the important points in his training, their tone tinged with a slight worry. Although unnecessary, Lucio felt warm inside. Perhaps knowing his time at home was limited, he was especially lively tonight, chatting with his parents about family matters, with Lu Ying occasionally chiming in, creating a joyful atmosphere. However, this joyful atmosphere was abruptly interrupted by a violent surge of energy outside. A hissing sound echoed, and Lu Ziyuan's expression changed drastically as he dashed out of the room, followed closely by Morong Shui, so quickly that Lucio and his sister had no time to react. Realizing something was wrong, they immediately rushed outside. The scene before them would be etched in the siblings' memories forever. The entire villa was enclosed by a massive purple-black light shield, covered with mysterious rune chains glowing with an eerie purple light. Lucio and his wife had already summoned their main card beasts, standing ready for battle. Lucio's card beast was an imposing blue-skinned humanoid creature, about 2 stories tall. It had a shark-like head, a human-like body covered in half armor, arms bristling with spikes, and a tail extending into a large wing. It wielded a trident, exuding an aura of ferocity as if prepared to attack at any moment. The figures of the shark tyrant and the great flame serpent appeared on the expansive grounds of the villa. The shark tyrant was enormous, its body covered in hard scales radiating a chilling aura, while the great flame serpent was wreathed in blazing flames, towering 3 stories high when coiled. The presence of these 2 card beasts filled Lucio with excitement. The sheer power they exuded was something he deeply admired. Morong Shui and Lu Ziyuan, as card commanders, each had contracts with 4 card beasts, and these 2 were their strongest. However, when Lucio noticed the serious expressions on their faces, he realized that something extraordinary was happening tonight. Just then, a cold, mocking voice descended from above. TSK, a 9-star card commander and an 8-star card commander, wasting their talents as city lords in such a small place. Lu Ziyuan and Morong Shui quickly looked up, only to see 2 figures in black robes floating in midair. This sight made their pupils contract, and alarm bells rang in their minds. Card spirits. In the card master system, card spirits represented an insurmountable gap. Card masters of this level could not only fly, but also command card beasts to soar through the skies, creating a vast power disparity between them and card commanders. Facing a single card spirit, they might have a chance, but with 2 appearing at once, their odds of victory were nearly 0. Morong Shui's lips curled into a bitter smile, realizing the grim situation they faced tonight. She exchanged a glance with Lu Ziyuan, then turned to look at Lucio and the others, a determined look flashing in her eyes. When they faced the figures in black again, their gazes were filled with a resolute readiness to face death. Suppressing his shock, Lu Ziyuan asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" "I, Lu Ziyuan, have not wronged anyone lately. What is the reason for this display?" He noticed the purple-black barrier filled with chains surrounding them and felt a sinking feeling. It was a rare space-type, 5-turn battle card dimensional lock. It could transfer everything within a designated area to another dimension, while everything in the real world appeared unchanged. Lu Ziyuan wondered what could be so valuable that it warranted the use of such a precious card. One of the figures in black let out a sinister laugh. "Haha, we can't reveal our identities, but if City Lord Lu agrees to one condition, we'll leave immediately." Lu Ziyuan's eyes narrowed. "What condition?" "Hand over your son to us." This demand hit Lu Ziyuan like a sledgehammer. His face turned icy, and he replied, word by word, filled with anger, "Not a chance." Morong Shui's eyes flashed with fierce determination, several cards poised in her hand, ready to fight to the death. Behind them, Lucio's expression changed drastically. He never imagined that these powerful figures in black were after him. A terrifying thought crossed his mind. Could they be after his card soul? There were rumors of a forbidden technique on the card battle continent that allowed one to strip others of their card souls. If they coveted the quality of his card soul, it would make sense. This speculation took root in Lucio's mind as he bitterly muttered to himself, "Just my luck. Sigh. It seems I have no choice but to act. Honestly, I didn't want it to come to this." A glint of malice flashed in the eyes of the man in the black robe as he asked in a low voice, "Lord Lu, have you ever heard of the Disguiser card?" This question struck Lu Ziyuan like a dagger to the heart. The Disguiser? It was a legendary card, renowned throughout the dual card continent. Due to its extremely rare crafting materials, it remained one of a kind. Its effect was extraordinary. It could mimic any card a card master had encountered, as long as it didn't exceed the user's level. Alarms blared in Lu Ziyuan's mind as he instantly sensed the danger. Disguise. His expression changed dramatically as he reached for the 4-turn Eternal card in his pocket, intending to discard it. However, the man in the black robe was prepared. The moment Lu Ziyuan moved, a bright light emanated from the black-robed man's hand, and a powerful surge of elemental energy erupted. Before Lu Ziyuan could touch the card, the 4-turn Eternal card flashed with a silver light and shot out like an arrow, hovering above their heads. A small hemispherical light screen quickly expanded, enveloping them both. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted. Centered around the light screen, a massive crater formed within a 100-meter radius. The ground cracked with numerous wide fissures, and the surrounding buildings collapsed like paper. The scene resembled a meteor impact, leaving devastation in its wake. Lu Ziyuan and the black-robed man hadn't yet reacted, but Lucio and his companions suffered an unexpected disaster. Being closest to the explosion's center, they couldn't evade in time despite having slightly above-average physical resilience. They plummeted into a deep crevice about 5 meters down, sustaining severe injuries. Trapped between two stone walls, they couldn't move. In their blurred consciousness, sharp rocks continuously cut into their bodies, causing blood to flow freely. At the explosion's epicenter, dust filled the air. Two figures, supporting each other, emerged faintly visible. Cough, cough. Lu Ziyuan coughed weakly. Xiaoxue, are you alright? In the moment before the explosion, he had only managed to use a 3-turn gold defensive card, the highest level card he could activate instantly. Even so, he was gravely injured. His body was covered in horrific wounds, with blood pooling at his feet. However, the most severe damage wasn't visible on the outside. Within Lu Ziyuan's elemental sea, the once vibrant elemental energy had vanished. The core of his power, the card soul, was nearly shattered. The shark tyrant and the great flame serpent, which he had already summoned, reverted to cards due to the damage to his card soul, falling helplessly to the ground. This was the most severe injury Lu Ziyuan had sustained in years, yet he was grateful to still be alive. He gently placed the barely breathing Murong Shueping on the ground, feeling her faint breaths. His eyes were red, and his voice trembled as he called out, Xiaoxue, Xiaoxue. Recalling the earlier scene, Lu Ziyuan felt a sharp pain in his heart. He had sensed the danger of the card for a brief moment, but hadn't managed to warn Murong Shui. Now, she clung to life only because of the card master's resilience, and it was all because he had brought back that cursed card. Regret and guilt washed over Lu Ziyuan like a tide. He could have died honorably on the battlefield like a true card master, instead of waiting for death in such a humiliating manner. He held Murong Shui tightly, tears welling in his eyes. At that moment, two figures in black robes approached. They each had a flaming skull emblem on their chests, one tall and one short, creating a stark contrast. The taller one mocked, "Tsk tisk, such a touching scene, what a pity." Suppressing his pain, Lu Ziyuan slowly turned his head and asked, "Can you tell me where you got your imposter card?" The tall figure paused, then burst into laughter. "Haha, seeing as you're about to die, I suppose there's no harm in telling you. It's no special card, just a one-off imitation." Hearing this, Lu Ziyuan's eyes darkened. A terrifying suspicion arose in his mind, but it no longer mattered. The tall figure ignored Lu Ziyuan and instructed his shorter companion, "Go get the kid, and let's wrap this up." The short, stout figure remained silent, swiftly moving to the crevice where Lucio was. He pulled out a card, summoning a thick black vine that reached into the crevice, retrieving Lucio and Lu Ying. The two children were unconscious, dragged by their necks like chickens, leaving two glaring blood trails on the ground. Witnessing this, Lu Ziyuan's face contorted, and he struggled to stand. The tall figure kicked him away with a sneer. "Accept your fate. Why struggle in vain?" Just as the tall figure was about to finish off Lu Ziyuan, the previously unconscious Lucio suddenly stood up. Holding a dagger to his throat, he had already drawn blood. Despite his blood-covered face, Lucio's voice was eerily calm. "Since you're here for me, you wouldn't want to return with my corpse, right? If I die, the card's soul you want will be gone." The tall man in the black robe turned around cautiously, his sharp gaze fixated on the dagger at Lucio's neck. His narrow eyes squinted slightly, exuding a dangerous aura. Not far away, the short and stout man in a black robe hurriedly picked up the two fallen rank 4 beast mastery cards and handed them to his companion with his head lowered. The tall man in the black robe snorted coldly and took the cards. His attention then shifted back to Lucio. The boy's frail frame looked as if a gust of wind could topple him, yet he gripped the dagger tightly, and the bloodstains on his face made him appear unusually resolute. The tall man in the black robe sneered, "Kid, put down the dagger. Unless you want to see your parents' bodies left in pieces." Lucio remained expressionless, but there was a fierce glint in his eyes. "If you dare make a move, I'll take my own life." He knew well that the commotion caused by these men today meant they couldn't be indifferent to his life. However, he was unsure of their methods, and the likelihood of them compromising seemed slim. It didn't matter. He decided to gamble on this. Success would be ideal, but if he failed, then they would all perish together. Seeing the tall man in the black robe remain silent, Lucio continued coldly, "I know you're strong and fast, but the moment your figures blur or I sense any energy fluctuation, I'll act immediately. Do you dare to gamble? Let's see if you're faster or if I am." At this moment, Lucio was about 50 meters away from the two men in black robes. Based on his past life's experience, this distance was enough to react. But in this world, anything was possible. He could only bet everything on this, staking his life. On the surface, he appeared calm, but inside, his heart was pounding. He wasn't sure if the opponents had special cards to counter such situations, so all he could do was silently pray. The tall man in the black robe looked as cold as ice, incredulous that such a young boy could possess such courage. Despite his gloomy expression, a barely noticeable hint of admiration flickered in his eyes. Many were talented, but very few could be so decisive at such a young age. While this boy's talent might only be considered genius on the card duel continent, it couldn't compare to those prodigies whose card spirits awakened with natural phenomena. The elite from powerful factions are always carefully guarded and protected like treasures, and with the added risk of exposure, capturing these prodigious talents is a near impossible task. The organization has poured countless resources and efforts into capturing them, yet has only managed to seize a few, losing many rare and powerful card masters in the process. Such high-level targets are certainly beyond the reach of someone like him. Lucio, with his extraordinary talent, is the highest level target he could hope to capture, and giving up is simply not an option. Yet, compromising feels equally unacceptable. If the organization finds out he was outsmarted by a child, his reputation would be in shambles. The man in the black robe was secretly frustrated. If he had the ability to subdue the child instantly without alerting him, he wouldn't be in such a dilemma. He had considered torturing Lucio's father to break the child's mental defenses, but worried whether the child truly had the courage to end his own life. If Lucio did end his life, the generous rewards promised by the organization would slip through his fingers. Although he could still seize the spoils from the two, they were nothing compared to the organization's rewards. He couldn't take that risk. Their gazes clashed in the air, neither willing to back down. As time passed, the dagger at Lucio's neck gradually pierced deeper, blood flowing steadily, and his face growing paler. Yet, he stubbornly maintained eye contact with the man in the black robe, his eyes filled with determination and a deep-seated hatred. Lying on the ground, Lucio was weak, but a glimmer of relief flashed in his eyes. He wanted to persuade Lucio not to act rashly, but swallowed his words. The wisest course of action now was to remain silent, not interfering with Lucio's resolve and minimizing his own presence to prevent the two men in black robes from finding Lucio's weakness. Time seemed to freeze. Watching Lucio's unsteady body, the taller man in the black robe feared he might collapse at any moment. Finally, with a clenched jaw and suppressed rage, he coldly declared, "Fine, you're ruthless. I agree, I won't kill these two." Lucio felt a surge of joy but maintained a calm facade, shaking his head. "Not enough. You have to ensure their survival." His implication was clear: wanted the man in the black robe to heal his parents. He knew the man's promise was practically worthless, but he had a plan. The taller man in the black robe was furious once more, gritting his teeth. You're pushing it." Lucio replied expressionlessly. "Either you agree to my terms, or I end my life right now. Your choice." "Ha ha ha." The taller man laughed in anger. "Fine. Very well." He produced a card, activating it with his energy, and a large green orb entered Lu Zhiyuan's body. He then repeated the process, injecting a larger green orb into Mu Rongshui. Instantly, the surrounding spiritual energy surged toward them like a tide. Moments later, Lu Zhiyuan and Mu Rongshui's injuries were mostly healed. A hint of color returned to Mu Rongshui's pale face, and her breathing grew stronger. Lu Zhiyuan also felt significantly better. Although his energy sea was still in shambles, he could move again. He quickly got up, not sparing a glance at the two men in black robes, and rushed to Mu Rongshui's side. After a thorough check, the weight on his heart finally lifted. The tall man in the black robe was visibly upset, his cold gaze fixed on Lucio as he asked, "Is this satisfactory?" "It is," Lucio nodded, then added something that made the man in the black robe seethe with rage. "But I have one more request." "Damn it!" The tall man in the black robe roared skyward, his voice filled with anger and frustration. Energy within him surged violently, and the surrounding aura swept out like a fierce wind, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The short, stout man in the black robe quickly stepped back a few paces, afraid of becoming the target of his companion's wrath. However, just as this explosive energy was about to reach its peak, a glint of clarity flashed in the tall man's eyes. The promise of a generous reward was like a bucket of cold water, instantly dousing half his anger. He forced himself to calm down, his delicate face taking on a chilling expression, his gaze as sharp as a knife. "Speak," he uttered coldly. At this moment, Lucio truly felt the terror of the man before him. The mountain-like pressure, though brief, made it difficult to breathe, as if he could be crushed at any moment. Fortunately, the pressure was fleeting, otherwise he wasn't sure he could endure it. After this ordeal, Lucio's already weakened body was even more unsteady, as if a gust of wind could topple him. But he knew he couldn't collapse yet, because there was one last thing, the most important thing, that he needed the black-robed man to agree to. If this wasn't accomplished, everything he had done before would be in vain. Taking a deep breath, Lucio steadied himself and met the tall man's gaze with a burning intensity. His voice was weak but unyieldingly firm. "Use the highest level random teleportation card you have to send my parents and sister away safely and unharmed." Hearing this request, the tall man's eyes narrowed sharply, his heart skipping a beat. He had to admit he underestimated this child. Although he had ways to thwart the child's plan, it was impressive that the boy could be so thorough in such dire circumstances. The tall man lowered his head, falling into brief silence. Moments later, he looked up, his expression still icy, but his tone subtly softened. "All right, I agree. Consider it an act of occasional kindness." "Yes." for the sake of that generous reward. Lucio was taken aback. He had expected the black-robed man to fly into another rage, perhaps even resorting to violence. He hadn't anticipated the man would actually agree to his request, leaving him momentarily unsure of how to react. Lucio was filled with doubt as the situation unfolded in a way he hadn't anticipated. The black-robed man's quick agreement made him suspicious, but at that moment, he had no choice but to trust him. He sighed inwardly, deeply understanding the helplessness of the weak. Even if the black-robed man had ulterior motives, Lucio was powerless to stop him with his current strength. So, he could only resign himself to fate. Sensing Lucio's suspicion, the tall black-robed man snorted. Relax. I'm not about to deceive a kid like you. I promise to send them away unharmed. And I will. As the purple-black light shield gradually dissipated, a card emitting a faint purple glow spun nimbly in the air before being summoned back by the black-robed man. In the real world, the illusion covering the area faded away, revealing the grim scene. Lucio understood that calling for help was pointless and would only provoke the black-robed man, displaying his foolishness. These two black-robed figures were invincible in Dongza City. The tall black-robed man produced a card in his right hand that radiated spatial energy. As he infused it with elemental power, the surrounding spiritual energy gathered, and the card gradually lit up with a silver glow. It eventually transformed into a silver light orb in his hand. He tossed the orb, which exploded in front of him, forming a mysterious silver-white vortex over 2 meters in diameter, slowly rotating and emitting an enigmatic aura. City Lord Lu, take your wife and daughter and leave quickly. I can't guarantee I won't change my mind suddenly, the tall black-robed man said with a cold smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Ziyuan silently stood up and slowly walked towards the still unconscious Lu Ying. He paused as he passed by Lucio, his eyes filled with a complex mix of heartache, relief, and sadness as he looked at his son's condition. Xiao, he called out, his voice trembling. Lucio didn't look at his father, keeping his gaze fixed on the two black-robed figures, gripping a dagger tightly in his hand. He spoke softly. Father, when Mother and Xiaoying wake up, just tell them. I'm already dead. His voice was hoarse and low, a far cry from its usual clarity. The night's events had changed him completely. Lu Ziyuan was taken aback, tears silently falling. He gave Lucio a deep look and softly replied, all right. He then moved to Lu Ying's side, tearing a piece of cloth to gently wipe the blood and dirt from her face, carefully lifting her onto his back and securing her with strips of fabric. As he passed by Lucio again, he paused slightly but said nothing more, his silhouette even more hunched. When he picked up Morong Shui and was just 3 meters from the silver-white vortex, a voice filled with emotion suddenly called out from behind. Father! Lu Ziyuan stopped in his tracks. Thud! Lucio knelt heavily, ignoring his injuries, and bowed 3 times with all his strength. Take care, he shouted, his voice full of reluctance and resolve. Lu Ziyuan lifted his head, closed his eyes, and tears once again flowed down his face. He whispered softly, take care. Lu Ziyuan and his companions left. Watching them depart were only 2 indifferent men in black robes, and Lucio, kneeling on the ground with vacant eyes. The night was deep, and silence enveloped the small space. At the last moment, the taller man in black made an unexpected decision. He took out 2 beast cards from his pocket and handed them back to Lu Ziyuan. No use keeping them anyway, he thought. Since I've done this much good, might as well do a bit more. Of course, the main reason was that he found the child pleasing. The whirlpool in the sky gradually dissipated, and peace returned to the surroundings. The tall man in black walked slowly to Lucio, gazed at him for a moment, and his lips curled slightly. He took out a healing card from his sleeve and gently pressed it on Lucio, instantly healing his injuries. I've done everything you asked, the tall man in black said softly. Lucio slowly stood up, put away his dagger, and wiped his face with his right hand. His gaze regained focus, no longer empty. Where are you taking me? He asked, a hint of wariness in his voice. The tall man in black chuckled. You'll know when we get there. Before he finished speaking, his hand struck like lightning at Lucio's neck. Lucio wanted to say more, but he had already lost consciousness, his slight frame collapsing softly into the black-robed man's hand. The shorter, stockier man in black approached, puzzled. You let that man go. What about that young fellow? Young, the tall man in black sneered. What do I care? The shorter man nodded, then asked. What about his little daughter? Kill her, or let her go. The tall man in black pondered for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the deep night, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Killing her might push him to desperate measures, causing unnecessary trouble. Since he's been obedient, go release his little daughter and remind him to prepare to run. The shorter man in black acknowledged, his figure flashing as he vanished into the night. The tall man in black summoned his card Beast, a massive black eagle. As it appeared, it let out a piercing screech, spreading its vast wings and circling in the air. Once it had vented enough, the tall man in black, carrying Lucio, leaped lightly and landed steadily on the low-flying eagle's back. Go! With that command, the eagle soared into the sky. By the time the city lord's guards arrived, there was no one left on the ground, only a scene that left them utterly shocked. This night was destined to be remembered by everyone in Dongza City. High above the ground, the eagle flew steadily. The two men in black stood motionless on its back, unaffected by the strong, cold wind. Lucio was placed at the rear, protected by a small energy shield. Lucio had woken up, sitting cross-legged on the eagle's back. After the initial panic, he gradually adjusted to the high altitude. He checked his belongings and realized that the card pouch given by Murong Shui was gone. His heart sank, realizing it was likely lost while he was unconscious. The thought of losing the only gift from his parents filled him with sadness. Though his injuries were healed, the blood loss left Lucio feeling weak and barely able to move. Seeing the two men in black remain silent, Lucio hesitated but couldn't help asking, "Hey, where are you taking me?" However, his question was met with silence, deep and oppressive silence. Lucio sighed helplessly, his heart filled with unease and anxiety. Slowly, he took out the beast card of the shadow wolf from his pocket and gazed at the lifelike image on the card. The fierce and lively eyes seemed to pierce through space, landing directly on him, making his heart tremble. "In a way, you're quite pitiful," Lucio thought to himself, gently stroking the card's surface with his fingers. "Bound to me only to face death together, perhaps even becoming the first contract beast to die. But maybe this is just fate. What bad luck you have to encounter me." Time passed quietly as Lucio was lost in his melancholy. After an unknown period of flight, a sliver of dawn appeared on the horizon, piercing through the endless darkness like a sword, bringing a hopeful light to the vast land. Suddenly, a sharp, deafening screech cut through the sky. Caught off guard, Lucio was thrown against the energy shield, his already disheveled face looking even more pitiable. He felt the giant eagle come to an abrupt halt, and the powerful inertia almost knocked him over. "Damn it! Could you at least give a warning?" "Damn!" Lucio regained his composure, angrily standing up and pointing at the two robed figures, cursing them. At this moment, he had nothing to lose, thinking that the worst that could happen was death. Having already prepared himself for the possibility, he feared nothing. Even if the emperor of the Qianlong Empire appeared, he would not be intimidated. However, the two robed figures ignored his outburst once again. The taller one approached slowly, removed the energy shield, and with lightning speed, knocked Lucio unconscious before he could react. His body slumped limply. The tall figure casually picked up Lucio and signaled to the shorter, stockier figure. Together, they leaped off the giant eagle's back. The eagle then transformed into a card, landing steadily in the taller figure's hand. From high above, a vast island came into view. The island was covered with towering ancient trees, a lush green expanse. The azure sea surrounded the island, and in the early morning, a light mist enveloped the area. Soft sunlight filtered through the mist, casting a dreamlike, colorful glow over the island. However, the seemingly peaceful island was not as tranquil as it appeared. Occasionally, deafening roars of beasts echoed, adding a hint of danger to the beautiful scene. The two robed figures paused briefly in midair, quickly scanning their surroundings before speeding off in a certain direction. At the island's edge, a magnificent complex of buildings came into view. Constructed from an unknown black material, the buildings exuded an intense aura of blood and steel. On either side were towering cliffs, with waves crashing against the rocks, creating a continuous roar. The two figures arrived at the base of a tall city wall. Suddenly, two soldiers in black armor leaped down from the wall to greet them. After confirming their identities, the soldiers respectfully saluted, saying, "Greetings, Steward Yu, Steward Mu." The two robed figures nodded slightly. The taller one, known as Steward Yu, glanced at the closed city gate behind them, frowned, and said, "Open the gate. I have important matters to report to Elder Mu." The soldier on the left quickly responded, "Right away," and shouted towards the gate. "Open the gate." As the heavy gate slowly opened, the soldier wore an apologetic expression. "Please forgive us, sir. The sea beasts have been quite restless lately, so we don't open the gate easily." Steward Yu nodded in understanding. "It's fine." He then carried the unconscious Lucio into the gate with large strides, followed closely by Steward Mu. On the city wall, two guards watched as the figure in the black robe disappeared from sight. One soldier couldn't help but mutter quietly, "Strange, weren't all the children delivered the day before yesterday? Why did Steward Yu bring another one back?" His companion shot him an annoyed glance. "Mind your own business. Why do you talk so much?" "I like talking, what's it to you?" The soldier retorted defiantly. "Oomph, I can't be bothered with you." His companion turned away. "Heh, just admit you can't out-talk me. It's not embarrassing to lose to me," the soldier said with a smug smile. Their banter echoed along the city wall, adding a touch of amusement to the monotonous life of guarding. Meanwhile, two figures in black robes made their way through winding alleys to an ancient pavilion. A maid was resting at the entrance and stood up to greet them as soon as she saw them. Yuko was about to ask her to announce their arrival when an old, authoritative voice came from upstairs. No need to announce. Come directly to the 5th floor. The maid bowed respectfully. Please, come in, sirs. The two declined the maid's offer of guidance and proceeded straight to the 5th floor. They pushed open the door to find an elder standing by the window, holding an antique teacup and gazing thoughtfully into the distance. They quietly entered the room, gently placed Lucio on the ground, and respectfully greeted. Greetings, Elder Mu. Mu Yin slowly turned around, his gaze lingering on Lucio for a moment before looking at the two of them. Weren't all the children already delivered? What is this about? Yuka stepped forward to explain. Elder, we discovered this child by chance on our return trip. His card soul is of unparalleled quality. Oh, Mu Yin raised an eyebrow and quickly approached Lucio. He reached out to Lucio's forehead, and after a slight fluctuation of primordial energy, Mu Yin stood up, his eyes sparkling with delight. Indeed, it is of unparalleled quality, he praised, moving to sit in an ornate wooden chair, gesturing for the two to sit as well. After thanking him, they each took a seat below Mu Yin. Mu Yan's deep gaze fixed on them as he softly said, I can sense that although this child's card soul is unusual, it is filled with rich elemental energy. If I am not mistaken, his card soul should have room for growth. They exchanged glances, unable to hide their excitement and surprise. Initially, they had only detected that the child possessed a card soul of unparalleled quality and hadn't delved deeper, not realizing it was a card soul with the potential to grow, which was an unexpected delight. A card soul of a card master is not static. Some card souls can be enhanced to a higher quality through rare resources, while others are inherently capable of growth. Though such card souls are extremely rare and often dismissed as myths by many card masters who believe they do not exist. However, as a long-standing dark force on the card battle continent, they were well aware that this was not a myth but a reality, deliberately concealed by those with vested interests, unknown to outsiders. Mu Yan's words were like a bolt of lightning, striking Yuka and his companion with a sudden realization that they might have encountered an opportunity capable of changing their destinies. Elder Mu, is this true? Yuka asked, trying to suppress his overwhelming excitement. His voice trembled slightly as his hands clenched unconsciously, knuckles turning white with the force. Seeing their almost jumping excitement, Mu Yin understood their feelings. He spoke slowly, with a hint of caution in his tone. Whether it's true or not still needs further verification. However, I'm 80% sure. He paused, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Regardless, you've accomplished a great feat this time. Mu Yan's gaze swept over the two of them as he continued. Originally, you were only eligible for the 4th tier reward, but considering the unique nature of this child's soul card, I can apply to have your reward upgraded to the 5th tier. Thank you, Elder Mu, they exclaimed in unison, their voices brimming with uncontrollable excitement. A 5th tier reward was equivalent to capturing an epic quality prodigy, something that would make even the branch hall masters envious. They knew that the organization's strict promotion system and fair distribution policy ensured that this reward wouldn't be embezzled. Even a branch hall master wouldn't dare to do such a thing openly. Mu Yin waved his hand, gently reminding them, don't get too excited. It still depends on whether the approval comes through. It mainly hinges on the specifics of the child's soul card. We understand that, but we still owe you our thanks, Elder Mu. Yuka expressed his gratitude once more. He knew that Mu Yin could have easily withheld this information from them. While he couldn't pocket the reward himself, it could have resulted in them losing a significant sum. They had to remember this favor. Mu Yin acknowledged with a soft nod, then changed the topic, saying thoughtfully, come to think of it, you two have been in this position for quite some time, haven't you? Yuka was taken aback, unsure of why Mu Yin brought this up. He respectfully replied, yes, we've been black-clad stewards for 23 years now. In this mysterious organization, the hierarchy was clearly defined. At the lowest level were the auxiliary members, essentially cannon fodder. Only after passing rigorous assessments could one be promoted to a full member. The ranks then progressed from gray-clad stewards, white-clad stewards, and black-clad stewards, up to blue-clad elders and purple-clad elders, with the branch hall masters above them. At the top were the mysterious 10 knights and the elusive supreme leader. As a blue-clad elder, Mu Yin was only one rank above black-clad stewards, but the gap between them was vast. Yuka and his companion understood what this opportunity meant for them. They held their breath, waiting for Mu Yan's next words. Mu Yin sighed softly, his gaze sharp as he looked at Yuku and Mu Qian. It seems you've reached a plateau in your skills. Is this really your limit? A hint of bitterness appeared on Yuku's face. You know how difficult it is to break through that barrier. We've invested a lot of resources over the years, but with minimal results. He suddenly looked hopeful. However, with this reward, I have a 50% chance of making that breakthrough. Mu Qian opened his mouth to speak, but hesitated. As longtime partners who had been executing missions since their formal recruitment, they had developed a deep bond. In a world that valued violence and profit, their relationship was especially precious. Mu Qian wasn't interested in the reward itself, but the mention of making that breakthrough made his heart race. It was an extremely dangerous step, with failure meaning death. Their progress had stalled at this point for years, largely due to fear. Even with the reward, Yuka's claimed 50% chance seemed overly optimistic. Though puzzled by Yuka's exaggeration, Mu Qian was used to following his lead after so many years. After a moment's thought, he chose to remain silent. Mu Yan's eyes brightened suddenly, and after a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Recently, a blue-clad elder from the western mountain branch fell, and that position is still vacant. I think you know what I mean. But first, you must take that step. The 5th-tier reward will be safely delivered to you beforehand. Yuku was initially surprised, then exchanged a glance with Mu Qian. After some thought, he said earnestly to Mu Yan, "Thank you for your support, Elder Mu. I will do my utmost to make that breakthrough. I hope you will guide me when the time comes." Mu Yan nodded in satisfaction. Of course, of course. You may go now. I will inform you once the reward arrives. Rewards of the 3rd tier and above require approval from the main hall, and the 5th-tier reward needs allocation from the main hall. The two left the pavilion, while Lucio remained with Elder Mu. On their way back, their expressions showed little joy, instead appearing burdened with worries. Once they were far from the pavilion, Mu Qian asked solemnly, "Have you really decided to join a faction?" Yuku replied with a wry smile, "You saw it yourself." With what Elder Mu said, do I really have a choice? I should have known this old fox wouldn't offer us such a generous gift without strings attached. He continued, "Where there are people, there are conflicts. Our organization is no exception. Factions are numerous and complex, constantly scheming for various interests, with hidden battles never ceasing. They had always completed their missions diligently and had no intention of getting involved in factional struggles. But as their skills improved, they inevitably drew the attention of key figures in these factions. Attempts had been made to recruit them before, but they had always politely declined for various reasons. Now, it seemed unavoidable. Yuka sighed inwardly. You know how much effort I've put into making that breakthrough. This is an opportunity one can't afford to miss." Mu Qian remained silent. Yuku continued, "Since we can't escape it, we might as well accept it. Joining a faction has its advantages. Besides, if I can make that breakthrough, with Elder Mu's support, I could even become a blue-clad elder, with increased authority that would benefit us both." Mu Qian pursed his lips and replied quietly, "Yes." Lucio slowly regained consciousness, and the first thing he saw was an old man with a smiling face. He instantly woke up, instinctively jumping back until his back was against the wall, which calmed him slightly. He quickly checked his belongings and, finding everything intact, breathed a sigh of relief. "Who are you?" Lucio asked warily, his eyes fixed on the old man before him. The old man was dressed in an exquisite blue robe, his short silver hair neatly combed, with a healthy complexion. His eyes were as deep as black holes, and his forehead and eyes had faint wrinkles, giving off an aura of profound mystery. Despite the kind smile, Lucio sensed a hint of danger. An old fox, Lucio thought to himself, and a powerful one at that. With this thought, his gaze grew even more cautious, knowing full well that his vigilance might be futile. The old man didn't answer Lucio's question, but instead asked with a smile, "What's your name?" "Lucio," he replied coldly. The old man nodded and smiled. "Child, no need to be so tense. It's safe here." Lucio thought to himself, "I feel standing next to you is the greatest danger." But he dared not show any sign of this. He understood that angering this seemingly harmless old man was not wise. For the sake of survival, he chose to remain silent. The old man sat back down in his chair and pointed to a wooden chair nearby. "Have a seat. Standing can be tiring." Lucio hesitated for a moment, but then quietly walked over and sat down, well aware of the need to be cautious when necessary. The old man took a sip of tea, then looked at Lucio. "My name is Mu Yan, but you can call me Old Mu." Lucio responded expressionlessly, "Old Mu." Mu Yan, unfazed, continued, "If you have any questions, you can ask now. I'll tell you whatever I can." Lucio pondered for a moment, then asked the 3 questions that concerned him the most. "Where is this place? What's the purpose of bringing me here? How can I get back?" Mu Yan took another sip of tea and replied leisurely, "This is Ming Island, a place our organization has maintained for a long time, located in the Misty Sea region of the Eastern Dragon Empire. If you plan to return on your own, you might as well abandon that idea. Without our guidance, you won't even find the direction to go back." Though Lucio had prepared himself for such news, he still felt a deep sense of loss. Mu Yan continued, "As for bringing you here, it's naturally to not let your talents go to waste." "Huh." Lucio sneered, his anger flaring. He almost blurted out, "Who are you trying to fool? You nearly ruined my life, and now you say it's to preserve my talents? If I thought I had any chance of success, I'd slap you with a shoe." Mu Yan seemed to have anticipated Lucio's reaction, his expression unchanged. He calmly said, "It does sound harsh, but it is indeed part of our organization's mission." Mu Yan's words struck Lucio's heart like a heavy hammer. He suppressed his discomfort, forcing a faint smile and nodding in agreement. Seeing this, Mu Yan's eyes showed a hint of satisfaction as he continued, Our Dark Hall is not a ruthless evil organization. As long as you show enough talent and ability, your future here will be promising. A glimmer of hope flashed in Lucio's eyes as he asked, "Can I really leave this island?" Mu Yin nodded solemnly, though there was a barely noticeable slyness in his eyes. "Of course, as long as you meet the conditions and gain the approval of the island's highest authority, you can leave freely." Despite his inner doubts, Lucio nodded slightly. He realized this might be all the information he could get for now. Further questions would be futile. At least he could be sure of his temporary safety. Looking around, Lucio casually asked, "Where are the two hooded men who brought me here?" He recalled the mysterious figures cloaked in the darkness of the previous night. Just before being knocked out by the taller hooded man on the giant eagle's back, he had barely managed to see the feminine features of one of them. As for the shorter, stockier one, he had no impression. Mu Yin, seeing through Lucio's thoughts, suddenly turned stern. "Their power is far beyond what you can imagine now. Focus on the present." Lucio pursed his lips and responded softly. He wasn't foolish enough to seek revenge now. He just wanted to remember their faces for future retribution. Clearly, the elder had no intention of revealing more. "What level are those two hooded men in your organization? And what about you?" Lucio tried to gauge the scale of the organization. "They're mid-level personnel, while I'm part of the higher management," Mu Yin said nonchalantly. Sharing these basic details with Lucio posed no risk. "What's the name of your organization?" Lucio continued to probe. "Dark Hall," Mu Yin replied with a touch of pride in his voice. Lucio noted this unfamiliar name. Since the other party revealed it so openly, they must not fear exposure. He realized that for the foreseeable future, he would likely have to live with the mark of this organization. Seeing Lucio deep in thought, Mu Yin interrupted, "Any more questions? If not, you should start preparing." Lucio was momentarily taken aback and looked up to ask, "Prepare for what?" With a mysterious smile, Mu Yin called for the maid outside and instructed, "Take him to clean up, change clothes, and then send him to Lei Li. Tell him it's arranged by me." Though filled with confusion, Lucio saw that Mu Yin was unwilling to say more, so he didn't press further. However, the mysterious smile left him with a chill. Without unnecessary resistance, Lucio obediently followed the maid towards the door. Just as he was about to step out, Mu Yan's voice came from behind, each word sharp as a knife. "Remember, live well. Survive by any means necessary. If you die, it's all over." Lucio donned a clean, fitted black combat suit, with a striking purple flame encircling a skull emblem on his left chest. A graceful maid silently followed him as they traversed several desolate streets, arriving at an imposing building. A massive five-meter gate stood before them, with black walls stretching to the horizon on either side. Two fully armed soldiers guarded the entrance and immediately approached to question them as they neared. The maid deftly presented her identification and succinctly stated their purpose. The gate then opened with a resounding boom, and a soldier led them inside. Before them lay a vast training ground, dotted with various, unusual training facilities. Over a dozen children, around Lucio's age, were diligently practicing with their respective card beasts. The morning sun bathed the scene in a lively glow, yet Lucio keenly sensed a coldness in the children's eyes, stirring a sense of unease within him. Surrounding the training ground was an open expanse, beyond which stood rows of orderly buildings, with winding, mysterious paths threading between them, leading to unknown destinations. The soldier guided the two past the training ground, through the neatly arranged buildings, and along several narrow paths, finally arriving at a simple courtyard. A small pond, a wooden cabin, and 3 red-leaf trees comprised the entirety of the courtyard. The soldier knocked lightly on the cabin door. "Sir, the maid of Elder Mu requests an audience." A commanding voice promptly responded from within, "Enter." The soldier gestured for the two to enter, while he remained outside, awaiting further orders. Inside, Lei Li sat at the head of the room, appearing invigorated after a night of meditation. With thick eyebrows, large eyes, a prominent nose, and a resolute face, his gaze was as sharp as a drawn sword, exuding an aura of authority. The maid respectfully stepped forward and handed over a card. "Lord Lei, Elder Mu instructed me to bring this child to you." Lei Li took the card, his brow furrowing slightly. Weren't all the children supposed to have arrived a few days ago? What is Elder Mu planning? He examined the card closely, recognizing it as a basic instant cipher card. It could only be used twice. The first user leaves a message, and the second user activates it to retrieve the message, after which the card disintegrates. Cipher cards are categorized into instant and eternal types, with the energy required for activation varying with the amount of information. Eternal cipher cards can be activated repeatedly and are often used as legacy cards. There are also restricted cipher cards, where the initial user can set restrictions that others must decipher to activate. In the card battle continent, the art of setting and breaking restrictions is a profound and complex field of study. Over the long years of development, this land has birthed hundreds of types of restrictions, with thousands of corresponding methods to break them. Some are simple and easy to understand, while others are intricate and complex. This complexity has given rise to a new profession: restriction masters. Within some major powers, to ensure absolute security of information, they spare no expense in hiring multiple restriction masters to jointly create unique restrictions. Although costly, this approach maximizes information security. In this world, encrypted cards, in conjunction with teleportation arrays, have become the primary means of transmitting and recording information. While leather products and bamboo slips can also be used to record information, they are not as frequently used as encrypted cards. At this moment, Layli holds a special encrypted card in his hand. This card was given to the maid by Mu Yin after Lucio completed the cleansing, and it records Lucio's basic information. Considering the usage scenario, this card was not set with any restrictions. Layli gently activates the card, and a stream of light instantly enters his brow. As a few points of light dissipate, the card dissolves into nothingness. He pauses for a moment, then looks at Lucio with a newfound eagerness in his eyes. I understand now. You may go back, Layli waves to the maid. After she leaves, he turns to Lucio. Let me introduce myself. I am Layli, but you can call me Deacon Lay. Deacon Lay. Lucio responds expressionlessly. Layli nods and continues. I've already been briefed about your situation. Did Elder Mu tell you about the circumstances here? No, Lucio shakes his head. Then let me give you a brief introduction. Layli pauses to organize his thoughts before speaking loudly. Before you, 320 children around your age have already arrived here. Including you, that's 321. Your task is to survive here for a year. Layli emphasizes the word survive, which makes Lucio's heart skip a beat. During this time, we will issue tasks sporadically. Some are mandatory, while others are optional. Whether you choose to team up or go solo, once you accept a task, failure to complete it will result in severe punishment, possibly even death. At this, a cruel smile appears on Layli's face. Of course, if you succeed, the rewards will exceed your imagination. Lucio's expression turns serious, and his hands involuntarily clench. Although the situation is slightly better than he anticipated, the word death still sends a shiver through him. Seeing his relatively calm demeanor, Layli nods subtly and continues. Besides these tasks, there will be other matters, which you will learn about in due time. With that, Layli's card ring glows briefly, and a card appears out of thin air. He hands the card to Lucio. This is an encrypted card containing the information you want to know. Lucio takes it with his left hand, glances at it, and then puts it in his pocket, while his right hand subtly moves back. Noticing his small gesture, Layli chuckles. You have a lot on your mind, but unfortunately, your strength is too weak. Don't worry, I wouldn't stoop to robbing a child like you. But other kids might, so be cautious. Caught in his little scheme, a hint of embarrassment crosses Lucio's face. Layli continues. Originally, I gave you all 7 days to prepare. After 7 days, we'll determine your initial strength ranking, which directly affects your treatment. But since you're a few days late, excluding today, you only have 4 days to prepare. Upon hearing this, Lucio's heart tightened, a sense of urgency washing over him like a tide. He took a deep breath, steadied himself, and looked intently at Layli, asking, are they newcomers like me who have just awakened their card souls? Or do they already have their own lifebound card beasts and have gathered their primal energy? Layli smiled and explained. When they first arrived, they were much like you. Some didn't even have their own card beasts. Mid-sentence, his eyes lit up as he asked, by the way, do you have a contracted card beast? Lucio nodded slightly, yes, but it hasn't undergone spiritual return yet. Hearing this, Layli eagerly inquired, what kind of card beast is it? Summon it so I can take a look. Without hesitation, Lucio summoned his beast card from the card ring. He could sense that after some rest, the shadow wolf had fully recovered. With a thought, the beast card transformed into a brilliant white light, rapidly expanding in front of him. The surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be summoned, converging towards the light. In the center of the light, 5 golden stars shone brightly, standing out remarkably. As the white light gradually faded, the figure of the shadow wolf emerged. At that moment, Lucio felt a deepened connection with the shadow wolf. Its lively eyes flickered with a complex expression. It seemed to want to approach Lucio but instinctively remained cautious. Ultimately, the familial bond overcame its wild instincts, and the shadow wolf slowly walked to Lucio's side, its wary gaze fixed on Layli. Shadow wolf. Layli exclaimed in surprise, then examined it closely, nodding in satisfaction. It seems to have good potential. It should suit you well. With his experience as a seasoned card master, Layli immediately recognized that this shadow wolf was extraordinary. From its glossy fur, alert eyes, to the sheen of its skin, everything indicated excellent potential. Put it away. Layli's expression suddenly turned serious. I have more to discuss with you. Following his words, Lucio recalled the shadow wolf, watching as it returned to card form and settled into his palm. A mix of anticipation and nervousness stirred in him, wondering what Layli would say next. Lucio arrived 3 days later than the other children, making him feel behind from the start. As he stepped into this unfamiliar environment, he realized that everyone else had already received their card beasts and completed their spirit return. Some even reached the level of a 3-star card master. Laylee noticed the flicker of anxiety in Lucio's eyes and reassured him, "Don't worry. Your Shadow Wolf is a 5-star attendant level beast. With your talent, you'll catch up in no time." Lucio nodded slightly. In this world, a card master's strength is often reflected in the level of their card beast. However, he was well aware that he couldn't reach the 5-star level through a single spirit return. The advancement of primal energy is a gradual process and can't be rushed. Driven by curiosity, Lucio asked, "For those who don't have card beasts, are they assigned by you?" Laylee nodded affirmatively. "That's right. The kids who come here are all talented. The highest have the same aptitude as you, and even the least have rare quality card souls. We carefully select card beasts for them, though their quality varies, depending on personal luck." Lucio nodded to himself, thinking this organization seemed decent, at least giving underprivileged kids a chance to succeed. As Lucio pondered, Laylee suddenly changed the topic, a mischievous smile on his face. "There's one more thing, your accommodation. You'll have to sort that out yourself." Lucio was taken aback. "What do you mean? Am I supposed to sleep on the street? This place can't be that poor." Seeing Lucio's confusion, Laylee couldn't help but laugh. "Because you joined midway, the 320 rooms we prepared are all occupied. You have 3 options. 1. Fight for a room. 2. Ask someone to share theirs. Or 3. See that training ground outside? You could choose to stay there." Lucio paused. Though he mentally cursed Laylee's ancestors, he had to respond. "I'll check out the situation first." "Good luck," Laylee said, not hiding his glee. Laylee added, "Other information is in the hidden language card. You can learn it gradually. Just remember, don't break any rules mentioned inside, or you'll face dire consequences." Lucio nodded heavily. "Understood." Then, a soldier waiting at the gate led Lucio to the area with the houses they passed earlier. Standing on a path, the soldier coldly warned, "Don't wander off. Your activity is limited to this area and the training ground. If you get killed, don't say I didn't warn you." After seeing Lucio nod, the soldier turned and left, leaving Lucio standing there, unsure of what to do next, as he looked at the neatly arranged houses around him. Just then, a young voice came from behind. "Hey, why are you standing here?" Lucio turned to see a pale, slender boy with baby fat on his face, smiling gently as he approached. "I." Lucio was at a loss for words. Was he supposed to say he was contemplating life? Fortunately, the boy didn't let him dwell on it too long. He stopped a safe distance away and asked softly, "You look new here. What's your name?" "Lucio." The boy didn't mind Lucio's slight aloofness and kept smiling. "I'm Bai Yin. It's fate that we met, so let's look out for each other." Lucio nodded, remained silent for a few seconds, then suddenly asked, "Can I stay in your room?" Bai Yin was momentarily stunned, his face frozen as if he had heard an unbelievable request. Bai Yin first displayed a look of disbelief, then suddenly seemed to recall something terrifying. He shuddered and quickly took a few steps back. His face was visibly filled with fear, and his voice stuttered. "Lucio, you that? I'll be going now. Huh. Until we meet again." With that, Bai Yin hurriedly fled in the opposite direction of Lucio, frequently glancing back as if worried that Lucio might chase after him. Lucio stood there, opening his mouth as if to explain something, but could only watch as Bai Yin's figure grew smaller. He helplessly pursed his lips, a few lines of frustration appearing on his forehead, and sighed inwardly. So young, yet with such a twisted mind. Pathetic, truly. In the following period, Lucio encountered several other passers-by, but their reactions were just like Bai Yan's. Eventually, a hot-tempered individual even summoned his card beast, threatening to duel Lucio. Although this unnecessary confrontation was gently resolved by Shadow Wolf, the series of events left Lucio utterly fed up with trying to solve problems peacefully. However, before resorting to violence, Lucio knew he, as a card master, needed to possess some self-defense skills. Otherwise, if caught in the crossfire of card beast battles, even the mighty Shadow Wolf would be of no help. The immediate priority was to complete the spirit return process quickly. Cautiously, Lucio stepped into a secluded corner, ensuring no one was around before taking out his beast card. With a thought, Shadow Wolf appeared before him. Man and beast locked eyes for a moment, each sensing a familiar warmth from the other. Yet, to Lucio's dismay, Shadow Wolf's gaze still held a hint of wariness. This situation seemed contradictory, but was undeniably true. Shadow Wolf appeared to be experiencing some internal conflict. Typically, after being contracted, most card beasts gradually have their will altered and eventually fully obey the card master's commands. This process usually doesn't take long, ranging from a day to 3 days. If the beast is a lifebound card, this period shortens significantly, often not exceeding 3 hours. However, since Lucio contracted Shadow Wolf last night, at least 5 hours had passed, and the wolf still harbored a trace of resistance. like a stubborn nail firmly lodged in its heart. This left Lucio feeling helpless. Nonetheless, Lucio understood that the more untamable a card beast is, the stronger the bond once it truly acknowledges its card master. At that point, even if the master ordered it to its death, the beast would charge forward without hesitation. After contemplating for a moment, Lucio slowly approached Shadow Wolf and crouched beside it. His bright eyes met the wolf's intimidating pale blue vertical pupils, attempting to establish a deeper connection with this powerful and enigmatic partner. Lucio gazed at the Shadow Wolf before him, filled with anticipation and curiosity. The mysterious creature, entirely black with light blue eyes, finally responded. With a soft whimper, a clear and youthful voice echoed in Lucio's mind. "Can you really make me strong?" Lucio felt a surge of joy and quickly replied with his thoughts. "Of course. I promise you. If in the future your strength doesn't meet expectations, you can tell me anytime. I will willingly break the contract and let you go." He spoke sincerely, and he meant it. The Shadow Wolf's light blue eyes locked onto Lucio's, and they held each other's gaze for a while. Eventually, the wolf slowly crouched down, resting its fierce head gently in Lucio's arms, and whispered, "All right, I trust you." A smile appeared on Lucio's face as he reached out to stroke the wolf's soft fur. "Then, let's take care of each other from now on." At that moment, he clearly sensed the last bit of resistance within the wolf completely dissipate. Relishing the unexpectedly comforting sensation, Lucio gently said, "You're almost entirely pitch black. How about I call you Xiao He? What do you think?" "Whatever," the Shadow Wolf replied tersely. Lucio chuckled. "Then it's settled. By the way, I've always been curious. Aren't shadow wolves supposed to be pack animals? How did you end up alone?" Xiao He's closed eyes suddenly opened, a glimmer of sadness flashing through them. After a brief silence, it spoke heavily. "I was cast out by my tribe. My father is the Wolf King, and my mother died after giving birth to me. My father has many consorts and over a dozen offspring. My talents are not outstanding." Lucio's eyes narrowed as he pressed on. "What happened then? Why did they drive you away? Shadow wolves are generally very united, aren't they?" Xiao He continued. "Our tribe holds a contest every year among the Wolf King's offspring to select a worthy successor. If you rank at the bottom for 3 consecutive years, you're exiled." Lucio pondered for a moment and softly asked, "So, you were the one at the bottom?" Xiao He didn't answer, but the sadness in its eyes confirmed Lucio's suspicion. Lucio fell silent. The practice sounded harsh, but every beast tribe has its survival rules, and he had no right to judge. What he could do was help Xiao He grow stronger. He secretly hoped that one day, when Xiao He encountered its tribe again, it would return as a king, not to prove their decision wrong, but to show them that even away from the pack, Xiao He could become a true powerhouse. Lucio gently stroked Xiao He's fur, patiently waiting for it to calm down. Once Xiao He settled, Lucio folded his legs and sat cross-legged with his hands resting naturally on his knees. "Xiao He, let's begin," he commanded. Xiao He stood up, its gaze suddenly sharp as a knife. The surrounding spiritual energy became restless, and a faint whistling sound filled the air. A ball of spiritual energy, the size of a ping-pong ball, slowly gathered from Xiao He's forehead, emitting a dazzling white light. This was a small portion of the spiritual energy Xiao He had accumulated upon advancing to the 5-star attendant level, stored in the unique energy core of the card beast, as the best gift for its card master. As the ball of spiritual energy solidified, it seemed to summon the surrounding energy, which began to swirl around it, forming a small vortex. The scene was as if celebrating the card beast finding its rightful place. "Come on, Xiao He," Lucio called out, holding his breath and concentrating, watching the ball of spiritual energy slowly float above his head. In a flash, countless thin threads descended from the ball, penetrating Lucio's thin clothing and surging into his body. Lucio first felt a refreshing coolness spread throughout his body, a strange comfort emanating from his limbs and bones. Then, a tingling sensation started spreading from his surface inward, extending to his skin, muscles, and bones, as if countless tiny ants were crawling inside him. The sensation was unbearable, yet he couldn't move. Any movement would greatly diminish the effectiveness of this spiritual return, something he was determined to avoid. Fortunately, years of rigorous training under Lucio had greatly enhanced Lucio's endurance. Compared to the past pains he had endured, this discomfort was trivial. However, this was only the beginning. The real test was yet to come. He knew that the longer he persevered, the greater the rewards would be. Lucio resolved to hold on until the very end. As time passed, the tingling sensation gradually transformed into intense pain. Cold sweat beaded on Lucio's forehead as he clenched his teeth, eyes tightly shut. His hands, resting on his knees, involuntarily clenched, leaving deep marks on his skin through his clothing, yet he was oblivious. Seeing this, Xiao He grew worried. It approached Lucio and gently nudged him. Although it couldn't share the pain or knew how to alleviate it, Xiao He hoped this simple gesture would remind Lucio that he was not alone in this battle. At that moment, A small portion of spiritual energy quietly entered Lucio's brow, flowing into his yuan si. Despite the searing pain coursing through his body, Lucio forced himself to calm his mind and sensed the card soul within his yuan si. As the spiritual energy entered the yuan si, Lucio's consciousness fully merged with the card soul. With a slight tremor, the egg-shaped card soul began to gather the spiritual energy. As the card soul absorbed and released the energy, it quickly transformed into pure black yuan qi. Amid the continuous influx of spiritual energy, this yuan qi stood out starkly. After about half an hour, the ball of spiritual energy above Lucio had shrunk from the size of a ping-pong ball to that of a green bean, and the whistling energy around it gradually subsided. When the ball of energy finally dissipated, the arduous process of spiritual return came to an end. Lucio suddenly opened his tightly shut eyes, a sharp gleam flashing through them, showing no trace of his earlier weakness. Lucio gently stroked Xiaohei's head, a gentle smile playing on his lips. "It's okay now," he softly reassured. Xiaohei let out a faint whimper, affectionately nuzzling his master's hand. This simple gesture conveyed its deepest emotions, more than words ever could. Standing up, Lucio shook his slightly numb legs. He closed his eyes, carefully sensing the changes within his body. An unprecedented power surged through his veins, as if he could split mountains and rocks. Of course, this was just a subjective feeling. The actual effects needed further testing. He turned his focus inward to his yuan si. Threads of pale blue yuan power swam, like fish around his card soul. Although there was still some way to go before forming a yuan core, this was a promising start. The yuan core, as the name suggests, is the nucleus of yuan power, corresponding to the energy core of a card beast. For a card master, its importance is second only to the card soul. Once the yuan core is formed, a card master can restore depleted yuan power independently, which is also the key to wielding yuan power effectively. Each yuan core represents a star, and when breaking through major realms, 9 yuan cores fuse into one, repeating this process. This is the ladder for a card master to reach the pinnacle of strength. As they progress, forming yuan cores becomes increasingly difficult and dangerous. A single misstep could lead to their soul being scattered. Currently, Lucio's physical cultivation had just reached the level of a 1-star card servant. Although his yuan power cultivation lagged slightly behind, the gap wasn't significant, and he could catch up with more meditation. At the card servant stage, physical cultivation is particularly important because most first-turn combat cards aren't very powerful. Some are even used for simple tricks. This was Lucio's first spirit return, and his body wasn't yet accustomed, causing inevitable discomfort. As he experienced more spirit returns, this discomfort would gradually diminish and eventually vanish. If physical cultivation is likened to a container, then yuan power cultivation is the water inside. The container must be filled first before its capacity can be expanded, otherwise, the foundation would be unstable. At the same time, the amount of water shouldn't exceed the container's capacity. Even though Xiaohei was already at a 5-star servant level, Lucio had to advance step by step, gradually enhancing himself. He needed to first adapt to his current strength before further boosting his power. Crouching down, Lucio continued to pet Xiaohei's head, murmuring to himself, "What should I do now? Go directly for it, or be diplomatic first?" With a certain degree of self-protection ability and Xiaohei's 5-star servant-level strength, Lucio couldn't help but feel a bit overconfident. After all, the strongest kids here were only 3-star card servants, and even if their card beasts were a level higher than the card masters, they would only be 4-star servants, which Xiaohei could easily handle. Regarding whether a card master's level could lag more than 2 levels behind their card beast, unless the card master was foolish or completely uninterested in advancing their strength, it was impossible not to catch up within 3 days. This was actually a shortcut. Due to the unique nature of their life card beasts, card masters could contract with card beasts that exceeded their own yuan power cultivation. In theory, one could contract a 9-star servant-level card beast from the start, allowing the card master to quickly reach 9-star card servant status. However, apostle level and above card beasts can already use elemental energy, which newly awakened card soul masters cannot handle, so they can only contract with card beasts below the apostle level. Nonetheless, because card beasts absorb more spiritual energy upon their initial promotion, if card masters begin spirit returning during the card beast promotion, they gain greater benefits. Therefore, few card masters choose to contract a 9-star servant-level card beast as their life card beast. Generally, a 4-star is ideal, allowing the card master to quickly overcome initial weaknesses while gaining most benefits during subsequent card beast promotions. "Here, Xiaohei, take this," Lucio said as he retrieved a small bottle of elixirs from his pocket, pouring out a clear, gleaming pill and offering it to Xiaohei. It was a beast spirit pill, which had accompanied Lucio through numerous hardships, remaining intact along with his trusty dagger. Xiaohei's trust in Lucio was now deeply ingrained. Hearing Lucio's instruction, he opened his mouth without hesitation. With a gentle toss, the pill was deftly caught by Xiao Hei's agile tongue and swallowed in one gulp. Instantly, a powerful surge of energy coursed through Xiao Hei's body, forcing Lucio to step back a few paces. Lucio recalled Lu Ziyuan's words. This small bottle contains 10 pills in total. Having Xiao Hei consume them within a month should be enough for it to reach maturity. At the time, it seemed unremarkable, but witnessing it firsthand left Lucio amazed at the pill's incredible effects. The energy fluctuation lasted for a few minutes before gradually subsiding. Lucio noticed that Xiao Hei had indeed grown taller, though not dramatically, now reaching up to his thigh. More striking, however, was the shine of Xiao Hei's fur and his bright, light blue eyes, which seemed to hold endless wisdom. Boss, what is that? It's delicious, Xiao Hei exclaimed excitedly. I feel like if I eat a few more, I could reach maturity. Though I'm a bit full right now. Lucio contemplated silently. The biggest change when a beast evolves from a juvenile to a mature form is the ability to perfectly control its body's power, leaving no energy wasted. This undoubtedly enhances combat capabilities. While Xiao Hei's appearance hadn't changed significantly, his true fighting power must have already improved. Lucio smiled slightly and explained, this is a beast spirit pill. It helps you reach maturity faster. You haven't fully digested it yet, so wait 3 days before taking another one. He estimated that over these 3 days, Xiao Hei would undergo further changes. Suddenly remembering something, Lucio added, by the way, stop calling me master. Call me boss instead. The title master made him uncomfortable. A hint of confusion flickered in Xiao Hei's eyes. Though he didn't understand the difference between the two titles, he promptly corrected himself as Lucio requested, saying, boss. Good. Lucio responded with a smile. After a moment's thought, he instructed Xiao Hei, you'll have to stay in the card for now. It's not safe for you to be out. With a flash of white light, the beast card reappeared in Lucio's hand. He placed the card back into his ring and turned to leave the corner. The street was now empty of other children, with only the sounds from the martial arts arena growing louder. After a moment of deliberation, Lucio decided to head toward the arena. As he rounded a corner, he stumbled upon an unpleasant scene. Several tall teenagers were beating a figure curled up on the ground, arms shielding their head. A graceful girl stood nearby, watching with a cold expression. Hey kid, weren't you talking big just now? Keep talking, one of the teenagers sneered. Daring to flirt with our leader, you've got a death wish, huh? Another chimed in. Yeah, let's teach him a lesson. Just don't kill him. Being some distance away, the group hadn't noticed Lucio at the corner, caught up in the thrill of their assault. Lucio watched silently, contemplating whether to intervene in the conflict. The girl noticed Lucio but only gave him a brief glance, her eyes warning him. Seeing that Lucio remained where he was, she ignored him further. After observing for a moment, Lucio prepared to move on. In this harsh world, meddling wasn't his style. He thought to himself, life comes down to two things. It's none of your business, and it's none of my business. However, trouble often arrives uninvited. Brother Lu, help! Two desperate cries suddenly broke the street's silence. Lucio halted and turned around stiffly. A figure was curled on the ground, now looking up. The bruised face bore a foolish grin, and if not for the familiar voice, Lucio might not have recognized Bai Yan, who had just greeted him earlier. The boys beating up Bai Yan stopped and stared menacingly at Lucio. The girl nearby also frowned at him, her gaze unfriendly. Ignoring Bai Yan's pleading look, Lucio forced a calm smile and said, I'm just passing by. Do you believe me? Clearly, no one did. The girl barked, get him too. 5 tall boys immediately charged at Lucio. With no choice, Lucio revealed his trump card. A flash of light from his card, and Xiao Hei appeared in front of him. Howl! A wolf's howl echoed down the street, the 5-star servant-level power intimidating the advancing boys. They halted, then retreated faster than they had come. Boss, we can't win this. Yeah, he seems tough. Maybe we should let it go. 2 boys whispered in the girl's ear. Useless, the girl cursed under her breath, her eyes filled with reluctance. Although her card beast was a 4-star servant level, and she herself was about to break through to a 4-star card servant, combined with the boy's strength, they could still put up a fight. But risking everything over such a small matter wasn't worthwhile. She shot a resentful glance at Bai Yan on the ground, then turned to Lucio, her eyes full of, you'll pay for this, threats. Then, she quickly left the scene with the 5 boys. Once they were gone, Lucio recalled his shadow wolf and approached Bai Yan. Seeing his bruised and swollen face, Lucio was both amused and annoyed. All right, you got me into this mess. How are we settling this? Should I give you a beating, or should you take a beating from me? Bai Yan propped himself up against the wall, wincing in pain. Seeing Lucio's unfriendly expression, he awkwardly chuckled. Brother Lu, aren't we friends? Friends should help each other, right? Besides, you didn't lose anything. Mentioning friendship only fueled Lucio's anger. You've got some nerve mentioning friendship, calling me Brother Lu so warmly. Yet who was it that ran off without giving me a chance to explain? Knowing he was in the wrong, Bai Yan gave an embarrassed smile, which tugged at his wounds, making him wince. Then he rolled his eyes and sat back down, feigning a pitiful look. Then just beat me up. I'm already like this. You might as well finish me off. What? You're new here? Bai Yin exclaimed as he and Lucio walked along the road back to their residence. After some time recovering, Bai Yan's injuries had significantly improved. He no longer struggled to walk, though he occasionally winced. His wounds weren't severe, mostly superficial cuts and bruises. With his physique as a two-star card servant, such minor injuries would heal quickly. Seeing Bai Yan's intense reaction, Lucio asked curiously, "What's the matter? Is there a problem?" Bai Yan shook his head repeatedly, his eyes filled with disbelief. "No, it's just a bit hard to believe." Lucio's gaze suddenly turned sharp, fixing on Bai Yan with a hint of threat in his voice. "So, can I stay in your room now?" Noticing Lucio's clenched fists, Bai Yan's mouth twitched slightly. He quickly changed his expression to a smile and responded cheerfully, "Of course. We're friends, after all." Lucio nodded in satisfaction, then shifted the topic. "By the way, why were you flirting with that girl? You don't look like that kind of playboy." "I wasn't flirting." Bai Yan protested indignantly, defending himself. "They're slandering me. They just envy my good looks." He sighed, adding, "Such despicable human nature." Lucio stared at him silently for a few seconds and coldly said, "Speak the truth." Bai Yan sighed and admitted, "All right, I do like that girl, but she shouldn't have hit me. I merely expressed my admiration for her the day before, and today she had people block me. It's too much. She'll never find anyone at this rate. Humph. Even if she gets married, she'll live as a widow." After hearing this, Lucio roughly understood the situation. He guessed that Bai Yan probably said something offensive to the girl and was completely oblivious to it. Lucio regretted driving those people away. Perhaps he should have let the girl continue teaching this clueless guy a lesson. As they continued walking, Bai Yan suddenly turned to Lucio and said, "By the way, your card beast is really cool." Lucio rolled his eyes, choosing to ignore him. Unperturbed, Bai Yan excitedly suggested, "Why don't you be my boss? You're so strong. I could follow you." This time, Lucio didn't even bother to roll his eyes, treating Bai Yan's words as mere background noise. "If you don't say anything, I'll take it as a yes," Bai Yan happily declared. "Haha, boss." Bai Yan's place was located on the edge of their activity range, quite far from the martial arts arena. It took them about 10 minutes to reach their destination. Pushing open the door, they were greeted by a spacious area, as large as a standard basketball court. The design seemed intended to accommodate larger card beasts. The room's decor was simple, neither too plain nor overly luxurious. In the center of the room stood a wooden table, with some intricate patterns carved into its surface. A few chairs were casually arranged around it. Initially, Lucio paid little attention to the seemingly ordinary furniture. However, when his gaze focused on the patterns, his pupils contracted sharply. Lucio stood there momentarily stunned but quickly regained his composure. He hurried to the table, examining the patterns closely, even tracing them with his fingers. Finally, he confirmed a shocking truth. This is a teleportation array. As the young lord of Dongza City, Lucio was well-traveled. He had seen teleportation arrays in the city lord's mansion with his father. Now, those memories flooded back, leaving him utterly astonished at this revelation. Lucio carefully examined the patterns on the table. With his extensive knowledge, he quickly recognized it as a miniature version of a teleportation array. Although the design was simplified, its essence remained unchanged. He was secretly amazed. While such arrays weren't particularly rare, the fact that every table in the room had these patterns made their value quite substantial. Curious, Lucio turned to Bai Yan and asked, "What's the deal with these teleportation arrays on the tables?" Bai Yan seemed unfazed, clearly not surprised by Lucio's insight. He explained, "These arrays are mainly used for transporting food and blood food cards. Blood food cards are specifically prepared for young card beasts, storing meat from other breedable card beasts. However, blood food cards are instant cards, meaning the food inside gradually loses its nutrition, unlike storage cards." He continued, "Once a card beast matures, the card master will switch to using beast spirit pills. Of course, if finances allow, you can use beast spirit pills all along, but it's a bit wasteful during the young stage." After listening, Lucio calculated his options. For him, time was more precious than resources. Moreover, he had high-quality beast spirit pills in hand, enough to last a month. So, he told Bai Yan, "I don't need the blood food cards for now. Just share some food with me." Bai Yan was slightly puzzled and touched, thinking Lucio was being considerate. But Lucio cut off his thoughts abruptly. "No reason needed. Just take it, no more talking. But you have to share half of the food with me." "All right, no problem," Bai Yan assured, patting his chest. Then, Bai Yan looked around and noticed there was only one bed in the room. He hesitated and said, "Boss, there doesn't seem to be an extra bed here. Although meditation can replace sleep, that's only possible after becoming a card master. Until then, sleep is the only way to replenish energy." Bai Yan suggested, "Boss, why don't you take the bed? I can sleep on the floor. With our card master's physique, we won't get sick." Lucio was hesitating on how to respond when suddenly, he heard steady footsteps approaching from behind. The two turned around to see a person in a gray robe walking slowly towards them. This person had a cold expression and sharp eyes, exuding an aura of unapproachability. Lucio's eyes grew serious, a sense of unease rising in his heart. This is... The man in gray, expressionless, walked up to Lucio and Bai Yin. After a brief pause, he said, "I've come to deliver something for you." Both of them looked bewildered, unable to respond before the man in gray moved to the center of the room on his own. He pulled out a storage card from his pocket, and with a gentle wave, the card transformed into a swirling silver vortex. In a flash of light, several items appeared out of thin air on the right side of the room. A round wooden table engraved with a teleportation array, a large comfortable bed, and several sets of black fitted combat suits identical to those Lucio and Bai Yin were wearing, neatly folded on the bed. As the items settled, the silver vortex reformed into the card and flew back into the hand of the man in gray. Having completed his task, he ignored the two who stood there in shock and left with steady steps, as if he had never been there. It wasn't until the man's figure completely disappeared that Lucio and Bai Yin snapped out of their daze. Although Bai Yin didn't fully understand, he couldn't help but feel pleased at the sight of the new items. "Boss, this is..." Lucio watched the man in gray leave, feeling the weight lift off his shoulders, but his caution about the place only grew. "It seems someone is definitely watching everything here. We need to be careful with what we do and say from now on." Bai Yin nodded in agreement. "True, otherwise they wouldn't have found us so quickly. But it seems pretty considerate of them to send things right after you arrived, boss." Lucio shot him a glance, with a hint of sarcasm in his voice. "Considerate? Indeed, very considerate. And you'll come to deeply appreciate just how considerate they can be." With that, Lucio walked over to the newly delivered table. After a thorough inspection, he found it was no different from the original and sighed in relief. He turned and asked, "When did the items get transported here?" He was already feeling a bit hungry, as enhancing physical strength and cultivation requires energy and blood. Bai Yin thought for a moment before answering, Around the time of Chin hour. Today's quota has already been delivered." Lucio was taken aback. They only transport once a day." Although this was a high martial world, the culture and customs were reminiscent of ancient times. 3 meals a day were normal, and given that card masters have stronger constitutions and greater energy demands, 5 meals a day wouldn't be surprising. Bai Yin confirmed with a nod. "Yeah, just once a day." He looked a bit resigned, but quickly added, "But the food they send is very easy to digest. Eating once keeps you full all day. It feels like spiritual material." "Spiritual material?" Lucio repeated in surprise. Spiritual material is a term for materials containing spiritual energy, used in crafting cards, alchemy, engraving arrays, and setting up restrictions, among other things. They're categorized into spiritual crystals, spiritual herbs, and spiritual treasures, with spiritual herbs directly benefiting card masters. They are graded from 1 to 9. In Lucio's estimation, they'd be lucky if they were provided with first-grade spiritual herbs here. It might not even qualify as first grade, perhaps just some ungraded spiritual herbs. Nonetheless, even ungraded ones were valuable for Lucio and his companion at this stage, greatly beneficial for nourishing their physiques. Of course, the most crucial point was that at their current stage, they could only handle the effects of first-grade spiritual herbs at most, and even then, they risked internal injury. Ungraded spiritual herbs turned out to be the most suitable for them. "Are you sure?" Lucio asked with a frown, a hint of disbelief flashing in his eyes. He wasn't unfamiliar with spiritual medicine. Back in Dongza City, Lu Ziyuan often procured low-grade spiritual herbs to strengthen his body. However, the current situation left him astonished. With over 300 people, if each person received a daily portion of spiritual medicine, the financial cost would be unimaginable. Even the most common spiritual herbs cost more than 10 crystal coins on the market. Bai Yin hesitated for a moment before replying, "I think so." His tone carried a bit of uncertainty, as he had only heard about spiritual medicine and had never tasted it himself. It was just a gut feeling that it was different from ordinary food. Lucio nodded helplessly. "All right, we'll see when the time comes." He looked around and realized it was already past dawn, yet he didn't know where to find food. Just as he was feeling frustrated, the mysterious patterns on the wooden table to his right suddenly emitted a soft white glow. In an instant, a large bowl of steaming porridge appeared out of thin air, with a large spoon placed inside. Next to it were 3 neatly stacked blood food cards. Lucio sighed inwardly. It was as if his thoughts had materialized. Without hesitation, he sat down at the table, picked up the spoon, and began to devour the porridge. With the first mouthful, Lucio felt a warm sensation rising from his stomach, quickly spreading throughout his body. The energy and blood he had depleted after advancing to a 1-star card master were partially restored. At that moment, he was certain that the porridge contained a significant amount of spiritual ingredients. Otherwise, it wouldn't have had such an immediate effect. Feeling the effects of the medicine, Lucio's eating speed noticeably increased. Bai Yin stood by, momentarily stunned, before a slight smile appeared on his lips as he sat down to wait patiently. About half an hour later, the porridge before Lucio was finished. He casually wiped his mouth, picked up the 3 blood food cards, examined them, and then flicked them lightly onto the table. The cards appeared in front of Bai Yin. Boss, you really don't need this? Bai Yin asked, puzzled. Take them. I have something better, Lucio replied with a mysterious smile. Seeing this, Bai Yin hesitated no longer and pocketed the 3 blood food cards. After all, not everyone possessed a card ring. Boss, what good stuff do you have? Bai Yin asked curiously. Instead of answering, Lucio asked, do you know of anything else that helps card beasts grow? Bai Yin thought for a moment and shook his head. Then don't ask. If I tell you, I'd have to explain for a while, Lucio said with a smile. Bai Yin gave Lucio a resentful glance but didn't press further. Lowering his voice, Lucio asked, why do you think they went to such lengths to capture us and then spend so much to train us? What's their goal? Bai Yin frowned in thought for a moment and shook his head. I don't know, but I think as long as we stay alive, we'll have a chance to find out the truth. True, Lucio nodded, then seemed to remember something. By the way, how did you get captured? Me? Bai Yin chuckled, a hint of indifference in his tone. I had just awakened my card soul and was about to find something to eat. As I was walking down the street, I passed a corner and everything went black. The next thing I knew, I woke up in this eerie place. Lucio was silent for a moment, then murmured, you're quite lucky. What? Bai Yin was taken aback, not having heard clearly, and turned to Lucio in confusion. Lucio shook his head. Nothing. By the way, where are your parents? Weren't they with you? Parents? Bai Yin laughed self-deprecatingly. I've never seen them, don't even know who they are. It's like I was abandoned. If it wasn't for the village chief taking pity on me and adopting me, I wouldn't have survived until now. Lucio was taken aback. Looking at Bai Yin, he softly said, I'm sorry. Bai Yin waved it off nonchalantly. It's all right. Lucio thought of his own severely injured parents, and for a moment, the atmosphere grew heavy. By the way, tell us about yourself. With card beasts and card souls, we'll be living under the same roof, and might have the chance to fight side by side in the future. Lucio suddenly turned to Bai Yin, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Bai Yin's excitement was palpable. Even the scars on his face couldn't hide his joy. Haha, boss, he shouted happily, his voice brimming with excitement. You're finally willing to take me under your wing. He exaggeratedly wiped his eyes with his hands, pretending to be moved. Oh, I'm so touched. Lucio watched Bai Yin's comical performance, rolling his eyes in exasperation, but couldn't help the smile tugging at his lips. Enough with the jokes, hurry up and tell us. All right, Bai Yin toned down his exaggerated expression, took a deep breath, and began to introduce himself seriously. My card soul is a gold-type sword master pig, of unparalleled quality. He hadn't finished speaking when he noticed a strange expression on Lucio's face. What's up, boss? Bai Yin asked, pausing. Nothing, nothing, Lucio replied, barely containing his laughter, his eyes crinkling with amusement. Go on, continue. Bai Yin quickly realized what Lucio meant, and his slightly bruised face flushed with embarrassment. You're discriminating, he exclaimed indignantly, his voice full of grievance. Blatant discrimination. Ha ha ha. Lucio couldn't hold back any longer, his laughter echoing through the room. Oh dear, you've caught me. Sorry, couldn't help it. He apologized between laughs, though his face showed no sign of remorse. You? Bai Yin's indignation grew, his voice rising in pitch. Boss, you're too much. Once Lucio had laughed enough, he gradually calmed down. He understood that the awakening of a card soul by a card master was highly unpredictable, and Bai Yin's direct awakening into a card beast that existed in reality was quite rare. Most card souls have some unique traits, and their names are usually given by the card masters themselves. Bai Yin's straightforward naming suggested his card soul was indeed a swordmaster pig. Speaking of the swordmaster pig card beast, it's quite a story. It's not that it's bad. On the contrary, it's so good that many card masters wish to have it as a contract card beast. The reason is that its original form is the well-known domestic card beast, the black-skinned pig. After transformation, the swordmaster pig's appearance changes dramatically, and its combat abilities undergo a revolutionary transformation. From a mere domestic animal that couldn't even defeat a regular person, it transforms into a highly skilled humanoid card beast, with racial talents rivaling those of dominant card beast clans. It's the perfect example of the wheel of fortune turns. As for the specifics of the transformation, as Lucio was about to ask Bai Yin about his card soul, Bai Yin beat him to it. He blinked curiously and asked, Boss, what's your card soul? This question made Lucio a bit uncomfortable. He hesitated, a look of embarrassment on his face. Seeing this, Bai Yin got excited and laughed. Haha, are you too shy to say? It's okay, just say it out loud. Boss, I won't laugh at you. Lucio sighed inwardly and decided to be honest. You might not believe it, but my card soul is an egg. What? Bai Yin repeated in disbelief, eyes wide open. An egg? To prove his point, Lucio conjured the shadow of his card soul above his head. Only then did Bai Yin believe him, but he still looked dazed, muttering, how is that possible? I've never heard of such a thing. Lucio dispelled the card Soul's shadow and shrugged. Just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. You've seen it now, haven't you? Bai Yin sighed, looking a bit dejected, though Lucio couldn't tell why. Changing the subject, Lucio asked, "What about your card beast? Let's see it." Now it was Bai Yan's turn to hesitate. Seeing this, Lucio asked curiously, "What's wrong? Is it inconvenient?" He thought perhaps the card beast wasn't suitable to be released indoors. Bai Yin mustered up the courage and said, "My card beast. I can release it, but boss, you must promise not to laugh." Lucio's interest was piqued, and he assured with a straight face, "Don't worry, I won't laugh." Slowly, Bai Yin pulled out a beast card from his pocket and tossed it. A white orb with 2 golden stars landed on the round wooden table. "Hey, don't put it on the table," Lucio started to say, but stopped when he saw what appeared after the white light faded. On the table lay a very small thing, resembling a black string coiled together, completely motionless. Lucio was taken aback for a moment and curiously pinched one end of the string. He found it much heavier than expected and had to exert some effort to lift the meter-long string. After examining it closely, Lucio realized the string had no breaks or protrusions, just a plain black string. He flicked it in the air, but it remained motionless. Just as he was about to flick it again, he noticed Bai Yan's eyes, filled with a mix of pity and a touch of grievance. "Haha, sorry." Lucio chuckled awkwardly, gently placing the string back on the table. Just then, he focused his mind, and a string of information appeared. Iron-eating worm. Power. 2-star attendant level juvenile. Attribute. Metal. Quality. Rare. Status. Weak. Evolution. Tenacious. No mutation. Tail severed. Place an iron slurry for smelting, with a small chance to mutate into an explosive, gold-swallowing beast. Adding Shantai stone increases success rate. Lucio murmured in surprise, a look of confusion flashing across his eyes. He pondered for a few seconds, then his eyes widened in shock as he looked at the iron-eating worm. The explosive gold-swallowing beast is a card beast with unknown origins, unknown species, unknown quality, and unknown attributes, naturally born and bred. This was information Lucio found after searching through his mind for most of the card beast data. According to his memory, this was information the original owner obtained from an expensive cryptic card. Due to the rarity of its appearances, very few have seen it. It's called the explosive gold-swallowing beast because its appearance resembles the gold-swallowing beast. Rather than being disappointed by this string of unknowns, Lucio was incredibly intrigued. What exactly is the origin of this elusive card beast? Rumor has it that every explosive gold-swallowing beast possesses immense power. If this iron-eating worm could successfully mutate, Bai Yin, as its card master, would undergo a dramatic transformation in strength. Lucio thought to himself, it seems Bai Yin is quite a potential stock. However, before attempting mutation, Bai Yan's consent is necessary. After all, if the mutation fails, the iron-eating worm might face a fatal end. Lucio cast a complicated glance at Bai Yin, thought for a moment, and decided to share this information with him. He asked, "Do you know much about your card beast?" Bai Yin was puzzled by Lucio's reaction. He had expected Lucio to laugh for a moment before speaking, but that wasn't the case. Lucio's question also surprised him a bit. Bai Yin paused for a moment, then answered in a matter-of-fact tone. "Of course I know about the iron-eating worms. They feed on iron ore and usually reside in underground iron mines, much like parasites in the human body. Their combat ability is almost zero, but they have many uses." Bai Yin pointed to the iron-eating worm in his hand. "For example, right now, it can be used as a sturdy rope. If someone is willing to stand still, it could even be used to hit someone." After listening, Lucio suddenly thought of a question. "Don't they provide iron ore here? Your card beast doesn't seem to eat regular blood food. Also, what do you plan to do with the blood food card I gave you?" Bai Yin scratched his head and explained, "My blood food card is actually a one-time storage card that contains ordinary iron ore. As for the one you gave me, boss, I plan to keep it for trading with others. If you need it in the future, I can return it to you anytime." "Trading with others?" Lucio asked, puzzled. "Yes, trading with others." Bai Yin suddenly thought of something. "Wait, boss, if you're new here, didn't they give you a cipher card?" Lucio then remembered that he still knew nothing about this place. "I have a cipher card, but it hasn't been activated yet." Bai Yin breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good then. The cipher card mentions that a currency called contribution points is used here, which has a wide range of uses. Specifically, you can study it later, boss." Lucio nodded, but Bai Yin was still curious about the previous question. "Boss, why did you ask me that question earlier?" He noticed Lucio's strange reaction when he saw the iron-eating worm. Lucio's gaze fell on the iron-eating worm on the table, and he took a deep breath, saying, "Actually, your card beast can undergo a mutation, and I know how to help it mutate." He decided to share this news with Bai Yin, partly to verify the accuracy of the information from the panel and to explore the path for Xiaohei's evolution, and partly to test Bai Yin. Ultimately, he hoped to find a stronger ally here, as at the card apprentice level, going solo could easily lead to being surrounded and defeated. Bai Yin was momentarily stunned by the news. Then, a look of joy spread across his face, and he grabbed Lucio's arm excitedly, asking, "Boss, are you sure my card beast can mutate?" Lucio nodded solemnly. Although Bai Yin didn't know why Lucio was so certain, he believed Lucio wouldn't lie to him and had no reason to. Bai Yin picked up the iron-eating worm from the table and murmured, "Xiao Xiao, we're finally turning things around. You can mutate now, aren't you happy?" Lucio watched Bai Yin standing there, holding the iron-eating worm with a face that shifted from sadness to joy. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of communication was happening between the human and the beast. Bai Yin carefully placed the iron-eating bug back on the table, taking a deep breath to calm his excitement. He wiped his face and gave a slightly apologetic smile. "Boss, sorry for the fuss." Lucio waved his hand, his expression calm. "I understand, but don't get too excited just yet. Although I can confirm that this card beast has the potential to evolve, its success depends on itself." He paused, his tone turning serious. "I must warn you, if the evolution fails, it might die. More importantly, even if I know the method, we currently don't have the means to execute it." Lucio explained the materials needed for the evolution in detail. Iron slurry for smelting, and an unspecified quantity of Xian iron stonesa, second-grade spiritual material. "Where are we going to find these now? We'll just have to see if there's a chance to get them later. With the resources of this faction, it's not entirely hopeless," he added. "Besides, what my Xiaohei needs for evolution is even more precious. If this faction doesn't have it or can't acquire it, even reaching apostle level would be futile." The word death stunned Bai Yin, and his gaze involuntarily fell on the motionless iron-eating bug on the table. This was his bonded card beast. It had chosen him, not the other way around. Bai Yin pondered. Is it worth risking its life to become stronger? But this is his most loyal companion. Memories flooded back. When he first got the iron-eating bug, Bai Yin had complained, hated it, and even cursed it as useless when he saw others' majestic card beasts. Yet, whenever he was on the verge of giving up, the iron-eating bug would comfort him, even when he was still harsh toward it. It was then he truly felt the bond of their contract, reaching deep into his soul. Two weak lives gradually learned to rely on each other, their relationship evolving from indifference to friendship and then to closeness. Bai Yin was secretly grateful that the iron-eating bug didn't resent him for his attitude. Otherwise, once the relationship cracked, it would be hard to mend. After a moment of silence, Bai Yin suddenly looked up, his gaze firm as he faced Lucio. "Boss, no matter how difficult the evolution is, Xiao Xiao and I won't back down. This might be our only chance to become stronger, and we won't give up. Are you sure?" Lucio gazed into his eyes, trying to discern whether this was just a wishful decision or a consensus reached with his card beast. Bai Yin didn't flinch, and despite his slightly swollen eyes, he met Lucio's gaze with determination. After a long pause, Lucio finally smiled and patted Bai Yin's shoulder. "All right, I will do my utmost to ensure its successful evolution. This is my promise to you." The iron-eating bug transformed back into a card, which Bai Yin carefully tucked into his pocket. "Thank you, boss." Bai Yin set aside his casual demeanor and sincerely thanked Lucio, his eyes glistening with emotion. "Don't mention it." Lucio patted his shoulder again and turned to the bed on the right side of the room. "If there's nothing else, I'll start meditating. Do whatever you want, just don't disturb me." A faint smile appeared on Lucio's lips. Securing a bit of Bai Yin's loyalty with just a promise on paper, for him, it was a worthwhile exchange. Lucio sat cross-legged, his expression solemn. He summoned Xiaohei, the loyal card beast, which immediately stood guard by the bed with vigilance. The atmosphere in the room was tense as Lucio took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and began to meditate. At this moment, forming the first elemental core was his top priority. Only by achieving this could he activate the secret language card and understand the situation in this unfamiliar environment. Additionally, those precious battle cards would come into play. Bai Yin noticed and quietly closed the door, also beginning to meditate. Initially, he had planned to go to the training ground to meet the girl he was infatuated with, but reality diverged from fantasy, leaving him to sigh in silence. As both entered a meditative state, the room fell into silence. Invisible spiritual energy, like threads, gradually gathered at Lucio's forehead and then merged into his body. In his elemental sea, the egg-shaped card soul rhythmically trembled, absorbing the spiritual energy and feeding back black elemental force. This force combined with the existing one, gradually forming a cluster beside the card soul. Time ticked by, and the cluster of elemental force became increasingly solid, compressing towards the center. An hour later, a black vortex the size of a soybean appeared beside the card soul, slowly rotating and emitting a mysterious aura. This was the elemental core. The importance of the elemental core cannot be overstated. When a card master exhausts their elemental force, it can automatically absorb spiritual energy to replenish it, much faster than regular meditation. The quality of the card soul directly affects meditation efficiency, with rare quality being 3 times more efficient than ordinary, an unparalleled quality being 3 times more efficient than rare, and so on. This means a genius with a supreme quality card soul can achieve in a day what an ordinary card master might in nearly a month. Meanwhile, Xiaohe was quietly absorbing spiritual energy as well. Tiny pores took in the surrounding energy, some of which flowed into its core, preparing for Lucio's future spiritual returns. Currently, the spiritual energy reserve within Xiaohe was sufficient to support Lucio through 4 spiritual returns. As nature's favorites, card beasts are almost always training. With a card master, their growth rate significantly accelerates. Even when transformed into a card beast card and stored in a card ring, their training is unaffected. The quality of a card beast determines its affinity for spiritual energy. The higher the quality, the more efficient the absorption, with differences between qualities similar to those of card souls. When the first elemental core finally formed, a sense of joy surged in Lucio's heart. This speed was much faster than he had anticipated. However, he was also acutely aware that this rapid advancement's thrill was only temporary. As his level increased, he might need an entire day of meditation to boost his strength slightly in the future. Besides the card master's talent, the level of the card beast also significantly limits the enhancement of strength. Lucio understood well that the road ahead was long, and this was just the beginning. Lucio carefully extracted the mysterious cryptic card, feeling the core within him slightly tremble. Streams of energy flowed from the core, coursing through his body and finally converging at his fingertips, surging into the card in his hand. In an instant, a dazzling stream of light burst forth from the card, piercing straight into Lucio's forehead. He closed his eyes, concentrating fully on absorbing the vast information contained within the card. About 15 minutes later, Lucio slowly opened his eyes, a look of indescribable shock flickering within them. The underworld hall. Lucio murmured to himself. Its depth is beyond my imagination. The rules within the card were succinctly outlined into 3 main points. First, no infighting among members. Second, absolute obedience to superiors' commands. Third, prohibition of any unscrupulous activities. What constitutes unscrupulous is left to individual interpretation. Besides these, there were some minor clauses primarily aimed at ensuring member safety, which did not have a significant impact. In addition to these rules, the cryptic card detailed several crucial locations within the underworld hall. First was the resource exchange center. Here, one could exchange for various types of cards, including rare ones seldom seen outside, as well as obtain precious cultivation resources like card rings, card beasts, and spiritual materials. Even everyday items were available. What intrigued Lucio the most was a mysterious option in the exchange list, and the black iron stone and evolution materials for Xiaohe he urgently needed were categorized as spiritual materials. The currency for exchange was contribution points, as mentioned by Bai Yan, and completing tasks was the sole way to earn them. The card also mentioned that a grand contest would be held in 7 days to determine personal strength rankings. At that time, each person would receive a special crystal card according to their level, used for storing and trading contribution points. Next was the dueling arena, a place exuding a bloody aura. Unlike the rumored dueling arenas outside, here the battles were not between people, but against ferocious card beasts. Meeting specific conditions would yield rich rewards. The card did not detail the exact conditions and rewards, but one point was notably highlighted. The ticket to enter the dueling arena was the participant's life. Failing to meet basic requirements or earn sufficient rewards would result in one outcome: death, either being devoured by card beasts or executed by mysterious individuals. Despite the blood-pumping thrill of such a life-or-death challenge, Lucio had no intention of risking it. He silently vowed to himself that, unless absolutely necessary, he would never step into that perilous place. The final location was the Card Pavilion, a sanctuary for learning the art of card crafting, regarded as the cradle of card artisans. For Lucio, this was undoubtedly the most alluring place. As the saying goes, a card master who doesn't aspire to be a card artisan is not a good card master. This reflects the esteemed status of card artisans in the eyes of the continent's populace. However, becoming a qualified card artisan is no easy feat, requiring not only a massive investment of resources, but also an unimaginable amount of time and effort. Firstly, one must acquire a card crafting method, regardless of the school. This is a prerequisite for entering the world of card crafting. Even with rare materials and countless recipes, without a crafting method, one cannot succeed. Secondly, one must spend a large amount of resources and time honing their skills, and then search for recipes and gather materials, each step fraught with difficulty. Because of this, although the profession of card artisan is highly revered, it remains a distant dream for ordinary card masters. Of course, for those born into privilege with guidance from a card crafting master from a young age, it's a different story. Unfortunately, Lucio, wanting Lucio to focus on building a solid foundation, never hired a card artisan for him and never delved into the crafting path himself. From another perspective, Lucio perhaps did not want card crafting to distract Lucio. Therefore, Upon learning that the Underworld Hall offered the opportunity to become a card artisan, Lucio couldn't contain his excitement. He had long yearned for this profession, and now he finally had a glimmer of hope. However, entering the card pavilion to learn card crafting also required contribution points, which seemed to be the universal currency within the Underworld Hall. Lucio had a vague sense that the future competition for contribution points would be intensely fierce. The mighty Zunwu Tower stands tall, its 70-year structure piercing the sky like a sharp sword. This sacred place is dedicated to the cultivation of card mastery and card beast skills, with each level harboring secrets of various complexities. As one ascends, the required contribution points increase, seemingly testing the resolve of every card master who steps into this realm. Card mastery, the essence of a card master's combat skills, is like a flourishing tree, progressing from basic to advanced and then to super advanced levels. It is said that there are even more profound realms beyond the super advanced, but these exist only in ancient legends, unseen by any. Basic card mastery serves as the foundation of the tree, encompassing techniques like card throwing, card summoning, card sealing, and card strengthening. These are mandatory for every card master. While these skills are common and not particularly difficult, their impact on battles is limited, yet they form the bedrock of a card master's growth. However, even the most basic techniques require elemental energy to be performed. Advanced card mastery is akin to the elusive branches and leaves of the tree's crown, rare and precious. Their value far surpasses that of basic techniques, often by tens or even hundreds of times. Without reaching a certain level, a card master cannot even begin to access these profound skills. As the saying goes, master one skill, benefit for life. Advanced techniques can serve a card master for a lifetime. However, matching their value is the exponentially increasing difficulty of mastering them. Lucio couldn't help but recall the tall man in the black robe who had captured him Yuku. That day, the scene of Yuku remotely controlling cards to explode precisely was a display of an advanced card mastery that Lucio had never encountered before. Lucio sighed inwardly. If not for being captured, he might have had the opportunity to learn the advanced card mastery passed down in the Lu family. The final significant place, the Shenglong Pool, is as awe-inspiring as its name suggests, like the roar of a dragon. It is a magical place that enhances the qualifications of card masters and card beasts, a place that astonished Lucio the most, and a testament to the deep foundation of the Underworld Hall. Treasures that can enhance one's qualifications are invaluable. Their appearance inevitably triggers fierce competition. Wealthy individuals buying them is a relatively mild approach. More often, they are seized at any cost. Ultimately, these rare items usually end up in the hands of powerful forces, becoming monopolized. Even items that can enhance a card beast's qualifications attract intense competition, let alone treasures that can improve a card master's qualifications. Lucio recalled the Soul Ascension pill he had taken earlier, which offered just a slight chance of improving his qualifications, yet required Lu Ziyuan to travel far to Xianyuan City to purchase it, highlighting its rarity. Such is the extraordinariness of the Shenglong Pool, and naturally, the entry threshold is the highest. It requires not only a vast amount of contribution points, but also the completion of specific tasks and the fulfillment of stringent conditions to even glimpse its wonders. In addition to these 5 core areas, the information detailed their exact locations and physical characteristics. However, these places remain beyond Lucio's reach for now, like fortresses awaiting conquest. As Lucio immersed himself in this information, Xiaohe, who had been lying nearby, keenly sensed his awakening. It immediately stood up, eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Boss, you're done." Xiaohe's voice carried a hint of concern. Lucio smiled, stroking Xiaohe's head, feeling its soft fur. "Thank you for your patience. Let's go for a walk outside." To avoid unnecessary trouble, Lucio decided to summon Xiaohe back first. He would call it out again once they reached the training ground, ensuring safety without attracting attention. Lucio's objective was clear: familiarize himself with the training ground and quickly adapt to his current power. He silently set a goal to reach the level of a 3-star card servant today and catch up with Xiaohe's level by tomorrow. This ambitious plan filled him with determination. Unlike Lucio's simple self-meditation, Bai Yan's training method was more complex. He sat with his eyes closed, fully focused, with a beast card suspended in front of his chest. This card was enveloped in silver-white metallic elemental energy, rotating slowly at a mysterious frequency, as if performing some sacred ritual. This was Guiyuan, a cultivation method corresponding to card beast reversion. Compared to reversion, Guiyuan is a longer and more arduous process, demanding more time and effort from a card master. Bai Yan was wholly absorbed, seemingly merging with the rotating beast card, exploring deeper mysteries in the ocean of elemental energy. When a card master reaches the same level of elemental force and physical cultivation as their contract beast card, they can begin the process of returning to origin. During this process, the elemental force gained through meditation is channeled back to the beast card according to mysterious rules, enhancing its attributes and physicality. Once the beast card advances, it returns spiritual energy to the card master, creating a cycle. In reality, the major challenge lies in upgrading the beast card rather than the card master's own strength. Most of the card master's training time is spent on this process, and as their level increases, the efficiency of returning to origin decreases exponentially, especially when multiple beast cards are involved. Lucio watched Bai Yin, who was deep in meditation, and seeing no sign of him waking up, prepared to leave quietly. He gently pushed the door open and was about to step out when Bai Yan's slightly aggrieved voice came from behind. "Boss, are you abandoning me?" Lucio turned around, looking helplessly at Bai Yan, who had suddenly opened his eyes. By now, the swelling on Bai Yan's face had subsided, and he looked a bit more serious, though his chubby cheeks were still very noticeable. "I'm heading to the training ground. Are you coming too?" Lucio asked helplessly. Bai Yan immediately put away his beast card, flipped out of bed, and quickly walked over to Lucio's side, saying earnestly, "Of course, how could I miss accompanying the boss on an outing?" Lucio glanced at him, a slight smile playing on his lips, and turned to walk out, saying as he went, "Suit yourself, but if we run into that girl again, I can't guarantee I'll save you. You'd better fend for yourself then." Hearing this, Bai Yan's eyes widened, and he looked embarrassed. He hurriedly closed the door and jogged to catch up with Lucio, urgently saying, "Boss, how can you say that? Didn't you just say we would fight side by side?" "Did I? When did I ever say such a thing?" Lucio feigned confusion. "You definitely did. I heard it with my own ears." "Boss, you can't go back on your word." Bai Yan insisted. "I didn't say anything like that. Anyway, I don't remember. Even if I did, it was the past me who said it. It has nothing to do with the current me." Lucio continued to argue. "The past you is the same as the current you. They're the same person." Bai Yan argued with reason. "The same? There's a huge difference. Let me tell you." Lucio began to explain at length. A quarter of an hour later, the two arrived at the edge of the training ground. Seeing the bustling scene, they were both taken aback. "Is it always this crowded at this time?" Lucio asked, a bit frustrated. Bai Yan shook his head. "I don't know. I only took a look on my first day here. Usually, I just stay in my room and meditate." Lucio was surprised. "You don't come out to consolidate your skills?" "I'd like to," Bai Yan replied with a bitter smile, "but you know how my little one is. What's the use of consolidating my skills? In a duel, it's always 1 against 2. I'll just have to surrender." Lucio raised an eyebrow, thinking Bai Yan had a point. Bai Yan's iron-eating bug was almost negligible in duels. Opponents could easily bypass it and attack Bai Yan directly. Even in official arenas, this tactic wasn't against the rules. "Can't you at least comfort me a little? My heart feels so heavy." Bai Yan clutched his chest, pretending to be heartbroken. Lucio shrugged and said mercilessly, "You've already admitted it yourself, so what's there to comfort? It's better to face reality early on, rather than waste your efforts." Hearing this, Bai Yan was momentarily speechless and could only sigh in resignation. Lucio led Bai Yan to a secluded corner of the training ground, where several stone locks were neatly arranged, ranging from 5 to 30 gene, each clearly labeled with its weight. Without a word, Lucio stepped forward and grabbed the smallest 5 gene stone lock. Using only half his strength, he easily lifted the stone lock and weighed it in his hand, still managing it with ease. A hint of satisfaction flashed in Lucio's eyes as he set down the 5 gene stone lock and prepared to challenge the Tenjin one. "Boss, are you planning to train your strength here?" Bai Yan couldn't help but ask, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Without turning around, Lucio focused intently on the stone locks. "Yes, do you want to give it a try?" Bai Yan glanced at the cold stone locks and shook his head, lacking interest. "I'll pass. I'll wander around nearby." Only then did Lucio turn to look at Bai Yan with interest. "What? Not afraid of running into that girl?" Bai Yan gave an awkward smile. "I'll just roam around here. I won't go far." Lucio nodded and waved. "All right. Call me if you need anything." "Got it," Bai Yan replied as he walked away. Lucio refocused his attention on the Tenjin stone lock, just about to reach for it when a booming voice suddenly erupted from behind him. "Kid, where do you think you're going? Don't you know this is my territory, Tiger Lord's turf?" Lucio took a deep breath, suppressing his impatience, and turned around sharply. 10 meters away, a burly man with a tiger-like build was glaring at him. The most striking feature was his shiny bald head, reflecting the sunlight like a mirror. Unable to resist a sarcastic remark, Lucio said, "Big guy, are you sure you're only 15 with that look?" Despite the man's somewhat comical appearance, his aggressive tone ignited Lucio's anger. With a dark expression, Lucio retorted, "Who says certain areas belong to someone here?" The bald man dismissively picked his nose with his finger and arrogantly replied, "There's no official rule, but I make the rules here. Got a problem with that?" Lucio let out a cold laugh. "Let's see if your words have any weight with me." With that, he said no more, waving his right hand as a white light descended, transforming into Xiao He, who stood proudly. Initially, the bald man paid no heed to Lucio's summoned card beast, but when he saw the 5 shining gold stars, Disbelief washed over his face. How do you have a 5-star subordinate level card beast? He exclaimed, a hint of panic in his eyes. What's the matter? Is there a problem? Lucio sneered coldly. Where's your card beast? If it doesn't come out soon, I'll make the first move. The bald man glanced at the battle-ready Xiao He, gritted his teeth, and pulled out his beast card. As the white light dissipated, a tall figure emerged. It was a bear-shaped card beast over 3 meters tall, with sharp fangs protruding and blood-red eyes gleaming with ferocity. Its entire body was covered in rough, earth-colored fur, and its massive paws were particularly striking, with claws glinting with a cold light. From a distance, it resembled a formidable little giant, exuding an intimidating aura. Earthshatter Bear, a 4-star card servant in its juvenile form, possesses an Earth attribute and is in an unparalleled state, with its health exuberantly evolved to the level of an Earth Master. Its requirements include an Earth Crystal, 3 pounds of rock steel, and 10 bloodthirsty herbs. This card beast has extraordinary potential, even surpassing the current Xiao He due to its innate racial abilities. The battle was imminent. Xiao He and the Earthshatter Bear quickly engaged, each showcasing their strengths. The Earthshatter Bear boasted tough skin and powerful attacks, but was slightly slower. Xiao He excelled in agility, though its attacks struggled to inflict serious damage on the Earthshatter Bear. After several rounds, Xiao He held the upper hand, yet found it difficult to secure a decisive advantage. As the fight continued, the Earthshatter Bear began to show signs of fatigue, its fur stained with blood, looking rather bedraggled. Meanwhile, Xiao He, despite significant energy expenditure, remained largely unscathed. The intense duel soon caught the attention of bystanders, who paused their activities to watch from a safe distance, wary of being caught in the crossfire. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Isn't that Song Daho fighting again? A boy whispered to his companion. Probably over those stone locks again, the other replied. I just don't get why he's so obsessed. The onlookers' gazes carried a hint of schadenfreude, suggesting Song Dahu wasn't well liked. However, Lucio had no time for such idle gossip. Seeing Xiao He gaining the upper hand, he flipped his right hand, revealing the Shadow Stealth card. Although he was only a 1-star card servant, and activating this card could deplete his limited elemental power, he had no choice but to use it to intimidate his opponent. With more people gathering, he was concerned about attracting further trouble, especially from that girl. In the next moment, the card in Lucio's hand began to glow with elemental energy. The unique glow of the elemental energy instantly caught everyone's attention. Is that a battle card? The crowd exclaimed in shock. Song Daha's pupils constricted, his face turning pale as he trembled, questioning, where did you get a battle card? He was already at a disadvantage, and with the addition of this battle card, he feared he would be defeated in an instant. Then, as if realizing something, he murmured with a bitter smile. Looks like I've hit a brick wall again, just like with those other guys. Lucio ignored the reactions around him, focused solely on waiting for the card's activation. A few seconds later, the card was finally awakened. He targeted Xiao He on the field and swung his right hand sharply. The activated card transformed into a black stream of light, swiftly merging into Xiao He's body. Although this direct throwing method was clumsy and carried the risk of missing, it was the only way to wield a battle card before mastering basic card throwing techniques. Fortunately, card masters had extraordinary physical abilities, so as long as their eyesight was decent, their accuracy was quite high. In the next moment, a dark glow enveloped Xiao He, with invisible ripples emerging in a small area. Suddenly, Xiao He's figure flickered and vanished into thin air after a few leaps. Hey, where did that card beast go? An onlooker exclaimed. Someone nearby speculated. It must be the power of that battle card. Others quickly agreed. Yes, that must be it. Facing this scene, Song Dao transitioned from surprise to terror. Seeing such a large card beast evaporate before his eyes sent a chill down his spine. He frantically searched for Xiao He's trace, but his efforts were in vain. His eyes, as wide as saucers, found nothing, leaving him disheartened and deeply frustrated. His earth-splitting bear was also affected, growling uneasily as its fighting spirit plummeted. Originally possessing 60% of its combat power, it dropped to below 50%. This was the power of shadow stealth, generating a distortion field that deceived the naked eye. More crucially, its additional effect temporarily boosted the shadow-type card beast's attributes by 10%, including speed, defense, and strength. Lucio was secretly pleased and issued an order to Xiao He. Spare it, but finish this battle quickly. Shadow Wolf's combat prowess was recognized as formidable among card beasts, and aside from occasionally activating the battle card, Lucio didn't need to worry about the battle's details. Excessive command could disrupt Xiao He's attack rhythm, so it was better to let it act freely. The earth-splitting bear immediately sensed a cold aura circling around it, elusive and unpredictable, exerting immense pressure. It tried several times to lock onto its target, but ended up swiping aimlessly at the air, like a blind giant. Unable to see the enemy, the bear grew increasingly agitated, and with its injuries adding to the agitation, Its bloodshot eyes seemed ready to bleed. Suddenly, a sound sliced through the air. The earth-splitting bear's fur stood on end, and it swiftly turned its massive head towards the source, instinctively raising its arms to block, but it was too late. Xiao He appeared almost out of nowhere right in front of it, claws gleaming with a cold light, aiming directly at its vital points. Swish! Bang! Several flashes of cold light streaked by as Xiao He moved like an arrow. Its two hind legs suddenly powered up, delivering a precise kick to the head of the earth-splitting bear. The giant beast crashed to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Using the momentum, Xiao He made a graceful landing, its tail wagging in triumph. Adup! Song Dahu cried out in anguish, rushing to the side of the fallen bear. He knelt down, his hands trembling as he checked the injuries. The once menacing face of the earth-splitting bear was now a bloody mess, its features barely recognizable. Fighting back his grief, Song Dahu quickly recalled the bear through his card soul. Without a healing card, he could only hope for the automatic recovery function of the beast card. Xiao He, seeking praise, trotted over to Lucio, its tail curling and wagging with excitement. Lucio squatted down, smiling as he brushed the dust off Xiao He. Using the last bit of his energy, he sensed the shadow stealth card within him. Soon, the dark glow around Xiao He faded, and a stream of light transformed into a card, returning to Lucio's hand. This is really troublesome. I need to learn these basic card techniques as soon as possible, Lucio murmured to himself, looking at the now dull card. He glanced around, noticing that everyone was still in shock, their attention focused on Song Dahu. Raising an eyebrow, Lucio quietly slipped away under the cover of the dust. The best strategy is to leave, Lucio thought to himself. This place is no longer suitable for training. I need to find a more secluded spot. He quickly made his way through the crowd, searching for a new training ground. A short-haired girl quietly followed him, but Lucio remained unaware. Meanwhile, Bai Yin found himself in a worse situation. Shortly after parting ways with Lucio, he encountered the 5 boys who had once beaten him up. Now a buzzcut boy stood in front of him, with 4 accomplices blocking his escape route in an arc. Hey guys! Bai Yin forced a smile. Long time no see. Haha, the buzzcut boy sneered. We weren't even looking for you. Yet here you are. Seems like we really are meant to meet. Bai Yin had no intention of traveling far. He just wanted to wander around the vicinity. However, as he strolled through this unfamiliar land, he was amazed by the sight before him. The girls here were all stunningly beautiful, a stark contrast to the rugged village girls he remembered. Those loud-voiced, strong-armed country girls had fueled his longing for the world beyond. Now, confronted with such beauty, Bai Yin felt it would be a waste not to take a few more glances, given his previously dull years. So, he sauntered leisurely, hands clasped behind his back, his eyes constantly observing the girls around him. Occasionally, he would make a comment or two, adopting the demeanor of a seasoned playboy. Learning from past mistakes, Bai Yin was much more cautious this time. He deliberately kept a 20-meter distance from the girls to avoid any eye contact. This strategy seemed effective, as none of the girls noticed him. Gradually, Bai Yin became overconfident, his gaze becoming more brazen as it roamed over the girls. His self-satisfaction quickly turned into disaster when he stumbled into a training ground occupied by 5 young men. This time, there's no one to save you, sneered a crew-cut youth, leaning down toward Bai Yin. Despite his inner panic, Bai Yin managed to maintain a semblance of calm, having experienced beatings before. I didn't do anything to your big sister this time, so why are you hitting me? Bai Yin feigned composure and raised his voice to question them. Why? The crew-cut youth sneered. Because I'm stronger than you, because we outnumber you, because we don't like you. Is that enough? Bai Yin's unease intensified, and he swallowed hard. Thinking of Lucio's strength, he tried to rely on his ally for intimidation. You better think twice before hitting me. Aren't you afraid of my boss's revenge? Oh, that guy's your boss. The crew-cut youth's expression faltered for a moment before reverting to a disdainful look. I didn't realize that. He's strong, but a little stupid to let a loser like you follow him. But it's too bad. Even if he's your boss, it won't help. Our big sister has recruited someone who's about to break through to a 5-star card master. And then your boss will lose to us. What? Bai Yin was shocked. He couldn't believe that in just one night, someone was on the verge of becoming a 5-star card master when the strongest yesterday was only a 3-star. Simultaneously, he felt both embarrassed and angry at being called a loser. I'm not a loser. And don't talk about my boss. Meanwhile, Lucio, having just left the scene of trouble, was quickly approached by a short-haired girl who blocked his path. Stop right there, she commanded. This delicate-featured, petite short-haired girl was the one he'd seen earlier, and the reason Bai Yin had gotten into trouble. Caught off guard by her sudden appearance, Lucio stepped back, gripping his beast card warily. What do you want? He asked coldly, a hint of caution in his eyes. Despite her beauty, she couldn't sway Lucio in the least. He had no interest in such a youngster. However, he couldn't help but wonder to himself, is she here to seek revenge? Lucio eyed the girl in front of him warily, calculating his next move. Women are indeed troublesome, he thought. Better to avoid them in the future. A hint of annoyance flickered in his eyes. The girl noticed Lucio's guarded demeanor and frowned. She lifted her chin and haughtily declared, I won't hold you accountable for what happened this morning, but you must sell me that battle card you're holding. Her tone carried an inexplicable sense of superiority, as if selling the card to her was an honor for Lucio. Lucio was left speechless by her attitude. He pursed his lips, unwilling to engage further, and simply walked around her, continuing forward with long strides. At this moment, he was more concerned about Bai Yan's whereabouts. Truth be told, he was starting to worry as he hadn't seen Bai Yan yet, who was, nominally, his underling. Hey, stop right there. The girl was enraged and once again blocked Lucio's path, her face a picture of disbelief, clearly not expecting anyone to ignore her like this. Lucio was growing impatient with her antics, his voice tinged with anger. Are you crazy? If you have something to say it. If not, get lost. And no, I'm not selling the battle card. You? The girl pointed at Lucio, momentarily at a loss for words, seemingly unable to believe he would speak to her that way. What do you mean, you? If you keep bothering me, don't blame me for being rude. Lucio warned harshly before turning and walking off in a different direction without looking back. Seeing Lucio walk away, the girl didn't follow him again. She stood there, her chest heaving with anger. The next moment, she stomped her foot and shouted at Lucio's retreating figure. You jerk. You're finished. Unfortunately, Lucio's pace didn't falter in the slightest at her shout, completely disregarding her words. Seeing this, the girl's fury only intensified. She looked around, and her gaze fell on a nearby ironwood post. Overflowing with rage and with nowhere to channel it, she delivered a fierce side kick to its center. Ah! A scream of pain echoed. It turned out the training posts at the martial grounds were specially made, infused with first-grade spiritual materials, making them extremely sturdy. They were designed to train card beasts' attack power, and the physical strength of a card master was far inferior to that of a card beast. This day was destined to be an unforgettable dark day for the girl. Meanwhile, back to Bai Yan. After failing to negotiate, Bai Yan had to endure being attended to by 5 people once again. With the experience from last time, Bai Yan immediately shielded his face with both hands and curled up to protect his vital parts. However, his efforts were in vain. His physical strength was no match for the 5 boys. Although they didn't target his vital areas, they paid special attention to his face, which they found particularly annoying. By the time Lucio had searched almost half of the training ground and finally arrived at this spot, he was greeted by the sight of Bai Yan in a miserable state. The 5 boys had long since left, leaving only Bai Yan curled up on the ground. Bai Yan, Lucio called out tentatively. He wasn't sure if the figure on the ground was Bai Yan, as everyone wore the same uniform. If not for the familiar build, Lucio wouldn't have bothered to ask. Upon hearing the call, the figure on the ground finally stirred. With great effort, Bai Yan turned to his side, struggling to get up. As he nearly stumbled again, Lucio quickly reached out to steady him. His expression was grim, anger barely concealed in his eyes, as he urgently asked, Bai Yan, what happened? The figure lifted his head, revealing Bai Yan's battered face. He forced a smile and weakly said, Boss, you finally came. This time, Bai Yan's injuries were more severe than last time. Without a second thought, Lucio carefully carried Bai Yan on his back, deciding to take him home first. Along the way, Bai Yan softly recounted the events to Lucio, cleverly replacing the part about watching a girl with gathering intelligence for Lucio. Lucio listened attentively to Bai Yan's account without any suspicion. Once they returned home, he gently laid Bai Yan on the bed, a hint of distress flickering in his eyes. However, he quickly turned to leave, clearly intending to confront the 5 youths responsible. Seeing Lucio's intention, Bai Yan felt both touched and worried. He hurriedly called out to the departing Lucio. Boss, you can't go looking for them now. Lucio turned back, puzzled, as Bai Yan anxiously explained. There's someone on their side who's about to break through to a 5-star card servant. You can't take them on alone. Bai Yan knew that while Lucio's card beast had the strength of a 5-star servant, Lucio himself was only a 1-star card servant, and going alone might end badly. Lucio's eyes narrowed. After a moment of silence, he asked, What level are the ones who attacked you? Bai Yan answered without hesitation. One is a 3-star card servant, and the other 4 are 2-star card servants. And that girl probably has a 4-star card servant level as well. Lucio nodded thoughtfully. All right, I got it. Seeing Bai Yan's worried expression, he smiled, feigning a relaxed demeanor. I'm just going out to consolidate my skills. Why are you so worried? Bai Yan was momentarily taken aback, then awkwardly said, Then go ahead, boss. After closing the door, Lucio's expression turned icy as he strode towards the training ground. He thought to himself, revenge should not be delayed, and he couldn't back down just because they outnumbered him. When facing a group, the key is to be ruthless and focus attacks on one person. As long as they didn't have a 5-star card servant, he was confident of making them fear him. Though it would be safer to wait until his yuan energy recovered, Lucio's blood was boiling. He knew that life required some impulsive decisions. If one was overly cautious about everything, what was the point of life? Besides, even though his soul was mature, the influence of the original owner of his body meant he was still a passionate young man. Arriving at the training ground, there were noticeably fewer people than when they had left, likely because many had gone home to meditate. The vast space felt somewhat empty. Lucio carefully scanned the area, but didn't see the 5 youths. Unwilling to give up, he searched the entire training ground, but to no avail, leaving him a bit frustrated. If only I knew where they lived, Lucio muttered to himself. He returned to the spot where he had carried Bai Yin away and saw the glaring bloodstains on the ground. Lucio pressed his lips together, his gaze growing colder. The vivid blood seemed to silently accuse the youths of their brutality and reminded Lucio of the world's harshness and the responsibility he bore. Lucio didn't linger at the spot. He headed straight to a nearby training facility. He was determined to strengthen his physical prowess while waiting for those individuals to appear. If they didn't show up, he would focus on enhancing his own strength and deal with them the next time they crossed paths. He examined the facility in front of him. 2 sturdy wooden pillars supported a thick iron rod, from which several leather-covered spherical objects of varying sizes hung by chains. Lucio recognized this as an apparatus for training explosive power, suitable for card masters and card beasts. Xiaohei, try and see which one suits you best, Lucio instructed, summoning Xiaohei. An hour later, a nearly exhausted Lucio returned to his quarters. His hands and feet trembled slightly, evidence of an intense training session. Although he hadn't encountered those people, his efforts were not in vain. He was ready for the next step in refining his spiritual energy, and Xiaohei's combat abilities had improved. As he opened the door, Lucio saw Bai Yin meditating. Bai Yin's facial injuries had mostly healed and would likely recover fully soon, which gave Lucio some comfort. He knew that card masters had superior constitutions and could recover quickly from most injuries unless the core or vital points were damaged, especially with the aid of healing cards. Not wanting to disturb Bai Yin, Lucio quietly sat cross-legged on his bed and summoned Xiaohei again. Let's begin, he whispered. Soon, a cluster of spiritual energy slowly drifted from Xiaohei's forehead. This time, the energy refinement process was smoother, completing in less than half an hour. With this, Lucio's physical prowess reached the level of a 2-star card servant. Opening his eyes, Lucio took out the 1-turn Eternal Meditation card, a flicker of excitement in his gaze. Previously, he couldn't activate the meditation card due to his inability to use elemental energy, which wasted time. Now, with his first energy core, he could make full use of this auxiliary card. In the next moment, the meditation card transformed into a gentle golden energy, bursting above Lucio's head. A faint golden array appeared beneath him, covering an area of 1 meter around. The meditation card's purpose was to increase the amount of spiritual energy a card master's soul could absorb, significantly enhancing meditation efficiency, even though it couldn't change the absorption rate determined by the soul's quality. Importantly, as long as the card master didn't actively withdraw it, the meditation card would continue to function. A 1-turn meditation card could double a card master's spiritual energy absorption, a 2-turn card could triple it, and a 3-turn card could quadruple it. With the appearance of the golden array, Lucio immediately began meditating, drawing spiritual energy into his body at an accelerated pace. Perhaps due to the unusual fluctuation of spiritual energy in the room, Bai Yin awoke from his meditation. He opened his eyes and, seeing Lucio had returned, wondered aloud. When did you get back, boss? Then he noticed the golden array beside Lucio and was taken aback. Is that a meditation card? A glimmer of envy crossed Bai Yan's eyes, but he sighed quietly and resumed his meditation. He was nearly at the 3-star card servant level, just a step away from allowing his companion, Xiao Xiao, to advance to a 3-star follower level. A quarter of an hour later, Bai Yimu opened his eyes. The beast card hovering in front of him transformed into a ball of white light, revealing the form of the iron-kneading insect as it landed. Even while motionless, spiritual energy continued to flow into its body. As the energy accumulated, it finally reached a critical point. Ding! A crisp sound emanated from the iron-eating insect, and a tiny star-like illusion appeared above it, flashing briefly before disappearing. Bai Yinmu's face broke into a joyful smile at the sight. Shortly after, a spiritual energy mass, slightly larger than when Lucio returned to spiritual form, slowly emerged from the insect. When Bai Yinmu finished his spiritual return and opened his eyes, he found Lucio already seated on a chair, with Xiaohei lying at his feet. It turned out that shortly after Bai Yinmu began his spiritual return, Lucio had already condensed a second core. With nothing else to do, he started playing with Xiaohei inside the room. 3-star card attendant now? Lucio asked with a smile. Yes. Bai Yinmu nodded, sitting down beside him. But my elemental power is still a bit lacking. He then curiously asked, Boss, where did you get that meditation card? Lucio took out the meditation card, his tone heavy. It was given by someone else. Thinking about the card's origins, he couldn't help but recall the harrowing events of the previous night, his parents fleeing with grave injuries, leaving him in this unfamiliar place. Though he was safe, his home was shattered. Sensing Lucio's low spirits, Bai Yinmu cleverly changed the topic. By the way, boss, did you see those girls at the martial arts arena? They all seemed pretty good looking. Lucio raised an eyebrow. When did you notice that? Bai Yinmu's face froze, and he quickly explained. Of course, I noticed while gathering intelligence for you, boss. Oh, Lucio drew out the sound, not probing further. He handed the meditation card to Bai Yinmu. I'm going back to the martial arts arena. Borrow this card for now, and try to reach 3-star elemental power before I return. Bai Yinmu hesitated. Boss, this card is too valuable. It's not a gift, just a loan. Stop overthinking and take it. Lucio interrupted impatiently. Bai Yinmu no longer hesitated and accepted the card with gratitude. Lucio waved him off, summoned Xiaohei, and headed outside. He thought to himself that Bai Yinmu's talent was actually quite good, but the iron-eating insect was slowing his progression. Otherwise, he might already be nearing a 4-star card attendant. Watching Lucio leave, Bai Yinmu smiled, took the meditation card to his bed, and immediately began meditating. His speed significantly improved. Meanwhile, the martial arts arena was bustling with people again. Lucio instinctively headed towards the spot where he had previously seen Bai Yinmu. Soon, he spotted the 5 tall youths near the training equipment. This time, however, they were joined by an unremarkable-looking, small-statured boy. Lucio speculated whether this newcomer might be the one about to break through to a 5-star card attendant. Although he seemed unremarkable at first glance, closer observation revealed his exceptionally bright eyes and a face radiating genuine confidence, exuding a powerful charisma. Approach or not? This simple decision flashed through Lucio's mind. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, summoning Xiaohei, and approached them from a short distance. Lucio's expression was icy, with anger simmering in his eyes. A short teenager, holding his beast card tightly, asked warily. Beside him, another boy with a buzz cut whispered urgently, Mu, this is the 5-star card bearer with the battle card that the boss mentioned. Upon hearing this, Mu Yi's gaze turned serious. He looked around and instructed quietly, I understand. Everyone, be careful. Although he was on the verge of becoming a 5-star card bearer, he knew he was still no match for Lucio. However, with a 6-stun advantage, he held on to a sliver of hope. Suppressing his unease, Mu Yi asked politely, What can I do for you, my friend? Lucio coldly pointed to the 5 people behind Mu Yi. I'm not here to give advice. I don't have the time for that. This has nothing to do with you. I'm here for those 5. Mu Yi squinted, sighing inwardly. He hadn't wanted to get involved, but having accepted the woman's crystal card, he had no choice but to help. He pulled a beast card from his pocket, and with a flash of white light, a serpentine beast card appeared. The soul-devouring snake was covered in chilling black patterns, its tongue flickering in and out, with its vertical pupils gleaming with a menacing light. Soul-devouring snake, 4-star servant-level juvenile, would attribute, unmatched state, healthy, and vigorous. Lucio wasn't intimidated by the seemingly terrifying soul-devouring snake. He knew well that with enough speed, he could avoid its most dangerous fangs. Speed was precisely what his shadow wolf, Xiaohei, excelled in. Meanwhile, the 5 people behind Mu Yi summoned their respective beast cards. There was a wood-type vine demon and carrion mushroom, a fire-type flame spider, an earth-type fong mouse, and a 3-star servant-level wind-type beast card, the blade mantis. These beasts quickly formed an arc, surrounding Lucio and Xiaohei. The vine demon stood over 2 meters tall, with pale green vines tangled like a mess, extending 2 barbed black vines at the top, glinting ominously. The half-meter-tall carrion mushroom was dark purple, dotted with white spots of varying sizes, sending chills down one's spine. The flame spider and shadow wolf were similar in size, with black bodies covered in red patterns. The blade mantis had wings as sharp as blades, its deep green body exuding a dangerous aura. The leading soul-devouring snake slithered to the front, eyeing Xiaohei provocatively. Lucio stood expressionless, while Xiaohei bared its sharp fangs, its fierce gaze sweeping over the 6 opposing beasts. Xiaohei upheld the creed of the Shadow Wolf clan. Treat companions with kindness, but enemies with ruthless ferocity. Even when facing 6 beasts, it showed no fear. This confidence stemmed not only from trust in Lucio, but also from absolute faith in its own strength. As soon as the group summoned their card beasts, a crowd of onlookers quickly gathered around, whispering to each other. Why are there so many battles today? It hasn't been long since the last one. A 6-0 fight, how thrilling. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, Hey look, isn't that the guy who easily defeated Song Dahu not long ago? It really seems like it. I heard he has a battle card too, is that true? Of course it's true. I saw him use it with my own eyes. But, even with a battle card, isn't 1 against 6 pushing it a bit? As the crowd continued to chatter, the battle erupted. The 6-card beasts launched a fierce attack on Xiaohei almost simultaneously. The black vines of the vine demon lashed out like whips, The flame spider shot sticky red webs. The carrion mushroom released a cloud of black spores, and the fong mouse charged directly. The blade mantis of the crew-cut boy whipped up a gust of wind, darting towards Xiao He like an arrow. However, the most ferocious was the soul-devouring snake. Its massive body slithered swiftly to the forefront, jaws wide open, with sharp venomous fangs aimed at Xiao He's throat. Faced with this overwhelming assault, Xiao He remained unfazed. With a fierce howl, its limbs seemed to dance on flames as it swiftly maneuvered, kicking up a cloud of dust. It deftly dodged the incoming vines and webs, and with a few agile leaps, it circled behind the soul-devouring snake, meeting the charging blade mantis Hedon. Whoosh! Bam! With a crushing blow, Xiao He swatted the blade mantis 3 meters away. It crashed heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Before the other card beasts could react, Xiao He leaped into the air, fangs bared, claws slicing through the air. Screech! A sharp scraping sound echoed as the blade mantis let out a pained cry. 2 deep claw marks, at least a finger's width, crisscrossed its chest, clearly visible. Pale green blood oozed from the ragged wounds, quickly pooling into a dark green stain on the ground. It struggled to stand, but each movement aggravated its wounds, causing more blood to flow. With a single strike, the blade mantis was on the brink of death. This was the power disparity of 2-star levels. The crew-cut boy, seeing his card beast gravely injured, was both sorrowful and furious, hurriedly recalling it. He glared at Lucio with resentment and anger in his eyes. Lucio noticed his gaze, a mocking smile playing at his lips, mouthing the words, "Loser," while thinking to himself, "You're the one I'm targeting." After the successful strike, Lucio was thrilled to realize that the group attack seemed ineffective against Xiao He. With enough speed, they could be taken down one by one. With a plan forming in his mind, Lucio quickly communicated with Xiao He through his thoughts. "Xiao He, take down the other 4 first. Leave the snake for last." "Got it, boss." Thrilled by the exhilaration of battle, Xiao He became unusually excited, eyeing the remaining card beasts like prey. Mu Yi also noticed this scene, shocked by Xiao He's speed, yet feeling a tinge of frustration. He quickly commanded the soul-devouring snake to intercept Xiao He. However, Xiao He's speed was far superior to that of the soul-devouring snake. Despite the soul-eating snake's desperate attempts to block Xiao He, it was effortlessly evaded. Like a black lightning bolt, Xiao He darted into the midst of the other card beasts. These 4 2-star servant-level card beasts were not even as strong as the praying mantis. Facing Xiao He's fierce attack, they couldn't even muster a decent defense. Their seemingly sharp attacks appeared in slow motion to Xiao He, who dodged them with ease. The outcome of the battle was predictable. In no time, only Mu Yi's soul-eating snake was left standing, while the other card beasts lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. Lucio mused to himself that if it weren't for the rules here, he would have liked to finish them off completely, preventing their owners from acting arrogantly in the future. Although he couldn't kill them to vent his anger, the current injuries meant that without healing cards, these card beasts wouldn't recover in less than a day. Lucio smiled slightly, imagining these people watching helplessly as others raced against time to meditate and train while they remained stagnant. This was undoubtedly the most unforgettable punishment for them. Lucio was quite satisfied with the result, though slightly regretted that he was only a 2-star card servant. Otherwise, he would have taught these people a lesson himself. Turning to the ashen-faced Mu Yi, Lucio cheerfully asked, "So what now? Want to continue?" His tone carried a hint of provocation. "If you're still up for it, I'm game." Lucio had no particular feelings towards this small-statured boy. As long as he didn't cause trouble, he could do whatever he pleased. Most importantly, Lucio didn't want to complicate matters. His target was solely those 5 people. Mu Yi ignored Lucio's provocation and instead turned to the 5 indignant boys behind him. A hint of guilt flashed in his eyes as he softly said, "I can't beat him. Let's call it a day." With the speed Xiao He displayed, the soul-eating snake was like a sitting duck. Its most potent weapon, venom, was useless in this situation, left hidden in its mouth with no opportunity to use it. The battle couldn't continue. The crew-cut boy couldn't accept this outcome and angrily questioned, "Why? Are you in cahoots with him? You could have saved us, but you didn't, and now you say you don't want to fight? Tell us, are you with him or not?" Unable to accept the reality of being unable to train for a long time, the crew-cut boy almost lost control. Were it not for the last shred of reason telling him that confronting Mu Yi would end badly, he might have already acted. The other 4 boys, though not as agitated as the crew-cut boy, looked at Mu Yi with eyes full of blame and resentment. People are often like this, remembering the bad and forgetting the good, fearing outsiders but being unrestrained with their own. Initially feeling some guilt towards them, Mu Yi's expression darkened at their words. He coldly remarked, "It's not your place to dictate my actions. If it weren't for wanting, do you think you could still stand unscathed in front of me? Without wanting, you're nothing but a nobody." Wanting was the name of the short-haired girl. With that, Mui no longer looked at the shamefaced and angry boys, recalled the soul-eating snake that was still facing off against Xiaohei, and turned to leave without a backward glance. He left them with a parting comment. I'll explain to Wanning. You're on your own. Lucio watched Mu Yi walk away with interest, then glanced at the five whose expressions were constantly changing. With a slight smile, he recalled Xiaohei and turned to leave. After the combatants left the arena, the spectators returned to their own training routines. However, the formidable strength demonstrated by Lucio left a lasting impression on everyone, likely to linger for a long time. Having dealt with the five challengers, Lucio felt a sense of relief. His purpose was not only to seek revenge, but also to solidify his cultivation as a two-star card servant. He found a secluded corner to begin his training regimen and summoned Xiaohei to train independently nearby. Lucio understood that in the early stages of cultivation, a card master's physical abilities weren't dominant in combat. This training was more about preparing to control card beasts in the future and enhancing his self-defense capabilities. Only at the card master level would physical prowess play a significant role in battles. By evening, Lucio returned home. The room was illuminated by fluorescent stones embedded in the ceiling, and Bai Yin was still immersed in meditation. Lucio shook his aching hands and walked inside, deciding to rest on a chair for a while. After nearly an hour and a half of intense training, Lucio had a good grasp of his current power. Technically, he was ready to begin his third spiritual return. However, he noticed an issue. The energy in his core seemed somewhat unresponsive, with a slight sluggishness during circulation. Could it be that the rapid growth of energy is causing this? Lucio speculated. For most people, such minor anomalies might be overlooked or even unnoticed. Lucio's ability to detect these subtle changes was thanks to his unique soul strength, honed over 2 lifetimes. Though seemingly insignificant, for Lucio, who aspired to reach the pinnacle of strength, this small issue was a major concern. He understood the principle of a 1,000-mile dike can be destroyed by an ant's nest, and knew he must remain vigilant at all times. I guess I should try activating more cards, Lucio murmured, unaware that Bai Yin had emerged from meditation. What are you mumbling about, boss? Bai Yin asked curiously, sitting beside Lucio with excitement in his eyes. Nothing much, Lucio replied, then looked at Bai Yin. Have you advanced to a 3-star card servant? Bai Yin nodded excitedly. The third energy core has formed. Boss, your meditation card is really effective. Lucio shook his head with a smile. If it's useful, keep using it for a while longer. Bai Yin was puzzled. Aren't you going to meditate? Not right now. You keep using it. I'll let you know when I need it, Lucio said, heading towards his bed. Bai Yin paused, not saying more, and returned to his spot to begin another round of energy consolidation. Meanwhile, Lucio summoned Xiaohei and took out the battle card. Xiaohei, don't be surprised later. What's up, boss? Xiaohei asked, puzzled. Just stay calm and lie down. Got it. With Xiaohei ready, Lucio began activating the battle card. As energy slowly flowed into it, the card started to glow black. For the next hour, Lucio repeatedly cycled through throwing, recalling, activating, throwing again, recalling, and meditative recovery. Eventually, he no longer felt that sluggish sensation when circulating his energy. Lucio let out a long sigh, gently stroking Xiaohei's head, a hint of guilt flickering in his eyes. Xiaohei, how are you feeling? Any discomfort? This fluctuating change must be hard to endure, right? Xiaohei shook his head, a touch of confusion in his voice. Not uncomfortable, just feels a bit strange. Lucio smiled with relief. That's good, but this feeling might occur again in the future, so be prepared. No problem. Xiaohei responded firmly. All right, let's start the third spiritual return. Lucio adjusted his posture, signaling Xiaohei to get ready. A ball of spiritual energy, similar to the previous ones, slowly formed and was gradually absorbed by Lucio. At that moment, Bai Yin happened to open his eyes, casting a complex glance at Lucio before placing the meditation card on the table and quietly leaving the room. When Lucio finished the spiritual return and was about to ask Bai Yin for the meditation card, he found the room empty. Where's Bai Yin? Lucio was puzzled. Xiaohei's voice echoed in his mind. Boss, he left a while ago. He left. Lucio was even more confused. What is he doing outside at this time? Not sure, but he seemed sneaky, probably up to no good. Xiaohei's childish voice carried a hint of amusement. Lucio couldn't help but laugh, picking up the meditation card from the table and stepping outside to look around, but Bai Yin was nowhere to be seen. It seems he might have gone to the training ground. Has he finally decided to put in some effort? Lucio wondered to himself. Regardless, he decided to check out the situation and take the opportunity to consolidate his own 3-star card servant's physical cultivation. Under the night sky, the training ground was solemn and majestic, with its ancient structures standing like loyal soldiers. The glowing stone pillars at the 4 corners emitted a soft light, draping the hard space in a delicate veil. At this hour, the ground was sparsely populated. Lucio stood in a corner, straining to spot Bai Yin. However, the dim light and distant, blurry figures made it hard to distinguish anyone. especially with their similar clothing. Lucio had to inspect each person, but to his surprise, after confirming everyone, Bai Yin was still nowhere to be seen. Frowning, Lucio felt a growing uneasiness. Where on earth did that kid go, he thought. The rules of the underworld hall limited activities to the residential area and the central training ground. With all other possibilities ruled out, it seemed there was only one left. Bai Yin had gone to someone else's residence. But why? Lucio was puzzled. We're all strangers brought here. There shouldn't be many acquaintances. Even if there are familiar faces, it's not appropriate to visit late at night. Could there be some secret? Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Lucio decided to focus on something productive instead of overthinking. Given the underworld hall's way of handling things, at least Bai Yin wouldn't be in any danger, which was somewhat reassuring. Exhausted, Lucio returned to his residence, only to unexpectedly find Bai Yin standing at the door with a cheerful smile, as if everything was normal. Frowning, Lucio asked, "Where have you been?" Bai Yin replied casually with a light-hearted smile. "Just went out for a stroll." Lucio gave him a long look, but chose not to press further, silently heading to his own area. As night fell, Lucio briefly remarked, "It's late. Get some rest." He then sat cross-legged by the bed, activated his meditation card, and began his final meditation session of the day, aiming to form his third energy core. Bai Yin paused for a moment, watching Lucio enter his meditative state, then smiled softly and began his own meditation. Soon, the glowstone on the ceiling flickered briefly, its gentle light fading away, plunging the room into darkness. Before sleeping, Lucio instinctively summoned Xiaohe, letting it sleep comfortably on the spacious bed. Only his own card beast could truly put him at ease. The next morning, Lucio, now a 3-star card servant, awoke early. Gazing at the morning light outside the window, he spent time bonding with Xiaohe while awaiting the day's potion allocation. Bai Yin, still drowsy, approached the table, yawning as he asked, "Boss, up so early?" Lucio nodded and suggested, "You should head to the martial training ground today to solidify your skills. Every step must be firm if you want to become strong." Bai Yin blinked in agreement. After a brief conversation, the array's light flashed, and the day's potion allocation arrived. This time, Lucio didn't give the blood food card to Bai Yin, but kept it for future use. The next 3 days at the training ground were uneventful. The 5 boys and the loud girl did not reappear. Only the small boy occasionally nodded at Lucio. Finally, the day of the competition arrived. In the morning, boys and girls gathered on the open grounds surrounding the training area. Overnight, the usual training facilities had vanished, replaced by open-air rooms separated by special materials. Lucio and Bai Yin stood on the edge of the crowd. Excitedly, Bai Yin said, "Boss, with your current strength, aren't you a sure bet for first place?" Lucio shook his head, "Not necessarily. We've only encountered a small fraction of the participants. There are definitely formidable individuals we haven't seen yet, and many are likely holding back their true abilities. We can't be complacent." By this time, Lucio had reached the level of a 5-star card servant, on par with Xiaohe's level. Xiaohe was just a step away from the 6-star servant level and was expected to break through today, making it as strong as a typical 6-star servant-level card beast. With the competition imminent, Lucio remained vigilant, ready to face unknown challenges. Its rapid growth and strength is partly due to its innate talent. Both Lucio and Xiaohe possess extraordinary abilities, placing them at the forefront among all the captives. Over the past few days, Lucio has spent most of his time meditating, while Xiaohe, under the boost of beast spirit pills and meditation cards, has grown 3 centimeters taller in just a few days. Xiaohe now looks much more imposing, with its fiery red fur appearing more vibrant, as if it could ignite at any moment. Bai Yin watched Lucio and Xiaohe, nodding in agreement, but then a hint of melancholy appeared on his face. He sighed. "Alas, in my situation, I might very well end up at the bottom." Lucio turned to Bai Yin, a sly smile playing on his lips, and patted Bai Yan's shoulder with a light-hearted tone. "Be confident. Just remove, might very well. And you're at the bottom." Bai Yan's face fell instantly, looking at Lucio with a face full of grievance. "Boss, do you have to be so discouraging?" Lucio shrugged, his expression turning serious. "It's better to cut off your wishful thinking yourself than to have someone else do it for you later." Bai Yan's strength remained at the level of a 3-star card attendant, and his iron-eating insect seemed more like an ornament. Lucio knew that letting a currently powerless card master face other card masters' beasts directly would be suicidal. Bai Yan's only option was to surrender, at least preserving some dignity. Seeing Bai Yan's dimming gaze, Lucio softened his tone. "Don't worry, this is just temporary. Once your card beast evolves, you can win back everything you've lost." Mentioning the evolved form of the iron-eating insect, Bai Yan's eyes lit up with hope. He gathered his resolve and said firmly, "Yes, I'll definitely get my revenge then." Time slipped by quietly, and after half an hour, a deep, resonant voice suddenly echoed throughout the space. Silence. As soon as the voice fell, the surroundings became instantly silent. A tall, middle-aged man appeared out of nowhere above the martial field. He wore a simple black robe, with a prominent nose and a resolute face. This man was Li, whom Lucio had previously encountered. His astonishing appearance left many inexperienced individuals in awe. However, some of the more knowledgeable kids watched the figure in the air with solemn expressions, understanding that achieving such a feat required at least a card spirit level of strength. A card spirit, no matter where, was akin to a dominant force. Li introduced himself. "My name is Li. You can call me Steward Lei." His gaze was sharp as he surveyed the crowd, wasting no time on formalities, and directly explained the duel rules. The battles will be unknown, with free matching. Each of you will receive a special card. The winner takes all of the loser's cards. Those who collect 10 or more cards advance to the next round and can no longer challenge others. There are 30 combat rooms in total, each with a guardian. Only victories in these rooms are valid. You can challenge each other, and the challenged cannot refuse, or they must give all their cards to the challenger. To prevent continuous battles, the winner can rest in the combat room for up to half an hour. Finally, two individuals who have already fought cannot battle each other again. Those who lose all their cards and choose to forfeit must remain in the combat room where they lost their last match. Having said this all in one go, Layli looked down at the crowd with authority, his voice booming. "Any questions?" In the training ground, everyone fell silent, exchanging glances. Layli surveyed the group, and seeing no questions, he nodded slightly. "It seems everyone understands." His voice resonated through the area. "Now, you can go to your rooms to collect your special cards. Remember, you only have 2/4 of an hour. If you're late, you'll be disqualified." Lei Li's gaze sharpened as he continued. "There are a few important points to note. First, the only place to obtain the special card is the battle room in the training ground. If anyone dares to snatch cards elsewhere," he let out a cold snort, the threat implied. "Second, when multiple challengers face the same opponent, the challenged can choose their opponent. Third, the entire training ground is under surveillance, so don't think of breaking the rules. The consequences will be severe." As soon as he finished speaking, Lei Li's figure blurred and vanished in an instant. This scene left Lucio both envious and awestruck. He murmured to himself, "This must be his card's sole ability. Such a near teleportation skill is a bit terrifying." Lucio shook off his distractions and began to mentally review the rules. According to Lei Li, the number of people advancing to the next round would be between 17 and 32, depending on the actual situation. He pondered. Some might be unlucky, struggling to collect 9 cards only to meet a stronger opponent and have to surrender their hard-earned cards, leaving them to choose between giving up or starting over. Meanwhile, some lucky ones might easily defeat 10 of the weakest opponents and advance effortlessly. It seems luck is also a key factor, Lucio thought, and it's clear that as the competition progresses, it will become increasingly difficult to obtain cards. He also noted Lei Li's final warning, clearly intended to prevent participants from teaming up to steal others' cards. At that moment, Bai reminded him, "Boss, we need to hurry back and get the cards. 2/4 of an hour isn't much time." Lucio nodded in agreement, and they immediately set off, even jogging to be safe. The others also dispersed quickly, and soon the training ground was empty. Shortly after their departure, a dozen expressionless gray-clad men appeared at various junctions between the living quarters and the training ground, waiting silently for the contestants to return. Lucio and Bai hurried back to their room, where they found a pale yellow card on each of the 2 tables. Picking one up, they saw it was a plain, solid-colored card with no patterns or designs. "This is the special card," Bai muttered. "I thought it would be something impressive." Lucio pocketed the card, smiling as he explained, "It's just a token for the battles." "What were you expecting?" Bai chuckled awkwardly and handed his card to Lucio. "Here, boss, you take it." Lucio was momentarily taken aback. "What are you doing?" Bai shrugged. "If I'm going to give it to someone, it might as well be you." Lucio didn't take the card, instead giving him a helpless look. "Didn't you hear the rules? These cards can only be exchanged in the battle room." Bai's eyes flashed with a hint of confusion, but he quickly regained his smile. Excitedly, he said, "Then I'll go to the duel room, hand the card to the boss, and surrender right away. That way, I won't embarrass myself in front of everyone, huh?" Lucio shook his head helplessly and briefly said, "Let's go. We should hurry back to the training grounds." With that, he turned and walked briskly towards the door. Bai hurried to catch up, muttering as he jogged, "Looks like I need to meditate for a few hours at the training grounds. Then I'll borrow the meditation card from the boss." When the two arrived at the open area around the training grounds, quite a few people had already gathered. Lucio glanced around and noticed that all the duel room doors were shut, with some rooms even having a crowd gathered in front of them. After a moment of thought, Lucio led Bai to a duel room with relatively fewer people. Using their strong presence, they pushed their way to the front, closest to the door. The people they displaced were about to protest, but upon seeing Lucio's fierce gaze, they hesitated and closed their mouths. A few people who had seen Lucio in action before even left the area entirely, thinking to themselves, better not mess with him. Let's get out of here. Soon, all participants had arrived. Suddenly, men in gray clothes at each entrance simultaneously summoned their card beasts, blocking the pathways. This move clearly indicated that they didn't intend to let anyone leave until the duel was over. The gray-clad men's actions also signaled the official start of the duel. Almost simultaneously, the duel room doors swung open. Quick as a flash, Lucio pulled Bai Yin inside. The room was relatively spacious. Behind the door stood a gray-clad man with a cold, expressionless face. Lucio couldn't help but wonder if these people had any emotions at all. In the left corner of the room, a partition as tall as the wall formed a small triangular space, with a door in the lower half of the partition. Lucio guessed that this small area might be where the defeated were kept. As soon as they entered, the door slammed shut, fitting perfectly. The gray-clad man coldly commanded, "Hand over your cards." Without objection, they handed their cards to the gray-clad man, who then gestured for them to stand on opposite sides of the room. Once they were in position, the gray-clad man raised his voice to announce, "Let the battle begin." No sooner had he spoken than Bai Yin eagerly shouted, "I surrender." The gray-clad man's lips twitched slightly as he turned to the source of the voice. Bai Yin stood there, hand raised, looking smug as if to say, "I'm proud to surrender." Lucio couldn't help but cover his face, thinking, "Couldn't you at least pretend a little? This is way too blatant." A moment later, the gray-clad man called them over, returned the cards to Lucio, and asked, "Do you need to rest?" Lucio shook his head, indicating he didn't. The gray-clad man opened the door behind him and said, "You can leave now." Lucio took his card, but didn't leave immediately. He retrieved a meditation card from his card ring and handed it to Bai Yin, saying, "You're probably going to be here for a while. Take this card and meditate in peace." Bai Yin accepted it with a delighted expression and thanked him. "Thanks, boss." Lucio patted his shoulder without further comment and turned to leave. Just as he was about to disappear into the crowd outside, Bai Yin shouted, "Good luck, boss." Lucio didn't look back, just waved his hand, and soon his figure was lost in the sea of people. The gray-clad man stopped the crowd from rushing in, then turned to Bai Yin and said, "Judging by your attitude, you don't seem interested in fighting." He pointed to the small room. "Be sensible. Go in there and close the door behind you." Bai Yin chuckled, tightly clutching the meditation card, and headed towards the small room. After leaving the battle room, Lucio felt momentarily lost and uncertain. He stood there contemplating for a while and decided to randomly find opponents to collect 10 cards, silently hoping not to encounter anyone too powerful. Just then, his gaze accidentally landed on a familiar short-haired boy leading a seemingly fragile girl toward another battle room not far away. The girl's face was full of reluctance, which made Lucio chuckle to himself. What a coincidence. It seems fate isn't on your side. He smirked slightly and quickly stepped forward to block the short-haired boy's path. "I challenge you," Lucio declared bluntly. The short-haired boy froze, his expression turning sour. The fragile girl, however, looked at Lucio with grateful eyes. I don't think that's possible. I was about to fight her." The short-haired boy feigned innocence, clearly more cautious after their last encounter. Lucio raised an eyebrow and retorted, "The rules don't say you can't switch opponents last minute. Besides, she didn't challenge you, did she? You don't have the right to choose." The short-haired boy's face turned pale, and he hesitated. Lucio continued to press. "What? Are you going to refuse? Or try to cheat?" The short-haired boy felt a wave of uncertainty. He did consider such thoughts, reasoning that with so many people outside the duel room, the administrators couldn't possibly keep track. Yet, ignorance can be fatal. Gritting his teeth, he defiantly replied, "So what if I am?" Lucio smiled and gestured. "Fine, you can go ahead with her." Despite his unease, the short-haired boy, having come this far, could only proceed with determination. However, as he took a few steps, a figure in gray suddenly appeared before him with incredible speed. The gray-clad man's eyes were cold, his voice as deep and menacing as a demon's. "Do you wish to die?" The short-haired boy turned ashen, overwhelmed by the man's intimidating presence. Sweat poured down his forehead, his legs trembled, and he stammered, I, I was wrong." The gray-clad man ignored his plea. With a swift motion, thud, the boy's head fell to the ground. Astonishingly, his neck was sealed with ice, preventing any blood from spurting out. The sudden turn of events plunged the surroundings into a deathly silence. Everyone stood aghast, eyes filled with horror. Even Lucio was taken aback. He had anticipated severe consequences for breaking the rules, but never imagined such a brutal outcome. No chance given, just a swift execution. Was this method cruel? Perhaps. Lucio felt an inexplicable sense of dread. Strip away the facade, and they were all just lambs to the slaughter here. The fragile girl who had been challenged by the short-haired boy now clutched her mouth tightly, desperately holding back her cries. Yet, her eyes were brimming with tears. As a girl fresh out of her sheltered world, it was her first time witnessing such a killing. Though there was no blood spray, the terror surpassed that of a card beast's attack. At that moment, The man in gray found a card on the body and handed it to Lucio. With an expressionless face, he said, "This is yours." His tone was icy, as if the act of killing the young man with a cruel cut had no more significance to him than squashing an ant. Lucio didn't dare to hesitate and quickly reached out to take the card, his fingers trembling slightly. The man in gray efficiently stored the young man's body into a storage card and then walked away, his footsteps echoing sharply in the silence. It wasn't until the man in gray's figure completely disappeared that the people around dared to whisper, "That guy, so terrifying. Better find someone to fight quickly. Don't overthink it. Just follow the rules, and you'll be fine. Yeah, don't get any funny ideas. We can't fathom what these people are capable of." Lucio carefully put away the card the man in gray had given him. His eyes inadvertently fell on a girl nearby with empty, hollow eyes. He sighed silently, said nothing, and turned to leave, searching for the next target. In this situation, he couldn't bring himself to harm the girl, even though he knew that by challenging her, he could easily get another card. The news that breaking the rules would lead to death quickly spread among the crowd. The deterrent effect was immediate, and no one dared to play tricks anymore. After that, Lucio continued to challenge others. He was lucky. He didn't encounter any 4-star card warriors, mostly facing those with 3-star prowess, and even stumbled upon a timid 2-star card warrior hiding in a corner. By this point, Lucio had collected 9 cards, just one short of his goal. Just then, a clear and pleasant voice came from behind. "I challenge you." Lucio turned around to see Wan Ying, the short-haired girl he had encountered a few times before. Her delicate face was full of confidence, and her eyes sparkled with a challenging light. Seeing her again, Lucio was at a loss for words. Was she targeting him, or what? She seemed to be everywhere. He thought of the recently deceased young man with the crew cut and smirked oddly, asking, "Did you know your underling is dead?" Wan Ying's expression changed, but she quickly regained her composure and said indifferently, "Dead is dead. He was a waste anyway. If he hadn't helped me with a lot of things before, I would have kicked him out long ago." Lucio was taken aback, then smiled wryly. Perhaps this was the law of the world. The strong do as they please, and the weak survive as best they can. When you lose your usefulness, you get kicked aside, often by someone who not long ago called you a brother. It's harsh but real. Seeing Lucio remain silent, Wan Ying taunted, "Are you scared? If you hand over your battle card, I might let you go." Lucio chuckled coldly, a hint of disdain in his eyes. "Do you think everyone is as foolish as you? Let's go into the battle room." With that, he headed towards the nearest battle room. "You?" Wan Ying stomped her foot in anger, her face twisted with determination. "Just you wait. I'll make sure you regret this." After some time of fighting, the arena had noticeably fewer people, presumably because some had given up and chosen to enter the small room directly. With their strength, Lucio and Wan Ying carved a path through the crowd to reach a battle room door. Soon, the door opened, and 2 people emerged, one looking defeated, the other with a triumphant smile. Lucio and Wan Ying entered the room, seemingly at ease. As they handed over their cards, Lucio noticed the 8 cards in Wan Ying's hand. He raised an eyebrow and a smile played on his lips. "Wow, 8 cards. That must have taken quite some effort." Hearing this, Wan Ying lifted her chin proudly. "Oomph. It was a piece of cake for me. You better take a good look at your cards now, because soon they'll all be mine, and you won't get another chance." Lucio said nothing more and turned to his spot. He took a deep breath and summoned Xiaohe, focusing intently on the battle ahead. Meanwhile, Wan Ying called forth her own card Biast, a 1-meter-long butterfly-shaped creature. This elegant being, named Kanglan Butterfly, had vibrant wings that shimmered beautifully under the lights. Lucio quickly scanned the butterfly's details. A 5-star follower-level juvenile, wind attribute, in a unique state, healthy and content. It had already met the criteria to evolve into an apostle-level creature, requiring only a wind and nurge-rich environment, 10 wind spirit stones, half a pound of silver powder, and a piece of purple vine to complete its transformation. Upon reading this, Lucio was taken aback. Another card beast with potential for evolution, and a formidable one at that. Although it couldn't use its innate skills due to its current inability to harness attribute energy, its aerial advantage severely hampered Xiaohe's combat effectiveness. Lucio's previously relaxed demeanor vanished as he realized he had to give his all in this fight, or risk an unexpected defeat. Wan Ying, feeling triumphant, asked, "Scared yet?" She secretly hoped to see panic on Lucio's face. However, she was destined to be disappointed. Lucio remained calm, his eyes even hinting at mockery. This pricked Wan Ying's pride, and with a furrowed brow, she angrily commanded, "Lon Lon, teach him a lesson." The Kanglan butterfly gently flapped its wings, soaring to a height of 7 or 8 meters, looking down at Xiaohe. Its soft abdomen quivered slightly before releasing a spray of pale blue powder from a tiny pore, aimed directly at Xiaohe below. Lucio's pupils contracted as he urgently commanded in his mind, "Xiaohe, dodge now." Though Xiaohe reacted quickly, it was still grazed by the pale blue powder. Soon, strange blue spots began to appear on its ink-black body. Lucio's heart raced with concern, and he quickly asked, Xiaohei, how do you feel now? He was aware that the powder had a sleep-inducing effect, potent against most card beasts with real flesh and blood, except for a few special ones. At this moment, Lucio watched Xiaohei closely, contemplating his next move. Lucio finally understood Wan Ying's obsession with this combat card. Even though her card beast wasn't of the dark type, using shadow stealth in battle to silently approach the opponent's card beast from above could lead to unimaginable consequences. Lucio was secretly worried, fearing that Xiaohei might suddenly fall asleep. Although it could be awakened quickly, any unexpected event within those few seconds could change the course of the battle. He scrutinized the opposing Tsanglan die, knowing its melee abilities were almost non-existent. Before awakening its innate skills, it could only rely on the pale blue powder within its body as a means of attack. The effectiveness of this powder would diminish as the opposing card beast's strength increased. Lucio wasn't concerned that Tsanglan die would cause substantial harm to Xiaohei. What he feared more was the potential destructive power of other combat cards that Wan Ying, an extraordinary woman, might possess. For Xiaohei, who was in a state of sleep, this was undoubtedly a fatal threat. At that moment, Xiaohei's clear voice resonated in Lucio's mind. Boss, I'm okay. Just feeling a bit dizzy. Lucio breathed a slight sigh of relief, thankful that the powder wasn't enough to put Xiaohei to sleep. To be safe, he still advised, Xiaohei, you have to hold on. It can't stay in the air forever. You need to seize the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. He knew that the juvenile Tsanglan die would eventually need to land and rest due to the significant energy consumption of flying. Don't worry, boss. Xiaohei responded. I was a bit careless earlier. When I was wandering alone, I encountered such card beasts and know how to deal with them. This unexpected advantage delighted Lucio. With Xiaohei's experience, the battle seemed to no longer require his command-only vigilance against other potential combat cards from Wan Ying. The battle entered a brief stalemate. Tsanglan Dai attempted several times to spray pale blue powder at Xiaohei, but Xiaohei skillfully detected and evaded each attempt. Although Xiaohei couldn't attack the Tsanglan Dai high in the air, it successfully avoided being passively hit. As time passed, Tsanglan Dai's wing flapping visibly weakened, and its flight altitude dropped from 7 or 8 meters to 4 or 5 meters. At this height, a full leap by Xiaohei could reach it. At this point, Wan Ying began to show signs of agitation. The inability to effectively attack Xiaohei inevitably caused her to feel a sense of urgency. Seeing her card beast's stamina depleting, Wan Ying gritted her teeth, and her right hand glowed with the light of a card ring, revealing a card etched with pale blue patterns. Lucio keenly noticed Wan Ying's movement. With victory within reach, he couldn't allow Wan Ying to succeed. Whatever she intended to do, it was wise to remain vigilant. Lucio's eyes sharpened as he swiftly retrieved the Shadow Stealth card and began activation. Both completed their activations almost simultaneously. Lucio waved his right hand, and the card transformed into a dark light mass that merged into Xiaohei's body. The duration of a combat card's effect is limited, usually no more than an hour, and sometimes as short as a second. The shorter the duration, the greater the explosive power and destructiveness. Lucio's enhancement card had a relatively long-lasting effect, but wouldn't exceed 15 minutes. This was why he hadn't used a combat card until now. Meanwhile, Wan Ying's combat card, upon activation, transformed into a ping-pong ball-sized green energy mass in front of her. With a flick of her right hand, she shouted, Wind Burst Bomb, go! In an instant, the green energy mass hurtled toward Xiaohei at lightning speed. This was her trump card, initially intended for use when the opposing card beast fell asleep, but the current situation forced her to reveal it prematurely. Her card beast's stamina was critically low, and if she didn't use it now, she might not get another chance. Thus, Wan Ying had no choice but to gamble everything on activating this card. The energy orb shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, but Xiaohei, agile as a leopard, deftly dodged the lethal attack with a swift sidestep. Its small stature and quick speed served as the best defense, and coupled with the considerable distance from Wan Ying, it narrowly avoided the energy orb that had put it on high alert. Boom! The energy orb collided with the ground, exploding instantly. Debris scattered like raindrops, and dust filled the air. After the explosion, a half-meter-deep pit appeared, and at the bottom lay a card Wan Ying's Eternal Grade Battle card. Seeing Xiaohei unharmed, Lucio breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, the distortion field around Xiaohei had taken effect, making its presence vanish entirely from the battlefield. Perhaps some card beasts with extraordinary perception or those more powerful than Xiaohei could track its movements. But clearly, the Kanglan butterfly was not among them. Wan Ying's face darkened, her delicate features filled with displeasure. Her trump card failed, and she couldn't locate her opponent, leaving her feeling powerless. Through mental communication, she knew the Kanglan butterfly was struggling to hold on. Any further decline would mean a fierce strike awaited it. Defeat was inevitable, and cutting losses was the only choice left. Wan Ying glared at Lucio, gritting her teeth as she raised her right hand and shouted, "I concede." Before the words were fully spoken, she swiftly recalled the Kanglen butterfly, giving Lucio no chance to exploit the situation. The battle ended, but Lucio felt a bit frustrated. Although he had won, he hadn't even come close to touching the opponent's card beast. Only Xiao He had been on the receiving end of attacks. It was a somewhat unsatisfying feeling. However, the resentful glare Wan Ying threw his way as she left did brighten his mood slightly. You can now proceed to the next round. A gray-clad person handed Lucio a red card. Apart from the color, it was identical in material to the pale yellow card. "What's this for?" Lucio asked curiously. "It's your pass for tomorrow's match," the gray-clad person replied with a hint of warmth in their voice. "Take good care of it. If you lose it, we're not responsible." Lucio nodded, understanding that the next round would begin the following day. As he was about to ask what to do next, the gray-clad person preemptively explained, "You can choose to leave here with this card and return to your accommodation, then come back tomorrow morning to start the next round. Or, you can stay here and use this card to enter various rooms to watch other matches." "Got it, thank you." Lucio thanked them and left the battle room. Outside, the crowd had thinned considerably, at least by half. Some people stood empty-handed, lingering in hopes of gaining something. But Lucio knew that most of the cards had likely ended up with a few strong individuals, and those hoping for leftovers would likely leave empty-handed. Ignoring them, Lucio walked to the edge of the martial arts arena. He glanced back at this place full of opportunities and challenges, then turned to leave. Staying at the martial arts arena to observe opponents seemed like a good idea to gather more information, but Lucio quickly realized the limitations of this approach. At their current level of strength, there was very little they could hide. Apart from the battle cards, all other skills would be revealed during combat. Moreover, the battle cards, which were the only hidden trump cards, were possessed by very few. Their use and countering depended entirely on improvisation, so knowing about them in advance held little value. After weighing the pros and cons, Lucio decided not to waste any more time and instead returned to focus on his training. He knew that reaching the level of a 6-star card servant as soon as possible was key to increasing his chances of success. Back at his residence, Lucio immediately entered a meditative state. 2 hours later, Bai Yin pushed the door open, his face full of worry. Upon seeing Lucio sitting safely inside, he sighed in relief. The vigilant Xiao He by the bed timely reminded, "Boss, that guy named Bai is back." Lucio opened his eyes and looked at Bai Yin, asking, "What's wrong? You don't look so good." Bai Yin sat down at the table, his tone carrying a hint of complaint. "I was looking for you at the martial arts arena for so long and couldn't find you. I thought something happened. I didn't expect you had already come back." Lucio smiled and explained, "I got the token for the next round and came back first." "When did you finish?" Bai Yin shook his head. "I'm not sure. They told me I could leave, so I went out to find you. When I couldn't find you, I just came back." Lucio thought for a moment and asked, "Did you see anyone with a red card on your way back?" "Red card?" Bai Yin frowned in confusion, then shook his head. "No. Is the red card the token for the next round?" "Yes," Lucio nodded. "I just don't know how many people have advanced to the next round." Bai Yin was silent for a moment, as if remembering something, then took out the meditation card and handed it back to Lucio. "Boss, you should be able to break through to a 6-star card servant today, right?" "Almost," Lucio replied briefly. The next morning, the martial arts arena was restored to its original state, with all traces of the previous day's competition erased, as if it had never happened. Gray-clothed guards still stood at every entrance, but today only those advancing to the second round were allowed in, while others could only watch from afar. Lucio and Bai Yin arrived at the arena and encountered the gray-clothed guards blocking the entrance. Bai Yin wore a bitter expression and turned to Lucio, saying, "Boss, I'll be cheering for you from outside." Without saying much, Lucio showed the red card to the guards and smoothly entered the arena. To his surprise, he was the only one there. The other competitors had yet to arrive. To avoid wasting time, Lucio moved to a corner of the arena and began meditating. Last night, Xiao He officially advanced to a 6-star servant level, and Lucio's physical cultivation reached the 6-star card servant level as well, though his elemental power remained at the 5-star level. This wasn't due to negligence. He realized that after reaching the 6-star level, the elemental power needed to form the core significantly increased. Despite his exceptional talent and the aid of the meditation card, Lucio still hadn't formed the 6th core last night, and it seemed there was a considerable way to go before reaching this goal. From now on, the rapid thrill of power advancement was gone. Lucio understood that the path of future cultivation would be even more arduous and prolonged. In the training ground, Lucio was deep in meditation when a tall figure quietly approached. It was a handsome young man with a stern expression. He glanced around the area, his gaze pausing briefly on Lucio in the corner, before choosing a spot a bit further away to begin his meditation. Over the next 15 minutes, participants gradually arrived. 24 people gathered, with the presence of 8 girls making up a noticeable 1/3 of the group. Perhaps due to an instinctive tendency to cluster, Most of the newcomers chose to sit near Lucio and the stern young man. Sensing the surrounding commotion, Lucio slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping over the crowd like lightning. His eyes passed over a few familiar faces, Wan Ying, Mu Yi, and the bald boy who called himself Tiger Master. It was no surprise to Lucio that these individuals had advanced to the second round. However, an unexpected figure sent a shock through Lucio's heart. The frail girl who had wept uncontrollably after witnessing the crew-cut boy's tragic death in the first round was also present. She still looked as delicate as ever, as if a gentle breeze could topple her. Her gentle and graceful demeanor, typical of an Eastern beauty, might have evoked a protective instinct in others, but for Lucio, it aroused suspicion. Lucio's mind raced as he analyzed how this seemingly fragile girl could have progressed. Either she possessed a beast card powerful enough to compensate for her lack of mental fortitude, or she had been feigning weakness all along to lower her opponent's guard. Either possibility indicated that she was not to be underestimated. While Lucio pondered, the frail girl seemed to sense his scrutiny and suddenly turned her head. Their eyes met, and after a brief moment of surprise, she offered a beautiful yet chilling smile, nodding slightly. This seemingly friendly gesture made Lucio feel as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. He hurriedly averted his gaze, pretending to casually survey the surroundings. Meanwhile, at the other end of the field, Wan Ying's gaze had long been fixed on Lucio. Her expression was complex, muttering indistinct words under her breath, her eyes flickering with an inscrutable light. When she noticed Lucio's gaze fixed on a girl, an inexplicable anger flared up inside her. Her eyes sharpened instantly, and she spat coldly. Ugh, pervert. Seeing the girl smile at Lucio, and Lucio shyly turning his head away, her anger was nearly uncontrollable. She was about to stride over to give the shameless couple a piece of her mind, when suddenly a figure appeared out of nowhere in midair. Reluctantly, she held back, but her bright eyes remained locked on Lucio, as if she were looking at a sworn enemy. Layli scanned the crowd at the training ground with a commanding gaze, nodding in satisfaction. 24 of you have made it this far, excellent. His voice was loud and powerful. First, I want to congratulate you. Whether by luck or skill, reaching this point means you have achieved a higher status than those outside. Accordingly, your benefits will be elevated to a new level. Layli continued, from today onwards, you have the authority to form your own teams. These are not just temporary groups, but official teams recognized by me, which come with corresponding benefits. A team can have a maximum of 10 members and a minimum of 5. You can choose members from outside or invite anyone here to join, provided they agree. As Layli paused, Lucio and the others began pondering over the information they had just heard, their eyes flickering with thought. I hope you cherish this opportunity, Layli continued, because the members of your team may become your most reliable partners in the future. Now, enough talk. Let's move on to today's main event, determining the top 3 among you. Layli explained. This competition will still use the unknown duel system, but instead of free matching, it will be decided by drawing lots. There will be 12 groups, divided into A and B sides. As he finished speaking, a man in gray stepped forward with a wooden tube containing 24 bamboo sticks. Now let's start drawing lots. Everyone orderly took a bamboo stick from the gray-clad man, glanced at it briefly, and then put it away. Lucio's stick was marked A4, indicating he would face off against B4. While the others were drawing lots, 12 more gray-clad figures had appeared on the training ground, standing at regular intervals far apart. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that red dye had been used to mark out 12 rectangular areas, each about the size of half a soccer field, providing ample space for battle. Layli pointed to these areas below. These areas are numbered 1 to 12 from east to west. Now, proceed to the battle area corresponding to the number on your stick. Lucio and the others stood on the easternmost side, near the number 1 area. As soon as Layli finished speaking, they began moving to their designated areas. Lucio, being number 4, quickly reached his area. Opposite him stood a sinister-looking boy with long bangs. As soon as they were in position, the gray-clad figure standing at the edge of the area squinted his eyes, and a low, hoarse voice emanated from him. Begin the battle. Swish. 2 flashes of white light appeared as Lucio and his opponent summoned their card beasts. Having advanced to a 6-star attendant level, Xiaohe looked even more majestic, with more defined muscles and bright, piercing eyes. Opposite him, the card beast was a pitch-black fox, about 1.5 meters long, slightly smaller than Xiaohe. Dark Abyss Fox. Strength, 5-star attendant level juvenile. Attribute, dark. Quality, none. Dual state, healthy, joyful. Evolution, none. Mutation, none. The Dark Abyss Fox is a relatively rare card beast, living only in specific environments, such as mist-covered poisonous swamps or bottomless dark caves. Its body is covered in poison, and if it touches plants, they wither instantly. Ordinary card beasts dare not come within a meter of it. The 2 locked eyes, and the moment froze. Lucio's brow furrowed as he calculated how to handle the tricky dark phantom fox. The sinister-looking youth was secretly uneasy about Xiao Hei's 6-star attendant level strength. This is troublesome, Lucio murmured under his breath, his eyes filled with gravity. He hadn't expected to encounter such an unusual card beast in the first battle of the second round. Had it been any other opponent, even at a 6-star attendant level, he wouldn't have been daunted. But this porcupine-like dark phantom fox was a nemesis for Xiao Hei, whose main advantage was close combat. Although Xiao Hei was fast enough to dodge the dark phantom fox's attacks, counterattacking posed a risk of being poisoned. Lucio racked his brain, recalling everything he knew about the dark phantom fox, trying to identify its weaknesses. On the battlefield, Xiao Hei and the dark phantom fox were already in a standoff, neither making a reckless move. Lucio instructed with his mind. Xiao Hei, keep your distance, don't engage recklessly. Got it, boss. Xiao Hei responded. Seeing Xiao Hei's hesitation, the sinister youth felt smug, a cold smile playing on his lips. He ordered his card beast. Ollie, go for it. They don't dare touch you. The dark phantom fox's emerald eyes suddenly sharpened, and it pounced at Xiao Hei with wind-like speed. Without needing another reminder from Lucio, Xiao Hei swiftly dodged. With an absolute speed advantage, Xiao Hei easily took control of the battle. Even though the dark phantom fox wasn't slow, it couldn't match Xiao Hei, who was also a level higher in strength. The fight reached a stalemate, and the sinister youth couldn't resist taunting. With your 6-star attendant level, is dodging all you can do? Lucio glanced at him indifferently, ignoring the provocation as he continued to search his mind for the dark phantom fox's weaknesses. Besides the basic knowledge from the original owner's memory, he remembered that Lucio had once tested his knowledge of the dark phantom fox's weaknesses in the past 3 years since his transmigration. But what was it exactly? While keeping an eye on the battlefield, Lucio tried to recall that memory. Lucio had taught him so much, and it had been a long time, making it difficult to remember. He had to calm his mind and slowly search through his memories. The sinister youth, seeing Lucio's silence, grew more agitated and shouted angrily. Hey, can you fight like a man? Is just dodging all you find interesting? His voice was so loud that it could be heard across several battle zones. Perhaps triggered by this outburst, a sudden flash of insight struck Lucio. I've got it. His eyes lit up, and a confident smile appeared as he looked at the dark phantom fox with a sharp, assured gaze. Perhaps sensing Lucio's change in demeanor, the dark phantom fox halted its attack and began pacing anxiously. The sinister youth felt a sudden tightness in his chest, as if anticipating something ominous was about to unfold. Xiao Hei, soon I'll use the battle card. When the time is right, attack the fox's rear, the small area it's covering with its tail right now. Lucio instructed in a low voice, his eyes sharply fixed on the shadowy fox across from him. When it attacks, that spot will be exposed. Remember, only target that area, don't attack anywhere else. Lucio continued to explain. Everything has a weakness, and the shadow fox is no exception. Its weak spot is the area I just mentioned, where the fur is a pale white, strikingly different from the rest. A glint of excitement flashed in Xiao Hei's eyes as it growled. Got it, boss, just watch me. Its muscles tensed, ready to spring into action. Having been chased and attacked by the shadow fox for so long, Xiao Hei's anger was no less than that of the grim-looking youth. If not for Lucio's orders, it would have risked getting poisoned just to take down that fox. Being a 6-star control-type card beast, and yet being chased by a 5-star card beast that only survives in dark places was a disgrace. As a descendant of the Wolf King, how could it tolerate such humiliation? Fortunately, the grievances it had endured were not in vain, and now it could finally fight back. As the card in Lucio's hand began to glow with energy, the unease in the sinister youth's heart grew stronger. Unfortunately, without a battle card to give him any sense of security, he could only watch as Lucio activated the card and threw it. Moments later, Xiao Hei's figure vanished with a few quick movements. The next instant, the shadow fox experienced what the earth-splitting bear once felt, the presence of a familiar aura swirling around it, yet unable to see any figure. Despite expending much energy to attack wildly around itself, it was to no avail. At this moment, the sinister youth tried to reassure the shadow fox in a flustered manner. Don't worry, Ali, that card beast won't dare attack you. But just as he finished speaking, Xiao Hei deliberately revealed a very obvious aura near the shadow fox, prompting it to attack. In the next instant, as the shadow fox's attack missed, Xiao Hei seized the opportunity, spotting the pale white area behind its tail. With its right paw raised high, using the momentum from its rapid movement. Swish! Thud! The shadow fox let out a piercing scream and collapsed heavily to the ground. Near the base of its tail, a large amount of dark red blood stained its once black fur. A small pool of dark red blood formed on the ground beneath it. After defeating the sinister young man, Lucio felt a surge of joy. This happiness didn't stem from a hollow sense of achievement, but from the sudden realization that he had overlooked the valuable experience passed down by his father. It dawned on him that if he could harness this knowledge, it would unleash unimaginable power. After all, These were battle insights accumulated over many years by a 9-star card master, and he unknowingly possessed such a precious wealth. Lucio secretly resolved to revisit this intangible inheritance from his father more often and quickly turn it into his own skill. Just as Lucio's battle concluded, the fights in the other 4 areas had already ended. The cold young man's battle finished first, with his opponent's card Beast on the brink of death almost as soon as the gray-clad man announced the start. The process was so swift it was hard to catch. Next was Wan Ying's duel. Her opponent was a plain-looking girl with only a 4-star card servant strength, making her no match for Wan Ying, who possessed a battle card. Wan Ying easily used hypnosis, defeating her opponent in an instant. The other 2 victors were a pair of twin brothers who looked remarkably alike. Their opponents were 2 5-star card servants, slightly stronger than the sinister young man Lucio faced, but still no match for the brothers' teamwork. Subsequently, the battles in the remaining areas also concluded. The victors stood proudly on the field, while the defeated left dejectedly, but not beyond the circle enclosed by the gray-clad men. Instead, they waited on the surrounding open ground of the martial arena. At this moment, Laley descended into the arena once more. He glanced around at the 12 remaining participants, a subtle smile playing on his lips, and loudly announced, "Continue drawing lots." Moments later, the gray-clad man who had previously managed the drawing gathered Lucio and the others around him to begin a new round of drawing. This time there were only 12 bamboo sticks, divided into 6 groups, still marked A and B. By coincidence, Lucio drew A4 again. He couldn't help but wonder if he had a special connection with this number. Once everyone had finished drawing, Laley signaled the 6 remaining gray-clad men to arrange the battles and then disappeared with a flash. In a distant area from the building complex where Lucio and the others were, stood an elegant pavilion situated at the very center of the base. Inside the pavilion, 3 figures were seated. The one sitting in the main seat was Mu Yan, the controller of the entire base and the only blue-robed elder assigned to this base from the Ming Island division. To Mu Yan's left was a scruffy old man who seemed out of place with his surroundings. His face was slightly lecherous, with a mustache at the corners of his mouth and small eyes darting around. His chest was bare, and if one ignored his unsavory appearance, he might seem somewhat bold from afar. To Mu Yan's right sat an enchanting woman with a graceful figure, dressed in an exquisite red robe, her makeup alluring and captivating. In front of the 3 stood a large jade stone slab over 3 meters high, engraved with intricate patterns. This was the renowned Shadow Stone of the continent. At this moment, the Shadow Stone was projecting scenes from the martial arena. Shortly after, Laley quietly arrived and sat down in the 4th position. Mu Yan turned to Laley, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Ollie, who do you think will be the top 3? He asked with a smile, his voice tinged with anticipation. Laley pondered for a moment, furrowing his brow. "I believe Li Yi has the highest chance, followed by Lucio," he said slowly. "But as for the 3rd, it's hard to guess." Upon hearing this, Mu Yan burst into hearty laughter. "Haha, it seems we think alike." He glanced at the 2 people beside him. "What do you 2 think?" The stunning woman covered her mouth with a smile, her eyes twinkling. "I agree with you, my lord." Her every move was filled with charm, yet no one dared to stare, not even Mu Yan. The scruffy old man waved his hand dismissively. "I don't think so," he said leisurely. "I believe Lucio has the best chance." Mu Yan was accustomed to his attitude and merely raised an eyebrow. "Oh, what insight do you have, Old Wei?" "No insight," Old Wei replied bluntly. "Just a feeling." Mu Yan's eyes lit up, and he proposed. "In that case, how about we make a bet? The 3 of us will bet on Li Yi winning, and Old Wei will bet on Lucio winning." Old Wei raised an eyebrow, looking at the other 2, who seemed interested, and reluctantly agreed. "All right then, what's the wager?" Mu Yan's ring flashed, and he retrieved a thumb-sized, fiery red stone from his storage card, placing it gently on the table. "I don't need to introduce this, do I?" he chuckled. "The items you put up must be worth at least as much as this stone. Old Wei, you'll need to match the combined value of the 3 of us, huh?" The 3 pairs of eyes fixed on the stone in astonishment. Old Wei couldn't help but exclaim. A 5th-grade spiritual material, the creation stone. Such a small piece could probably exchange for half a small city outside. He turned to Mu Yan, his tone uncertain. "My lord, are you really betting this big?" Mu Yan looked at Old Wei with interest. "What? Is the fearless Old Wei afraid to gamble?" Old Wei felt a pang of anxiety. Losing would cost him half his fortune. The stunning woman glanced at Old Wei, sensing his hesitation, and immediately took out a card from her ring, placing it gently on the table. "Since my lord is interested, I'll join the bet," she said softly. "This is an enigma card containing the formula for a 5th-turn battle card. I think everyone here knows its value." Mu Yan was equally surprised. "Shuefei, you had such a treasure hidden away." Old Wei's gaze was fixed on the enigma card, his eyes filled with a strong desire to possess it. Shuefei smiled alluringly. "I acquired it from a relic site a few days ago, and recently unlocked its restriction. Knowing it's a 5th-turn card formula, I brought it for Old Wei to see." Not to be outdone, Laylee retrieved a shimmering silver clover from his storage card, carefully placing it on the table. This is a third-turn Nirvana grass, he explained. It has a 30 chance to unconditionally enhance a card beast's quality, and when combined with other spiritual materials, the probability can increase. He looked at the others. This should be valuable enough, right? The 3-turn Nirvana herb, a rare treasure among the 5-tier spiritual materials, is worth a fortune due to its scarcity. The 3 individuals each placed their bets, their eyes collectively turning to Wei Lao, exerting a silent pressure. At that moment, Wei Lao felt as if his heart was being torn apart, wishing he could slap himself for uttering those damned words. Now he was stuck in a dilemma, unable to move forward or back. Defaulting? Impossible. It went against his principles, and the allure of that cryptic card was like an irresistible spell. With a resolute decision, Wei Lao's card ring emitted a faint glow. In an instant, a card materialized in his hand. Without hesitation, he slammed it onto the table with force. If he was going to gamble, he would do it thoroughly. The trio was momentarily stunned by this sudden action, then their gazes locked onto the mysterious card. What kind of treasure could possibly be on par with their stakes? Mu Yin was the first to act, picking up the card for a closer look. At first glance, it seemed ordinary, but as he scrutinized both sides, his pupils contracted sharply, shock evident on his face. The card possessed the attribute of a thunder domain, a thunder power that, once activated, could envelop a radius of a mile, creating a thunder domain. Within this range, thunder energy would be tripled, the strength of allied thunder-type card beasts would soar by 30%, and it could weaken enemy card beasts of all types. This power could last for half an hour. However, what truly shocked him was the prominent yin-yang fish symbol on one corner of the card. Flipping it over, the back revealed not an ordinary vortex, but a vast chaotic pattern that occupied almost the entire card. This is actually a yellow-grade eternal domain card. Mu Yin exclaimed, a flash of greed crossing his eyes. Lei Li and Xue Fei were equally stunned into silence upon hearing this. Domain cards, while also part of the combat card category, wield immense power and have a profound impact on battles, far beyond ordinary combat cards. Because of this, cards with area effects are categorized separately, with their levels distinctly classified. They are not graded by the usual 1 to 9 turns, but rather into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow. The back of a yellow-grade domain card features a chaotic pattern. A mysterious grade card has a yin-yang array. An Earth grade card is adorned with 4 mythical beasts in its corners, and a Heaven grade card is protected by a Bagua array. Even the yellow grade Thunder domain card in Mu Yan's hand, the lowest in rank, requires at least a card general level of elemental power to wield. Obtaining an Earth grade domain card could even lead to the annihilation of a city or clan, a feat that would astonish the world. However, acquiring a domain card is as challenging as reaching the heavens. Not only are the materials scarce, but the crafting process is incredibly complex. Those capable of creating domain cards are renowned high-level card crafting masters. Wei Lao this card. Mu Yin, suppressing his inner shock, slowly placed the domain card back on the table, his gaze intense as he looked at Wei Lao, hesitant to speak further. Old Wei said with a pained expression, I spent most of my fortune to make this. Mu Yin heard this, and a respectful smile appeared on his face. Haha, it seems Old Wei's card-making skills have made great progress again. Truly a blessing for the Nether Hall. The blood consort standing nearby also smiled broadly, echoing, Congratulations, Old Wei. Mu Yin was about to continue speaking when Lei Li, who had been calm all along, suddenly walked quickly to Old Wei's side. Lei Li's eyes sparkled with excitement as he said, Old Wei, whether I win or lose later, please consider selling this card to me. I will pay an equivalent price, and always remember your kindness. Old Wei seemed to have anticipated Lei Li's reaction and responded with a smile. Sure. Mu Yin and the blood consort watched this scene with faint smiles, but said nothing more. The scene shifts to the martial arts arena. Lucio drew the number 4 position in Group A, remaining in the original battle area. After the group rested for about an hour, the gray-cloaked figure instructed everyone to take their positions. As soon as Lucio reached his designated spot, his eyes filled with seriousness. The opponent he was facing was the seemingly fragile girl he had initially identified as a dangerous contender. The girl stood opposite Lucio, a complex expression flickering in her eyes, as if she hadn't expected to encounter him. Her fair hands slowly clenched, revealing a hint of nervousness. Then, both called forth their card beasts. Lucio's card beast was a 6-star attendant-level black creature, agile and imposing. The girl summoned a twin-tailed scarlet scorpion, a 5-star attendant-level juvenile with a fire attribute and exceptional quality. This was a small scorpion-shaped card beast, less than half a meter tall and over a meter long. Its body was black, covered in chaotic red patterns, and its 2 fiery tails, armed with sharp barbs, swayed in the air, exuding a menacing aura. Lucio was secretly astonished, as this was his first encounter with a card beast of such exceptional quality. The twin-tailed scarlet scorpion lived in magma and had formidable combat capabilities. Its seemingly short tails could extend to over 20 times its body length during battle, making them both offensive and defensive, with the barbs carrying potent fire poison. It really is a powerful card beast. No wonder she made it this far. Lucio marveled at the girl's luck, wondering if this was assigned by the Nether Hall or if she had contracted it beforehand. Fortunately, Little Black is already 6-star, and with my battle card, the odds are in my favor, Lucio thought to himself. The girl, seeing Lucio's card beast at 6-star attendant level, was initially startled but then inexplicably relieved, her tightly clenched hands relaxing unconsciously. With a command from the gray-cloaked figure, the battle officially began. Both card beasts charged at each other simultaneously. Lucio decided to confront the challenge head-on rather than hesitating. With superior strength and speed, Little Black's chances were promising. As the twin-tailed scarlet scorpion advanced, its tails extended at an astonishing speed, resembling two agile red chains, crossing to strike at Little Black. Despite the scorpion's swift attack, Little Black dodged with ease. After evading several attacks, Little Black closed in on the scarlet scorpion. Just as Little Black prepared to strike, the fragile girl suddenly shouted, "I surrender." With this declaration, Little Black immediately received Lucio's command to halt the attack, just managing to stop its forward momentum. At that moment, the two card beasts were less than a meter apart. After the girl's surrender, the gray-cloaked figure promptly announced Lucio's victory. After the battle, the girl gave Lucio a long, deep look before turning away from the martial field without a hint of hesitation. Her graceful silhouette gradually faded into the distance, leaving Lucio standing there, lost in thought. This victory felt inexplicable. If the girl had decided to fight him to the end, the outcome might have been uncertain. Lucio murmured to himself. Could it be because of the inadvertent help I gave her last time? If that's the case, his brow furrowed slightly. This girl is too kind. In this world, kindness isn't necessarily a good trait. It can mean being harmless and weak, or even a prime target for exploitation. His eyes flickered as he continued to ponder. Only the kindness of the strong is true kindness. The kindness of the weak is simply cowardice. We must all harbor good intentions to survive. I hope you are not. Lucio sighed softly, his gaze dimming as if recalling some unpleasant memories. Lacking the interest to watch battles in other areas, Lucio chose to meditate on the spot. Xiaohei loyally crouched beside him, silently guarding him. 15 minutes later, Xiaohei gently roused Lucio. By then, the battles in all areas had concluded. Only 6 people remained on the martial field. Lucio, Wan Ying, Song Do, Mu Yi, the aloof youth Li Yi, and one of the twin brothers. The top 3 in this competition would emerge from these 6. Although Lei Li had not explicitly stated the rewards for the top 3, given the Underworld Hall's usual style, it was unlikely to disappoint them. Lucio noticed that only one person in gray remained on the field, which was contrary to his expectations. Logically, there should have been 3. He pondered silently. Is the method for determining the top 3 different? Or can one person in gray oversee 3 battles? Before Lucio could think further, the person in gray called the 6 of them over and announced the new rules. This time, it will be a 3-and-3 team battle. First, draw lots to form groups, Group A and Group B. The 3 winners will be the top 3, and then they will compete for the final rankings. The draw results were quickly revealed. Lucio, Li Yi, and Wan Ying were in one group, while the remaining 3 formed the other group. Lucio thought to himself, this is bound to be a battle without suspense. The person in gray directed everyone to their designated positions, preparing for the upcoming team battle. The air was thick with tension, and everyone held their breath, waiting for the battle horn to sound. Just after parting ways with the man in gray, Wan Ying suddenly hastened to Lucio's side, her eyes blazing with anger as she muttered under her breath, "Pervert." Lucio looked bewildered, turning to gaze at Wan Ying's face, which was filled with hostility. His mind raced, trying to recall if he had done anything inappropriate, but he came up empty. "Why do you say that?" he asked in confusion. Moments later, Lucio raised an eyebrow and said in a calm tone, "Did your brain go haywire again?" That nonchalant remark instantly ignited Wan Ying's fury. She thrust her finger forward, almost poking Lucio's nose, her voice trembling with anger. "You're the one who's sick. Your whole family is sick." Before she could finish her sentence, Lucio's expression turned ominous. A chilling flash of murderous intent crossed his eyes as he spoke in an icy voice. "Insult me all you want, but leave my family out of it." At that moment, memories of leaving his family flashed through Lucio's mind. In this unfamiliar world, his family was his only emotional anchor, a tender spot within his heart that he couldn't bear to have touched. Sensing the murderous intent in Lucio's eyes, Wan Ying's face suddenly turned pale. She quickly lowered her head, not daring to meet his gaze again. "Humph." Lucio snorted coldly and turned away, ignoring her. Beside them, Li maintained a stoic expression, his eyes devoid of any emotion, as if indifferent to everything around him. The three of them arrived at the designated location and each summoned their own card beasts. Lucio took the opportunity to sneak a glance at the cold-looking young man's card beast. Blood Fiend Wild Lion. Strength, 6-star attendant level. Attribute, Fire. Quality, Peerless. Condition, Healthy and excited. Evolution, Warlord level. Evolution requirements, 10 Fiend Stones, a drop of illusory sea god blood, half a pound of heaven-burning sand, 3 Lihua Jades. Mutation, None. After reading the information, Lucio's pupils contracted, and his expression became extremely serious. The quality of this card beast far exceeded his expectations. Not only did it belong to a dominant species, but its quality was also at a peerless level, and most importantly, it had evolutionary potential. Lucio couldn't help but think that this card beast might have the chance to become an epic-level ruler in the future. He felt a heavy weight in his heart, silently regretting taking that extra glance, which only added to his worries. Opposite them, Mu Yi and his group also summoned their own card beasts. Besides Mu Yi and Song Dahu, whom Lucio recognized, there was an additional peculiar-looking card beast. Flame Iron Shadow Bug. Strength, 5-star attendant level larval stage. Attribute, Fire. Quality, Unmatched. Condition, Healthy but tired. Evolution, None. Mutation, None. This card beast's body resembled a dark red caterpillar, with 3 pairs of black, tiny legs of varying sizes on each side. One pair supported its body, another was placed in front, and the last pair curved backward. Each leg's tip gleamed with a cold light. Its head was shaped like an inverted round platform, with a pair of narrow eyes embedded on top. Seeing this card beast, Lucio's expression turned peculiar. He mused inwardly that there truly were all kinds of wonders in the world for someone to contract such a card beast. The Flame Iron Shadow Bug was known for its extremely weak defense. Although it boasted high attack power and speed, it had a fatal weakness: it was extremely afraid of water. Even ordinary rainwater could nearly take its life. These creatures usually lived deep underground. Moreover, their stamina was pitifully low, and lasting 15 minutes in battle was considered quite a feat. Few card masters would choose such an odd card beast. Lucio thought that this young man should be grateful that attendant-level card beasts couldn't yet wield elemental powers. Otherwise, if faced with a water-type card beast, even if it were of a much higher level, it would have no choice but to flee. He speculated whether this young man was ignorant, stubborn, or perhaps had other plans. The man in gray, seeing that both sides were ready, nodded slightly and stepped back a few paces to stand at a safe distance from the battle area. He glanced around and then announced loudly, "Begin." As soon as the man in gray finished speaking, the 6 card beasts darted forward like arrows released from a bow, instantly charging at the opponent. The battlefield descended into chaos. This was not a coordinated team battle, but rather an all-out brawl without any semblance of order. Lucio and Wanting occasionally exchanged a few words, while the other 4 remained silent. Expecting this diverse group of stubborn personalities to devise a clever battle plan was pure fantasy. At this point, not accidentally injuring each other was already a sign of great teamwork. The battle erupted. The bloodthirsty lion charged like a crimson lightning bolt, reaching the earth-splitting bear in the blink of an eye. Its sharp claws gleamed coldly as they aimed directly at the bear's head. The earth-splitting bear roared, raising a massive paw to shield itself, while the other swung fiercely at the lion. Meanwhile, the fiery Iron Shadow Bug and Xiao He were locked in combat. Both card beasts moved with incredible speed, neither able to gain the upper hand. Seeing this, Lucio quickly instructed Xiao He. "Xiao He, keep it occupied and don't let it harass the other card beasts. Remember, avoid close contact and wait until it tires before attacking." Lucio knew well that despite the fiery Iron Shadow Bug's flaws, its attack power was unmatched on the field. A moment's carelessness could result in severe injury, or worse, leave one on the brink of death. Xiao He, being the fastest, was the perfect choice to restrain this dangerous opponent. Although the fiery Iron Shadow Bug was slightly faster than Xiao He's higher level allowed it to manage. More importantly, Xiao He's stamina far exceeded its opponent's, ensuring that with perseverance, the bug would eventually exhaust itself and be defeated. On another front, Wan Ying's azure butterfly flew above the soul-eating snake, releasing a pale blue powder. However, the nimble snake evaded each attack with ease. Seeing this, Wan Ying shifted focus to target the heaviest opponent on the field, the earth-splitting bear. The earth-splitting bear was already covered in wounds, some so deep that bones were visible. If not for its tough hide, it would have collapsed long ago. Witnessing this, Song Dahu felt a pang of sorrow, yet was helpless. The opponent's strength was overwhelming, and even if he ordered the bear to fight back recklessly, it could only inflict minor scratches in return. Speed was the earth-splitting bear's fatal flaw. Worse still, its power was a full level below its adversary. These combined disadvantages left Song Dahu with a profound sense of powerlessness. At that moment, Song Dahu's gaze swept across the battlefield, and he suddenly noticed that the soul-devouring snake was without an opponent, leisurely roaming outside the battle. This sight instantly ignited his fury, and he turned sharply to Mu Yi, roaring, "Kid, what are you doing? We're fighting for our lives, and you're just watching." Song Dahu was so focused on the battle that he didn't notice the Kanglen butterfly quietly flying above the earth-splitting bear's head. Mu Yi glanced at him coldly and spat out a single word, "Idiot." This word was like a fuse, instantly setting off Song Dahu's anger. "What did you say?" he roared, striding towards Mu Yi with clenched fists ready to strike. However, just as Song Dahu was about to make his move, the earth-splitting bear's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Master, I'm so sleepy." Before the words were finished, the massive creature collapsed with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. At the same time, the bloodthirsty lion, following Li Yi's command, immediately ceased its attack and began searching for a new target. It turned out that the Kanglen butterfly had sprayed a light blue powder on the earth-splitting bear's head 3 times. Despite its own injuries, the dose was enough to dull the bear's pain and put it to sleep for at least an hour. If Song Dahu had been more observant, the earth-splitting bear might have had a chance to dodge. But now, it could only regretfully fall into slumber, leaving everyone with a comical sleeping posture. "Ada, Ada," Song Dahu shouted desperately, trying to wake the earth-splitting bear, but his voice was like a stone sinking into the sea, receiving no response. Suddenly, Song Dahu turned abruptly, his eyes glaring at Mu Yi. "Bastard, did you know this all along? Why didn't you warn me?" Mu Yi replied impassively. "I was going to, but after your shout, I changed my mind." Hearing this, Song Dahu deflated like a punctured balloon, lowering his raised hands in defeat. He stood silently for a moment, then slowly walked over to the earth-splitting bear, recalled it into a card, and left the training field dejectedly. Mu Yi watched Song Dahu's retreating figure, sighed inwardly, and then turned to the delicate-looking young man beside him. "Do you still want to fight?" The young man knew well that the outcome was already decided. Originally, a 3-3 fight was difficult enough to win. Now, with 2 against 3, there was no chance. He thought it better to concede early and have more time for training. So he nodded to Mu Yi. The next moment, both of them raised their right hands and shouted in unison, "We concede." The man in gray glanced at them and immediately announced, "Tima wins." With Mu Yi and his companion leaving the field, the decisive moment of the match finally arrived. The man in gray walked over to Li Yi, Lucio, and Wan Ying, and said, "You 3 can now freely decide the order of appearance. Which 2 of you will go first?" The 3 remained silent. After a moment, Wan Ying glanced at Lucio with a complicated expression, then stepped forward, pointing at Li Yi. "I want to fight him." From observing the previous battle, Wan Ying clearly realized that she was no match for either Lucio or Li Yi. Since she was destined to lose, she thought it better to give that lecher more time to think, perhaps giving him a better chance against Li Yi. The man in gray looked at her and asked, "Are you sure?" Wan Ying nodded firmly. "I'm sure." "All right," the man in gray responded, then turned to Li Yi. "Do you agree?" Li Yi remained expressionless, like eternal ice. He glanced at Lucio, who stood silently beside him, and nodded. "I agree." "Very well." The man in gray nodded and said, "You 3 can rest here for an hour. After an hour, the final showdown will begin." By rest, he meant for their card beasts, not the individuals themselves. After speaking, the man in gray returned to his original spot, sat down cross-legged, and began to meditate. Lucio and the others exchanged glances, but said nothing. They quietly found suitable spots to prepare for the imminent duel. An hour slipped by quietly. In the elegant little pavilion, the laughter of the 4 friends suddenly halted, their eyes fixated on the scene projected by the memory stone. This high-stakes gamble involving half of Wei Lao's fortune had everyone on edge. In the martial arts arena, Lucio finished his meditation, his eyes sparkling with anticipation for the imminent battle. Li Yi and Wan Ying stood up simultaneously, walking resolutely to the positions designated by the man in gray. Their expressions differed. Wan Ying's eyes glimmered with a probing light, having accepted the inevitable defeat while hoping to gauge more of Li Yi's strength. Li Yi, on the other hand, wore a confident smile, his eyes reflecting a certainty of victory. The man in gray rose at the right moment, announcing emotionlessly, "Let the battle begin." Without hesitation, Wan Ying commanded the Kanglen butterfly to fly high while moving closer to the blood fiend lion. Li Yi was prepared, not making the blood fiend lion perform any unnecessary actions. A flash of light from his right hand revealed a card appearing out of thin air. "Wind wings." Li Yi called out, activating the card instantly. With a flick of his wrist, a pale blue light shot into the blood fiend lion's body. In an instant, strong winds surged, and a pale blue glow enveloped the blood fiend lion, as a pair of wings formed from rapidly swirling winds. This wind element battle card not only allowed a land-based card beast to fly temporarily, but also greatly enhanced the speed and agility of flying card beasts. As a rare battle card on the market, Li Yi's possession of it undoubtedly highlighted his extraordinary background. Witnessing this, Wan Ying was profoundly shocked. She muttered incredulously, "How does he have such a card?" As the daughter of a prominent family, she had long sought this card in vain. Now, she painfully realized the battle was already over. As the pale blue wings fully formed on the blood-fiend lion's back, it let out a thunderous roar. With a gentle flap of its nearly 2-meter wingspan and a powerful push from its strong hind legs, its massive body soared into the air. Whoosh! The bloodthirsty lion shot like an arrow towards the nearly motionless Kanglen butterfly in midair. Wan Ying was frantic, shouting, "Lon Lon, get out of the way!" But her cries went unanswered. The Kanglen butterfly seemed like a sitting target, awaiting the lion's deadly strike. A dull thud echoed in the air, followed by the Kanglen butterfly's anguished wail as it plummeted downwards. Its pale blue blood traced a haunting arc before falling like raindrops. With a heavy crash, the butterfly hit the ground. Fortunately, it had descended to about 6 meters, a fall that posed little threat to the card beast. The real concern was the gruesome wound on its abdomen. Wan Ying, holding back tears, rushed to the Kanglen butterfly. She stared at the 3 deep, bone-revealing wounds on its abdomen, watching the pale blue blood pour out. "I'm sorry, blue butterfly, I'm so sorry. I should have just forfeited," she mumbled, covering her mouth, tears brimming in her eyes. "It's okay, master." The Kanglen butterfly's voice, though weak, sounded gentle in Wan Ying's mind. "These wounds will heal in a few days. Quickly, summon me back, or I really will die." Wan Ying snapped out of her daze and hurriedly said, "Yes, yes, I'll summon you back right away." The battle ended so swiftly, catching Lucio completely off guard. The card Li Yi used had astonished him. Yet, what puzzled Lucio even more was the unexpected pang of sympathy he felt when he saw Wan Ying in tears. It must be an illusion. Lucio mentally dismissed the thought. There's no way I could like someone so spoiled and temperamental. Besides, we're both so young. How could I have such feelings? Lucio shook his head vigorously, trying to clear his mind of these strange thoughts. He stood up slowly, looking at Li Yi with a serious expression. Undoubtedly, this was going to be the toughest opponent he had faced since arriving here. A battle unlike any before was about to begin. A gray-clad man gestured for Lucio to take Wan Ying's previous position, then approached Li Yi, asking, "Do you need a healing card to restore your card beast condition?" Li Yi shook his head, declining firmly. "No need to waste time. Let's just start." His words carried an innate confidence. The gray-clad man said no more, returning to his place and announcing the start of the battle. Lucio summoned Xiaohe, advising earnestly, "Xiaohe, do your best, but don't push yourself too hard. Nothing is more important than your life." From the first moment he saw Xiaohe in that card beast holding cell, Lucio sensed its strong-willed nature, likely stemming from its past experiences. While this trait was beneficial in most situations, it could become a fatal flaw in extreme circumstances. Lucio worried that Xiaohe might stubbornly fight on despite knowing it couldn't win. Although he could forcibly recall Xiaohe, doing so might severely damage their bond, creating an irreparable rift between them. Thus, it was crucial to set the groundwork early. However, some things simply cannot be prevented, no matter how much you try. "Got it, boss." Xiaohe responded, its eyes blazing with battle intent. It charged towards the blood-fiend lion, the most formidable opponent Lucio had ever faced, and the strongest foe Xiaohe had encountered in its life. The desire for challenge and victory intertwined in its heart, driving it forward. Li Yi did not rush to engage the blood-fiend lion. Instead, he calmly took out a new card. "Blazing fire," he shouted, and the card transformed into a fiery red glow, merging directly into the blood-fiend lion's body. In an instant, the blood-fiend lion was enveloped in a layer of red light. The next moment, the red light flared brightly, and scorching flames erupted from the lion's body, enveloping its entire form. Even its eyes turned crimson, resembling 2 flickering flames. "Go! Finish this quickly," Li Yi commanded. The blood-fiend lion roared towards the sky, its surrounding flames surging as it charged powerfully towards Xiaohe, like a mighty lion reborn from fire, exuding an overwhelming presence. This fire-type battle card, though belonging to the same category as Lucio's card, had a vastly different power. It not only allowed the card beast to excel in both offense and defense, but also added burning damage during attacks and could scorch enemies who attacked it closely. The rarity of this card even surpassed the wind wings used by Li Yi earlier, making it more valuable than many second-tier cards. Witnessing this, Lucio felt a twinge of bitterness. He finally understood the saying, "There's always someone better." The opponent had already used 2 such powerful battle cards, while he only had 1, and the blood-fiend lion was already slightly stronger. How could he win this battle? Despite the slim chances, Lucio did not give up. Surrendering without a fight was never his style. Only by giving his all could he know the outcome. "Xiaohe, can you do it?" Lucio suddenly asked. "I can," Xiaohe replied with firm determination. Lucio smiled with relief. "Great. This battle is yours to handle. Be safe." In the face of a formidable enemy, nothing is more precious than unwavering belief and courage. Xiao Hei's confident reply made Lucio envision its future as a king against all odds. Immediately, Lucio activated the Shadow Stealth card. Although he hadn't planned to use it so early, he had no choice but to prevent Xiao Hei from falling into a disadvantage right from the start. If he waited until Xiao Hei was seriously injured, it might be too late. Disadvantages are like snowballs. Once they accumulate to a certain extent, the cost of reversing the situation multiplies. This battle could only be fought with sheer strength, without needing much direction from Lucio. The innate battle instincts of card beasts far surpassed those of their card masters. As Lucio's battle card took effect, Xiao Hei's figure instantly vanished from the battlefield. Seeing this, Li Yi's expression remained calm, as if he already anticipated Lucio's move, or perhaps it was just his nature to be indifferent to everything. However, despite his calm demeanor, his actions were swift. Another card flashed in his hand. Wind element, wind power, greatly enhanced the card beast's perception. Duration 1/4 of an hour, Li Yi murmured, and the card in his hand emitted a faint azure glow. As Li Yi's card took effect, the bloodthirsty berserk lion's agitation gradually subsided. It stood still, closing its eyes to sense the surroundings. Lucio thought he was prepared for anything, but when Li Yi pulled out another card that countered his combat card, he couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Is this guy really just someone who was captured? Could he be a young master from some influential family here for training? Lucio speculated sourly. He couldn't imagine what type of card Li Yi might lack, considering he even had such an obscure sensory combat card. As Lucio anxiously watched the battle unfold, the bloodthirsty berserk lion suddenly opened its eyes and turned sharply in one direction, its eyes filled with ferocity. It opened its large mouth and charged swiftly in that direction. Being Xiao Hei's contractor, Lucio immediately realized that Xiao Hei's position had been exposed. Xiao Hei, Lucio called out anxiously in his mind. Xiao Hei didn't need Lucio's warning. It had already sensed the bloodthirsty berserk lion's movements. Instead of retreating, it advanced, accelerating after a few leaps, intending to clash head-on with the lion. Lucio's hands clenched involuntarily, worried for Xiao Hei. At this moment, he couldn't stop Xiao Hei's daring move and didn't want to. He could only silently cheer it on. Bang! A short, heavy thud exploded in the arena, followed by the alternating roars of the two beasts. Both card beasts, as if telepathically, separated and retreated to a relatively safe distance. The bloodthirsty berserk lion had lost its previous invincible aura, now looking at Xiao Hei with evident wariness. A deep scratch marred the inside of its right forelimb, with hot blood continuously flowing out, only to be quickly burned dry by the flames on its body, leaving an irregular bloodstain. Across from it, Xiao Hei, having just collided with the bloodthirsty berserk lion, appeared somewhat disheveled as its distortion field dissipated. Despite this, the effects of its shadow stealth were still active. Xiao Hei's eyes were full of bloodlust and coldness as it paced back and forth. Its right forelimb also bore a deep wound, with blood forming a stark red trail on the ground. Strangely, there were no burn marks on Xiao Hei's body, as if the flames surrounding the bloodthirsty berserk lion had no effect on it. Xiao Hei, how do you feel now? Lucio asked with concern, not noticing the anomaly on Xiao Hei's body. I'm fine, Xiao Hei replied. That lion isn't feeling great either. But I discovered something strange. When I collided with it, its flames didn't make me uncomfortable. Instead, they felt quite soothing. What? Lucio's expression froze for a moment. Then a wave of joy surged in his heart, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Could it be? Xiao Hei has a hidden attribute. After the initial joy, a hint of doubt arose in Lucio's mind. He had never heard of the Shadow Wolf clan having hidden attributes. Was Xiao Hei special? Or did it have something to do with its previous generation? For some reason, Lucio recalled Xiao Hei mentioning its mother, who had passed away after giving birth to it. Various speculations swirled in his mind, but the current battle situation left him no time to ponder further. Hidden attributes are like a mysterious veil, rarely revealing their true nature. They only become apparent under specific conditions, offering just a hint of their existence. Creatures possessing such enigmatic qualities are rare, and those able to convert them into tangible attributes are even scarcer. Lucio pondered for a moment, a spark of realization lighting up in his mind. He understood that many composite attribute creatures actually evolved from those with hidden attributes. The ancestors of these evolved creatures may have gradually vanished or been eliminated for unknown reasons, and the newly emerged composite attribute creatures formed an entirely new group. So that's it, Lucio murmured to himself. To awaken hidden attributes, the key is further purifying the bloodline, which means evolution. With this thought, he couldn't help but feel eager anticipation for Xiao Hei's evolved form, his eyes sparkling with excitement. On the battlefield, Li Yi received feedback from the blood fiend lion, learning that Xiao Hei was unaffected by flames. His expression subtly changed, and his gaze toward Lucio grew deep and complex. Without hesitation, Li Yi decisively ordered, Blood Fiend, attack with full force, no holding back. After a round of tentative exchanges, the two creatures had a preliminary understanding of each other's strength. In the next instant, they charged at each other like arrows released from a bow. This time, it was no longer a cautious test, but the most primal, intense, beastly combat. Xiaohei realized the flames had no effect on him, and his attacks became increasingly fierce. He abandoned defense completely, with every pounce and bite filled with wild power. Initially, the blood fiend lion would occasionally switch from defense to offense, but under Xiaohei's relentless and violent onslaught, its ferocity was fully unleashed. Its originally crimson eyes now appeared even more menacing, and its combat style shifted to all-out aggression. Both beasts were at the 6-star attendant level, with comparable physical strength. The blood fiend lion might have had a slight edge due to its species traits, but the advantage was not significant. As time passed, they gradually lost their rationality, fighting purely on instinct. Each collision was accompanied by splattering blood, the blood fiend lion covered in wounds, and Xiaohei's condition even more shocking. The scene was gruesomely intense. Seeing no end in sight and both beasts severely injured, Li Yi's calm demeanor finally showed a ripple of concern. He looked at Lucio and asked loudly, "Aren't you using a healing card?" Lucio was taken aback for a moment, then replied with a wry smile, "I don't have a healing card." Li Yi was greatly surprised by this. He had assumed Lucio was waiting for the right moment to activate some kind of battle card that required specific conditions to be effective. He himself had once owned such a card, but its activation conditions were stringent, and it required several times the energy of ordinary cards, making it somewhat impractical, so he didn't carry it with him. He realized he had overthought it. Li Yi couldn't help but reflect on how one should never easily speculate on the thoughts of those from extraordinary backgrounds. Their ideas are always unexpected and leave one speechless. He hesitated for a rare moment, and seeing Lucio still unmoved, he gradually believed Lucio's response. After a moment, Li Yi decided to retract the healing card he had intended to activate. He engaged in a brief mental exchange with the bloodthirsty crazy lion, confirming that it would not use the healing card. This decision brought a subtle smile to Li Yi's face, and he felt proud of both himself and bloodthirsty. Meanwhile, Lucio was filled with inner conflict. He was worried about Xiaohei's injuries and hesitated about whether to forfeit the battle. However, Xiaohei's determined voice echoed in his mind, insisting on continuing the fight. Xiaohei recalled its transformation from weakness to strength, a journey that taught it that only the strong can survive in this world. Moved by Xiaohei's resolve, Lucio decided to continue the fight. On the battlefield, the two-card beasts fought fiercely, with blood staining the ground. Amidst the intense battle, a subtle detail quietly unfolded. Each step of the bloodthirsty crazy lion absorbed the blood on the ground, making its limbs increasingly crimson. Sensing the right moment, Li Yi murmured, "Bloodthirsty, you should be full by now. It's time to end this." He swiftly activated the Flame Slash card, and a searing red blade of light formed in front of him, speeding towards Xiaohei. Lucio's pupils contracted as he was about to warn Xiaohei to evade. However, the scene that unfolded left him utterly stunned. Xiaohei not only withstood the full force attack of the bloodthirsty crazy lion, but also seized the opportunity left by its retreat. It sprang forward, its blood-stained wolf snout suddenly appearing at the bloodthirsty crazy lion's left side, and fiercely bit into its abdomen. This series of rapid and precise movements showcased Xiaohei's incredible fighting spirit and tactical intelligence. The outcome of the battle remained uncertain, with the fates of the two-card beasts still hanging in the balance. Li Yi's heart tightened at the sight of the blood-red scene. His flaming slash was originally aimed at Xiaohei, but now Xiaohei and the bloodthirsty lion were practically glued together. The result of hitting them would mean both beasts were on the brink of death, a possibility that caused Li Yi sharp pain. Lucio's eyes widened as he stared blankly at the battle unfolding before him. The intensity of the fight far exceeded his expectations. Yet, no matter how much the two of them wished to avoid the impending scene, reality would not change for their sake. Suddenly, a deafening boom erupted on the field. Li Yi and Lucio focused their gaze and were astonished by what they saw. A mysterious figure in gray had somehow appeared near the two beasts, conjuring a pale blue light screen that enveloped them all. Li Yi's flaming slash collided with the light screen and instantly vanished without a trace. Around the screen, small red sparks dispersed like fireflies, resembling a spectacular fireworks display. The scene shifted back to a quaint pavilion, where a viewing stone projected the earlier events of the arena. The four power brokers behind the scenes watched as Li Yi's final attack was thwarted by the gray-clad figure, their mouths slightly agape in shock. The gray figure's intervention meant that this anticipated final duel ended in a draw. This unexpected outcome not only left the match undecided, but also rendered their bet meaningless. Faced with this absurd situation, Muyin hesitantly glanced at the other three. Blood Concubine quickly regained her composure, a faint smile playing on her lips as she said, "Given this outcome, our wager is naturally void. I assume no one has any objections." Although Elder Wei was still fixated on the enigmatic card, he understood that the result could not be altered. From another perspective, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing for him. After all, it was clear from the battle that Lucio was no match for Li Yi. If not for his beast's fierce determination, he would have been defeated long ago. If Lucio lost, Elder Wei would not only miss out on the enigmatic card, but also have to hand over his domain card, into which he had poured much effort, to the Othursa result even harder to accept. Mu Yan's face showed a hint of disappointment, while Lei Li appeared indifferent. After a moment, Mu Yan suppressed his dissatisfaction, glanced at the domain card in front of Elder Wei, and forced a smile, saying, "This outcome is a win-win, so let's forget the bet." "Indeed, sir." Lei Li chimed in with a smile. Then he turned to Elder Wei, his eyes filled with anticipation. "I wonder if Elder Wei could." Before he could finish, Elder Wei interrupted by raising his hand. "I have no use for this card. Whether I sell it to you or someone else, it makes no difference. So, selling it to you is perfectly fine." Upon hearing this, Lei Li's face broke into a joyous expression. He struggled to contain his excitement as he turned to Mu Yan, his eyes carrying a hint of pleading. Lei Li was well aware that even if Wei Lao agreed to transfer the valuable card, the final decision rested with Mu Yan. This was a basic etiquette that those in lower positions had to observe when dealing with their superiors. Moreover, he had noticed Mu Yan's keen interest in the card, unsure whether Mu Yan genuinely needed it or was simply attracted to its value. As Lei Li felt increasingly anxious, Mu Yan's lips curled into a slight smile, and he nodded gently, saying, "Since Wei Lao agreed to sell it to you, you can have it." Lei Li could no longer contain his excitement and stood up abruptly, bowing deeply to Mu Yan. "Thank you, sir." However, Mu Yan's tone suddenly shifted. But this unexpected turn made Lei Li's heart skip a beat. "What's the matter, sir?" Lei Li asked cautiously, fearing his hopes might be dashed. Mu Yan burst into hearty laughter. "Haha, look at you, all tense and worried. Don't worry, I won't compete with you for it. I just want to ask if you're sure you have enough to trade for this domain card." Relieved, Lei Li respectfully replied, "Thank you for your concern, sir. I've saved up enough over the years, so acquiring this card shouldn't be an issue." Mu Yan nodded in satisfaction. "That's good. We'll discuss this matter later. For now, you should meet the seed candidates at our base." With that, he put away the spiritual materials on the table, stood up, and walked to the window, gazing at the distant training ground. Lei Li followed, respectfully asking, "Aren't you going to meet them, sir?" Mu Yan waved his hand. "No need. I'll personally see them off on the day they set out. Until then, I'll leave it to you to take care of things." "It is my honor to assist you, sir," Lei Li said, bowing his head respectfully. At this moment, the silent Xue Fei stood up, stretching gracefully, her elegant figure fully revealed. She lazily said, "I've been sitting here for so long. I feel like moving around a bit." Mu Yan turned with a smile. "As long as you don't tear our place apart, everything else is fine." Xue Fei gave him a charming glance, then swept her long hair back, tying it with a red ribbon. Instantly, her aura shifted from enchanting to spirited and heroic. She picked up the whisper card on the table and handed it to Wei Lao. "Wei Lao, you should take this card. It was meant for you anyway." Wei Lao was momentarily taken aback, then laughed heartily. "Then I shall accept it without further ado. I owe you one." Satisfied, Xue Fei smiled and turned to head downstairs, waving as she went without looking back. "I'm off. Since I'm here, I might as well stay a few more days." The three remaining exchanged knowing smiles. Wei Lao stood up, leaving the domain card on the table, and headed downstairs. His slightly hoarse voice echoed, "Shaoli, that card is yours now. Don't forget the reward you promised me." Lei Li eagerly picked up the card, solemnly promising, "Rest assured, Wei Lao. Once I handle things on my end, I'll personally deliver your reward." The four of them belonged to the same faction within the Underworld Palace and had worked together for many years, naturally fostering a deep trust among each other. In the training ground, the man in gray skillfully blocked Li Yi's final strike, signaling the end of the intense competition. Both Lucio and Li Yi breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that the worst-case scenario was avoided. Although the match ended without a clear winner, Lucio had already come to terms with his own defeat. He mused to himself that if Li Yi had used a healing card in advance, the bloodthirsty lion would have surely evaded Xiao Hei's counterattack, and the blazing slash would have directly hit Xiao Hei, determining the outcome. There would have been no need to use a battle card again, as the bloodthirsty lion, with its injuries healed, could have easily overpowered the wounded Xiao Hei. Lucio understood that admitting defeat was not shameful. What was shameful was stubbornly refusing to acknowledge it, only highlighting one's own foolishness and contrasting the other's greatness. The man in gray then gathered the other 22 participants onto the stage, briefly instructing them to wait here for a while before hastily leaving a group of young men and women to chatter among themselves. Lucio and Li Yi stood side by side, neither speaking. Under the effect of the gray man's third-turn healing card, both of their card beasts' injuries were fully healed and were recalled by their respective owners. Just as Lucio was about to recall Xiao Hei, He heard a comment that made him chuckle. Boss, if that guy in gray hadn't shown up, I would have won for sure. Lucio didn't expose the other's concession and simply replied with a smile. Yes, Xiaohei is the best. He didn't want Xiaohei to experience the complexities of human nature too early. He wanted it to focus on fighting while he handled everything else. Reflecting on his conversation with Xiaohei, Lucio turned to Li Yi and said amicably, You're strong. I look forward to learning from you. Li Yi merely glanced at him indifferently and didn't respond. Feeling a bit awkward, Lucio touched his nose and was about to turn away when he heard Li Yi coldly say, You're not bad yourself. Lucio returned a polite, yet slightly awkward smile. Soon after, Wanning appeared silently on Lucio's left side and stood quietly. Glancing at her, Lucio thought to himself, Could she have taken a liking to me? This thought sent a shiver down his spine, and he subtly shifted to the right. This scene perfectly illustrated one of life's three great illusions. Li Yi frowned slightly, but said nothing more, and the three waited in silence. Lei Li quickly appeared before the crowd, this time standing on the ground rather than hovering in the air. He announced, The results of this competition are as you've seen, with the top three being Li Yi, Lucio, and Wanning. Due to some unforeseen circumstances, the first place is shared by Li Yi and Lucio. The crowd was already aware of the outcome and was not particularly surprised. Their eyes were fixed on the three figures at the front, with expressions ranging from admiration to jealousy, resentment to reverence, and curiosity, all emotions intertwining. Lei Li, with a serious expression, ignored everyone's reactions and took out 6 cards from his ring. He divided them into 3 sets of 2 cards each, handing them to Lucio, Li Yi, and Wanning in turn. Lucio accepted them solemnly, carefully examining the cards in his hand. One was a familiar first-level storage card, while the other was an eye-catching golden card with a skull mark in the top left corner, intricate patterns on its surface, and a small indentation in the center. As the 3 of them wondered about the purpose of this special card, Lei Li explained, This is the custom card I mentioned earlier, used for storing and trading contribution points. You can call it another card. There are no contribution points in it yet. First, drip a drop of blood on the skull mark, then give the card back to me. I'll demonstrate how to use it and transfer your reward points. Following his instructions, the 3 each dripped a drop of blood on the skull mark of their nether cards. Instantly, Lucio felt a subtle connection with the card, similar to that with his ring, though slightly weaker. They then returned the nether cards to Lei Li. Lei Li suddenly produced a purple-gold nether card, identical to theirs except for the color. He first took Li Yi's card, inserted his purple-gold nether card into the indentation, and activated it. The patterns on both cards began to glow faintly with golden light, and a flash of surprise crossed Li Yi's face. Lucio and Wanning watched intently, their curiosity growing. After several seconds, Lei Li separated the cards and returned Li Yi's nether card to him, then repeated the process with Lucio's and Wanying's cards. When it was Lucio's turn, he clearly felt the connection with his nether card deepen, and a rapidly changing number emerged in his mind, climbing from 0 to 2,000 before stopping. Lucio was amazed, marveling at the mysterious nature of the nether hall. Once the operation was complete, Lei Li gravely addressed the 3. These 3 nether cards are unique. Not only do they represent a higher status, but they also grant special privileges. Take good care of them. If lost or stolen, you'll never have the chance to own such a card again. Understood. Seeing no immediate response, Lei Li repeated his question more forcefully. Understood. The 3 responded in unison, as if waking from a dream. Lei Li nodded with satisfaction and continued. You may go now. Information about the future will be communicated to you via a secret card tomorrow. After Lucio and the others left the training ground, Lei Li glanced at the 21 people still present, called over a man in gray, handed him a stack of cards, and said briefly, The rest is up to you. Outside the training grounds, the noise gradually subsided. Lucio walked steadily to the spot where he had parted ways with Bai Yin earlier. He found Bai Yin still waiting there, looking focused. With a slight smile, Lucio teased, You have quite the patience to wait for so long. By now, the gray-clad figure was nowhere to be seen, and most of the onlookers had dispersed. A few people were heading towards the training grounds for reasons unknown. Bai Yan's eyes lit up as soon as he saw Lucio return, and he exclaimed excitedly, Haha, I knew you'd come in first, boss. Lucio shook his head, maintaining a calm demeanor. No, Li Yi was better than me. If it hadn't been for an unexpected turn of events, he would have definitely won. Bai Yan, unconcerned, replied, First place is still first place. The process doesn't matter. Lucio didn't respond and continued walking forward. Let's go back and prepare. Who knows how they'll arrange things for us next? Bai Yin quickly followed, replying, All right. Back at their lodging, Lucio took out a storage card and gently activated it. Instantly, information about the items inside flooded into his awareness. In the dim space, 3 small jade bottles were placed on the left, their crystal-clear pills faintly visible inside. The description on the leather next to them read, condensed essence pill, which enhances meditation efficiency and increases the power of card masters. Spirit elevation pill, which boosts the affinity of card beasts with spiritual energy, and beast spirit pill, superior in quality to Lucio's current stock, at least of top grade. Each bottle contained 10 pills, all invaluable resources that would greatly benefit Lucio. On the right side of the space, 5 cards were neatly arranged. Lucio carefully took them out and, upon inspection, was astonished to find that 4 of them were eternal cards. There were 2 battle cards, both with dark assault attributes and dark energy capabilities. One card could double a card beast's movement speed, and if the target was dark type, it could additionally enhance its attributes by 10% for half an hour. The other card could add a pure dark energy shield to a card beast, capable of blocking 1 attack from any first turn battle card, also providing extra benefits to dark type card beasts for 15 minutes. These 2 cards were perfectly suited to Lucio's current needs. In addition, there was a first turn eternal meditation card, which, although a duplicate of what Lucio already had, could be given to Bai Yin, a much-needed first-turn healing card, and finally, a first-turn random teleportation card, allowing for random teleportation within 50 kilometers, offering both risk and opportunity. Lucio pondered silently, realizing that these rewards had been meticulously arranged and were highly targeted. The Nether Hall had indeed put a lot of thought into these rewards. A 50-kilometer range might seem vast to an ordinary person, but for a 9-star card master, it would only take about an hour at full speed. Not to mention the speed of card beasts. Lucio knew how precious this card was and would never use it lightly unless it was a matter of life and death. His gaze fell on the center of the storage card space, where a small pile of black crystals was neatly arranged. These crystals shimmered with a dim light, each a perfect cube with sides about half a finger's width. Lucio's heartbeat quickened suddenly. Weren't these shadow crystals? Excitedly, he counted them carefully, and the number of crystals far exceeded 10. This meant that a quarter of the materials needed for Xiao Hei's evolution had been collected. Lucio couldn't help but smile with joy at this unexpected surprise. Xiao Hei is already 6-star, not far from the apostle level. Lucio murmured to himself. If nothing unexpected happens tomorrow, I need to check the materials exchange for the remaining items. He carefully stored the 4 cards and the storage card into his card ring, then looked up at Bai Yin, who was already deep in meditation across from him. Lucio gently placed the newly acquired meditation card on the table and softly called out, Bai Yin. Bai Yin opened his eyes, looking at Lucio in confusion. This is a meditation card I just got. It's yours now, Lucio explained. Bai Yin was initially stunned, but then joy surged through him. He quickly walked to the table, carefully picked up the meditation card, examined it closely, and asked excitedly, Boss, are you really giving me this card? Lucio looked at Bai Yan's right hand, tightly gripping the card, and his expectant eyes. After a moment of silence, he said seriously, Of course not. I'm just joking with you. Bai Yan was taken aback. A moment later, the card ended up in Bai Yan's hands. This lesson would surely teach him not to ask such unnecessary questions in the future. The next morning, the 2 round wooden tables in the room glowed faintly as usual. The difference was that the items transported this time had changed. Next to Lucio's food rations, there was an additional whisper card. On Bai Yan's table, besides the whisper card, there was a bronze card with a skull mark nether card. After finishing their meditation, the 2 of them sat down at the tables. They didn't immediately touch the conspicuous food, but focused on the newly appeared items first. Boss, what is this card? I've never seen it before, Bai Yin asked, picking up the bronze card. That's a nether card, used for storing and trading contribution points, as mentioned by Deacon Lei. Your whisper card should have an introduction, Lucio explained. Bai Yin nodded thoughtfully. Boss, you must have received a nether card long ago, right? Since the center of the martial arts field was far from those intersections, Bai Yin and the others didn't see what Lei Li handed to Lucio and others after the duel ended, nor did they hear their conversation. They only roughly guessed that Lei Li was distributing rewards at that time. Lucio confirmed with a nod. Yes, Deacon Lei gave us our nether cards yesterday. Then, Lucio picked up the whisper card on his table and began to activate it. As the light flowed in, a moment later, he opened his eyes, a serious expression on his face. Bai Yin, still fiddling with the nether card, noticed Lucio's unusual expression and curiously asked, Boss, what's wrong? In a month, those who fail to reach the card adept level will face the threat of being eradicated. Lucio announced this harsh reality to Bai Yin with a heavy tone. Upon hearing this, Bai Yan's pupils widened in shock, and he exclaimed, What? His mind raced as he tried to process this suffocating piece of information. Reaching the card adept level within a month was practically a death sentence. Though the transition from card servant to card adept is the first major breakthrough on the path of a card master, unlike the life-threatening promotions of higher-level card masters, failing to condense the apostle-level core could result in the complete dissolution of the 9 servant-level cores painstakingly gathered before. This cost is too heavy for anyone to bear. Bai Yin frowned in thought, recalling the key steps to the breakthrough. Before attempting it, The 9 cores must be compressed to the same frequency to reduce the risk of failure. However, this compression process severely tests one's patience, taking anywhere from 3 days to a week. Even if the cores are successfully synchronized, the breakthrough could still be thwarted by other factors. He quickly calculated the time and reached a despairing conclusion. Even with an extraordinary card soul, meditating and training without rest, it would take at least half a month to reach the card adept level. For those with rare card souls, whose aptitude is several times lower, and factoring in the quality of the card beast, the challenge would be even greater. Bai Yin muttered in disbelief. This is impossible. Those with only rare card souls are doomed. Despite having an extraordinary card soul himself, the burden of the iron-eating insect dragged his actual training speed to only slightly more than double that of a rare card soul. Reaching the card adept level within a month was still an extremely challenging goal. Lucio sighed and pointed out a glimmer of hope. That's why the information mentioned a crucial point: you can use contribution points to exchange for pills that boost your training speed. These pills, or rather, the contribution points, are your lifeline. He paused, frowning. But these contribution points, sigh? Take a look for yourself. Although the descriptions of the bottles of pills Lucio received seemed simple, the value of the beast spirit pill alone suggested their actual effects were extraordinary. Bai Yin sighed helplessly, picked up the hidden card on the table, activated it, and read carefully. Moments later, he opened his eyes, a look of despair in them. He turned to Lucio, his voice trembling. Boss, I feel like I won't survive the month. Lucio understood why Bai Yin felt this way. The information not only mentioned the death countdown at the beginning, but also detailed how to earn contribution points by completing tasks. Tasks are divided into 3 levels. First class is the highest, third class is the lowest. Bai Yin and others who failed to advance can only take on third-class tasks. Those who failed to place in the top 3 can take on second-class tasks, while Lucio and his team are eligible for tasks of all levels. The rewards for completing tasks also vary significantly. Third-class tasks reward 100 contribution points, second-class 500, and first-class a whopping 1,000. Although Lucio was not yet clear about the exact exchange rates for the training resources, he felt a sense of unease, not for himself, but out of concern for Bai Yin's predicament. Lucio stood in front of the low task hall, his brow furrowed. His gaze swept over the plaque above the door as he recalled the information he had just received. The mission mechanism of the underworld palace was ruthless. The strong grew stronger while the weak became weaker, eventually unable to rise again. In a month's time, there might be fewer people here. He turned to look at Bai Yin beside him, his heart a mix of emotions. Bai Yin's words, "won't survive a month," still echoed in his ears, but he had misunderstood their meaning. Lucio patted Bai Yin's shoulder and solemnly promised, "Since you call me boss, I'll make sure you stay alive." Bai Yin nodded in gratitude, lowering his head in silence. Lucio quickly finished his rationed food and stood up, saying, "I'll go check out the task hall." He strode towards the task hall, planning to understand the mission details. At that moment, Bai Yin was left alone, his face pale, eyes filled with complex emotions: guilt, regret, sorrow, and determination, but notably lacking hope. He murmured to himself, "Boss, I'm sorry if there's a next life." The underlying meaning of these words was far deeper than Lucio imagined. Lucio moved through the crowd and stepped into the cramped space of the task hall. Inside, directly facing the entrance, a kind-faced man in white sat behind a square wooden table. The table was covered with palm-sized wooden plaques, and 3 people dressed like Lucio were selecting tasks. Lucio's gaze wandered over the plaques as he recalled the information he had learned earlier. Besides ordinary tasks, there were also blood-red missions killing beasts of the same or higher level, which, although highly dangerous, were crucial opportunities for the weak to change their fate. Another option was the arena, where the rules allowed for the seizure of contribution points, seemingly favoring the strong. Lucio couldn't help but ponder. Did the underworld palace intend to abandon the weak? How was this different from raising venomous insects? Or was the palace's plan to cultivate a few elites, with others merely serving as nourishment for growth? With these questions in mind, Lucio stood before the wooden table, ready to carefully examine the tasks on the plaques. He knew that his choice would not only affect him, but could also impact Bai Yin's fate. The task hall buzzed with people coming in excitedly and leaving disappointedly. Each person's choice could determine their future. Lucio approached the wooden table, prompting the man in white to glance up. "Taking on a task?" the man asked. Lucio nodded in agreement. The man in white stood up and extended his hand, saying, "Let me see your Ming card." Lucio retrieved the shimmering golden Ming card from his pocket and handed it to the man. A flicker of surprise crossed the man's eyes. "Oh." His gaze suddenly held more warmth and admiration. Those around, who were also selecting tasks, couldn't help but cast envious looks at Lucio, feeling a newfound respect for him. Taking on a first-class task, the man in white suggested with a smile, indicating for Lucio to take back his card. Lucio nodded again, thinking that regardless of the difficulty, If he was taking on a task, he should choose the best one. Seeing this, the man in white said no more and turned his attention to the others still selecting tasks, sternly stating, "Hurry up, you have 3 breaths time left." At his words, their expressions changed dramatically, and they hastily grabbed a wooden plaque at random and quickly left. Those outside, who had been about to enter, hesitated, watching the scene unfold. Once they had left, the man in white retrieved a card from his ring and placed it into a square groove on the corner of the wooden table. Instantly, patterns lit up on the table's surface, and an oval light screen enveloped it, appearing impenetrable. Lucio recognized it as a Ling energy card, a basic card used to power formations, not commonly used, but well known. The man in white turned to Lucio with a smile. "Follow me. The first-class tasks are further inside." As he led the way, he introduced himself. "I'm Jiangze. You can call me Steward Jiang." "Steward Jiang," Lucio acknowledged, pondering for a moment before asking, "Do you know if there are differences in quality among the first-class tasks?" Jiangze replied with a smile. "Of course, there are better and worse ones. But it also depends on the individual. The key is to find what's suitable for you." "Indeed," Lucio agreed. They soon arrived at a dimly lit room with a square wooden table at the center, shielded by a light screen. Jiangze stepped forward and touched a white note on the screen with a card, causing the screen to dissipate and reveal the contents inside. Compared to outside, there were significantly fewer wooden plaques here, only 9 in total. "You're the first of your group to arrive. Take your time choosing," Jiangze explained. "The rule is you can only take on one task at a time, and you must complete it before taking another." "I can't change that." Lucio nodded in understanding and stepped forward to examine a wooden plaque. On the back was engraved a purple skull, while the front contained several lines of text. Task: hunt a 9-star subordinate level card beast. Requirement: the card beast's body must remain at least 90 intact. Reward: 1,000 contribution points, 3 bottles of condensing yuan pills. Stunned, Lucio put the plaque down and looked at Jiangze, catching a strange smile on his face. This sight made Lucio think twice about asking any questions. He pondered silently, realizing that first-class tasks were indeed not easy. After all, if they were easily accomplished, the rewards might as well be handed out to anyone. For Lucio, a 9-star attendant-level card beast was an insurmountable mountain. Facing such a formidable creature, he knew his only option was to flee, let alone attempt to hunt it. Surviving its clutches was already a stroke of immense luck. Lucio turned his attention to another wooden plaque and read it carefully. The task required him to independently complete a first-turn card within 10 days and have it certified by a steward of the card pavilion. The reward was 1,000 contribution points and a choice of a first-turn eternal battle card. Compared to the previous task, this one seemed much safer, but the 10-day time limit made Lucio anxious. The reward of the first-turn eternal battle card was not particularly enticing to him, as he already owned 3 battle cards. Weighing the difficulty and risk, Lucio realized this task might not be as simple as it seemed. His gaze then fell on the third wooden plaque. The task was to collect 100 intact blue star grasses, with a reward of 1,000 contribution points and a dragon blood grass. Seeing the dragon blood grass, Lucio's eyes lit up. As a second-grade spiritual material, dragon blood grass could be consumed directly to significantly enhance a cardmaster's physical potential. Simply put, it could help a scrawny 6-star card attendant gradually develop a stronger physique, narrowing the gap with those who have a natural physical advantage. This rare spiritual material is usually kept for personal use or given to close relatives, and it is almost impossible to find on the market. Despite the tempting reward, the task itself posed a dilemma for Lucio. Although blue star grass is only a first-grade spiritual material, primarily used in formulas for refreshing and awakening pills, it grows in a special environment only at the edge of lakes rich in spiritual energy. This presented 2 problems. Does this island have suitable lakes? Even if it does, those lakes might be inhabited by powerful card beasts, some of which may even feed on blue star grass. After some consideration, Lucio reluctantly put down the plaque, intending to search for other more suitable options. However, his subsequent discovery surprised him greatly. The remaining plaques were strikingly similar to the first 3, with only the types of spiritual materials for the collection tasks differing, while the other task details and rewards remained consistent. Lucio looked at Jiangze in confusion, and the latter explained with a smile. "These 9 wooden plaques are prepared for the 3 of you, so naturally they can't differ too much." Lucio suddenly understood the purpose of this design. The 9 task plaques were evenly distributed among the 3 of them, ensuring a certain degree of variety while maintaining an adequate number of each type of task, so everyone could choose a task that suited them. A moment later, Lucio asked, "If all these tasks are completed, will there be new ones to supplement them?" Jiangze nodded affirmatively. "Of course. These tasks are tailored to your current abilities. As your abilities improve, the difficulty of future tasks will also increase accordingly." After much internal struggle, Lucio decided on a gathering task. Instead of collecting blue star grass, he chose to collect a spiritual material known as red flame fruits. These fruits grow in high-temperature areas and are typically found where fire-type card beasts gather or powerful fire-type card beasts roam. Compared to the blue star grass, which requires finding specific locations, the red flame fruits are much easier to collect. The task required gathering 10 red flame fruits, which is fewer than the blue star grass, but not because they are harder to find. In fact, blue star grass often appears in clusters, and a good spot can yield hundreds at once. Red flame fruits, however, grow on spiritual trees, with each tree bearing a maximum of 3 fruits. Overall, red flame fruits are easier to find, have a lower danger level, and are simpler to collect without fear of damaging the material. What truly solidified Lucio's decision was an offhand comment from Jiangze. I remember there's a card beast tribe not far from the base, right? What attribute was it? Oh right, it's fire type. Although just a small hint, Lucio took this kindness to heart. After selecting the task, Jiangze locked the square table again and led Lucio out of the task hall. Before leaving, Lucio asked, Deacon Jiang, may I look at the content of those wooden plaques on the outside? Jiangze smiled and nodded. Of course, they're not secret. The crowd waiting outside watched the two walk out, chatting and laughing, and felt a pang of envy. While they waited endlessly, Lucio received personal attention from the deacon. Was this the difference between people? They sighed inwardly but dared not voice any objections, respecting both the place and Lucio. Any dissatisfaction was buried deep within their hearts. Jiangze glanced at the crowd, approached the table, and opened the screen, announcing, You may come forward and choose. Lucio was the first to approach the table, with others maintaining a respectful distance. He picked up a plaque that read, Clean the streets, requires recognition from the supervising deacon, reward, 50 contribution points. He silently put it down and picked up another. Remove weeds, requires recognition from the supervising deacon, reward, 50 contribution points. As Lucio checked other plaques, he found most were similar labor tasks, with meager rewards of 50 contribution points. Only a few involved hunting card beasts, which were not very strong, allowing most people to complete them independently. These tasks offered a reward of 100 contribution points, plus 1 condensed essence pill. Yes, just one. Seeing this, Lucio sighed inwardly, worried about Bai Yan's situation. He was eager to visit the resource exchange center to understand the prices of items and assess whether someone like Bai Yan, with a slower meditation speed, still had a chance to survive. After thanking Jiangze, Lucio left the task hall. He mentally reviewed the layout of the area and headed towards the resource exchange center. Soon, Lucio arrived at his destination. Lucio paused in front of a building adorned with intricate carvings and vibrant paintings, its red walls and green tiles standing in stark contrast to the surrounding architecture. The lifelike patterns of card beasts on the walls were striking, and the entire 4-story structure exuded a grand and imposing presence. Just as he was about to push open the slightly ajar door, a slender figure emerged from within it. Was Li Yi. Their eyes met briefly, and Li Yi simply nodded in acknowledgement before walking past Lucio towards the mission hall. Lucio watched his retreating figure with a slight smirk, then turned and entered the building. Unlike the bustling mission hall, this place was noticeably quiet. A few scattered figures were likely the fortunate ones who had advanced to the second round and received some contribution point rewards. In the spacious hall, each of the 3 walls was lined with a long rectangular wooden table, behind which sat individuals dressed in white. Lucio approached one of the white-robed men who seemed to be unoccupied, scrutinizing the middle-aged man closely. The man had a deadpan expression, with slightly squinted eyes and upturned lips, giving off a lazy demeanor. What do you want to exchange? The man asked with a yawn. Lucio paused to think, and then countered, What can be exchanged here? Although Layli's cryptic card had outlined general categories, it hadn't detailed specifics, prompting Lucio to inquire further. The man with the deadpan face lifted his eyelids slightly and asked instead, Where's your Ming card? Without hesitation, Lucio retrieved the gleaming gold Ming card from his card ring. He resolved to present his Ming card right away in such places in the future to avoid being repeatedly asked the same question. Upon seeing the Ming card, a flicker of interest passed through the man's eyes, and his tone became more engaged. Cards, elixirs, spiritual materials, card beasts, clothing. What do you need? Elixirs, what do you have? What's the price? Lucio inquired. Without further ado, the man produced a storage card. With a flash of light, a pair of small jade bottles appeared on the wooden table, clinking together with a crisp sound. Lucio was relieved that the bottles were sturdy enough to avoid spilling their contents. Pointing at the jade bottles, the man quickly listed, Beast Spirit Elixir, Condensing Essence Elixir, Ascending Spirit Elixir, Body Tempering Elixir, Calming Elixir, Dragon Tiger Elixir, Shadow Elixir, Wind Spirit Elixir, Red Flame Elixir, Water Cloud Elixir. Which one do you need? He added. The Body Tempering Elixir and Dragon Tiger Elixir enhance the constitution of card masters, while the Calming Elixir can increase energy. The other elixirs are for card beasts, providing a slight boost to their attribute energy, suitable for use during advancement to slightly enhance the card beast's post-advancement strength. After pondering for a moment, Lucio asked, how many contribution points for a condensing essence elixir and an ascending spirit elixir? 100 condensed essence pills. 200 elevation pills. The man with the deadpan expression announced the prices with the same indifference as if he were discussing the weather. Upon hearing this, Lucio's face darkened instantly, his brows furrowing. He took a deep breath, suppressing his shock, and asked, how long can the medicinal power of one condensed essence pill support a card master in training? What are the specific effects? The deadpan man noticed the change in Lucio's expression. A flicker of doubt crossed his eyes, but he quickly returned to his indifferent demeanor. He replied mechanically, for you card masters, one pill is enough for 3 hours of refining. The effect is that it doubles your meditation speed. Lucio pondered this, quickly calculating in his mind. Doubling the speed for 3 hours equates to an additional 3 hours of training time. Subtracting sleep, if he had 3 condensed essence pills, he could dedicate the remaining 9 hours entirely to meditation, gaining nearly a full day's extra time. This realization lit up Lucio's eyes, as if he had glimpsed a glimmer of hope. But the prerequisite was to efficiently complete tasks to earn more training time. He was unsure how long those miscellaneous tasks would take, but his intuition told him it wouldn't be long otherwise. Spending an entire day on chores would leave no time for training. Reflecting on his previous thoughts, Lucio realized he might have been a bit extreme. The Nether Hall wouldn't set up tasks destined to fail. It would be more efficient to just execute those who didn't meet the standards, saving resources. Even if Bai Yin failed to complete a task due to unforeseen circumstances, Lucio could share his excess resources to ensure Bai Yin wouldn't be eliminated. Lucio was confident in this regard. After a moment of contemplation, Lucio looked up at the deadpan man and said, show me what spiritual materials are available. Seeing that Lucio was hesitant to buy, the man's face turned sullen. If it weren't for Lucio's shining golden nether card, he might have already lost his patience. He handed over an eternal whisper card with a cold tone. See for yourself. Tell me what you need. Lucio was unfazed by his change in attitude, taking the card and activating it immediately. After a few breaths, he opened his eyes, his face full of astonishment. The variety of spiritual materials recorded in the card was overwhelming. From rare 5th-grade materials to common 1st-grade ones, everything was there. There were herbs directly beneficial to card masters, materials for nurturing card beasts, and various raw materials for card making. Even spiritual treasures that could endow card masters with special abilities were listed, each one leaving Lucio in awe. Of course, the value of these materials was equally staggering. The contribution points required for exchange were daunting, especially the dragon blood grass he had long coveted, which demanded 1,000 contribution points. Only then did he truly understand the significance of the tasks specially prepared for the 3 of them. Lucio carefully examined the spiritual materials he needed. 20 flame spirit stones for a total of 1,000 contribution points, 1 pound of soul-fixing wood for 500 points, and half a pound of pure water for 300 points. If he bought everything, he would be left with a mere 200 points from his 2,000. After weighing his options, Lucio decided to hold off for now. Xiaohe was still some way from reaching the apostle level, and purchasing these materials now wouldn't maximize the benefits. Besides, these items were readily available and could be exchanged at any time. With this thought, Lucio curbed his impulse to buy. Lucio stood at the entrance of the supply exchange, his eyes glinting with contemplation. He had just found the mysterious iron stone needed for Bai Yan's card beast transformation, each worth 100 contribution points. Although the panel didn't specify how much one stone could increase the success rate, Lucio knew well that one wouldn't suffice for the actual transformation. Besides, the issue of iron slurry also lingered in his mind. Creating iron slurry required 2 key conditions: a large amount of refined iron and high-temperature smelting. Refined iron was easy to obtain here, with a ton available for 100 contribution points, not even considered a 1st-grade spiritual material. However, achieving high-temperature smelting was a tricky problem. Frowning, Lucio also inquired about the price of transfer cards. Instant cards required 100 contribution points, while eternal ones cost 1,000, with special cards priced differently. This information indirectly highlighted that contribution points were far more valuable than crystal coins. In the end, under the angry gaze of the man with the deadpan expression, Lucio left without exchanging anything, calmly walking out the door. However, he silently noted to avoid this ill-tempered staff member next time to prevent unnecessary trouble. After leaving the supply exchange, Lucio walked while planning his next steps. First, he decided to visit the card pavilion to gather information, then head to the Marshall Tower to practice card control techniques. He understood that even the most basic card techniques required significant time to master. Venturing out without learning the fundamental throwing and summoning techniques could be dangerous. Thus, before undertaking any collection tasks, Lucio needed to master these basic card techniques. Following a winding path, Lucio soon arrived at the card pavilion. This tall building was nestled in a quiet bamboo grove, not far from the supply exchange. As he pushed open the door and entered, Lucio found it even more deserted than the places he had visited before. The ground floor hall was elegantly decorated but empty, with only a few women dressed as maids sitting idly by, whispering among themselves. As Lucio stepped into the hall, one of the maids immediately stood up, wearing a professional smile as she approached. "Sir, how may I assist you?" It was the first time since arriving in this world that someone addressed him as sir, making him feel a bit uneasy. Without hesitation, he stated his purpose. "I want to learn card crafting." The maid maintained her smile, but her tone became more formal. "Certainly. However, before that, you'll need to undergo a test." "What test?" Lucio asked, puzzled. The maid retrieved a strange, basketball-sized orb from a storage card. The orb's surface was mottled, seemingly made from a mix of materials, covered with deep and intricate patterns. The maid handed the orb to Lucio, instructing, "Please place your hand on it and input your elemental energy." Despite his curiosity, Lucio complied. He extended his right hand, gently laying it on the orb, then infused it with his energy as instructed. Suddenly, a brilliant white light erupted. The dazzling glow filled the entire hall, even seeping through the crevices, spreading outside the card pavilion. Anyone outside looking in would see the entire ground floor bathed in a hazy halo of light. Meanwhile, in a dim room at the top of the pavilion, a disheveled old man was retrieving spiritual materials from a storage card for card crafting. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something, his hand pausing abruptly. His slightly shifty eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, "What the hell?" Back on the ground floor, the maid in front of Lucio and the others wore expressions of disbelief, their mouths slightly agape as if witnessing something unimaginable. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Lucio quickly withdrew his hand. As he did, the light that seemed capable of dispelling all darkness vanished instantly, and the hall returned to its previous calm, leaving behind an atmosphere of shock. "Sir, you..." The maid retrieved the ball, standing there in shock, her eyes reflecting a sense of awe. Lucio frowned, his hands subconsciously clenching, trying to appear calm while his mind was in turmoil. He realized he might have gotten himself into some serious trouble, and the maid's reaction only added to his uncertainty about whether this was a blessing or a curse. "What is it?" Lucio asked, trying to maintain his composure. The maid snapped back to reality and hurriedly said, "Please wait a moment, sir." With that, she turned to leave. Suddenly, a hoarse voice filled with excitement interrupted, "No need to wait." The maid turned back and immediately bowed. "Greetings, Elder Wei." Elder Wei gestured for the maid to step aside, and then strode over to Lucio. His eyes were filled with fervor, as if he were gazing upon a rare treasure. This expression, combined with his distinguished appearance, sparked a terrifying suspicion in Lucio's mind, filling him with dread. He instinctively took a few steps back, his skin prickling with goosebumps. "Don't come any closer," Lucio warned weakly, eyeing the old man warily. He regretted his decision to inquire about the difficulty of card creation to plan for the next month, only to stumble into such a predicament. Elder Wei's inadvertently powerful presence exerted immense pressure on him, erasing any thoughts of resistance. Elder Wei offered what he thought was a reassuring smile, which only heightened Lucio's unease. "Don't be nervous, child." Lucio took a deep breath, struggling to suppress his panic, and asked cautiously, "Who are you?" "Everyone just calls me Elder Wei," he replied with a smile. "What do you want?" Lucio pressed. "I want you to." Elder Wei deliberately elongated his words, amused by Lucio's terrified expression. Lucio's eyes widened in fear, and he retreated further until his back was against the door. Despair washed over him as he thought, "Am I really going to lose my dignity today? To be my apprentice?" Elder Wei finally revealed his intention. Those 4 words brought a glimmer of hope back to Lucio's eyes. Before he could respond, Elder Wei continued, "You must be very confused right now, so let me explain the situation briefly, and also..." He paused, giving a peculiar smile. "Your current predicament," Elder Wei explained. "The ball you just saw is a soul-sensing sphere, used to test the innate soul strength of a card master. The stronger the soul, the brighter the light it emits." Lucio was familiar with the concept of innate soul strength, knowing it affects a card master's ability to awaken card souls, enhances their capacity to form contracts with card beasts, and allows them to command multiple card beasts more effectively. However, he didn't understand how this related to card creation. Besides some basic knowledge, he knew almost nothing about the entire field of card crafting. The doubts in Lucio's mind gradually dissipated with Wei Lao's explanation. He suddenly understood why the soul orb was so bright. It was because he was born with 2 fused souls, giving him nearly double the soul strength of an average person. Wei Lao continued, "Innate soul strength not only determines if you're qualified to become a soul card master, but also how far you can go on this path." "Soul card master?" Lucio furrowed his brow, even more puzzled. Noticing Lucio's confusion, Wei Lao asked, Are you aware that card masters are divided into different schools? Lucio nodded and, after thinking for a moment, added, I know there are divisions, but I'm not clear on how they're categorized. Wei Lao patiently explained, card masters are divided into three major schools: soul refining, array refining, and tool refining. Tool refining is the most widespread, with the lowest entry difficulty and the most practitioners. The 9-turn card masters you outsiders refer to are tool refining card masters. He paused, then continued, array refining is a relatively niche school. Its entry difficulty is more than twice that of tool refining, and it's even harder to break through. Array refiners need to master a vast number of array patterns, which gradually leads to qualitative changes. Their levels range from 1 array to 9 arrays, corresponding to the 1-turn to 9-turn of ordinary card masters. Although the entry difficulty is high, array refining surpasses tool refining in card-making efficiency and technique precision. Therefore, in the field of card masters, array refiners hold a higher status than ordinary card masters. Wei Lao paused, seemingly giving Lucio some time to digest the information. By now, Lucio had gradually regained his composure. He nodded thoughtfully and asked, what about soul refining? Soul refining. Wei Lao was silent for a moment, sighed deeply, and a hint of sadness flickered in his eyes. He led Lucio to a corner of the hall and found 2 chairs to sit down. Let me tell you a story first, Wei Lao began slowly. Once there was a highly respected master with 3 exceptionally talented disciples. The eldest disciple was the most responsible, the second was the most steady, and the third was the most mischievous. One day, the master suddenly disappeared, leaving only 3 scrolls. Later, the third disciple was the first to succeed, widely admired, and became the most respected sage in people's hearts. The second disciple soon achieved success as well, establishing his own school. Although his fame didn't match the third disciple's, he attracted many strong followers. The eldest disciple endured countless hardships, bearing unimaginable pain, and eventually became an unparalleled master. Seeing his 2 junior brothers had already spread the master's skills far and wide, he chose not to compete with them but to retire to the mountains. However, the secluded life of the eldest disciple did not go as he had hoped. At some point, news of his whereabouts spread, attracting numerous martial artists eager to seek him out. Initially, there were only a few visitors, whom the eldest disciple could still refuse with a firm heart. To prevent these disturbances, he even placed a wooden sign at his door that boldly stated, "Not accepting disciples, do not disturb." Ironically, this attitude of keeping people at bay only confirmed people's suspicions that the reclusive eldest disciple must indeed be a master of extraordinary skills. Instead of being deterred, those who came seeking him set up camp around his retreat, visiting persistently day after day, undeterred by repeated rejections. As time passed, more and more people came to seek his mentorship, and the fame of the eldest disciple spread far and wide. Eventually, this news reached the ears of his 2 junior disciples. At this point, Wei Lao paused and gestured for a maid to bring him a cup of water. He took a small sip to soothe his throat. Sitting nearby, Lucio lowered his head slightly, lost in thought. Seeing Wei Lao pause, he cooperatively asked, "And then what happened?" Wei Lao's expression suddenly turned somber, and he said softly, "Then, the third disciple conspired with the second disciple to lure the eldest disciple to a place they had meticulously planned under the guise of a reunion. There, they launched a surprise attack on their senior brother." At this moment, a surge of indescribable anger welled up in Wei Lao's eyes. Even though this anger was not directed at Lucio, it still sent a chill through him, making him feel like a small boat tossed in a storm, on the verge of capsizing. He struggled against the overwhelming pressure, inwardly lamenting, "Is this the power of a high-level card master? Just a fluctuation in emotion can be unbearable for a lower-level practitioner." However, this storm of pressure came and went swiftly. Wei Lao soon reined in his emotions, his expression returning to calm. Seeing Lucio's disheveled state, he apologized with a smile. "Haha, I'm just an old man who can't control his emotions well. Please don't mind." Lucio exhaled heavily and shook his head to indicate it was no problem. Then, curiously, he asked, "Why did they want to kill the eldest disciple?" Wei Lao smiled faintly, his tone laced with irony. "Why? Wasn't it because they feared he would outshine them, ruining their reputation? How pathetic. How lamentable." Lucio remained silent, as this answer was what he had expected. Sibling rivalry is not uncommon. Betrayal among peers is not surprising either. When profit is involved, everything becomes understandable. Wei Lao sighed and continued. In the end, the eldest disciple managed to escape severely wounded, while the second and third disciples also suffered grievous injuries that could not heal. Afterward, the eldest disciple went into hiding, knowing his days were numbered. To prevent the master's unique skills from being lost, the eldest disciple, who never accepted disciples, began to quietly pass on his skills. Along with these skills, he passed down a deep-seated vendetta. Wei Lao's voice was low and heavy. On his deathbed, only a few of his closest disciples were by his side. Meanwhile, those two fame-seekers passed away amidst endless glory and public admiration. Those who studied the first volume of the secret manual suffered undeserved misfortune. They were wrongfully accused of various crimes by foolish people and gradually became outcasts, shunned by all. As Wei Lao recounted this, a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes as he looked at Lucio and asked, "Do you find this story absurd?" Lucio was silent for a moment before softly replying, "It is quite absurd." Suddenly, a phrase came to his mind. The master is wandering, while the clown is in the hall. Though somewhat one-sided, it felt particularly fitting at that moment. So, Lucio pondered, the first volume of the manual that the senior brother studied is what you referred to as soul refinement? Wei Lao nodded with a smile, though his eyes still held a hint of desolation. He then uttered something that made Lucio's expression change drastically. Therefore, if you want to become a card maker now, you must follow the path of soul refinement. Why? Lucio asked, unresigned, his tone involuntarily growing more intense. According to the old man, the lineage of soul refinement was nearly extinct, and the future would be fraught with difficulties. Moreover, soul refinement card makers were currently shunned across the continent, and revealing oneself would likely result in being hunted by the other two factions. Lucio's mind was flooded with thoughts. How could he access resources and formulas from the card makers' associations in the future? Would he have to risk his life in ruins to obtain these things? Although not all card makers might be biased against soul refinement card makers, as long as the majority held such prejudices, the uninformed minority would gradually be influenced. Lucio felt deeply unwilling to embark on a path with seemingly no hope from the start, and even more unwilling for his journey as a card maker to be dictated by a stranger he had just met. Why? Wei Lao repeated softly, then stood up and slowly approached Lucio. He leaned down and looked into Lucio's eyes. Despite his somewhat disheveled appearance, his eyes now emitted a unique aura of authority. After a long silence, as cold sweat began to form on Lucio's forehead, Wei Lao shifted his gaze, turned, and took a few steps away, leaving Lucio with a slightly lonely silhouette. Actually, Wei Lao began slowly, pausing before continuing. Do you know what my status was on the continent before? Lucio glanced at him speechlessly. I didn't know you before, how would I know? Heh. Wei Lao chuckled self-deprecatingly. True, perhaps you're too distant from the card maker's circle, or maybe, the world has forgotten me for too long. As he said this, though he still appeared to be a shabby old man with a slightly hunched back, Lucio inexplicably sensed an aura of greatness. It was as if this old man was meant to be seated in a hall, revered by all. I am the vice president of the Card Makers Association of the Qianlong Empire, and also a 7-array card maker. The current crown prince of the Qianlong Empire is my disciple. Wei Lao stood with his hands behind his back, gazing upward at a 45-degree angle, seemingly ready to bask in Lucio's admiration. However, after a while, there was no movement behind him. Not to mention words of admiration, there wasn't even a sound. Wei Lao turned his head in confusion, only to see Lucio struggling to hold back laughter. Old man Wei's anger erupted like a volcano, his voice tinged with shame and annoyance. Boy, what's that look on your face? Lucio's heart skipped a beat, and he forced himself to calm down. The old man before him, despite his unremarkable appearance, possessed unfathomable strength. Lucio estimated that old man Wei could crush him with just a finger. Survival instinct prompted him to quickly change his demeanor, plastering a humble smile on his face. Please don't be angry, sir. It's my fault for being ignorant. It's not good for your health to get upset. Seeing this, old man Wei's anger subsided slightly, and his expression softened. He glanced at Lucio with a hint of expectation in his voice. And then? Lucio was momentarily confused and asked blankly. And then what? Old man Wei's face stiffened again as he struggled to suppress his impending rage, his tone intensifying. After hearing such an impressive title, don't you have anything to say? Lucio immediately caught on, adopting an expression of admiration and repeatedly praising. You're amazing. Old man Wei fell silent at this response. He slowly walked over to the chair he had been sitting in before and sat down with a long sigh. I know you don't believe me. A dignified 7-array card master, vice president of the Card Masters Association of the Qianlong Empire. How could I end up here, working for an evil organization, and even confined to this small outpost? As he spoke, a layer of sadness appeared on his face. Lucio thought to himself, this old man seems to have quite a story. It's a pity there's no wine on hand. Otherwise, he might be able to extract more information. Just as he was about to speak, old man Wei suddenly said sadly, the past is not worth mentioning. Since you don't believe, then it doesn't matter if you don't. After a moment of contemplation, Lucio decided to address the issue he was most concerned about. Since you're a 7-array card master, why do you want me to pursue the path of soul refinement? Whether he believed old man Wei's words or not had become irrelevant to Lucio. Old man Wei sighed wistfully. 7-array card master. That was a long time ago. He quickly added. Now I'm just a newly initiated 4-soul card master. Lucio's eyes widened in disbelief. He wondered, could a card master's skills actually regress? And could they practice other disciplines simultaneously? This completely overturned his understanding. For a moment, he couldn't help but question whether Old Man Wei's previous statements were all lies. However, this did explain why Old Man Wei had ended up in such a place. How did it come to this? Lucio asked curiously. Old Man Wei remained silent for a long time before finally speaking in a low voice. Knowing the specifics of how it happened is meaningless to you right now. You should be considering whether or not to pursue the path of soul refinement. Lucio was delighted, thinking Old Man Wei had a change of heart and was giving him a choice. He asked excitedly, "Can I choose not to follow the path of soul refinement?" Old Man Wei replied indifferently, "Of course you can." Lucio's face lit up with joy, feeling a sense of relief as if he had narrowly escaped disaster. However, his elation was short-lived as he heard Old Man Wei's raspy voice. "Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you. I only gave you two choices. If you choose not to pursue soul refinement, the other option, can you guess what it is?" Old Man Wei looked at Lucio with a smirk, his gaze filled with malice. Noticing this, Lucio's heart tightened, and the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Lucio Yin said insincerely, "I was just asking. Of course, I'd choose the path of soul refinement." His tone carried a hint of reluctance, and his eyes flickered with unease. Wei Lao nodded in satisfaction, a glint flashing in his eyes. "That's good. In that case, follow me upstairs." With that, he turned and headed toward the stairs, his steps steady and powerful. Lucio sighed silently and followed reluctantly. The stairs creaked with each step, echoing the anxiety in his heart. Upon reaching a compartment on the top floor, Wei Lao sat down solemnly, his gaze as sharp as a blade fixed on Lucio. Lucio stood not far in front of him, his hands nervously twisting together like a student awaiting reprimand. "Do you know why I want you to pursue the path of soul refinement?" Wei Lao asked directly, his voice deep and serious. Lucio swallowed and hesitantly replied, "Is it because of my talent?" "Exactly." Wei Lao nodded, a hint of approval in his eyes. "Your talent for soul strength is the most incredible I've ever seen." Lucio frowned slightly, puzzled. "Is there no one else on the continent with a higher soul strength than mine?" Wei Lao pondered for a moment before replying slowly, "I'm not sure. There might be, or there might not. But among those I've encountered, your soul strength is indeed the highest, significantly surpassing even the highest talents I've seen before." Although he didn't fully understand the significance of soul strength, receiving such high praise filled Lucio with a sense of joy. Gaining recognition from someone of this caliber was undoubtedly a significant achievement. Wei Lao continued, "Let me explain a few key points about soul refinement. To begin, you must first open the soul sea, located at your middle dantian, which is roughly at the chest area." He pointed to his chest to indicate to Lucio. "After opening the soul sea, you'll need the corresponding cultivation method to condense soul power. Initially, the condensed soul power is ineffective. To gain soul power capable of refining spiritual materials barehanded, you need to find an extreme attribute spiritual treasure to refine into your body." An extreme attribute spiritual treasure? Lucio's pupils shrank suddenly, a sense of alarm rising within him. Wei Lao explained, "Spiritual treasures are attribute spiritual objects like spiritual fire, spiritual water, or spiritual metal, naturally formed, often possessing a hint of spirituality. When they perceive a threat, they resist fiercely, causing significant damage to everything around them." He paused before continuing, "And extreme attributes are mutations of ordinary attributes. Compared to regular spiritual treasures, those with extreme attributes are not only more powerful, but also possess greater spirituality. Some that have existed for a long time may even develop their own consciousness." Lucio listened, his mind conjuring terrifying images of such scenarios. The thought of refining an extreme attribute spiritual treasure into his body was horrifying. More importantly, even if he could endure such soul-piercing pain, where would he find such rare treasures? "Wei Lao, are you deliberately blocking my path as a card maker?" Lucio asked, his face darkening with a hint of discontent in his tone. Wei Lao chuckled, a sly glint in his eyes. "Don't worry. I happen to know the location of an extreme attribute spiritual treasure. Once you open the soul sea and condense soul power, I can take you to retrieve it." Seeing Lucio's expression improve, Wei Lao continued, "Although soul refinement is difficult at first, once you overcome the initial hurdle and truly embark on this path, you'll understand that it surpasses the other two card-making schools in more than just card-making prowess." His voice turned deep and mysterious. "Corresponding to the level of pain, aside from the card master's contract beast's power, it will cause unimaginable changes to your own strength." Listening to this, Lucio felt both anticipation and apprehension, uncertain of what lay ahead. Lucio looked at Wei Lao in confusion and asked, "What do you mean by changing my own strength?" Wei Lao, however, didn't intend to explain and simply said, "You'll understand in time. Now, let's begin the apprenticeship ceremony." Wei Lao sat at the head, while Lucio stood upright a short distance away. After a moment of hesitation, Lucio gritted his teeth, dropped to one knee, and declared loudly, "Greetings, master." In this world, tradition is valued, but not at the expense of cumbersome rituals. People value practical matters over formalities. Wei Lao's face rarely showed such solemnity. He gestured with his hand and said, "Stand up. Joining my school requires you to remember 3 rules. First, you must not teach our school's teachings to others. Second, do not mention my name to others. Third, you must never join any faction of the Qianlong Empire." The first 2 rules were expected by Lucio, but the third one shocked him. He stared at Wei Lao in disbelief, about to ask why. But Wei Lao interrupted him sharply. "There is no why." Wei Lao's demeanor suddenly changed. His eyes narrowed as he asked sternly, "Can you do it?" With no way out, Lucio could only nod. "I can." "Good." Wei Lao's tone softened. "Then swear by the card soul." Having come this far, Lucio had no choice but to proceed. Perhaps from the moment he placed his hand on the soul-sensing orb, fate had already decided for him. The card soul oath is the most sacred vow in this world. Once sworn, it draws the attention of the unseen rules. If broken, severe punishment is inevitable. Lucio formed a unique hand sign in front of his chest and declared loudly, "I, Lucio, swear by the card soul today. I will never defy my master's orders, never reveal the secrets of my school, and never join the Qianlong Empire's forces. If I break this oath, may my body and soul be destroyed." As soon as he finished speaking, a pair of enormous dark purple eyes appeared as a phantom high above the card pavilion. The gaze, filled with boundless authority, seemed to penetrate all barriers, focusing directly on Lucio inside the pavilion. Initially calm, Lucio suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, as if a great terror was about to befall him. Simultaneously, a strange aura phantom appeared above the pavilion and slowly dissipated. The frightening sensation quickly faded, but Lucio nearly collapsed. He cursed inwardly. What on earth is this thing? Doubts he had before were now dispelled. Seeing that Lucio had completed the oath, Wei Lao nodded in satisfaction, his gaze growing warmer. He then handed Lucio an instant cipher card and said, "This is the best soul-refining method I've acquired from many ruins over the years. I've named it Mo Sha." Taking the cipher card, Lucio found the ominous name peculiar, but didn't dwell on it. Just as he was about to activate the card, Wei Lao emphasized, "Don't look at it now. Wait until you're back at your residence." A careful observer might notice a flicker in Wei Lao's eyes. Lucio raised an eyebrow but trusted his own judgment and didn't think much of it, assuming the current location wasn't suitable for studying the method. Wei Lao watched with satisfaction as Lucio put away the cryptic card, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He waved his hand gently, his voice carrying a hint of kindness. "All right, you can leave now. Come back to see me once you've opened your soul sea and refined your soul power. I'll be around here for the foreseeable future." Lucio frowned slightly, a trace of doubt surfacing in his mind. The foreseeable future? He couldn't help but ask, "How long will you be here? What if you suddenly disappear and I encounter problems in my cultivation?" Wei Lao waved his hand lightly, his tone firm. "Don't worry. I promise I won't leave until you've officially embarked on the path of a soul refinement card master." Reassured by this promise, Lucio felt his anxiety ease. He respectfully bid farewell to Wei Lao and stepped out of the card pavilion. As soon as he exited, he heard a faint sound behind him. Turning back quietly, he saw Wei Lao sitting back in his chair, looking slightly weary, muttering to himself, "This is your destiny, an inescapable fate." After walking a short distance, Lucio couldn't resist glancing back at the top floor of the card pavilion. The entire visit had been quite mysterious, even somewhat inexplicable. He had unwittingly taken an old man as his master and learned a soul-refining technique. Reflecting on it afterward, he felt something was amiss, though he couldn't quite pinpoint what. With a hint of doubt, Lucio paused for a moment, then turned and headed towards the Zunwu Tower. The Zunwu Tower loomed majestically, at least 7 stories high. The entire structure exuded a sense of solidity and grandeur, inspiring awe in those who beheld it. By coincidence, as Lucio arrived, he ran into Li Yi, who was also coming. They nodded at each other in silent acknowledgement, but did not speak. Not far from the tower's entrance, Lucio inexplicably asked, "What task did you choose?" Li Yi remained silent for a moment, glanced at Lucio, and replied calmly, "The same as yours." With that, he stepped into the tower first. Lucio murmured under his breath, "I thought you'd choose the task of hunting card beasts." Then he quickly followed inside. Upon entering the first floor of the tower, they were greeted by a slightly empty circular space. Around the edge of the space, black rooms were arranged in a ring. To the left of the entrance was a reception-like area, where a graceful and pretty woman in white sat. On the right, a gently curved wooden staircase with faint floral patterns led to the second floor. The woman in white didn't bother to get up when she saw them enter. She merely raised her eyelids slightly. Without waiting for Lucio to present his card, She placed an eternal cryptic card in front of them, her voice cold. Tell me what you want to practice after you've looked through it. The two exchanged glances, and Li spoke first. You go ahead. He then turned to examine the row of black rooms. Lucio didn't hesitate, picking up the cryptic card and activating it. The card's information was sparse, and aside from a few basic card techniques, there were only 3 advanced techniques, each costing 10,000 contribution points, which made Lucio look on with envy. One technique, named long-range card throwing, particularly caught Lucio's interest. Despite its simple name, its power was formidable. Once mastered, a card master could compress an activated card into a sesame-sized point of light and throw it nearly 500 kilometers away to take effect. This ability was practically made for assassination, capable of taking out targets from miles away. Lucio mused to himself that this technique was perfect for covert operations. Victims might not even know where their attacker was, and those with poor vigilance might not even realize how they died. However, this technique also had its drawbacks. It required a very high level of soul strength, given the need to make fine adjustments to the card's direction over such a long distance. Moreover, in direct combat, its effectiveness didn't quite match its status as an advanced technique. Lucio stood in the circular clearing, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding rooms. Without hesitation, he chose the one closest to the main entrance and pushed open the heavy door to enter. The inside of the room was vast and empty, roughly the size of a standard basketball court. The walls were a deep black, covered in extremely fine patterns upon closer inspection. Lucio gently closed the door, and a streak of light flashed across the door seam, sealing the room into an enclosed space, leaving only a circular hole in the center of the door. He quickly moved to the far end of the room and took out 4 secretive cards from his pocket. As he activated them one by one, streams of light flowed into his mind, and information about the basic card control techniques became increasingly clear. Lucio first grasped the essentials of the card-throwing technique. The core of this skill lies in precisely controlling the speed of energy input during card activation and inscribing a temporary energy mark infused with the card master's aura on the card surface. This mark allows the card master to maintain control over the card even after it's thrown, ensuring it hits the target accurately, even in complex combat scenarios. Next, he delved into the technique of card strengthening, which is specifically used to enhance the power of attack cards and is divided into 9 levels. Each level increases the card's power by 10%. The principle of card strengthening involves inputting energy at a specific frequency to resonate with the energy already absorbed by the card, thereby boosting its explosive power. This is the only basic card control technique that significantly enhances a card master's combat ability. Lucio realized that as the level of card strengthening increases, the required mastery of energy frequency becomes increasingly intricate and complex, demanding greater soul strength from the card master. This explained why he immediately addressed any resistance he felt in energy flow. After processing this information, Lucio focused on practice. Standing in the center of the empty room, he repeatedly attempted to inscribe energy marks, striving to master the essence of the card-throwing technique. Simultaneously, he continuously adjusted the frequency of his energy input, trying to trigger the resonance effect of card strengthening. Over time, his movements became smoother, and his control over energy grew more precise. Despite the challenges, Lucio remained motivated, fully aware of the crucial role these basic card control techniques would play in his future training. He was determined to master their essence in the shortest possible time. Most card masters never advance beyond the 7th level of strong card techniques in their lifetime. Only a few exceptionally gifted individuals can reach the 8th level, while the 9th level exists only in ancient legends. Lucio stood in the practice field, recalling the 4 basic card mastery techniques he had just learned, determined to master each one. He first focused on the card-throwing technique, the foundation for any card master, requiring precise control of energy input into the card. Lucio closed his eyes, feeling the texture of the shadow stealth card in his hand, and gently infused a trace of energy. The card's edges began to glow faintly, like the first sparks of a fire. Holding his breath, Lucio carefully guided the energy across the card's surface. The glow grew brighter, forming intricate, winding patterns resembling a mysterious runic map. When the glow converged at the card's top right corner, Lucio felt a surge of excitement. However, in the next moment, the card flickered, and all the light vanished instantly. His first attempt had failed. Sighing softly, Lucio felt a bit disheartened. At that moment, Xiaohei, who had been quietly accompanying him, gently nudged his leg and encouraged him with a warm voice. "You can do it, boss." Lucio smiled, patting Xiaohei's head, reigniting his determination. He closed his eyes again, carefully reviewing the previous process and analyzing the reasons for his failure. After a moment, Lucio took a deep breath and picked up the Shadow Stealth card once more, ready for a second attempt. Meanwhile, information about the other 3 card techniques surfaced in Lucio's mind. The card summoning technique is used to recall eternal cards, requiring precise sensing of energy markers and triggering specific energy fluctuations. The card sealing technique is for special situations, such as interrupting a battle or retrieving long-term cards, achieved by detonating the energy marker. Finally, there was the mysterious strong card technique, rumored to be able to detonate all activated energy markers on the field, completely altering the course of a battle. Although many doubted its existence, Lucio secretly hoped to witness its power one day. Now, he concentrated all his attention on the card in his hand, ready to challenge the card-throwing technique once more. This time, he aimed to control the energy flow more meticulously, striving to successfully inscribe the energy marker. With a sudden flash of light, Lucio's 50th attempt ended in failure once again. He sat on the ground in frustration, leaning against the cold wall, with Xiao He lying obediently in his arms. As he mechanically stroked Xiao He's head, he couldn't help but sigh deeply, replaying the scene of his recent failure in his mind. He looked down at the card in his hand, and an absurd thought crossed his mind. Could it be that this card is just not meant for me? The continuous setbacks were making his thoughts irrational. After a moment, a new stealth card appeared in Lucio's hand. He silently encouraged himself. I refuse to believe that a simple card casting technique can defeat me today. Dream on. With that, he stood up, took a few deep breaths to steady himself, and began his 55th attempt at inscription. However, failure followed closely behind. The 101st, the 238th, the 550th. Each failure was like a heavy blow, pounding away at Lucio's confidence. Finally, after yet another failure, he could no longer contain his emotions and hurled the card in his hand against the opposite wall with all his might, letting out a heart-wrenching roar. Meanwhile, outside the room, a woman in white finished her meditation. She slowly opened her eyes, glanced at the room where Lucio was, and shook her head with a sigh. Defeated by such a small setback? Back in my day? Still too young. With that, she closed her eyes again and returned to her meditative state. Inside the room, Lucio's gaze turned vacant as he clutched his hair tightly, leaning against the wall in a daze, muttering to himself. Why is this happening? It shouldn't be like this. Is it because my talent is too poor? At that moment, Xiao He quietly walked over to the opposite wall, picked up the battle card that had been thrown, and trotted back to Lucio. It looked up at him with eyes full of encouragement and softly reassured. Boss, you're so amazing. You can definitely do it. Keep going. Believe in yourself. Lucio stared blankly at Xiao He for a moment. Then his eyes regained their determined gleam. He realized that if even a creature like Xiao He, who had experienced hardship, could persist, then he had no reason to give up so easily. The next moment, Lucio solemnly picked up the battle card and sat cross-legged on the ground. He meditated to restore his energy, adjusting his mindset to remain calm and focused. 15 minutes later, Lucio exhaled deeply, making a firm decision. If I can't master the card casting technique today, I won't sleep. With his right hand gripping the stealth card, he began his 1001st attempt at inscription. Perhaps fate finally took pity on the persistent young man, as this time he reached the final step of condensing the energy mark. In the top right corner of the card, a small circular mark the size of a green bean slowly formed amidst swirling streams of light. As long as this energy mark could withstand the impact when the card was fully activated, the inscription would be successful. Steady, keep it steady. Lucio widened his eyes, cautiously channeling the last bit of energy into the card, silently praying in his heart. Finally, the card burst into a brilliant dark light. Although he had seen this many times before, this time the light moved Lucio to the brink of tears. He quickly cast the now activated card into Xiao He's body, where the dark light immediately surged around it. Overwhelmed, Lucio crouched down and hugged Xiao He's head, tears and snot mingling as he choked out. Ugh, Xiao He, it was so hard. However, in this touching moment, a frustrated roar suddenly echoed from afar. Lucio paused, feeling the voice was somewhat familiar, and instinctively looked in the direction from which it came. A faint, enigmatic smile appeared on Lucio's lips as he softly said, "Heh, same to you. Good luck." As soon as he finished speaking, his expression turned serious, and he looked at Xiao He with determination, saying in a low voice, "Xiao He, let's continue." Lucio released Xiao He and swiftly retrieved the battle card he had previously inserted into Xiao He. With a flick of his fingers, the card seemed to have a life of its own, flying back into his palm. This type of battle card, once placed inside a card beast, could be recalled without using a sealing technique due to the card beast's cooperation. The card traced a graceful arc in the air, and the energy it carried dissipated automatically during the recall, restoring the card to its original state. With the experience of his first success, the subsequent practice became much smoother. Lucio focused completely, repeatedly going through the training process. Out of every 10 attempts, he succeeded on a significant improvement compared to when it took thousands of tries to achieve success. Time slipped by quietly as Lucio practiced. By evening, as the sunset bathed the land in its glow, Lucio finally concluded his day's training. Exhausted yet filled with a sense of accomplishment, he returned to his quarters. After nearly 6 hours of relentless effort, he had increased his success rate from 1% to an impressive 50%. This progress boosted Lucio's confidence, and he estimated that he might achieve a 100% success rate by the next day. Upon entering, Lucio quickly scanned the room, but did not see Bai Yin. "It's so late. Where is he again?" he murmured, frowning slightly. However, he didn't dwell on it, assuming Bai Yin might have been held up with some errands by the supervising steward. Lucio sat on the edge of his bed and took out a crystal-clear yuan condensing pill. Instead of swallowing it right away, he held it in his mouth, savoring the cool sensation as the pill dissolved, sending a refreshing energy through his core. Instantly, he felt a coolness between his brows, which was not uncomfortable but rather invigorating, dispelling the day's fatigue. He then activated a first-level meditation card and entered a deep meditative state. The cool energy quietly merged with his card soul, and suddenly, the spiritual energy gathered by the meditation array around him became extremely active, surging into his core like boiling water. Lucio's card soul's efficiency in absorbing and releasing energy was noticeably enhanced, doubling in speed compared to usual. Meanwhile, Xiaohe, now transformed into a beast card, hovered in front of Lucio, enveloped in a dark glow, slowly rotating. As time passed, the light's color deepened, seemingly hinting at some mysterious power. Shortly after Lucio immersed himself in meditation, the door gently opened, and Bai Yin walked in, looking exhausted. He was covered in dust, his once neat black hair disheveled, resembling someone who had been through a tough battle. Bai Yan's eyes fell on Lucio, who was deep in meditation, and his expression was complex. Quietly, he moved to his bed, quickly changing into clean clothes and carefully wiping the dust off his face. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Bai Yin retrieved a dust-covered yuan condensing pill from his dirty clothes. He wiped it casually before swallowing it without hesitation. Then, he activated the meditation card Lucio had given him and began his own meditation. Time passed silently until late at night, when Lucio finally finished absorbing the yuan condensing pill, taking exactly 3 hours. As he ended his meditation, the array beneath him dissolved into a shadow and returned to his hand as a card. Soon, Bai Yin finished his meditation. Lucio walked over to the table, sat down, and asked, "What have you been up to today?" Bai Yin slowly sat next to Lucio, a bitter smile appearing on his face. "Of course, I was out doing tasks," he said, with a sudden burst of anger. "Those overseers really don't treat us like humans, they work us to the bone." Lucio frowned, curious. "What's going on?" Bai Yin sighed deeply, paused for a moment, and then spoke. "It's that kind of weed-clearing task." He stopped briefly, then continued before Lucio could speak. "Boss, do you know how many weeds there are?" "It's all the weeds around the entire outpost." "The entire outpost?" Lucio's eyes narrowed. Although he didn't know the exact area, Bai Yan's expression made it clear this was no small task. "You weren't the only one, right?" Lucio asked, puzzled. "Right," Bai Yan nodded, confirming. "I wasn't the only one. There must have been dozens of us. Each of us was responsible for a section." "Then why?" Lucio began, but Bai Yan sighed again. "It's just, there's nothing more to say about it." Seeing Bai Yan unwilling to elaborate, Lucio didn't press further. After a moment of thought, he asked, "If you actively complete tasks, is there a chance you could break through to the next level within a month?" Bai Yan's face was full of helplessness. "It's impossible. I can't take on those beast hunting tasks, so I'm stuck with these lowest level ones. Doing one of these tasks takes about an hour, and you need to work for 4 hours to earn 2 condensing pills, leaving no time for cultivation." Lucio's expression grew serious. Had he been wrong? Was the Nether Hall really not giving these people a chance to survive? But that couldn't be right. There had to be other ways besides completing tasks. Suddenly, Lucio's eyes widened as a thought flashed in his mind: the arena. They knew very little about the arena. Only that meeting certain conditions would yield rich rewards, but it also carried the risk of death. They had no idea how rich the rewards were or what the conditions were. The more Lucio thought about it, the more possible it seemed. Could the way out be hidden in the place they thought was a dead end? Was the idea of finding life in a place of death actually true? With this in mind, Lucio didn't say much more. He simply looked at Bai Yin and said, "I'm almost done gathering the conditions needed for your beast's transformation. Wait for me here tomorrow, and once I have everything, it'll be up to you. I just got a new mentor today, might as well take advantage of it." However, Bai Yan's reaction wasn't as excited as Lucio had expected. He just stared at Lucio blankly, leaving Lucio both surprised and puzzled. After a long pause, Bai Yan nodded heavily. "All right." The next day, Lucio went about his usual routine of consuming the unchanging food rations, then headed straight for the card pavilion. Inside, Bai Yan watched Lucio's departing figure in a daze, murmuring to himself, "Is this luck? Or misfortune?" Then, he suddenly started laughing, though it was an ugly laugh, and his eyes were filled with tears. Lucio arrived at the card pavilion and strode in without hesitation. The morning sunlight streamed through the small window, casting a square patch of light on the hardwood floor in the dim room. Lucio stood in front of the closed door, gently knocking 3 times. "Come in," came the voice of Wei Lao from inside. Lucio pushed the door open and was surprised to find a rather simple room. In the center was a large round wooden table engraved with a complex and intricate teleportation array. In the left corner of the room was a pile of unidentified black objects, while on the right was an ordinary bed. "You live here?" Lucio asked in surprise, expecting someone of Wei Lao's status to reside in a luxuriously decorated room. Wei Lao had just finished meditating and got off the bed. He glanced at Lucio and replied in a flat tone, "What else did you expect?" Wei Lao sat down on a chair and got straight to the point. "So, what brings you here? Don't tell me you've already opened your soul sea." "Of course not," Lucio replied with an awkward smile. "I came to ask if you have a way to get a large amount of hot iron slurry." "Iron slurry?" Wei Lao frowned. "What do you need that for?" Lucio paused, quickly thinking of a plausible reason. He couldn't mention it was for the mutation of the iron-eating bugs, as that would raise suspicion and possibly cause endless trouble for him. Seeing Lucio's hesitation, Wei Lao shrugged and said, "Never mind, I won't bother asking why. I can get it for you right away, but do you have a container for it? And if you need a lot, is the volume of this room sufficient?" Lucio quickly waved his hands. "I don't need that much." He glanced around, estimating the size needed for the iron-eating bugs, and uncertainly said, "How about an amount about 1/6 the size of your room?" "Wait here for a moment," Wei Lao instructed before swiftly leaving the room. A quarter of an hour later, Wei Lao returned holding a storage card. He handed the card to Lucio and explained, "What you need is inside, stored in a container meant for molten crystal stones. Remember to return it after use." Lucio received the card with delight, expressing his gratitude repeatedly. Then, with a hint of flattery, he asked, "Master, do you happen to have any Shen iron stones?" Wei Lao glanced at him coolly and set the price. "Yes, 200 contribution points each. Do you want them?" Lucio was momentarily speechless at the response. After bidding farewell to Wei Lao, Lucio made his way to the Resource Exchange Center, his dreams of getting rich having already crumbled. Although Wei Lao could supply rare iron slurry, he wouldn't easily give Lucio anything within his reach. Beyond their mentor-student bond, Wei Lao was ultimately a key figure at the Underworld Palace Outpost, which was far from a charitable organization. The Resource Exchange Center was rather deserted at the moment. Clutching his Underworld card, Lucio walked straight in. He instinctively glanced at the spot where the deadpan man had been stationed last time, only to find a stern-looking young man in white in his place. Lucio speculated that these wardens might be like them, here for contribution points, rather than permanent fixtures. Approaching the stern young man, Lucio placed his golden underworld card on the table. "I'd like to exchange for some dark iron stones." "How many?" the young man asked coldly. After a brief consideration, Lucio replied, "5 for now." After completing the exchange for 500 contribution points, Lucio stored the 5 dark iron stones in his storage card and quickly left. Inside the room, Yin adjusted his expression upon hearing footsteps, reverting to his usual playful demeanor. As the door opened, Lucio entered with a smile. "I've got everything you need for your card beast transformation," Lucio announced directly. Yin exclaimed in surprise, "Really? Thanks, boss." Soon, a 3-meter wide, 2-meter high barrel-shaped container was placed in the room. Its surface was a crystalline purple, covered in uneven pits, appearing crudely made yet extraordinary. Lucio remembered Wei Lao's instructions that this item needed to be returned. Inside, the rolling red iron slurry emitted heat, instantly warming the entire room. "Quick, summon your card beast," Lucio urged, ignoring his discomfort, as Yin continued to marvel. At Lucio's words, Yin promptly summoned the motionless iron-eating worm, waiting for Lucio's instructions. After a moment's contemplation, Lucio asked, "Can your card beast endure the pain of losing its tail? Is it willing to lose it?" "Cut off its tail." Yin was taken aback, then silently communicated with the iron-eating worm. A moment later, he nodded firmly. "It can." "Good," Lucio responded, retrieving a finely crafted dagger from his storage card, more symbolic than practical, and handed it to Yin. "You do it yourself. Once it's done, toss it right in." Without hesitation, Yin took the dagger, crouched down, and delivered a heavy chop to the tail of the iron-eating worm. Thud. Surprisingly, no blood spattered. Only a small amount of black liquid seeped out from the cut and quickly solidified. Plop. Yin threw the iron-eating worm into the crystalline purple container, where the iron slurry immediately engulfed it. Lucio fixed his gaze on Yin, speaking with unwavering determination. "Keep an eye on its condition at all times. Inform me immediately if there's any anomaly." To ensure everything was foolproof, he unhesitatingly dropped a piece of dark iron stone into the amethyst-colored container. As the dark iron stone slowly sank, the previously calm molten iron suddenly became violently agitated, emitting a deafening roar. Lucio frowned deeply, asking with concern, "How is it now?" Beads of sweat appeared on Yan's forehead, and his voice trembled slightly. It's okay. It says it's quite comfortable inside. Comfortable? Lucio was stunned, incredulously asking. Are you sure? He had originally anticipated a reaction of intense pain. Suddenly, Yan's brow furrowed sharply, and he turned to Lucio unexpectedly, his face pale as he cried out, Boss, it says it feels like it's about to explode. Upon hearing this, Lucio didn't hesitate to drop the remaining 4 dark iron stones into the container. As he focused his attention once more, he was pleasantly surprised to find that he could now monitor the state of the card beast in real time. Even more delightfully, the iron-eating insect had begun to mutate. However, the joy was short-lived. The status bar kept oscillating between mutating in pain and near-death agony, with the duration of near-death growing increasingly longer. Yan. Lucio's pupils constricted as he couldn't help but shout. Yan was in excruciating pain, the intense stabbing sensation from deep within his soul, making him acutely aware that his card beast was teetering on the brink of death. The indescribable agony nearly caused him to faint. His face was ashen, his facial muscles twitching continuously, and his nails dug deeply into his flesh from exertion, drawing blood. Yet, the instinct to survive kept him standing tall, silently cheering for his little companion. Hearing Lucio's call, Yan turned his head in a daze. Lucio's eyes were bloodshot as he shouted hoarsely. You damn well better hold on. The dark iron stone is about to take effect. Just hang in there a little longer. Just a little longer. Lucio couldn't bear to see the first attempt using the method from the panel end in failure. If this mutation failed, it would not only cast doubt on the reliability of the information provided by the panel, but also severely undermine his confidence in evolving Xiao He in the future. More importantly, he didn't want his decision to cause this person, who always respectfully called him boss, to lose his only life-bound card beast, casting an unimaginable shadow over his already challenging path as a card master. Perhaps Lucio's words had an effect, or maybe the dark iron stone began to work. Although Yan's condition remained poor, Lucio observed a noticeable change in the information of the iron-eating insect within the amethyst-colored container. In the status bar, the duration of near-death gradually decreased, matching mutating. Gradually, the time spent mutating grew longer. Seeing the situation improve, Lucio was about to encourage Yan to keep going. However, at that moment, bang, Yan collapsed heavily to the ground. Yan. Lucio's voice thundered, his expression changing dramatically. The heavy thud of something hitting the ground struck him to his core, making him instantly realize the urgency of the situation. He rushed to Yan's side in a few quick strides, crouching down and reaching out to help. Boss, I can't hold on so sleepy. Yan's voice was weak, each word seeming to drain the last of his strength. This wasn't death but a faint caused by excruciating pain. However, if Yan lost consciousness now, all the previous suffering and perseverance would be in vain, all efforts would be for nothing. Yan's face was as pale as paper, his lips trembling, eyes nearly shut, and cold sweat pouring down his forehead. He looked as if he was enduring unimaginable torment. Lucio quickly glanced at the state of the iron-eating worm, noticing its dying symptoms becoming more frequent, a sense of urgency washing over him like a tide. Taking a deep breath, Lucio closed his eyes and then opened them again, a hint of determination flashing through them. He suddenly let out a roar. Yan, listen to me. This is your only chance to change your fate. If you pass out now, you'll always be a worthless nobody, always trampled underfoot. If you don't want to see those arrogant jerks strutting above you, get up now. Do you hear me? After shouting these words, Lucio slowly closed his eyes, waiting for the outcome. He had done all he could, his only regret being not preparing a few more pieces of black ironstone, which might have made things less difficult. Damn panel, can't it just clearly show the success rate? He cursed inwardly. Moments later, the sound of spiritual energy gathering filled the air, like the eye of a storm was just a breath away. Then, a heavy sound shattered the silence. Bang, bang, bang. It was the sound of something heavy hitting a wall. Lucio's eyes snapped open, seeing Yan struggling to stand, his hands braced on the table, looking at him weakly with a faint smile. Boss, I stood up. This simple sentence stirred a storm of emotions in Lucio's heart. And the source of the banging sound was the amethyst-colored container behind Yan. Beneath the dark red surface of the molten iron, a horn the size of a bull's horn slowly rose, covered in mottled red stripes, flickering under the red glow like flowing lava, heralding the birth of a new life. Soon, a figure slowly climbed out of the metal container. It was a humanoid beast nearly 6 feet tall, covered in jet black with dark red stripes. Its horns were menacing, its face fierce, and 2 large fangs protruded from its massive mouth. Its eyes were a terrifying dark red, and upon closer inspection, it seemed as if red liquid was flowing within them. The beast's body was covered with inch-long spikes, and its limbs were sturdy and powerful, adorned with sharp barbs. Its claws tapered into tips resembling sharp knives. From its appearance, it was undoubtedly a creature designed for combat, with every detail highlighting its battle-ready nature. Lucio widened his eyes, struggling to reconcile this fierce beast before him with the decorative iron-kneading insect it once was. This transformation not only elevated it by 2 levels, but also endowed it with an additional attribute, making it an exceptionally rare composite attribute beast. Bai Yin was equally astonished at the transformation of his beast. Despite feeling unwell, he quickly approached Xiao Xiao, reaching out with trembling hands to touch it. Remarkably, as he touched it, the spikes on Xiao Xiao's body softened, transforming into tufts of peculiar fur. The interaction between the man and the beast was like a reunion of old friends long separated. Lucio quietly sat back in his chair, feeling pleased for them. However, unbeknownst to Lucio, while Bai Yan's eyes were filled with excitement, shock, and gratitude, they lacked the sheer joy that Lucio had imagined. After a while, Bai Yan called Xiao Xiao back and sat next to Lucio, softly addressing him, "Boss." Lucio patted his shoulder firmly and said, "No need to say more. Focus on your training. Even without my help, you should be able to reach the level of a card master on your own in a month." Bai Yan hesitated but ultimately said nothing. Lucio collected the container, noting that the metal inside had solidified into black iron, with considerably less than before. He exchanged a few words with Bai Yan before heading towards the card pavilion. Initially, he had considered urging Bai Yan to challenge the duel arena, but it seemed unnecessary now. With the exceptional quality of the explosive gold-eating beast and Bai Yan's own talent, his training speed would surely place him in the top ranks here. After returning the storage card containing the container at the card pavilion, Lucio headed straight for the Zunhua Tower. The white-robed woman from yesterday was gone, replaced by a kindly middle-aged man. Unfazed, Lucio presented his dark card to the guardian and began his training for the day. His goal was to master the art of card throwing and to gain a preliminary understanding of card summoning. As for the soul-refining method given by his mentor, it was temporarily set aside. Time flew by during training. When Lucio exited the Zunhua Tower, it was nearly dusk. The setting sun cast a crimson glow across the gray sky, painting a beautiful picture, as if foreshadowing something. Suddenly, Lucio felt a sense of disorientation, and his right eyelid twitched involuntarily. "Why do I feel uneasy?" he muttered to himself, then shook his head vigorously before heading back to his residence. Today's goals were largely achieved. His card-throwing technique was nearly perfected, minimizing the risk of failure. With continued practice, it would become second nature, and as his proficiency increased, so would his speed, greatly enhancing his ability to act first. Progress was also made in his card-summoning technique. Although he was still at the stage of practicing specific energy fluctuations, complete mastery was not far off. Lucio walked unhurriedly along the path back to his residence, his mind swirling with thoughts and plans for the future. The setting sun stretched his shadow long, as if trying to reach the horizon. Occasionally, passers-by hurried by, their expressions rushed and their steps brisk. Lucio watched these strangers' backs fade into the distance, a slight smile tugging at his lips, a hint of reflection in his eyes. Memories of his past life chasing fame and fortune flooded back, but now he felt that simply being alive was a great blessing. As he continued walking, the number of people dwindled. On a narrow path closest to his residence, Lucio suddenly stopped. The surroundings were silent, save for the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze, a quiet that paradoxically bred unease. Not far ahead, a small figure stood still in the middle of the path, head bowed, like a statue. Backlit by the sun, Lucio couldn't make out the person's features, but the breeze lifting the hem of their clothes and hair confirmed they were not an inanimate object. The eerie scene put Lucio on alert. His card ring flickered with a faint light, and 2 cards appeared silently in his hand's beast card in the left, combat card in the right. These were his only means of protection. Lucio pondered who among the people captured at the Nether Hall, besides the immediately dismissed Li Yi, would dare to trouble him. Was it for his contribution points? Clutching the cards tightly, Lucio noticed the figure remained motionless, prompting him to cautiously advance. Outwardly, he maintained a leisurely pace, but internally, he was on high alert. He knew well that the world was full of foolish people who sought attention, often to their own detriment. Lucio's steps were light, almost soundless. As he drew closer, the figure's outline became clearer. When they were just a few meters apart, the person suddenly lifted their head, revealing a familiar face. "Boss," Bai Yan called out with a grin. Lucio exhaled a small sigh of relief, storing the cards back in his ring. He gave Bai Yan a sidelong glance and chided, "Are you bored or something? Why are you standing in the middle of the road? Have you gotten cocky since your transformation?" Bai Yan replied with a cheeky smile. "I was just waiting for you to come back, boss. Just finished a task and figured you'd be returning soon, so I waited here for a bit." Lucio's expression turned serious as he earnestly advised, "Don't waste time like this in the future. You'd be better off meditating. Slacking off now, even with a good beast card talent, could still get you eliminated." Bai Yan immediately sobered up, responding earnestly, "I understand, boss. Let's go, head back first. Lucio said, rubbing his twitching right eyelid as he walked forward. Bai Yin followed closely, adding, then practice some more, and another day will have passed. Lucio took a few steps forward and suddenly noticed an unusual silence behind him. Turning around, he saw Bai Yin still standing in place, his expression blank. In the dim light, Lucio didn't notice the oddity in Bai Yin's expression and asked puzzledly, why are you just standing there? Let's go. Upon hearing this, Bai Yin subconsciously tightened his hands before suddenly relaxing them. He looked up with a smile and said, haha, I just suddenly remembered something. With that, he quickly caught up with Lucio. As they walked side by side, Lucio curiously turned his head and asked, what was it? Bai Yin shook his head and casually replied, oh, nothing much. I just ran into a really pretty girl while on a task today, and I couldn't help but think of her again. Lucio, hearing this, rolled his eyes and teased, haven't you seen girls before? Every girl seems pretty to you. Huh? Bai Yin burst out laughing and gave Lucio a thumbs up, exaggeratedly saying, boss, you're amazing for figuring that out. You have no idea. In the village where I grew up, there weren't many normal girls. Their faces were bigger than a black pig's, their arms thicker than my thighs, and their voices as loud as those triangular cows. It really, severely traumatized my childhood. He ended with a look of mock indignation. After hearing this, Lucio was secretly amazed and couldn't help but wonder how Bai Yan's sense of beauty remained intact in such an environment. However, he kept this question to himself, making a mental note of it. Seeing Bai Yan's demeanor, Lucio's weariness from the day began to lift. He couldn't help but smile and ask, so what kind of girl do you plan to find in the future? Bai Yan suddenly lowered his head, his voice slightly husky as he softly said, well, too pretty is no good. Grandpa the village chief said those girls are scarier than card beasts, and we must be wary of them. But I don't like just average pretty either, so if I get the chance, I'll go for moderately pretty. Lucio was amused by his opinion and laughed, asking, how do you classify girls then? Bai Yan kept his head down, his clear eyes blurred under his lashes. He pursed his lips and said softly, I guess it's mainly about the feeling. I'm not sure, but I think, boss, you should find someone more beautiful than the Empress of the Empire. Only such a girl would be worthy of you. Huh? Lucio laughed heartily and retorted, didn't you say very pretty girls are scarier than card beasts? Bai Yan finally looked up and explained with a smile, because I think, you're so amazing, boss, that you'll definitely be able to handle such a girl. Even the scariest card beast eventually submits to us humans, right? Just like, every card master needs to contract a card beast, everyone eventually passes, and every girl has to get married someday. A glint in his eyes quickly vanished. Although Lucio found his words a bit strange, he didn't think much of it. Hearing the word pass, Lucio couldn't help but widen his eyes and say, stop talking like that, it's bad luck. Bai Yan chuckled and lowered his head. After that, both fell into silence. After a while, their residence came into view. As night deepened, their shadows stretched along the dim street, as if telling an unknown story. As they approached their residence, the distance between them and the door grew shorter. Just before entering, Bai Yan slowed his pace slightly, falling a few steps behind Lucio. Unaware, Lucio went ahead and pushed the door open. The door creaked as it swung open, revealing a dim and silent interior. In that fleeting moment, a brilliant silver light suddenly flared behind Lucio. The air was charged with spiritual energy, and a powerful force surged like a violent storm. Just as Lucio was about to step into the room, his pupils contracted sharply, and before he could react, a searing pain shot through his back. A massive force hurled Lucio into the room with great intensity. His body shot forward like a cannonball, shattering the tables and chairs in his path with his immense energy. Finally, Lucio crashed heavily against the wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood. In the next moment, Lucio's once formidable body slumped from the wall, collapsing face down onto the ground with a heavy thud. Blood gushed forth, quickly spreading around him like a blooming, sinister rose. Footsteps slowly approached. Bai Yan entered the room with a blank expression, his eyes hollow as if he were soulless. He looked down at Lucio with a cold, indifferent gaze. Lucio was suffering the most severe injury of his life. A gruesome wound, at least a centimeter wide, ran from his left shoulder to his right hip. Although the wound appeared terrifying, fortunately, it hadn't hit any vital organs. The most critical damage was to his spine, temporarily immobilizing him. Despite the excruciating pain throughout his body, Lucio remained conscious. Suddenly, a few cards appeared silently beneath his right hand, one of which was a healing card. Yet, compared to the physical agony, the pain in Lucio's heart was even greater. With great effort, he lifted his head to look at Bai Yan, his voice cold and devoid of warmth. Why? Lucio was utterly perplexed. There was no conflict of interest or deep-seated enmity between them, not even a minor argument. Even if Bai Yan intended to steal his cards and possessions, this approach made no sense. Before the successful transformation of the iron-eating insect, it might have been attributed to survival pressure. But now, it was completely illogical. What baffled Lucio even more was that Bayin stood calmly before him, neither summoning a card beast nor brandishing any threatening weapon. Did he think Lucio wouldn't dare activate his cards? Or had he lost his mind? Despite the questions swirling in his mind, Lucio decided not to summon Xiaohei just yet. He wanted to understand the real reason behind Bai Yan's actions. Bai Yan brought over an intact chair and sat down, a complex expression flitting across his face, somewhere between a laugh and a cry. His gaze fell on Lucio, and his voice was so soft it was almost inaudible. It's a bit complicated to explain, so let's just skip it. Before Lucio could respond, Bai Yan continued. If I must give a reason, I feel like what you have is very suited for me. Hearing this, Lucio spat out a mouthful of blood. He let out a cold laugh, a flash of anger in his eyes. Bai Yan, do you really take your boss for a fool? Tell me something real. Spare me the nonsense. All right. Bai Yan sighed deeply, a strange smile suddenly appearing on his face. Actually, I just have a feeling my days are numbered, so I thought I'd take the boss down with me to keep me company. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Yan suddenly raised his right hand and swung it fiercely at Lucio's head. What? Lucio's heart skipped a beat as he realized Bai Yan's true intent was to kill him. In a split second, without time to think, he instinctively shouted, Xiaohei, quick! Kill him! A flash of white light, followed by a figure streaked with red and black, darted like lightning. With a swoosh, blood splattered out. Bai Yan was sent flying backward, crashing into the door with a loud bang, causing the whole room to tremble. Bai Yan slid down from the door, leaving a trail of blood. Deep wounds, down to the bone, were visible on his chest, with shattered organs faintly seen amidst the mangled flesh. Lucio signaled Xiaohei to stop attacking, then activated the healing card in his hand. A green glow flowed into his body, easing the pain in his back and gradually restoring sensation to his spine. A continuous coolness surged from within, gathering at the wound on his back. Visibly, the wound began to grow tiny new flesh. Though not completely healed, most of the injuries were treated. Lucio felt sensation return to his limbs, though his spine still ached. He tried to stand, but fell over repeatedly due to numb legs. Finally, he managed to stand, recalling the energy-depleted healing card. Lucio walked step by step towards Bai Yan, who lay on the ground, his life hanging by a thread. He crouched down, sensing Bai Yan's life force. Although it was waning, it had not yet extinguished. Looking at Bai Yan's pitiful state, Lucio's eyes filled with sadness. He couldn't fathom how they had gone from harmoniously helping the iron-eating insect evolve that morning to this tragic state. Why? Lucio asked softly again, his voice no longer cold, but filled with sadness, guilt, and reluctance. On reflection, Bai Yan's earlier words were full of holes, and his motion to kill had lingered in the air for too long. At that moment, Bai Yan began to cough violently, blood once again trickling from his mouth. Lucio quickly activated the healing card, using it on Bai Yan. However, he knew in his heart that this one-turn healing card couldn't possibly heal Bai Yan's severe injuries. As if experiencing a final burst of energy, Bai Yan slowly opened his eyes. A glimmer of light flashed in his gray eyes, and a relieved smile touched his lips. He spoke haltingly. Boss, after I'm gone, please take care of Xiao Xiao for me. I told it before, it will trust you. Hearing Bai Yan's dying words, Lucio felt a sharp pain in his heart. His eyes were bloodshot, and he questioned in a rising tone 3 times. Why? 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 Lucio's mind raced as he tried to comprehend the absurd situation before him. Bai Yan had just completed his transformation, becoming one of the strongest in the area. With the fearsome power of the exploding gold beast, he could have easily ruled this region. Survival of the fittest. Even without Lucio's help, Bai Yan could have achieved unimaginable feats. Yet now, Bai Yan's breath was weakening, and his familiar smile appeared pale and powerless. He softly said, Yes, why indeed? Maybe people like us are destined to be pawns for others. Pawns. Lucio's pupils contracted, and a furious anger surged within him, his eyes turning cold as ice. Bai Yan continued speaking in a broken voice. Boss, during this time, you've taken care of me so much, and I haven't even properly thanked you. I guess it's not too late now, ha ha ha. He started coughing violently. Boss, did you know? Besides Grandpa the village chief, you're the second person who's been so good to me. Bai Yan's voice was weak, but sincere. I've been thinking about giving you something, but I had nothing worthy. But now it's fine. Now, little Xiao Xiao should be barely worthy of you. She has a bit of a temper, likes to nag, but from now on, let her take my place and accompany you to conquer the world. Lucio listened quietly, not interrupting Bai Yan's words. His heart was like a volcano on the verge of eruption, filled with unspeakable complex emotions. Bai Yan still wore a faint smile, his expression dazed, his eyes slightly closed as he continued softly. Boss, actually, I have a secret I haven't told you. That night I met with a big shot, the kind who can make many bow with just a word. He spoke haltingly about the demands of that mysterious figure, his own confusion, and his decision. He gave me a battle card, told me to follow his instructions, and that I mustn't tell you, or he'd kill us both. I didn't care about myself, but you can't die, boss, so I didn't tell you. You won't blame me, right? Huh. Bai Yan's voice grew weaker, and Lucio had to lean close to hear him. But now that I'm dying, I feel I owe it to you to say it. In the future, you must pretend not to know. These big shots' intentions are really hard to fathom. Finally, Bai Yan mustered his last bit of strength to say, boss, don't trust others so easily in the future. Finally, I can have a good rest. Lucio held Bai Yan's hand tightly, feeling the last warmth of his life. Everything around them seemed to freeze, with only Bai Yan's faint breathing slowly fading away. Finally, Bai Yan's voice faded completely into the air as he finished his last sentence. The dim light fell on his face, highlighting a faint smile, as if he were sleeping peacefully. Lucio clenched his fists tightly, his eyes reddening, tears welling up. He suddenly let out a hoarse roar, like the howl of a demon, causing the nearby residents to shiver. The person who called him boss every day, who always thought about beautiful girls, had now left forever. At that moment, slow and steady footsteps sounded outside the door. Lucio sprang to his feet and turned to see an elegantly dressed old man approaching. It was none other than Mu Yan. Is it you? Why did you do this? Lucio shouted, his voice filled with anger and pain. Mu Yan glanced at Lucio indifferently, without answering, and walked past him. With a wave of his hand, he effortlessly picked up Bai Yan. From a vantage point Lucio couldn't see, a pill quickly slipped into Bai Yan's mouth. Lucio watched this scene through gritted teeth, his hands clenching even tighter, his eyes blazing with fury that seemed ready to consume Mu Yan. He wanted to rush forward and fight Mu Yan desperately, but the last shred of reason forced him to stay put. He had to survive. Only by living could he hope for revenge. Mu Yan stood with Bai Yan a short distance from Lucio, his expression drastically different from when they first met, cold to the point of chilling. They stared at each other in silence, the air thick with tension. The sunset took away the last glimmer of light, and darkness engulfed the room completely. Suddenly, the lights flickered on, illuminating their expressions clearly, capturing every subtle change. Moments later, Mu Yan's lips curled into a slight smile, his face once again donning a kindly appearance. However, this expression could no longer evoke any warmth in Lucio, only endless coldness and hatred. How does it feel to kill someone who trusts you and whom you trust? Mu Yan asked with a teasing tone. Lucio stared at him coldly, remaining silent, though the anger in his eyes burned ever more fiercely. All right then, Mu Yan sighed mockingly. It seems you need some rest now. I'll be going. Make do with tonight. Someone will come tomorrow to tidy up the place for you. He paused, adding, one last thing, your current look? I quite like it. Ha ha ha. With that, Mu Yan laughed heartily and walked away. Lucio watched his retreating figure with a blank expression, the fury inside him surging like a volcano. Mu Yan hadn't gone far when he suddenly stopped, saying without turning back, by the way, I've already taken his beast card, so don't bother looking for it. Lucio's expression turned icy, his hands involuntarily clenching tighter, nails digging into his palms. Once Mu Yan's figure completely vanished from view, Lucio turned back into the house, his steps heavy, as if burdened with 1,000 pounds. Meanwhile, as Mu Yan left Lucio's residence, a slightly hunched figure blocked his path. The person asked in a low, raspy voice, are you really starting this early? Mu Yan, unfazed by the encounter, stopped and said calmly, this is a phase he must go through, and the sooner it starts, the better. His eyes before were not fierce enough, and his potential hasn't been fully unleashed. The hunched figure sighed softly. Aren't you worried he'll rebel later? Mu Yan's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Wei Lao, I know he's your apprentice now, and I understand your concern for him. But you know as well as I do, I've sent off batch after batch of seeds, yet here I am, still standing. Besides, after he's been through enough, he'll realize how childish and ridiculous the emotions he cherishes now really are. He might even thank me one day. Ha! Mu Yan's laughter echoed through the night, filled with the triumph of a conspiracy fulfilled. Hearing Mu Yan's words, Wei Lao fell into silence. The night was deep as the two walked side by side along the dim path. The surroundings were quiet, with only faint light coming from the houses on either side. For them, who had long surpassed the need for eyesight to see, this darkness posed no problem. Suddenly, Wei Lao asked, how's Li Yi doing? The question caught Mu Yan slightly off guard. Mu Yan paused for a moment and replied, Li Yi's situation is quite unique. It took both me and Xue Fei to subdue him, and it came at a considerable cost. He paused, his tone heavy. To be honest, the scene was quite brutal. The pain he endured was probably even greater than Lucio's. So, there's no need for us to go overboard. Wei Lao nodded, his gaze shifting to the figure Mu Yan was carrying, and asked, what do you plan to do with Bai Yan? Mu Yan glanced at Bai Yan, whose vital signs had stabilized, and responded, speaking of which, I have a question. What's the deal with his card beast? I refuse to believe this has nothing to do with Lucio. How could someone from a remote village know the secret of mutating a steel-eating insect? This kind of card beast is a big deal in our entire underworld hall. Wei Lao was taken aback, furrowing his brows. Lucio did ask me for some molten iron today. Could he really have discovered the method to mutate the steel-eating insect? A glint appeared in Mu Yan's eyes as he pondered for a moment and said, "It's quite likely. Talk to him tomorrow and see if we can trade something for that information." "A trade?" Wei Lao asked, puzzled, then widened his eyes in alarm. "You better not target my apprentice. He's my only precious disciple." Mu Yan laughed heartily, reassuring him. "Don't worry, I'll make sure the trade satisfies you first. Plus, we won't have to pay the price. If we offer this information to the branch hall, the rewards will be substantial." "True," Wei Lao agreed, then casually asked, "So, what are you really planning for Bai Yan? His talent is decent, but he's clearly not suited to be a seed right now." Mu Yan chuckled, teasingly. "Why are you so concerned about this?" Wei Lao turned away, pretending to be indifferent. "I'm just asking." "Oh, is that so?" Mu Yan's lips curled into a meaningful smile. "Then I plan to kill him, and then—" "You dare!" Wei Lao interrupted Mu Yan sharply, glaring at him. Mu Yan curled his lips, too disinterested to argue with Wei Lao. After pondering for a moment, he decided to find a new path for Bai Yan. The path of the seed is no longer suitable for him. Perhaps he should take another route. A gleam of delight flashed in Wei Lao's eyes as he immediately suggested, "How about the Dark Dragon Guard? I believe he has the potential for it." Mu Yan raised an eyebrow, his tone mocking. "Oh, paving the way for your disciple already." Unwilling to admit it, Wei Lao stubbornly retorted, "Bai Yan indeed qualifies to enter there now." Mu Yan chose not to push further, nodding with a smile. "Since it's your suggestion, I'll recommend him to the Dark Dragon Guard." However, he paused, his deep gaze fixed on Wei Lao. "This is my only recommendation opportunity this year." Wei Lao was unfazed, responding coolly. "Is that so? Then don't expect to touch a single crystal coin of the rewards my disciple will earn in the future." Mu Yan blinked and quickly put on a cheerful face. "You're right, Wei Lao. It's wise to use the best resources where they matter most. Recommending Bai Yan to the Dark Dragon Guard is absolutely the right move." Wei Lao snorted, choosing not to say more. The two soon parted ways, each going their separate directions. As Mu Yan walked away, he glanced at Bai Yan in his hand, murmuring softly, "The Dark Dragon Guard. Guardians of the Master's glory in the shadows, the strongest iron guard under the dragon seed. Joining them will be no easy feat. Good luck." Lucio's residence was in shambles, with shattered wooden furniture strewn everywhere. Although these ordinary woods had been slightly modified to aid in spiritual energy conduction, they remained fragile. Lucio sat dazedly on the floor, his eyes vacant, his expression wooden. With the moon high in the sky, Lucio finally stood up. Surveying the empty room, he walked outside and sat against the wall, summoning Xiaohei to lie in his lap. Xiaohei had grown significantly since they first met and would soon be able to carry Lucio on its back. Understanding its master's need for silence, it quietly accompanied him. The vast night sky slightly calmed Lucio's restless mind. He couldn't help but think of his family from his past life and wonder about the current state of his family in this life. Lost in thought, he eventually fell into a deep sleep. Xiaohei whimpered softly, closing its eyes as well. The next day, a gray-clad figure woke Lucio, coldly stating, "Wei Lao summons you." With that, he turned and left. Inside the dim compartment of the Kage, Wei Lao appeared serious. "How are you feeling now?" he asked with concern. Lucio immediately realized that his master was also aware of the situation. "Not great," he replied hoarsely, lowering his head in silence. Wei Lao sighed inwardly and got straight to the point. "Do you know anything about the information regarding the mutation of the iron-eating worm?" Lucio didn't try to deny it and admitted directly, "Yes." The moment Bai Yan's body and the beast-controlling card were taken away, he knew he could no longer hide it. "I'm not asking how you found out," Wei Lao continued with a gentle tone, wary of provoking a strong reaction from Lucio, who had just endured emotional turmoil. "I just want to know if you can share this information. The Underworld Hall will offer satisfactory compensation." Ming Island Subhall. Lucio murmured softly, casting a puzzled glance at Wei Lao. Noticing the confusion on Lucio's face, Wei Lao realized he might have been too hasty. However, since the topic was already broached, he decided to be forthcoming. He then elaborated on the power structure of the Ming Hall and the basic situation of the island. 24 strongholds competing for 100 spots to enter the Ming Island Subhall. Lucio's eyes widened in shock. "That's right," Wei Lao nodded solemnly. "If you wish to leave this island and gain maximum freedom, entering the Ming Hall branch at the center of the island is your only option. Otherwise, you'll either be stuck here forever or be sent on tasks you may not wish to undertake, based on your skills." Hearing this, Lucio felt a mix of shock and excitement. He finally had concrete information on how to leave the island, but he also realized that what awaited him was fierce competition. For him, it was a battle of life and death, victory or demise. Even if he were to die, it would be in the pursuit of freedom. He knew he wasn't the only one with such resolve. Any other requirements? Wei Lao asked. Lucio shook his head. No. But how can I be sure that the rewards you offer are genuine and not just perfunctory? He thought to himself that the information about the ability to mutate card beasts was enough to support a powerful force. Moreover, his mutated card beast was not only strong in combat, but also had high potential, rare enough to be considered epic. No reward could be too great. The information granted by the panel was his most valuable asset and his greatest capital for future success. Evolved or mutated card beasts could be bestowed upon card masters or traded, earning vast wealth and great prestige. This prestige was recognized not only among humans, but also among card beast tribes. Wei Lao smiled calmly. Rest assured. As my disciple, I would never shortchange you. All right. Lucio nodded, still somewhat skeptical but agreeing nonetheless. As he was leaving, Wei Lao reminded him. You should also start working on that soul refinement technique. If you delay too long, I can't guarantee that the spiritual treasure I know of will remain in place. Lucio's heart skipped a beat, and he nodded seriously. I understand. Stepping out, Lucio took a deep breath and headed straight for the Zunwu Tower. He resolved to master the card summoning technique quickly and complete the task. Compared to yesterday, he now had another reason to push himself relentlessly forwarder. Perhaps it was hatred. By constantly pushing his limits, he found his cultivation speed surpassing that of the past. The next morning, having initially mastered the card summoning technique, Lucio arrived early at the entrance of the training camp. This training camp was the name he gave to the place where those who were captured like him stayed. He showed his Ming card to the two guards and then strode out through the gate. This was the first time Lucio had stepped out of the training camp since being captured here. The early morning streets were sparsely populated, with people hurrying by, presenting a scene no different from the desolation he had witnessed upon his arrival. Lucio couldn't help but ponder whether these individuals were the permanent residents of the island, a population that had grown over generations under the management of the Underworld Hall. Observing their hurried figures, a sense of indescribable sadness stirred within him. Following the map in his memory, Lucio headed towards the exit of the base. On either side of the street, many shops had already opened for business. As he scrutinized the shop signs, he noticed that most were selling materials from card beasts or spiritual materials. This piqued his curiosity. What currency did people here use for transactions? Was it contribution points as well? He speculated silently. Before long, Lucio arrived at the base's exit. The entire base had only two entrances and exits, one facing the Misty Sea and the other leading into the interior of the underworld island. Apart from these, towering walls encircled the base, possibly for defense against card beasts or to restrict the movement of people. Lucio approached the exit leading into the interior of the underworld island. As he walked up to the wall, a slightly overweight soldier in standard armor blocked his path. Please show your credentials, the soldier said routinely. Calmly, Lucio took out his underworld card and handed it to the soldier. The soldier's demeanor changed instantly, a sycophantic smile spreading across his face as he respectfully inquired. Is there anything I can do for you, sir? Lucio raised an eyebrow slightly, quietly noting the stark difference between this soldier and those at the training camp's entrance. With a wave of his hand, he said indifferently, No need, just let me through. Sure thing. The soldier, unfazed by Lucio's cold attitude, responded cheerfully and led him to the base of the city gate. Lucio noticed this was no ordinary gate. It was densely inscribed with formation patterns, dizzying to behold. The source of these patterns was a square recess in the center of the gate. The soldier took an unusual energy card from his pocket and inserted it into the recess, explaining, Normally, the gate can't be opened at this time, but since you requested it, an exception can be made. Surprised, Lucio couldn't help but ask, Aren't you afraid of being reprimanded by your superiors? The soldier hesitated, looking a bit awkward before rubbing his nose and smiling. No need to worry, sir. It's part of the rules here. Lucio gave him a speechless glance, realizing he had actually believed the soldier's earlier words. As the energy card was inserted, strands of light spread along the formation patterns, quickly covering the entire gate. With a rumbling sound, the gate slowly opened. Lucio nodded to the soldier in acknowledgement and stepped out. Behind him, the soldier sighed enviously. Looks like this one's destined to be a big shot in the future. Once outside, Lucio took in the surrounding scenery. A 50-meter-wide road connected to the massive gate, its surface smooth and even. Closer to the base, the road was flanked by meticulously maintained grass, dotted with colorful flowers, creating a breathtaking view. Lucio's thoughts drifted to Bai Yin. He recalled Bai Yin mentioning meeting a very beautiful girl here. This scene made him reflect. Some people are born as cherished flowers, while others are destined to be weeds, ruthlessly cleared away. Heh. Lucio chuckled softly, stepping forward. The laughter seemed to be both a mockery of others and a self-deprecating acknowledgement of his own fate. As they moved further from the city gates, the surrounding scenery underwent a dramatic transformation. Towering ancient trees stood like majestic warriors, their branches reaching toward the sky. displaying a vibrant vitality. The morning light filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the ground. Beneath the trees were clusters of uneven shrubs, interspersed with a few crystal-clear mystical plants, their unripe fruits emitting a subtle, refreshing fragrance. In the distance, deafening roars of beasts occasionally echoed, hinting at potential danger. Lucio stood at the edge of this environment, his brow furrowed. His task was to collect 10 crimson flame fruits, and according to Jiangze's tip, there should be a group of fire-type card beasts nearby. However, their exact location and distance were unknown. Lucio felt a twinge of frustration, wishing for a flying card beast to scout ahead. With no other choice, he resorted to the most primitive method of exploration. He called out Xiao to be on alert and cautiously stepped into the dense forest filled with unknowns. Unbeknownst to him, high above, a uniquely designed flying card beast, carrying a man in white, was circling and observing. Xiao, if you sense any fire-type card beasts nearby, let me know immediately. Lucio instructed. Got it, boss. Xiao responded. They hadn't gone far when a familiar, sharp voice suddenly rang out. You fiend. Die now. Lucio's ears perked up, and he signaled Xiao to tread lightly as they quietly approached the source of the voice. Pushing through the dense underbrush, they arrived at a clearing. There, a girl was fiercely battling a menacing serpent-shaped card beast. Upon closer inspection, Lucio realized it was Wanning. Is it fate again? Lucio muttered under his breath, opting not to interfere, and quietly departed with Xiao. An hour later, Lucio leaned wearily against an ancient tree, panting heavily. His hair was disheveled, his clothes were covered in scratches, and a few leaves clung to him. Xiao didn't fare much better. Its fur was ruffled, and its left leg bore a scabbed wound. Damn it, encountering so many powerful card beasts just at the edge, how am I supposed to complete missions in the future? Lucio grumbled quietly. Throughout their journey, they had been pursued by various card beasts, but fortunately, the strongest were only 8-star attendant level. Thanks to their coordinated teamwork and the use of combat cards, they managed to escape danger. Along the way, they even managed to take down a few ambushing card beasts, though the urgency of the situation left no time to collect their bodies for extra income. What frustrated Lucio even more was that despite being chased all over, they still hadn't come across the fire-type card beast group Jiangze had mentioned. Lucio moved cautiously through the forest, his eyes scanning the surroundings warily. He encountered several wood-element card beasts, but since they weren't very aggressive, he easily avoided them. Xiao, do you want to rest in the card ring? Lucio asked, concern in his voice as he looked at the wound on Xiao's left leg. The injury was from a fierce battle with an 8-star snowclaw tiger. Fortunately, Lucio had 3 battle cards enhancing Xiao, allowing it to hold its ground and eventually drive the tiger away. No need, boss, Xiao resolutely refused. If I go back, what if you're caught off guard by a card beast? Lucio felt a warmth in his heart and was about to speak when a deafening roar erupted from his left. Startled, he jumped to his feet, looking toward the source of the sound. Xiao immediately adopted a fierce, menacing expression, its muscles tensing, ready to spring into action. The bushes ahead shook violently, and a small figure stumbled out in a panic. As the person landed and prepared to flee again, they were shocked to find Lucio and Xiao poised and ready. Lucio, Wanning, their eyes met, and seeing each other's disheveled appearances, they wanted to laugh but held back. In that awkward moment, a roar even louder than before echoed from behind Wanning. Her face turned pale as she glanced back at the approaching threat. She spun around to warn Lucio to run, only to find that both figures had vanished, leaving only the rustle of leaves in the wind. Damn it, Wanning cursed under her breath, quickly chasing after Lucio's trail. Meanwhile, Lucio ran for his life, keeping a wary eye on his surroundings while cursing internally. I knew nothing good would come from running into that woman. Yet the roars behind him grew louder and more frenzied, filling him with despair. Damn, Lucio swore, coming to an abrupt halt. Xiao, get ready to fight. Realizing escape was impossible, he decided to conserve his energy for a last stand. Reflecting on his recent experiences, a pang of regret washed over him. If he had known, he would have waited to become an 8 or 9-star card master before venturing out. Without hesitation, Lucio activated the 3 battle cards in his hand, dark light merging into Xiao. Xiao, I'm counting on you to protect your boss's 100 or so pounds of flesh today, he joked, though his tone carried a hint of determination. Xiao didn't grasp the deeper meaning, taking it as pre-battle encouragement, and confidently replied, Don't worry, boss. As long as it's not an apostle-level beast, we'll at least fight it to a standstill. With the boost from the 3 battle cards, Xiao had reason to be confident. Lucio's 3 first-turn battle cards were powerful enhancement cards, allowing Xiao to fight well above its level. Of course, this advantage only applied to wild card beasts. Against a card master with battle cards, the situation would be entirely different. Lucio and Xiao stood back to back, alert and ready, awaiting the impending life-or-death battle. The forest silence was shattered, Danger hung in the air, and an intense battle was about to begin. Just as Xiao was about to spring into action, Wan Ying unexpectedly rushed over. Seeing both of them ready for battle, she paused in surprise. "Aren't you running?" she asked. "Run, my foot." Lucio cursed inwardly. If Wan Ying had run in a different direction, Lucio might have had a chance to escape. But now, with Wan Ying running alongside him, neither of them could get away. It was quite tragic, really. Somehow, he'd been dragged into this mess by her. If it weren't for the genuine expression on Wan Ying's face, Lucio might have suspected she was deliberately trying to harm him. "Get lost," Lucio snapped, not wanting to waste any more time on this foolish woman. "You?" Wan Ying was furious and a bit aggrieved, wanting to retort, but realizing it wasn't the right time, she held back and angrily said, "Fine, die if you want." With that, she turned and ran past Lucio without looking back. Lucio didn't spare her a glance, his eyes fixed on the direction from which he sensed a deadly threat. Whatever issues he had with her could be dealt with later. Right now, he had to survive this crisis. No sooner had Wan Ying left than a completely black figure burst from the tall shrub in front of Lucio. It was a blue demon ape, a 9-star servant-level mature card beast with water attributes, in a rare state of health and enraged evolution, but without any mutations. This humanoid card beast stood over 2 meters tall, its most striking features being its massive arms and pale blue eyes, with matching blue streaks on its arms. At the sight of this card beast, Lucio mentally cursed every relative of Wan Ying's. The blue demon ape was typically a herbivorous card beast, not particularly aggressive, and generally considered gentle within the card beast community. Lucio couldn't fathom what on earth Wan Ying had done to provoke such fury from this creature. The blue demon ape paused momentarily upon seeing Lucio and Xiao, its fierce expression faltering. Scanning the area and not finding the person it sought, it roared and continued its heavy advance. Lucio quickly thought on his feet, pulling Xiao to the side of the ape's path. From the situation earlier, it was clear this blue demon ape was specifically after Wan Ying. If he had the chance, Lucio certainly didn't want to take the fall for her actions. Fortunately, after Lucio and Xiao dodged out of its path, the blue demon ape indeed ignored them and pursued the path Wan Ying had taken. Just as Lucio was feeling relieved to have narrowly escaped danger, something completely unexpected happened. "Lucio, I'm back to help you." Hearing the familiar shout, Lucio's face fell. Turning to look, he felt the color drain from his face. Reality was always so unexpected and frustrating. After Wan Ying had left, she hadn't run far before she felt guilty about leaving Lucio to face the card beast alone. Resolute, she turned back. Upon seeing Lucio unharmed, she called out that sentence which filled him with a sense of despair. Braving the pressure from the blue demon ape, Wan Ying quickly rushed to Lucio's side. Seeing his less hand-pleased expression, she stood there, thinking he was moved by her return. Wan Ying boasted, "Well? Surprised?" Unexpected, she looked at Lucio expectantly, waiting for words of praise. However, Lucio's expression remained grim, showing no sign of improvement. Seeing this, Wan Ying quickly reassured him, "You don't have to worry too much. Although that card beast is formidable, if we join forces, we still have a chance to defeat it." Hearing this, Lucio was furious. He abruptly turned around, pointing at Wan Ying's nose, and lashed out. "Wan Ying, are you out of your mind? You're such an idiot. Damn it." After venting his anger, Lucio felt slightly relieved. He ignored Wan Ying's reaction and turned his attention to the blue demon ape. The ape, which had initially lost interest, was now glaring at Lucio with hostility, evidently considering him a threat. Realizing that staying out of the fight was no longer an option, Lucio knew he had to confront the beast. He took a deep breath and said to Xiao beside him, "Xiao, get ready." "Got it, boss." Xiao responded promptly. The blue demon ape roared and charged towards them. Xiao, surrounded by a dense aura of darkness, fearlessly met the attack heat-in. In the Cardmaster's duel arena, with the speed boost from Dark Assault and the distortion field granted by Shadow Stealth, even though Xiao was only a 6-star attendant, it could handle the cumbersome blue demon ape with ease. But now they were in the wild, with no overseers, only the brutal law of the jungle. The card beast they faced wasn't a pet under human command. It would attack any target once it sensed a threat, especially in its current enraged state. Lucio understood that Xiao had to keep the blue demon ape's attention at all times, preventing it from targeting his vulnerable self. He decisively ordered, "Xiao, blind its eyes first." Understood. Xiao moved into action. As the blue demon ape charged, Xiao used the distortion field to flash to its right side. With a swift leap, several cold flashes streaked by, catching the unsuspecting ape off guard. It halted and let out a piercing scream, blood spraying from its face. One hand covered its injured eye, while the other swung towards Xiao previous position. But Xiao had already dodged, revealing itself, but avoiding the blow. "Good," Lucio silently praised, then instructed, "Xiao, now just wear it down slowly. We don't need a quick win, just the final victory." Lucio calculated that after the recent strike, the blue demon ape had lost its vision and would likely heighten the protection of its vital areas. Its survival instincts would trigger its potential, significantly enhancing its reflexes. Assuming it was helpless now would be a grave mistake. Despite being a 9-star attendant, 3 levels above Xiaohei, the blue demon ape's physical strength far surpassed it. If attacked, Xiaohei could lose at least half its life, or even suffer severe injuries. The blue demon ape appeared extremely agitated, its thick arms flailing wildly, its movements reminiscent of the legendary drunken fist. In such a scenario, Xiaohei dared not approach recklessly. The relentless attacks fell like a storm on the air in front of them, as the blue demon ape's stamina visibly dwindled. Its assaults gradually lost their initial ferocity, and every time the force weakened slightly, Xiaohei seized the opportunity to strike from behind with a vicious claw. This sudden pain agitated the blue demon ape's nerves, making it even more furious and causing its attack force to suddenly increase. However, this futile outburst not only failed to reach its enemy, but also accelerated the depletion of its strength. As time passed, more wounds appeared on the blue demon ape's back, with blood flowing down its body, spreading across the ground, and eventually staining the earth at Lucio's feet. The frustration of being unable to hit its target only made the blue demon ape more frantic, as its once light blue eyes slowly became covered with an eerie red hue, like 2 burning flames. Suddenly, the blue demon ape let out a deafening roar towards the sky. Instantly, a powerful aura storm appeared out of nowhere, initially swirling around its body but quickly expanding to cover a 10-meter radius. Lucio's pupils contracted sharply, and his face was instantly filled with a grave expression. He urgently shouted, "Xiaohei, quick! Finish it off!" He was inwardly alarmed, thinking, judging by this, it seems it's about to break through to the apostle level. If it completes this major leap, not only will all its injuries heal, but it will also awaken a new talent skill that allows it to wield its attributes' energy freely. Compared to the attendant level, it's like an adult wielding a knife against a toddler. We won't even have a chance to escape then. However, the aura storm came too swiftly and fiercely. Even though Lucio had sensed something was amiss, it was too late to prevent it. At this moment, unless a powerful combat card exploded at the center of the aura storm, or some unexpected event occurred with the blue demon ape itself. As Lucio was contemplating his strategy, a white light flashed, and the Kanglen butterfly suddenly appeared above the blue demon ape, directly facing the center of the aura storm. Then, a stream of light blue powder shot down along the storm's airflow, targeting the blue demon ape at its core. Almost simultaneously, a green energy orb appeared beside Lucio, streaking towards the now motionless blue demon ape with incredible speed. Sensing the impending crisis, the blue demon ape at the storm's center let out another earth-shattering roar, its hatred for Wan Ying skyrocketing to the extreme. It quickly crossed its arms in front of itself, attempting to block the imminent attack. Boom! A violent muffled sound exploded in the air. The nearly formed aura storm suddenly halted, then slowly dissipated. Although the green energy orb didn't inflict a fatal wound on the blue demon ape, its intense impact scattered the aura storm that was about to take shape. Meanwhile, the blue powder released by the Kanglen butterfly rained down, almost entirely landing on the blue demon ape. Despite its higher level compared to the Kanglen butterfly, the powder still caused its mind to become somewhat muddled. In that critical moment, Xiaohei seized the opportunity and launched a deadly attack on the blue demon ape. This series of events, though lengthy in description, actually unfolded within a few short breaths. Lucio slowly turned his head to see Wan Ying standing coldly to the side, the energy fluctuations from the combat card that had just worked wonders still rippling in her hand as it swiftly returned to her grip. Before long, the blue demon ape collapsed with boundless resentment and frustration. As it fell, Wan Ying expressionlessly recalled the Kanglen butterfly, not sparing Lucio a glance, and turned away, leaving the battlefield without looking back. Lucio had anticipated Wan Ying's reaction, but he was taken aback to see tear stains on her face. This sight left him momentarily stunned, but he quickly shook his head and refocused on the task at hand. He swiftly retrieved a healing card to restore Xiaohei's energy. After completing this step, a look of excitement appeared on Lucio's face as he quickly approached the corpse of the blue demon ape. He crouched down and carefully searched the body with his hands, looking for the location of the energy core. This wasn't some strange hobby, but a necessary examination. Typically, when a servant-level card beast dies, its energy core dissipates immediately. However, once it breaks through to the apostle level, the energy core becomes fixed within the beast, albeit in a random location. Although this blue demon ape hadn't fully reached the apostle level, it was just one step away, and a complete energy core had already formed within it. This pseudo-apostle level core, though only storing the free attribute energy accumulated during its entire servant-level life, was still considered a rare first-grade spiritual material. Lucio carefully stored this core in his storage card, and then, with Xiaohei, set off once more in search of the red flame fruit. Not long after they left, A mysterious man in white appeared silently at the scene. He glanced at the blue demon ape's corpse and then quietly followed in the direction Lucio had gone. Perhaps his streak of bad luck had finally run out, as Lucio had not traveled far from the area before he discovered a starfire python behind an ancient tree. This was a 4-star servant-level card beast, about 2 meters long, with fiery red patterns covering its body. At that moment, it was lazily coiled, its eyes half closed, seemingly napping. This was the only fire-type card beast Lucio had encountered so far, and he couldn't help but wonder if this was the card beast clan Jiangze had mentioned. After a moment of thought, Lucio made a decisive move. He charged forward with Xiaohei, deliberately creating a loud commotion. Startled, the starfire python opened its eyes wide, warily eyeing the approaching Xiaohei. Lucio whispered to Xiaohei, "Give it a chance to escape." For the next quarter of an hour, the starfire python fled ahead while Lucio and Xiaohei followed at a leisurely pace. This pursuit through the jungle resembled a game of cat and mouse. Eventually, the starfire python led them to a somewhat barren area. The ground there was dark red, emanating a scorching heat. There were no lush plants or trees, only some strangely shaped, fiery red trees growing. Among these trees, Lucio could clearly see many starfire pythons coiled around. The largest one was 4 meters long, as thick as a barrel, and surrounded by a faint red mist indicative of the fire energy only an apostle-level beast could wield. Seeing the pursued starfire python return to its clan, Lucio immediately stopped at the edge of the red land, cautiously laying low without making a sound. To prevent the chased python from seeking backup, Lucio quietly moved with Xiaohei to a different position. However, his concerns were unfounded. Surprisingly, the entire starfire python clan did not seem to welcome the returning python. They hissed angrily at it, as if scolding it. The python lowered its head, showing signs of contrition, momentarily forgetting about being chased by Lucio. Witnessing this, Lucio couldn't help but think to himself, "Looks like it's a bit of a troublemaker itself." After a period of lying low, the starfire python clan on the red soil gradually returned to calm. Only the python that had been chased by Lucio remained vigilant, constantly surveying its surroundings but not daring to leave the red soil. Meanwhile, Lucio was stealthily searching for traces of the scarlet flame fruit. However, the sheer number of pythons, either coiled in the trees or gathered below, made it difficult for him to find his target. Just as Lucio was feeling at a loss, a familiar figure caught his attention. The mischievous young starfire python, taking advantage of its kin's inattention, quietly slipped under a tree free of pythons. It cautiously looked around, its tongue flickering, and its tail deftly began to dig into a small patch of soft earth. Lucio's eyes lit up as he focused intently on the scene. Soon, a red glow emerged from the soil, revealing fired fruits the size of cherries. "You really are my lucky star," Lucio thought, immediately recognizing the scarlet flame fruit he had been seeking. "Hey, did you see that?" Lucio communicated with Hay in his mind, his gaze fixed on the spot. "I saw it," Hay responded. "Great. Sneak over there in a bit, grab as many as you can, and come back immediately." Meanwhile, the mischievous python that had inadvertently aided Lucio enjoyed its snack to its heart's content. It quickly restored the earth to its original state, patting the ground with its tail in a practiced manner, clearly not its first time doing this. Once it quietly slipped back to its clan, Lucio activated his shadow stealth and dark assault abilities. "Be careful, Hay," Lucio cautioned. "Don't worry, boss," Hay replied, concealing its presence as the distortion field took effect, moving stealthily toward the target. Along the way, it carefully avoided the occasional passing python, and after several close calls, finally reached the small tree. It lay flat on the ground, allowing the distortion field to envelop it, then slowly started to dig into the soil. 15 minutes later, Lucio held over a dozen scarlet flame fruits, his eyes filled with joy. He appreciatively patted Hay's head and glanced gratefully at their distant benefactor, who was feigning sleep, with a slight smile. He then stored the scarlet flame fruits in a storage card and turned to leave. Compared to his graceful arrival, Lucio's departure was much more disheveled. His clothes were tattered like a beggar's, stained with blood in many places. Hay, who had protected its master throughout, was also covered in wounds, with blood still dripping from its wolf-like muzzle and its body marked by scabs, as if it had been through a bloody battle. Most of these injuries were from ambushes by card beasts. In direct combat, they were less severe. "Unless I become a card master, I'm never coming back here again," Lucio vowed as he looked back at the dense forest. Upon reaching the city gate, Lucio encountered an interesting situation. Several people were teaming up to snatch a person's dark card. Coincidentally, the victim was someone Lucio knew, Song Dahu, with whom he had a minor grudge. Lucio paused to observe the scene before him. Song Dahu was in a dire situation, surrounded by several card beasts. The earth-splitting bear, which once fought by his side, was nowhere to be seen, likely forced to retreat after being severely injured in battle. Despite his perilous position, Song Dahu maintained an admirable resilience. He endured the onslaught of the card beasts, his body taking blow after blow, yet he remained silent, refusing to utter a single cry of pain. Just as Lucio was about to turn and leave, a cold voice halted him. "Stop," it commanded from behind. He paused, turning slowly to face the speaker. Upon recognizing the person who had called out, a slight smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. "Oh, what do you want?" he asked. The speaker was none other than a former adversary of Lucio, someone whose card beast had been humiliated by Lucio's own, Xiaohe. Interestingly, Lucio still did not know the name of this sinister young man. Seeing the mocking glint in Lucio's eyes, the young man felt a surge of insulted rage. "Don't get cocky. There are 5 of us now," he snapped angrily. Lucio glanced around indifferently, noticing that he didn't recognize any of them. He chuckled lightly. "So, do you think numbers will guarantee a win? That's naive." Lucio's nonchalant demeanor made the young man feel like a fool. Furious, he shouted, "If you know what's good for you, hand over your nether card, or you'll end up like him." He gestured to Song Dahu, who was kneeling on the ground, looking pitiful. Without a word, Lucio summoned Xiaohe, his voice turning cold. "If you want to fight, then fight. Enough with the chatter." The young man was momentarily taken aback, then erupted in anger. "Get him. Well, split the contribution points." Clearly, this was a team he had hastily assembled. As soon as he finished speaking, the 5-card beasts that had been attacking Song Dahu lunged at Xiaohe. Among them, only the young man's Dark Phantom Fox was a real threat, being a 5-star attendant-level beast. The other 4 were unimpressive, merely 4-star attendant level. Lucio immediately activated Shadow Stealth and said to Xiaohe, "You know what to do." Without needing further instructions, Xiaohe understood. Taking down the Dark Phantom Fox would make the rest easy prey. As Xiaohe vanished from sight, the young man's heart skipped a beat, recalling a familiar scene from the martial arena. He shivered involuntarily, a tinge of regret creeping in. But it was too late to turn back. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "Have your card beasts protect mine." The 4 others hesitated but ultimately complied, despite their dissatisfaction. Lucio watched with a smirk, then produced another card Dark Assault. Upon activation, the card transformed into a dark energy that swirled in the air before disappearing. The young man's eyes lit up, and he pointed in the direction he believed the threat lay. There. Quickly, the 5-card beasts launched a fierce attack in that direction. However, things didn't go as he hoped. With a sickening sound, blood sprayed, followed by a pained howl. "Ali!" The young man cried out in anguish, his gaze toward Lucio filled with hatred. The Dark Phantom Fox lay motionless on the ground, a pool of dark red blood spreading beneath it. Lucio calmly ordered, "Xiaohe, take care of the rest." With Xiaohe now visible, Lucio didn't bother using Shadow Stealth again. These opponents weren't worth the effort. What followed was a completely one-sided battle. The sullen young man stood dejectedly in front of Lucio, accompanied by his 4 companions. Reluctantly, he glanced at Song Dahu beside him and, through gritted teeth, said to Lucio, "The spoils are yours." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to leave. Lucio let out a cold laugh and signaled Xiaohe to block their path. "Do you think too highly of yourself?" he asked nonchalantly, a dangerous glint in his eyes. The young man's face darkened, his eyes filled with resentment. Clenching his fists, he suppressed his anger and asked, "What more do you want?" Lucio extended his hand, expressionless, and said, "Your contribution points and everything valuable on you. Hand them over." "Don't push it." The young man exploded with anger, and the 4 behind him glared fiercely. Lucio was amused by his words, but quickly turned icy. "Hand them over quickly," he threatened, "or I can't guarantee you won't lose a limb or 2. Xiaohe paced around the 5, his bloodthirsty gaze as if sizing up prey. Under this silent threat, they reluctantly transferred their contribution points to Lucio and handed over a few condensed yuan pills. Lucio looked at the mere 3 condensed yuan pills in his hand, sensing the pitiful number in his mind, and incredulously asked, "Is that all?" The combined contribution points of 5 people amounted to only 300, which was hard for him to believe. The young man looked both aggrieved and furious, gritting his teeth. "Don't bully us too much," he snapped, mistakenly thinking Lucio was mocking them. Lucio observed them for a moment, their expressions seeming genuine, and skeptically waved them off. "Get lost." After they left, Lucio turned to Song Dao, who was collapsed on the ground, barely conscious. His eyes flickered for a moment before he approached Song Dahu and bluntly asked, "How about teaming up with me?" After the battle with the blue demon ape, Lucio deeply realized the importance of having a team. Without Wan Ying's help, he might not have survived. Thus, finding a reliable partner for field missions became crucial. This bald guy seemed agreeable, didn't look deceitful, and had potential. Lucio decided to give him a chance. More importantly, according to his master, the future would see 24 bases competing for only 100 spots. In such large-scale conflicts, individual strength was clearly insufficient. Whether for better survival on Ming Island, for building his own team in the future, or for that distant, unattainable goal in his heart, Lucio decided to start gathering people who could be helpful to him. After speaking, Lucio activated a healing card to alleviate some of Song Da's injuries. Song Da struggled to sit up, clutching his chest with his right hand, supporting himself with his left, his face ashen, lips blackened, and cold sweat dripping from his forehead. This simple movement seemed to drain all his energy. Lucio frowned deeply, his gaze fixed on the deep, bone-revealing wound on Song Da's chest. His lips had turned an unnatural dark color, unmistakably a sign of poisoning. Are you poisoned? Lucio asked bluntly. Song Dahu forced a wry smile. That black fox, it's really something. Lucio understood. If he hadn't known the weak points of the dark phantom fox, even his 6-star attendant level little black would have struggled, let alone Song Da's 5-star attendant level earth-shattering bear. Without speed, all the strength in the world wouldn't help. Just as he was about to speak, Song Dahu suddenly collapsed, his face contorted in obvious pain. Damn it! Lucio cursed under his breath, quickly hoisting Song Dahu onto his back. He called Little Black back and hurried towards the base. Before long, Lucio appeared in the partition on the top floor of the card pavilion, with the unconscious Song Dahu in tow. He was seeking help from his mentor once again. Although Song Da's other injuries weren't severe, the poison left Lucio at a loss. The materials exchange might have an antidote, but he wasn't sure if a regular antidote would work against the dark phantom fox's poison. To avoid wasting time, he headed straight to the top floor of the card pavilion. Old Wei glanced at the barely conscious figure on the table, his mouth twitching, chest heaving, and a few dark lines appearing on his forehead. He glared at Lucio with a hint of annoyance. You think your mentor has nothing better to do every day, huh? Old Wei resisted the urge to smack Lucio and spoke slowly. Lucio chuckled awkwardly. It's just that your disciple had no other choice but to seek help from his all-powerful mentor. Despite the light flattery, Old Wei found it somewhat pleasing. After pondering for a moment, he asked, You said he's poisoned by the dark phantom fox? Lucio nodded to confirm. That's not a big problem, Old Wei said softly, placing his hand on Song Dahu. In an instant, a brilliant purple light burst from Old Wei's hand, interspersed with flickering electricity, resembling restless lightning snakes. The purple glow quickly enveloped Song Dahu, forcing out wisps of black smoke, which were then devoured by the flashing electric light. Song Dahu's pale face gradually regained its color. Done. Old Wei withdrew his right hand and said to Lucio. Lucio asked in astonishment, Mentor, is this your card soul ability, or? Old Wei smiled mysteriously. Once you open your soul sea and refine spiritual treasures into your body, you'll have similar abilities. Really? Lucio asked excitedly. He hadn't expected the soul refining technique, which he was forced to practice, to have such miraculous additional abilities. Could this be the change in the card master's own power that his mentor had mentioned? Lucio resolved to accelerate his practice of the soul refining technique. However, he didn't notice the sly glint hidden in Old Wei's eyes. That's it, you can take him back now, Old Wei said, waving him off. Lucio bowed in farewell and was about to carry Song Dahu out when Old Wei suddenly called out to him. Wait! Lucio turned around, puzzled. That method you mentioned last time for mutating the iron-eating insect. Are you sure it's real? Of course it's true, Lucio replied firmly, turning to face Wei Lao. He recalled the last time he had been honest, revealing every detail, including the crucial information about how Xian Iron Stone could increase success rates. Wei Lao frowned, skepticism written all over his face. But why is it that I've tried your method numerous times and still haven't succeeded once? Lucio pondered for a moment before cautiously explaining. You know, card beasts with the ability to mutate are 1 in a million. Perhaps it's just a matter of luck that you haven't encountered one with this rare trait yet. Seeing the doubt still clouding Wei Lao's face, Lucio had a sudden idea and suggested. If you don't believe me, why not bring a large number of iron-eating worms next time? I'll perform the experiment right in front of you. Lucio was secretly calculating that the underworld palace might be getting suspicious and intended to use Wei Lao to verify the truth. For Lucio, this information meant abundant cultivation resources that he needed to secure. The solution to the trust issue was simple. Blame it on luck and demonstrate with an iron-eating worm that could mutate, recording it with a memory stone as proof. Wei Lao slowly nodded, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. That sounds good. Not far from the card pavilion, Song Dahu slowly woke up in Lucio's arms. Lucio carefully set him down, but quickly reached out to steady him when he saw him wobble. Song Dahu looked around, realizing he was out of danger. He assessed his condition, a flash of gratitude in his eyes, and asked, Did you save me? Yes, Lucio confirmed with a nod, then shifted the conversation. But you haven't answered my question yet. Do you accept or refuse? Song Dahu replied without hesitation. I accept. A smile spread across Lucio's face. Great. You won't regret your choice today. Song Dahu grinned widely, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. I think so too. The two of them then headed to the mission hall to submit their task. Lucio handed over 10 flaming fruits, keeping 4 for himself, unsure of their use, so he decided to hold on to them for now. With the 300 contribution points he had seized, his contribution points soared from a mere 700 to 2,000, and his storage card now included a rare dragon blood herb. However, one thing frustrated Lucio. After killing the blue demon ape, he was so focused on retrieving the energy core that he forgot to take the body back. If he had, he could have completed the task of hunting a 9-star attendant level card beast. This oversight led him to a deep self-reflection. From now on, regardless of whether there's a related task or not, he must not overlook anything valuable. Ultimately, Lucio decided not to take on a new task immediately. Instead, he would focus on cultivating the soul refining method and then decide whether to take on the task of crafting a first-turn card. As they exited the mission hall, Lucio turned to Song Dahu and asked, "Can you reach card apprentice level within a month?" Song Dahu thought for a moment and replied, "I should be able to." "All right then," Lucio nodded. "Your current task is to focus on breaking through to card apprentice. Do tasks if needed, and if you lack contribution points, try to seize them. If you run into trouble, come find me." "No problem," Song Dahu responded, then hesitated for a moment before suggesting to Lucio, "Boss, why don't we form a team? It could help with our future actions. Plus, we could take on some team tasks." "A team?" Lucio echoed, frowning slightly as he considered the idea. Lucio had considered forming a team, but the information on the enigmatic card made him hesitate. Registering a team required reporting to the mission hall, and once confirmed, there was no turning back. Violators would face severe consequences. More challenging was the requirement of at least 5 members, while he currently had only 2. Lucio looked around, his brow furrowed. Besides retaining some trust in Song Dahu, he had little trust in anyone else. This predicament made it difficult for him to find 3 more reliable teammates. More importantly, he was unwilling to hastily recruit unsuitable people into the team. "Let's leave it for later," Lucio sighed, shaking his head in resignation. Seeing Lucio's lack of enthusiasm, Song Dahu said no more. The two then went their separate ways. Back at his residence, Lucio took out the enigmatic card given to him by Wei Lao and examined it closely. This card was vastly different from any he had seen before, almost worlds apart. The surface was covered with dark purple patterns, and its edges were lined with a mysterious black design. The card exuded an ancient and mysterious aura, reminiscent of a long-buried relic. Could this have been unearthed from some ancient site? Lucio wondered, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Without further hesitation, Lucio decided to activate the enigmatic card. However, the activation process this time took an unexpected turn. Instead of the familiar white glow, a series of dark purple, cryptic characters appeared. These characters, surrounded by a black aura, shot straight towards Lucio's forehead like arrows. Before he could react, a sharp pain exploded in his mind. "Ah!" Lucio couldn't help but cry out, clenching his fists tightly. A terrifying thought crossed his mind. Could Master be trying to harm me? But he quickly dismissed the idea, knowing that if Wei Lao intended to harm him, he wouldn't need such elaborate measures. The pain surged like waves, relentlessly assaulting Lucio's nerves. In his spiritual sea, the dark purple characters rushed towards his card soul, gradually imprinting on its surface with a seemingly slow yet swift speed. Character by character, they seemed to inflict a cruel punishment on Lucio's card soul. Gradually, these characters formed an indecipherable script on the surface of his card soul. Once the imprinting was complete, the characters didn't fade away. Instead, they continued to emit a dark purple glow, casting an eerie hue over the entire spiritual sea. Lucio curled up on the bed, clutching his head, his face pale as paper. He gritted his teeth, eyes shut tight, sweat pouring down like rain. Apart from the initial cry of surprise, he made no further sound, enduring the intensified pain in silence. He refused to wail like a slaughtered pig, as it would stir up some unpleasant memories. Unbeknownst to Lucio, wisps of black aura silently spread towards his lower dantian. The ordeal, akin to a purgatory, lasted for about a quarter of an hour before finally subsiding. Lucio, teeth clenched, slowly sat up. He was utterly exhausted, as if recovering from a severe illness, in a sorry state. His forehead still throbbed with pain, prompting him to curse under his breath. Damn, what just happened? The unexpected torment left Lucio bewildered. Even after it was over, recalling the experience sent a shiver down his spine. Suddenly, a memory of when his master handed him the enigmatic card flashed through Lucio's mind, along with the master's slightly peculiar expression. This recollection led Lucio into deep thought, trying to grasp the meaning behind it all. No wonder it only activated when I came back. That old man didn't even give me a heads up. Lucio's heart was filled with resentment towards Wei Lao. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down and focus on the situation at hand. In just a few moments, Lucio's eyes widened, his mouth slightly agape, his face full of disbelief. His gaze was fixed on the soul card within his Yuan Si. The once pure and flawless existence had undergone an astonishing transformation. Strange characters appeared on the surface of the soul card, emitting an eerie glow, setting off alarm bells in Lucio's mind. What on earth is happening? Lucio muttered to himself, his mind racing with countless questions. Are all soul refining methods like this? Or is his situation unique? He had never heard of a card master's soul card changing form through any means other than card soul awakening. What troubled him even more was that those mysterious characters didn't seem like anything legitimate. Suddenly, Lucio realized a more serious problem. Where had the information on the cryptic card gone? Aside from these bizarre characters and the pain he had just experienced, he seemed to have gained nothing. Just as he was sinking into confusion, the characters began to ripple like water, and after a slight wave, a stream of information was directly transmitted into Lucio's mind. As the information unfolded, Lucio felt a chill run down his spine. The so-called soul refining method involved condensing soul fire through a catalyst, refining the soul card, and allowing it to autonomously generate soul power. A card master needs to guide this uncontrolled soul power, condensing it into a controllable entity within the soul sea. This process is not only about condensing soul fire, but also key to opening the soul sea. A bitter feeling surged in Lucio's heart as he realized that the pain he had just endured was merely the beginning. He couldn't help but shout internally, "This isn't cultivation, it's a life and death struggle." The information also revealed the significance of the soul card. It's not only used to command card beasts, absorb spiritual energy, and enhance a card master's strength, but it is also the embodiment of the card master's will. If the soul card shatters, the card master would become incapacitated, similar to being brain dead. Even a slight mistake during cultivation could cause irreparable damage to the soul card. Although every soul refining method has corresponding soul incantations to protect the soul card, Lucio still doubted their reliability. He cursed inwardly, yet understood he had no choice. The fact that soul refining methods have been passed down to this day must mean there is some rationale behind them, and they wouldn't expose practitioners to excessive risk. However, the pain of the cultivation process is unavoidable. About 15 minutes later, Lucio finally calmed down. He took a deep breath, sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and focused his mind on the soul card. Suddenly, the mysterious characters on the soul card vibrated, and a dark purple light point flew out, heading straight for Lucio's middle dantian. His mind followed it to the middle dantian, ready to face the upcoming challenge. Lucio focused his mind, and suddenly noticed a mysterious shadow enveloping the middle dantian. He immediately realized this must be the effect of the soul refining technique. Following the guidance of the technique, he carefully maneuvered the light point towards the middle dantian. The moment the light point touched the shadow, it reacted violently, like boiling water splashing into a hot pan. The shadow churned intensely, surging towards the dark purple light point. Under Lucio's watchful gaze, the shadow gradually condensed into a cone-shaped object, its tip flickering with a faint purple light. Lucio held his breath and concentrated, guiding the cone closer to the middle dantian. Each person's 3 dantians are naturally sealed and must be opened by oneself. Awakening the soul card is the process of opening the upper dantian, and now it was Lucio's turn to open the middle dantian. The cone moved slowly, almost imperceptibly, as if only seconds had passed, yet it felt like an eternity. Finally, under Lucio's precise control, the cone touched the solid barrier of the middle dantian. Instantly, a wave of intense pain swept through his body like an electric shock. Caught off guard, Lucio's lips trembled violently, and his concentration wavered. The cone shattered instantly, and the shadow once again covered the surface of the middle dantian, leaving the dark purple light point suspended alone above it. Lucio took a deep breath, realizing the difficulty of opening the soul sea was far greater than he had imagined. To succeed, he first needed to remain calm in the face of excruciating pain, and this was only the first step. Various unexpected challenges could arise thereafter. After a brief rest, Lucio condensed the cone again and launched another assault on the middle dantian. This time, mentally prepared, he didn't fail immediately. The cone advanced slightly, but the deeper it went, the more intense the piercing pain became. Ultimately, the cone dissipated once more. 3 hours passed, and Lucio lost count of his attempts. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed as the barrier of the middle dantian finally broke. Resisting his excitement, Lucio carefully guided his consciousness, following the light point at the cone's tip as it sank into the dantian. What he perceived was a gray, silent space, eerily similar to the Yuan Sea. At that moment, the dark purple light point uncontrollably sank rapidly, akin to a spark igniting, illuminating the desolate space with dazzling brilliance. In an instant, a warm sensation emerged from his chest, spreading swiftly throughout his body. Compared to the previous pain, it felt like paradise, and Lucio couldn't help but let out a soft moan. The accompanying black mist quietly sank into the depths of the soul sea under the light's protection. Subsequently, the comforting glow gradually diminished. The light point seemed to have completed its mission, and in response to some mysterious call, It flickered briefly before returning to the soul card in the Yuan Seer, more precisely, to the characters on the surface of the soul card. Before Lucio could fully comprehend what happened, the characters swiftly condensed into a dark light point, at least twice as large as before. To his astonishment, this light point appeared in the soul sea almost instantaneously. This was the primer mentioned in the demon soul refining technique, crucial for Lucio's next step in gathering soul fire and the foundation of his future in the art of soul refining. Despite Wei Lao's high estimation of Lucio's talent, he would never have imagined that Lucio could successfully open his soul sea in just 3 hours. Sitting cross-legged in the center of the room, Lucio was enveloped in a faint black aura. His brow was furrowed, clearly indicating he was undergoing a challenging breakthrough. Typically, it takes at least 3 days for most people to adapt to the excruciating pain before they can stabilize their minds to break through. Those with lower tolerance might need even more time. However, Lucio seemed born for this. His body trembled violently, yet his will remained unwavering. This undoubtedly set a new record. In the history of soul card crafting, it was nothing short of a miracle. Yet, at that moment, Lucio was unaware he had accomplished something unprecedented. As the last trace of pain dissipated, Lucio sensed a vast emptiness within him. This was the legendary soul sea. The hardest part of soul refinement is creating the soul sea. After that, gathering soul fire is comparatively straightforward. Following the guidance of the Mo Sha soul refinement method, Lucio began to silently recite the incantation. Once the dark light sank into the soul sea, an endless stream of black aura surrounded it, roaring as if celebrating its master. As Lucio consciously started to chant, the black aura converged rapidly on the dark light. Gradually, the black aura accumulated, forming a cocoon-like structure on the surface of the dark light. This was the soul cocoon. Within it, the soul fire was being nurtured. The longer it took to develop, the greater the potential of the soul fire, indicating the future limits of the soul card crafter's achievements. Lucio sensed the soul cocoon, hoping it would take a considerable time to mature. When he opened his eyes, he noticed it was already evening, and he entered a meditative state, patiently awaiting the birth of the soul fire. 3 days later, Lucio was still sitting cross-legged on his bed. Suddenly, he felt a stir within his soul sea, and an unmistakable excitement appeared on his face. Finally, there's movement, he murmured to himself. He had planned to practice card control at Zunwu Tower as usual, but shortly after leaving, he sensed the change within his soul sea. It was indeed the moment of the soul fire's birth. Quickly calming himself, Lucio focused his mind on the soul sea and saw that the soul cocoon had grown at least 3 times larger than it initially was. Although Lucio didn't fully understand what this meant, recalling his master's acknowledgement of his talent, it seemed to be a promising sign. Soon, the soul cocoon's vibrations became more pronounced, resembling a life ready to emerge. Under Lucio's expectant gaze, a barely audible thud signaled the appearance of a crack on the seemingly thick cocoon wall, followed by a second and a third. Along with these cracks came a deep, pure, dark glow. Suddenly, the entire soul cocoon shattered, disappearing in a few flickers. In its place, a captivating black flame flickered, exuding a mysterious aura. Is this the soul fire? Lucio looked at the small flame, finding it fascinating. The moment the black flame appeared, he felt an intimate connection with it. Simultaneously, a soul fire imprint emerged on the surface of Lucio's card soul, precisely in the center of the characters. The appearance of the soul fire imprint marked Lucio's official entry into the ranks of soul card crafters, even though he was still just an apprentice, not yet a full soul card crafter. Lucio focused his mind, and with a thought, his soul fire suddenly surged. A hint of delight flashed in his eyes as he carefully examined this hard-won achievement. Taking a deep breath, he slowly closed his eyes, preparing to embark on his first soul refining practice as a card master. Reciting the mantra silently, his soul fire flickered, causing the imprint on the card soul to waver. Wisps of gray-white soul power emerged and quickly merged into the imprint, instantly appearing within Lucio's soul sea. In just a moment, Lucio involuntarily halted his operation, his facial muscles twitching violently, teeth clenched tight. The pain that penetrated his soul was indescribable and nearly unbearable. It seems every soul refining card master is ruthless. Ruthless to themselves, and even more so to their enemies. Lucio mused to himself. After a brief pause to adjust his breathing, he gritted his teeth, enduring the burning pain, and managed to persist for 15 minutes. Although the soul power in his soul sea had increased, it was barely noticeable. This short period had left Lucio utterly exhausted, nearly fainting. Only when he truly could not bear it any longer did he have to stop practicing. Gazing at the insignificant progress in his soul sea, Lucio was physically and mentally drained. Such immense pain for such minimal advancement left him feeling a profound sense of imbalance. Damn, this soul refining is ridiculously hard. Lucio cursed aloud, his eyes filled with unwillingness. At this rate, When would he ever be able to condense his first soul bead and advance to a one-soul card master? After a moment, Lucio sighed deeply. It seems I have no choice but to ask my master for advice. He recalled his master's reaction, knowing his talent was considered top-notch. If even he found it this challenging, how much harder must it be for those with lesser talent? Could he abandon his card master cultivation and focus solely on soul refining? This idea seemed unrealistic to Lucio. The excruciating pain during practice was another major hurdle. Lucio prided himself on his strong willpower and high soul strength, yet he could only endure for 15 minutes, needing another half hour before daring to continue. This made the path to advancing as a soul-refining card master hellishly difficult, leading to despair and thoughts of giving up. Lucio suspected his master had not told him everything, likely withholding crucial information about advancing as a card master. After meditating and practicing a bit more, Lucio got up, intending to head to the card pavilion to seek out his master for answers. Just as he opened the door to step out, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, startling him into taking several steps back. Seeing who it was, Lucio rolled his eyes. "Master, could you stop appearing so mysteriously? You're going to scare your precious disciple to death. I just got here and was about to knock." Wei Lao chuckled, his expression slightly mischievous. Lucio invited him inside, brought over a chair for him to sit on, and sat down beside him, asking, "Is there something you need from me? How far along are you in your soul refining progress?" Wei Lao asked directly. "I've already opened up my soul sea, and my soul fire emerged not long ago," Lucio answered truthfully. The sudden exclamation from Wei Lao shattered the silence of the room. He leaped from his chair, staring at Lucio in disbelief. "How is this possible?" Wei Lao muttered to himself before turning suspiciously to Lucio. "Are you trying to deceive your teacher?" Lucio rolled his eyes helplessly. "Master, why would I lie to you about something that could easily be exposed?" Wei Lao slowly sat back down, still visibly shocked. He took a deep breath and asked, "How long did it take you to open your soul sea?" "About 3 hours," Lucio replied after a moment of thought. When he looked up, Lucio saw Wei Lao looking as if he had seen a ghost. His eyes, usually a bit shifty, were wide open, and his bushy mustache quivered comically. "How long did you say?" Wei Lao suddenly grabbed Lucio's arm, staring at him intently. Startled by the reaction, Lucio hesitated before repeating, 3 hours. "Master, is there something wrong with that?" He had no idea what this time frame signified. After confirming several times, Wei Lao finally realized that his newly accepted disciple had unknowingly created history. "You really are a prodigy," Wei Lao exclaimed, a complex expression crossing his face. "Do you know what these 3 hours mean?" Lucio had a vague suspicion and asked curiously, "What?" Wei Lao sighed, stood up, and walked to the door. Looking up at the sky, he began to explain, "The ancestral master of soul refining, the senior disciple from the stories I told you, took 8 hours to open his soul sea." He turned to Lucio and emphasized, "And you did it in just 3 hours." Wei Lao sighed again, saying with a complex expression, "I don't know if this is a blessing or a curse for you." On one hand, he was delighted by his disciple's talent, but on the other, he knew that exceptional talent could be a double-edged sword. While it promised great potential, it also posed significant risks. For Lucio, whose foundation was still shallow, exposure of this fact could lead to disaster. With a serious expression, Wei Lao warned, "Remember, no one else must know about this. Otherwise, even I won't be able to protect you." A chill ran through Lucio as he nodded solemnly. "I understand, master. As long as you know," Wei Lao said softly, stepping closer to Lucio. "Let me examine your soul sea. If I'm right, your soul fire is at least first class." Lucio stood up cooperatively. Wei Lao placed his hand on Lucio's chest, and a strand of purple light shone forth. In an instant, Lucio felt a surge of violent energy rush through his chest, directly impacting his soul sea. At that moment, characters within Lucio's primordial sea began to flicker urgently, as if warning him. Lucio couldn't help but smile bitterly. In the face of the current predicament, he was acutely aware of his own weakness and his inability to prevent what was about to happen. As a novice in the field of soul card crafting, he understood the danger of allowing an outsider's power to penetrate his soul sea, akin to exposing his primordial sea to another. Yet at this moment, he could only silently endure, holding onto a sliver of trust in Wei Lao, despite the unease in his heart which stopped short of suspecting any malicious intent. Soon enough, Lucio felt a strand of intensely aggressive purple soul force rushing through his primordial sea towards the flickering black soul fire at the center of his soul sea. An unexpected change occurred when the purple soul force touched the black soul fire suddenly. The once weak soul fire flared up, surrounded by a vast expanse of black mist, as if a king was being heralded by his ministers. With a gentle tremor from the black soul fire, the surrounding mist surged like a tide, engulfing the purple soul force. In an instant, the purple soul force vanished without a trace. The black soul fire returned to its calm state, and the surrounding mist gradually dispersed, as if everything before had been an illusion. Yet Lucio could clearly sense that the soul force within his soul sea had increased tenfold. He was ecstatic inside, but maintained a calm exterior. In contrast to Lucio's composure, Wei Lao was visibly shocked. What? What kind of soul fire is this? He asked incredulously. If even you don't know, how could I? Lucio replied, somewhat helpless. Realizing his lapse, Wei Lao took a deep breath to calm himself. He quickly regained his composure, and with a hint of envy, remarked, no wonder it's a demon scourge. Even the soul fire you gather is extraordinary. Isn't Master cultivating a demon scourge? Lucio asked curiously. Returning to his seat, Wei Lao rolled his eyes and said, do you think everyone has your kind of talent? Seeing that Lucio was about to ask more, he preempted, stop probing about this demon scourge. It's a tremendous fortune for you, envied even by many high-level soul card crafters. Treasure it well. Hearing this, Lucio refrained from further questioning and instead asked, did Master visit today, just to check on my cultivation progress? Of course not. Wei Lao shook his head. I was planning to bring you some spiritual materials to enhance your soul fire's potential, but it seems they're unnecessary now. Luckily, I came late. Otherwise, those precious materials would have been wasted. Though slightly rolling his eyes at his master's relieved comment, Lucio understood that Wei Lao might have felt a bit overshadowed and chose not to say more. Wei Lao continued. By the way, the large number of iron-eating insects you requested have arrived, and all the conditions for mutation are prepared. When do you plan to verify the information you provided? Upon hearing this, Lucio's eyes flashed with a determined light as he replied without hesitation. I can do it now. His tone was filled with confidence, as if he had a well-laid plan. Observing Lucio's demeanor, Wei Lao couldn't help but believe in the credibility of the mysterious information a bit more. After a moment of contemplation, Wei Lao slowly spoke. Let's go verify it now. The sooner we confirm the authenticity of this information, the sooner you can receive your due reward. Lucio was undoubtedly pleased to hear this. However, there was a more pressing question on his mind. Hesitantly, he asked, Master, I tried practicing with the soul refining method earlier, but I could only last a quarter of an hour before I had to stop. The soul power I gained was minimal. At this rate, when will I be able to form my first soul bead and advance to a soul card master? Wei Lao was taken aback by his words and then, with a shocked expression, asked, wait, did you say you managed to practice for a quarter of an hour on your first try? Lucio, a bit puzzled, simply nodded, looking at Wei Lao in confusion. His matter-of-fact demeanor left Wei Lao internally shaken. Wei Lao sighed inwardly and said, well, I won't say much about your talent. As for the question you just asked, even if you hadn't, I would have explained it to you shortly. Wei Lao continued seriously. In fact, the difficulty of soul refining lies in the need for immense willpower during practice, which most people can't endure. Back in the day, the great Tao ancestor traveled far and wide to prevent the legacy from being lost, and discovered a spiritual material that significantly reduces the pain of soul refining. This material also slightly enhances the efficiency of soul refining. As he spoke, Wei Lao took out a thumb-sized black crystal from a storage card, covered in gray patterns, and handed it to Lucio. Lucio curiously examined the crystal. It felt icy cold, like frozen ice. Holding it up to the sunlight, he could vaguely see wisps of black gas swirling inside. Whether it was an illusion or not, the crystal gave Lucio a chilling sensation. Wei Lao explained, this is a soul nether stone, an indispensable spiritual material for us soul refining card masters. You can probably feel its eerie chill. This is due to its rather unusual origin. Unusual origin? Lucio pondered for a moment, his expression changing as he asked in surprise, is it from a graveyard? Or places with many dead? Wei Lao nodded slowly. Lucio's gaze at the crystal instantly changed, now filled with obvious aversion. Noticing the change in his expression, Wei Lao continued, though its origin isn't pleasant, it doesn't carry any ominousness in itself. It's a neutral spiritual material. I hope you won't view it with prejudice. Moreover, it's something you'll find indispensable on your path in soul refining. As for its function, I believe you've guessed it. Lucio nodded, as Wei Lao had already explained it clearly. However, he had another question. How do I use this thing? Surely, I don't just swallow it whole. The thought of swallowing something with a connection to death made Lucio shiver internally, and he couldn't help but show a look of disgust. Of course not. Wei Lao glared at Lucio with mild annoyance before patiently explaining, you just need to hold the soul nether stone in your hand, recite the incantation to activate the soul fire, and the soul essence inside will be automatically refined. Hearing this, Lucio sighed in relief and examined the dimly glowing soul nether stone in his hand. With a mischievous glint in his eye, he asked with a grin, Master, you must have a lot of these treasures in stock, right? I wonder if. Before he could finish, a storage card emitting a faint blue light appeared before him. Wei Lao's voice followed. I've already prepared it for you. It's enough for your training for a while. Come back to me when you run out. At that moment, Lucio felt that his bargain master was simply dazzlingly impressive. He happily tucked the storage card into his card ring, feeling secretly pleased. All right, Wei Lao changed the subject. Now it's time to verify the information you provided. With that, he lifted his right hand, ignoring Lucio's startled cry, and the two of them were instantly airborne, quickly disappearing into the distance. When they arrived at their destination, Lucio was left speechless by the sight before him. It was a massive open pit, uneven on the surface, with a ring of pale yellow spirit trees planted around the edge, tightly enclosing the area. Inside the pit, it was teeming with iron-eating worms, so numerous that they stretched beyond the eye's reach. Even though Lucio wasn't afraid of crowded scenes, looking down at this sight still made his scalp tingle. Wei Lao led him to land in a relatively open area in the center of the pit, where numerous purple crystal containers filled with molten iron were placed, each protected by a fiery red microarray. Several gray-robed figures appeared suddenly, respectfully greeting Wei Lao. "Sir." Wei Lao nodded slightly and said to Lucio, "Go ahead. If you need anything, just ask them." Observing these usually aloof gray-robed stewards now so deferential before his master, Lucio let down his guard a bit. Then, he began carefully searching among the dense swarm of iron-eating worms. An hour later, Lucio stood at the edge of the pit, sighing in frustration. Four gray-robed figures followed him closely, while Wei Lao remained expressionless in the center. Despite being mentally prepared, the scarcity of iron-eating worms with the rare mutable constitution exceeded his expectations. He had inspected thousands of worms, yet found nothing, leaving him deeply disappointed. However, remembering the generous reward his master promised, Lucio rekindled his determination and was about to resume his search. Just then, a scarlet beam suddenly streaked across the sky, heading straight for Lucio in the pit. He looked up sharply, watching the rapidly approaching light in horror. "Master, save me!" His desperate cry echoed through the pit. After Lucio shouted, he stood there dumbfounded, watching the red beam of light shoot straight toward him. The blood-red glow was especially glaring in the dim pit, and just as it was about to strike Lucio, a calm and powerful voice suddenly echoed in the space. "Blood consort, that's enough. Don't frighten my disciple." The red beam seemed to be restrained by some invisible force and abruptly halted less than 50 meters from Lucio. Following that, a seductive female voice emerged from the light. "How boring." As the words fell, the red glow gradually dissipated, revealing a stunning figure draped in a blood-red robe that fluttered in the wind, with long hair cascading like a waterfall, her enchanting posture captivating. The four gray-clad men behind Lucio snapped out of their shock instantly, as if in the presence of something terrifying, and immediately dropped to one knee, their voices trembling. "Greetings, blood consort." Their submissive posture far exceeded the respect they showed to Wei Lao. Before Lucio could make sense of the situation, the blood consort appeared before him like a specter. Her captivating eyes scrutinized him, releasing a terrifying spiritual pressure that rendered Lucio immobile, even making it hard to breathe. He could only lower his head to avoid her gaze, his body rigid under the invisible pressure. The few moments felt like an eternity until the blood consort withdrew her spiritual pressure, nearly causing Lucio to collapse. "Not bad," she commented lazily, her voice still filled with allure. At that moment, Wei Lao approached, his eyes flashing with a wary glint. "What are you doing here?" The blood consort smiled gently. "I was feeling a bit bored and heard that Wei Lao had taken on a disciple, so I came to take a look. Now that you've seen, please leave. I have matters to attend to," Wei Lao said gravely, slowly positioning himself in front of Lucio. The blood consort chuckled lightly, unfazed. "Why is Wei Lao so wary of me? I'm just a weak woman, not some man-eating beast." Seeing Wei Lao remain silent, she suddenly smiled brightly, like a blooming, bewitching rose. "All right then, since Wei Lao isn't welcoming, I'll take my leave." She retrieved an exquisite jade bottle from a storage card, extending it to Lucio with her delicate hand. "But as Wei Lao's disciple, I must give you a meeting gift. Here, little brother." With Wei Lao's silent approval, Lucio reluctantly accepted the jade bottle. "Thank you, senior." The blood consort gave a beguiling smile, cast a glance at Wei Lao, and vanished with graceful steps. Just as Lucio was about to speak, he noticed that Wei Lao remained standing there, his expression oddly vacant. "Master, what's wrong?" Lucio waved a hand in front of him, but Wei Lao remained unresponsive, as if his soul had left him. "Master! Master!" Lucio's voice was filled with anxiety and urgency. He called out several times, but Wei Lao remained standing there, unresponsive. When Lucio turned to look at the gray-clad men, he noticed the knowing, bitter smiles on their faces, as if they were accustomed to such scenes. This unusual reaction oddly put Lucio's mind at ease somewhat. Suddenly, Wei Lao's gaze regained focus. He stared intently in the direction the blood consort had left, his face full of lingering fear. Once his breathing steadied, he sighed with a wry smile. "Ah, that woman is too petty." Driven by curiosity, Lucio asked, Master, what happened just now? Wei Lao let out a deep sigh. Don't ask, don't speak. Seeing Lucio's puzzled expression, his face turned serious. In any case, whenever you see that woman, stay as far away as possible. It's best if you never see her again. Lucio didn't dare to ask further. The recent experience made him acutely aware of the mysterious woman's terrifying power. Just a glance was enough to leave his powerful master in a daze. If she were an enemy, she would be a nightmare. He picked up the jade bottle, intending to ask about it, but Wei Lao spoke first. Take it. Although that woman is terrifying, she is always generous. If I'm not mistaken, these are blood pills. Lucio carefully took out a blood-red pill. The pill was crystal clear, emitting a tantalizing, exotic aroma. As soon as he held it in his hand, the fragrance spread several meters around. He took a light sniff and immediately felt a refreshing sensation, like drinking a chilled fruit juice on a scorching summer day. These are unique pills made by that woman, Wei Lao explained. They enhance the chi and physique of a card master, far surpassing the effects of dragon blood grass. What? Lucio exclaimed, quickly counting the pills in the jade bottle. There were 10 in total. He cautiously placed the blood pill back into the bottle and stored it in his card storage. However, Wei Lao's expression remained grave. Lucio asked in confusion, Master, if these are so precious, why? Sometimes, when someone gives you something too valuable, it doesn't necessarily mean it's a good thing, Wei Lao said meaningfully. Seeing Lucio's worried look, Wei Lao waved his hand dismissively. For now, just accept it with peace of mind. If anything happens in the future, it won't be your concern for now. Besides, if she wanted to harm you, she wouldn't need to go through such trouble. As for the future, take it one step at a time, just be more vigilant yourself. Lucio thought about it and realized it made sense. Let the future self worry about future problems. For now, he should live well in the present. An hour later, Lucio finally found a mutatable iron-eating worm among the wriggling mass. He carefully picked it up and casually grabbed a few ordinary ones, totaling 8. Taking a deep breath, Lucio approached Wei Lao to conduct the experiment. Recalling the lessons from last time, Lucio cautiously placed 10 shimmering pieces of black ironstone first, then carefully introduced the tailless iron-eating worm. The results were gratifying. Though only one successfully mutated, it confirmed Lucio's judgment the black ironstones must be placed first before mutation. Secretly pleased, Lucio thought. By this logic, any material that can increase the success rate must be placed first. However, upon closely examining the newly mutated explosive gold-swallowing beast, he realized its quality was not as good as Bai Yan's, only reaching unparalleled quality. This discovery made Lucio aware that not all mutations would achieve the expected quality. Wei Lao's sharp gaze swept over the newly emerged, severely weakened explosive gold-swallowing beast, then fixed on Lucio, asking, You must know a method to accurately find mutatable iron-eating worms, right? Lucio calmly replied, That's right. But as you saw, success is not guaranteed. Reflecting on the process of finding the iron-eating worms, Lucio had deliberately pretended to fiddle with some ordinary ones to avoid arousing Wei Lao's suspicion. After a moment of contemplation, Wei Lao asked, Can this method be taught? Feigning hesitation, Lucio finally shook his head and said, I'm sorry, master. This method is beyond my control, so. Wei Lao was not surprised, assuming Lucio had used up the only chance to inherit the method when he received the legacy. He knew such situations were not uncommon. Some lost legacies on the continent could indeed only be passed to one person, leaving others with no choice. This seemingly stingy way of passing down knowledge was also a means to protect the inheritor. Since you can't teach the method, the value of your information is significantly reduced, Wei Lao remarked with a frown. Lucio was prepared for this and responded with a calm smile. That's no problem. That's good then. Wei Lao nodded, then called over a gray-clad man and whispered a few instructions. Afterward, the two left the area together. Back at the training camp, before parting, Lucio asked Wei Lao, Master, when do you plan to take me to retrieve the spiritual treasure? In 7 days, Wei Lao replied. I also need to make some preparations before then. In the meantime, use these days to accumulate more soul power. Understood, Master. Lucio replied respectfully. Returning to his quarters, Lucio eagerly took out the dragon blood grass and swallowed it without hesitation. Instantly, a surge of scorching energy erupted within him, flowing like magma through his meridians and quickly spreading throughout his body. Lucio felt as if he were in a gigantic furnace, his clothes drenched in sweat as the air around him grew hot from his rapidly rising body temperature. Clenching his teeth, with veins bulging on his face and fists tightly clenched, Lucio endured the unimaginable strain the energy brought to every part of his body while it nourished his physique. He bore the pain, feeling the transformation within. After an unknown period, Lucio finally exhaled slowly, a look of joy appearing on his face. The enhancement from the dragon blood grass far exceeded his expectations, fundamentally boosting the physical cultivation of a star card servant. Most importantly, This enhancement was not affected by level. Even if Lucio's level regressed in the future, this increase would remain permanent. Lucio's body was no longer as frail as it used to be. Though he hadn't transformed into a muscular man overnight, he was noticeably stronger than before. Having experienced the miraculous effects of the dragon blood herb, he couldn't help but anticipate the changes the blood pills might bring. According to his master, these pills were even more potent than the dragon blood herb, and he had 10 of them at his disposal. Suppressing his excitement, Lucio first swallowed a condensing essence pill, activated his meditation card, and began to cultivate. The potency of the dragon blood herb had already been quite overwhelming, and taking a more powerful blood pill immediately could lead to unpredictable consequences. So, he decided to train for a while before attempting it. His cultivation session continued until dusk. As night fell and the room was softly illuminated, Lucio slowly opened his eyes. He sighed at the emptiness around him, then poured a blood pill from a small jade bottle and casually tossed it into his mouth. The blood pill melted instantly, turning into a searing torrent that spread throughout his body. Lucio felt as if molten lava had been added to his system, causing steam to rise from him. His face flushed, and sweat poured down like rain. The pill's potency far exceeded his expectations, at least 5 times that of the dragon blood herb. As time passed, Lucio's body began to swell unnaturally, like an inflating balloon. Just when he was on the brink of despair, a cool sensation surged through him, as if dousing a hot iron with water. The abnormal swelling vanished instantly, and his body returned to its original state, yet it was noticeably more robust. After a long while, Lucio finally absorbed the pill's effects. This intake significantly enhanced his physical prowess, and he estimated he could now confidently face a 9-star card servant. Although such physical enhancement might not greatly influence battles between card masters, this small advantage would accumulate over time, benefiting him more as time went on. It's worth noting that despite now having a physique comparable to a 9-star card servant, he still couldn't break past the 6-star card servant limitation to form a 7th energy core. If a card master's physique and energy were likened to a bottle and water, the physical prowess enhanced by returning card beasts is like expanding the bottle and improving its quality to hold more water. In contrast, the enhancements from the dragon blood herb and blood pills directly improve the bottle's quality, transforming it from glass to iron and steel. Although its size hasn't increased, its quality has undergone a significant leap. This means that once Lucio absorbs the remaining blood pills, his survival ability will greatly increase. If he encounters low-level card beast ambushes in the future, they might not even scratch him. Lucio remained silent for a moment before taking out a storage card given to him by his master. He carefully opened the card and meticulously counted its contents. 300 soul nether stones were neatly arranged, emanating a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Lucio took out 1 soul nether stone and began soul refining. As he recited the incantation, the soul energy within the stone became restless, like a disturbed swarm of bees. This energy coursed through Lucio's meridians, winding upwards until it merged into his soul sea, where the mysterious black soul fire devoured and refined it. The instant the first wisp of soul energy was refined, Lucio shuddered. A refreshing and soothing sensation blossomed in his mind, like a parched traveler finally drinking from a sweet spring. The excruciating pain that had tormented him eased significantly, and his furrowed brow relaxed. As more soul energy was refined, Lucio felt the pain gradually recede. What initially felt like thousands of arrows piercing his heart now seemed insignificant, akin to a mild itch. Meanwhile, the soul power in his soul sea surged, exceeding the gains from his previous training by more than tenfold. Opening his eyes, Lucio gazed at the now dull soul nether stone in his hand. With a gentle squeeze, the stone crumbled into dust, dissipating into the air. Calculating the time, Lucio summoned Xiaohe. He took a beast spirit pill from the storage card and fed it to his loyal companion. This pill, a reward from the Nether Hall, was far superior to what he previously possessed. Including this one, Xiaohe had consumed 4 beast spirit pills. Lucio counted and found he had 16 left. Subsequently, Lucio gave Xiaohe the last spirit ascension pill. "Boss, do you have more of those candy beans?" Xiaohe's clear voice echoed in Lucio's mind, full of anticipation. Lucio chuckled helplessly. "No more. That was the last one." "Really? Can't you get me some more, boss?" Xiaohe asked reluctantly. "Maybe I'll get you some more in the future." Lucio replied with a tone full of resignation. This pill, meant to enhance the spiritual affinity of card beasts, seemed more like a tasty treat to Xiaohe. In reality, its effects were almost negligible. Lucio had once asked Xiaohe how it felt after taking the pill, only to receive the response, "It tastes great." He speculated that the reason could be either the pill's subtle effects or its limited impact on gifted card beasts. Trusting the Nether Hall, Lucio leaned towards the first possibility, reassuring himself that the pill might work gradually, given its potential to enhance a card beast's aptitude. 7 days passed swiftly. On this day, Lucio left his residence with anticipation, heading towards the card pavilion. Today marked the day he would accompany his master to retrieve a spiritual treasure, signifying his imminent status as a formal card maker. Once he successfully refined the spiritual treasure into his body, he could begin attempting to create a one-turn card. During these 7 days, Lucio exhausted all his elemental condensation pills, reaching the level of a 7-star card servant, just a step away from becoming an 8-star card servant. After refining the remaining 9 blood pills, his physical condition improved significantly. In terms of melee combat, he was confident he could easily defeat ordinary card disciples. At the same time, his card summoning technique had advanced, becoming more adept and efficient. The practice of strengthening card skills has been temporarily set aside due to its low return on investment, requiring a significant amount of time and energy. Currently, Lucio's primary goal is to advance to the card disciple level while simultaneously studying soul refinement techniques. All other matters can be postponed. Arriving at the card pavilion, Lucio stood in front of the room designated for Master Wei. He knocked lightly on the door. Master. No response. He knocked again, harder this time, raising his voice to call out, but the room remained silent. A sense of foreboding suddenly washed over him. He tried to push the door open, but it was reinforced by special means and wouldn't budge. Furrowing his brow, Lucio quickly considered possible reasons. Given Master Wei's level as a card master, he no longer needed sleep, so oversleeping was out of the question. The only explanation was that his master wasn't there. Yet they had planned to retrieve a spiritual treasure together today, and even if something came up, he should have been informed in advance. Growing increasingly uneasy, Lucio hurried downstairs and stopped a maid to inquire, "Where has my master gone?" The maid was equally surprised by Master Wei's absence and quickly replied, "I apologize, sir. I don't know." There was no reason for the maid to lie, and Master Wei's whereabouts were generally not shared with the staff, so his inquiry was more out of desperation. Standing outside the card pavilion, Lucio looked up at the top floor, preparing to leave when a joyful voice called from behind, "Lucio." Turning around, he saw a girl with long black hair standing gracefully behind him, hands clasped behind her back, smiling sweetly. Compared to their first meeting, her expression had gained a touch of confidence and lost some of its initial fragility, adding to her charm. This was the girl Lucio had encountered a few times before. Faced with her enthusiastic greeting, Lucio was momentarily unsure how to respond. After all, they were not well acquainted, and he didn't even know her name, making her warm reaction quite puzzling. After a brief hesitation, he vaguely said, "Hello." The girl didn't mind his awkwardness and continued smiling. "You probably don't know my name yet. I'm Yi Ranran." "Ah." Lucio nodded in acknowledgement, then asked, "Is there something you need?" "No." Yi Ranran shook her head. "I just wanted to chat with you." Lucio was taken aback, contemplating how to respond, but Yi Ranran had already waved goodbye. "That's all. See you later," she said, turning to walk into the card pavilion, leaving a bright silhouette behind. Lucio stood there, bewildered by Yi Ranran's series of actions. After a moment, he shook his head to dispel these unnecessary thoughts and, with concern for his master, headed towards the material exchange area. Not long after Lucio left, Yi Ranran reappeared at the entrance of the card pavilion, watching his figure fade into the distance. Her eyes held a mysterious glint as she murmured softly, "What a clueless guy." Lucio spent 1,000 contribution points at the supply exchange to obtain a bottle of condensing yuan pills. The 10 translucent pills gently rattled inside the jade bottle as he gripped it tightly and headed straight to the Zunwu Tower to begin his training for the day. It wasn't until dusk that he finished his training. Although he could practice the basic card technique at his own place, the superior environment of the Zunwu Tower not only eliminated outside disturbances, but also provided a completely safe haven. Perhaps it was out of habit, or maybe there was a deeper reason within him, but Lucio always preferred to train there, even though he didn't spend much time on the card technique itself. As he approached his home, Lucio noticed lights shining from within the house from afar. What made his heart skip a beat was the sight of several indistinct figures moving around the desk. His eyes narrowed with sudden seriousness, a mix of anger and unease filling his heart, and he quickened his pace toward his home. Bursting through the door, the scene before him left Lucio stunned. A woman dressed in a blood-red gown sat poised in a chair, her hair elegantly styled, exuding both a deadly allure and an imposing presence. She was the blood consort he had encountered days earlier. Her demeanor was so different now that if it weren't for her signature red dress, Lucio might not have recognized her. Beside her was a well-dressed, white-haired man pacing back and forth, Mu Yin, whom Lucio despised. His face was contorted with anger, yet his eyes betrayed anxiety and worry. It was the first time Lucio had seen such an expression on him, prompting a second glance before he quickly averted his eyes. Even though he loathed Mu Yin, he knew he had to conceal his emotions. Showing hostility in the presence of such powerful figures would be akin to courting death. The two had anticipated his arrival, as this was Lucio's home. The blood consort spoke first, her voice now devoid of its usual allure, instead carrying a cool and noble tone. "You're back. Take a seat." Mu Yin nodded in acknowledgement, but remained silent. Lucio was both shocked and apprehensive. What kind of significant matter could bring these two figures to visit him personally? Judging by their expressions, it was clearly not good news. Suppressing the urge to flee, he pulled out a chair and sat down, facing the blood consort, while keeping a close watch on Mu Yan's every move. "What brings Mr. Mu and the senior here?" Lucio asked, forcing himself to speak. The blood consort glanced at him briefly and replied softly, "There's no need to be nervous. We're not here because of you. Or rather, we're not the ones looking for you." Lucio was taken aback, looking around in confusion. "Then who is here to see me?" Suddenly, when he saw the scene on his bed to the right, his pupils contracted sharply. "It's your master." Blood consort's voice rang in Lucio's ear, and he almost stumbled in his rush to the bedside. The sight before him made his heart clench tightly. Wei Lao lay there, eyes shut, face as pale as paper, his faint breaths flickering like a candle in the wind, ready to go out at any moment. How can this be?" Lucio's voice trembled as he turned abruptly to Blood Consort and Mu Yan in the room, his eyes filled with pleading and confusion. Blood Consort sighed silently, avoiding his gaze. Mu Yan approached the bed, looking at his old friend, a hint of sorrow in his eyes. "It's a long story," he began heavily. "Wei Lao went to the place where the spirit treasure was originally found to make sure you could obtain it smoothly. But it had already been taken over by another group on the island. His concealment techniques failed, and several powerful figures were preparing to refine the spirit treasure." "Is there a soul card refiner over there too?" Lucio interrupted anxiously. "Who said only soul card refiners can refine spirit treasures?" Mu Yin corrected calmly. "Any card master can do it. The difference lies in choosing either the soul C or the essence C as the place of refinement." Seeing Lucio's embarrassment, Mu Yin continued. "Wei Lao couldn't stand the treasure being taken and fought them, but he was outnumbered. Although he used a point-to-point teleportation card to escape, those people, fearing future retaliation, ruthlessly decided to silence him. In his final moments, Wei Lao unleashed his strongest attack. Although we discovered and treated him immediately, using several high-level healing cards and precious elixirs, we could only temporarily sustain his life. After that," Mu Yan's voice choked with emotion. Lucio stared blankly at his master on the bed, filled with both gratitude and sorrow. He had never imagined that the old man he initially dismissed would care for him so genuinely, even to the point of sacrificing his life. Slowly, a tear slipped from the corner of his eye. "Why did it have to be like this? Master was so strong," he murmured, his voice laden with helplessness and despair. This man, who had once inspired such awe, now lay so fragile before him, and it was all because of him. "So, why did you bring Master here?" Lucio asked Mu Yin in a low voice. In the dimly lit room, Wei Lao lay on the bed, pale and barely breathing. "He wanted to see you one last time while he was still conscious. There are things he wishes to say," Mu Yin replied, his voice heavy with sorrow. Lucio's pupils suddenly widened at these words, and his gaze grew hollow. He nodded mechanically, his eyes involuntarily fixed on Wei Lao, as if trying to etch his master's image into his memory forever. The scarlet robe swayed as Xue Fei approached slowly. She glanced at Wei Lao, gently patted Lucio's shoulder, her voice tinged with undeniable sadness. "Wei Lao had many disciples, but now only you remain. Stay with him through his final journey." With that, she turned and left. Lucio stood like a statue, unresponsive to everything around him. Mu Yin took out a blood-red pill from his pocket, carefully opened Wei Lao's mouth, and placed the pill inside. With a sigh, he also left, closing the door behind him. On the rooftop, Xue Fei's solitary figure was silhouetted against the night sky. The evening breeze played with her hair, her scarlet attire gently swaying, accentuating her peerless beauty, like a celestial being fallen to the mortal world. Mu Yin leapt lightly to her side and asked quietly, "How does it feel to deceive a child for the first time?" Xue Fei continued gazing into the distance, responding softly, "Not great. It was Wei Lao's request. We're just helping out." Mu Yin chuckled lightly. True enough. Inside, after taking the pill, Wei Lao's face suddenly flushed with color, as if experiencing a final burst of energy, and he awoke with a faint cough. "Master, you're awake." Lucio forced a smile. Wei Lao slowly sat up, looking at his beloved disciple. "You know everything?" "Yes," Lucio replied, bowing his head. After a moment of silence, Wei Lao continued. "The spiritual treasure is still where it was. Though they joined forces to defeat me, they are also severely weakened and won't be able to retrieve it anytime soon." Seeing Lucio still silent, Wei Lao said softly, "You can't bear to see me go, can you?" As Lucio remained silent, Wei Lao adjusted his posture, his expression turning serious. "Though I am your master, I've taught you all I can. Your talent is the greatest I've ever seen. With persistence, you will surely achieve greatness in the path of soul refinement." After a pause, Wei Lao added, I've informed Xue Fei of the location of the spiritual treasure and the necessary precautions. She will accompany you to retrieve it. In exchange, everything I leave behind after my death will belong to her." With a sigh, Wei Lao took out a storage card from his pocket and handed it to Lucio. "Inside are the card formulas and crafting insights I've accumulated over my lifetime. The blood concubine has no interest in them, so I'm entrusting them to you. I hope they help you advance quickly as a card crafter." Lucio hesitated to take it, prompting Wei Lao to raise an eyebrow and tease. "What? Do you not value these things either?" Lucio quickly shook his head, and Wei Lao feigned impatience. "Then take it already. You're an adult now, stop being so hesitant." Lucio slowly reached out to accept the card, his lips moving slightly, but he said nothing in the end. After handing over the storage card, Wei Lao seemed to have fulfilled some kind of mission. He sank back into the bed, his face growing paler. He sighed softly. "Honestly, I do regret it a bit. I sacrificed my life for a broken spiritual treasure. But life is full of unexpected turns that catch you off guard." Suddenly, Wei Lao seemed to remember something important, his expression turning grave. "Promise me, no matter what kind of soul card crafter you encounter in the future, no matter how much you trust them, never reveal any information about the demonic Shah." Seeing this, Lucio nodded solemnly, his voice choked with emotion. "I promise you." Wei Lao smiled with relief. "Good. I've had many disciples in my life, but you are the one I'm most proud of and honored to have. Being your mentor at the end of my life leaves me with no regrets." He turned to Lucio. "Don't think about avenging me. Those people are beyond your current reach. Remember the 24 strongholds I told you about?" Lucio nodded. Wei Lao sighed. "The ones I fought were from the 4th stronghold. Their overall strength far surpasses our 8th stronghold, and they've consistently claimed at least 10 spots in the final 100. If you want revenge for me, eliminate everyone from the 4th stronghold in the final battle." "Haha, is that too much to ask of you now? Just consider it an old man's dying wish." With that, Wei Lao's life force rapidly waned. He slowly closed his eyes, murmuring, "I really wish I could see the continent one more time and find out what happened to those old guys who chased me like a dog back then." Moments later, Wei Lao's life force completely faded away. After a long while, Lucio raised his head, his eyes red, gazing at Wei Lao's peaceful face. He clenched his fists tightly and whispered, "It's not hard at all." Suddenly, a chilling voice resonated in the room. "Final battle, 4th stronghold." This voice seemed to emanate from the depths of hell, instantly lowering the room's temperature. About a quarter of an hour later, Mu Yin and the blood concubine entered the room. They saw Lucio standing like a statue beside the bed and exchanged a glance. The blood concubine approached Lucio, gently placing her hand on his shoulder, and spoke softly. "I'm sorry, but we must take Wei Lao's body with us." Lucio trembled violently, then strode to the other side of the room, turning his back to them, his voice icy. "You two may leave now." The blood consort sighed quietly, her gaze resting on Lucio's solitary figure. The boy's stubborn silhouette stirred something in her heart. She softened her voice and said, "Rest well tonight. Tomorrow, wait for me here, and I'll take you to retrieve the spiritual treasure." With that, she gave Mu Yin a look, signaling him to handle Wei Lao's remains. Lucio stood silently inside the room, watching through the slightly open door as the two carried Wei Lao's body further away. The deep night silence seemed to amplify the emptiness within him. He leaned against the door and slowly slid to the ground, his eyes unfocused, staring into nothingness. At that moment, a shadow quietly approached his companion, Xiaohe. The loyal partner gently licked his hand before curling up comfortably in his lap. "Xiaohe, do you think it's possible for humans to live forever?" Lucio asked softly, stroking Xiaohe's smooth fur. To his surprise, Xiaohe gave an astonishing answer. "I once heard my kin say that if we can break through the barriers and become divine beasts, we can achieve eternal life. And if a card master can form a contract with a divine beast, they too can attain immortality." This response left Lucio stunned. A question that had been troubling him surged in his mind. Why had there never been such legends among the human race? Not even a whisper? He chuckled softly and shook his head, yet quickly fell into deep thought. Even if one gains immortality, wouldn't it also mean eternal loneliness? Fatigue finally took over, and Lucio slumped over onto Xiaohe, falling into a deep sleep. "Boss, you still have me." Xiaohe's voice gently echoed in Lucio's consciousness. Meanwhile, on a dark path leading out of the city, Mu Yin was carrying Wei Lao's body alongside the blood consort. After walking some distance, the blood consort suddenly stopped and looked back, a mysterious smile playing at her lips. "Wake up, stop pretending. Old Mu is tired of carrying you." Before she finished speaking, the supposedly dead Wei Lao suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing within them. He agilely leaped down from Mu Yan's back, landing steadily in front of the two. His complexion was rosy, showing no signs of impending death. He glanced at them and, with a hint of playfulness, complained to the blood consort, "Couldn't you let me enjoy being carried a bit longer?" The blood consort responded with a smile. We don't have time to indulge you. Mu Yin, standing nearby, rolled his eyes in exasperation, clearly weary of Wei Lao's antics. The blood concubine gazed playfully at Wei Lao, a hint of mockery in her eyes. I can tell your young disciple still has feelings for you. Are you really that heartless? Mu Yin immediately chimed in, his tone laced with sarcasm. Just a few days ago, you were putting on a show in front of me, wondering if it was too soon to act, pretending to care about him. Now you're even more ruthless than I am. Wei Lao glanced at the two and sighed helplessly. I have no choice. I can sense he's becoming dependent on me, which is not good for a cultivator. True strength might come with a few reliable partners, but before becoming strong, one must endure alone. This is the perfect opportunity to help him break free from that dependency. After a brief pause, Wei Lao continued. Besides, I've taught him everything I can. From here on, he has to walk his own path. True enough, Mu Yin nodded in agreement, a sudden chill flashing in his eyes. But that outpost number 4 really went too far with this matter. The blood concubine sighed softly. You know who their master is. When have they ever been low-key over the years? Perhaps they were wary of us before, but since the sovereign went into seclusion, they've become increasingly brazen. Mu Yin and Wei Lao's expressions turned grave. Seeing their solemn faces, the blood concubine laughed lightly to ease the tension. Don't be so serious. They wouldn't dare act up in my presence. I'll retrieve the spiritual treasure tomorrow. With me around, your disciple will be safe. Wei Lao's face lit up with a smile again. Great. I appreciate it. The next day, Lucio regained his spirits, his eyes shining with renewed vitality. If Rubayan were here, he would be surprised to find that Lucio now had an air of aloofness. After taking the spiritual medicine, Lucio practiced while waiting for the blood concubine to arrive. Before long, the blood concubine appeared at the door, looking entirely different from last night. Her flowing hair and alluring red lips exuded an enchanting aura. Let's go, little brother. Lucio silently recited a calming mantra and approached her. Senior. The blood concubine nodded and turned to leave, Lucio following closely. Her rose-colored ring shimmered as a silver card materialized. In a flash of silver light, a three-metertal silver vortex appeared ahead, radiating a mysterious energy. This was Lucio's first time seeing a teleportation card in action, and he curiously observed the vortex. The blood concubine stepped forward first, explaining, thanks to your master's mark at the spiritual treasure's location, this fixed-point teleportation card can take us directly there. With anticipation and unease, Lucio stepped into the vortex. Instantly, he felt a buzzing in his head, and the world lost its color and sound, as if he were in a void. After an unknown period, when he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing at the edge of a cliff, with a deep, dark chasm below. Damn! Lucio jerked back several steps, staring in shock at the cliff's edge. Behind him, the blood concubine's soft, penetrating laughter echoed. This mysterious senior he admired was covering her mouth, chuckling. Lucio paused for a moment, then quietly lowered his head. After the blood concubine finished laughing, he cautiously asked, Senior, where is the spiritual treasure? He scanned the surroundings, noting the land seemed split in two by a bottomless chasm. Across the cliff, a few barren trees stood, with a hint of greenery visible in the distance. Where they stood, there wasn't a single blade of grass, or even a protruding stone. After blood consort calmed down, her gaze wandered around, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. The landscape here was truly unexpected for her. As a regular visitor of the underworld island, she had never seen such scenery before. She turned to Lucio, a playful smile on her lips. The location of the spirit treasure isn't here. Can you guess where it is? Lucio hadn't anticipated that the renowned blood consort would engage him in a guessing game. He pondered for a moment, his eyes inadvertently glancing at the seemingly bottomless dark abyss ahead, and blurted out, below the cliff? Blood consort nodded in approval, then walked to the edge of the cliff. She leaned forward to peer into the depths, the profound darkness sending a shiver down her spine. Lucio followed her, and as he gazed into the endless abyss, his face turned pale. As a mere card servant, he couldn't even manage basic air flight. If he accidentally fell, there might not even be remains to find. Besides, who knew what terrifying card beasts might lurk in the depths? Senior, how do we get down there? Lucio asked cautiously. Blood consort turned to look at him, a mysterious smile playing on her lips. Her right hand moved with lightning speed, and before Lucio could react, she had already grabbed his collar and leaped down. What do you think of this way down? Her laughter echoed from below, and the cliff's edge was now devoid of their presence. What followed was Lucio's terrified scream. Half an hour later, the two finally reached the bottom of the cliff. Lucio's legs were weak, and he collapsed to the ground, his eyes unfocused, face ashen. It wasn't a matter of courage, it was the sheer helplessness of the fall. For the entire half hour, he had been battling his deepest fears, and it was a miracle he remained conscious. Seeing his state, blood consort covered her mouth with a light laugh. taking advantage of the moment as Lucio regained his senses. She cautiously surveyed the surroundings. Although Elder Wei had only given her a rough location of the spirit treasure at the cliff's base, he had also mentioned some distinctive features, which undoubtedly eased the search. When Lucio finally recovered from his fright, he tidied his hair, which had been tousled by the strong wind, and stood up to look around. Surprisingly, the area wasn't engulfed in darkness. Instead, it was radiant with colorful light. The sheer cliffs on either side were adorned with vibrant hues, their source being the giant, crystalline grass growing everywhere, each one resembling a meticulously crafted work of art. Lucio remained wary of these beautiful yet mysterious grasses, carefully avoiding them. In addition, many towering spirit trees grew around them, their branches laden with rare spiritual fruits. Demon ghost fruit, long Jew fruit, patterned absolute spirit fruit. Lucio muttered to himself, eyes filled with awe. Lucio glanced around, seeing nothing but precious spiritual materials that external forces would fight tooth and nail for. Although he recognized only a few of these materials, each was worth a fortune. As he looked at the treasures within reach, a sense of greed inevitably rose in his heart. However, when he turned to look at Xue Fei, a chill swept over him. She had lost her earlier composure on the cliff and was now intently watching a seemingly ordinary area ahead, gripping a beast control card tightly, her entire being on high alert. Despite his limited strength, Lucio understood the significance of Xue Fei's reaction. There must be a powerful card beast lurking here, one capable of crushing them easily, forcing even the enigmatic Xue Fei to remain so vigilant. His inability to sense the threat only highlighted his own lack of strength. "Get behind me," Xue Fei warned softly. Lucio immediately complied, stepping quietly behind her and suppressing his presence as much as possible, fearing he might attract the attention of the unknown card beast. Time ticked by, and the grass on the opposite side remained still, yet Xue Fei's vigilance did not waver. The eerie silence seemed to freeze the air, locking both forces in a delicate balance. Suddenly, Xue Fei's voice came softly. "Slowly walk to my left, keep absolutely quiet, and don't stop even if you sense danger." Lucio nodded in agreement, took a few deep breaths, and began to move cautiously. At that moment, he felt a cold, powerful aura lock onto him, scanning him up and down as if it were tangible. Though he froze momentarily, he gritted his teeth and continued forward. Step by step, Lucio covered several dozen meters. The silence around him was suffocating. He could hear his own heartbeat and the powerful heartbeat of some creature resonating. After walking over 100 meters, the oppressive aura gradually faded, as if the powerful presence had lost interest in such a weak being. Once the aura completely vanished, Lucio quietly exhaled, but immediately grew concerned for Xue Fei. The surrounding scenery had changed. The precious spiritual trees had vanished, replaced by strange plants devoid of spiritual energy. The ground was crawling with half-meter-long maggot-like card beasts, which retreated at the sound of Lucio's footsteps. As he silently prayed for Xue Fei's safety, he cautiously surveyed the eerie area. Lucio gazed at the peculiar group of card beasts in front of him, his brow slightly furrowed. These dark attribute creatures, known as Yuxinju, carried an imposing name, yet presented a baffling phenomenon. They were all stuck at the one-star attendant level, with surprisingly ordinary quality. What puzzled him even more was that these Yuxinju were all in their complete form. In his understanding, card beasts, much like humans, required a long growth cycle, transitioning from juvenile to complete form and then to ultimate form, with each stage bringing a qualitative change in strength. However, these creatures defied this logic. They seemed to be born in their complete form, yet bizarrely fixed at the lowest level, unable to regress or advance. Suddenly, footsteps approached from behind, and Lucio turned around with delight to see Xue Fei walking towards him, unscathed. Luckily, that card beast was rather timid, Xue Fei said as she reached his side, relief evident on her face. Otherwise, we both might have been in serious trouble. What level was that card beast? Lucio couldn't contain his curiosity. Zunwang, Xue Fei replied succinctly. The answer hit Lucio like a thunderclap. The Zunwang level was a rank above the Yuling level, symbolizing a ruler of a domain, akin to a high-ranking official overseeing hundreds of cities within the human empire. This realization led him to an even more shocking fact. The fact that Xue Fei could stand against a Zunwang level creature meant she must also be a card king level powerhouse. A terrifying hypothesis followed. If Xue Fei was a card king, then her master and Mu Yan, who treated her as an equal, must also be card kings. Lucio finally understood that the underworld palace, which he had always thought to be powerful, was only the tip of the iceberg in terms of its true strength. A small outpost hiding at least 3 card kings hinted at the immense power of the entire underworld island, its other branches, and the entire underworld palace. This led him to wonder how many such formidable ancient forces lay hidden across this continent. Staring into the distance, Lucio suddenly felt that his once distant and unreachable goal had become even more elusive, as if he were standing on the edge of a boundless abyss. Seeing Lucio's expression, Xuefei's lips curled slightly, as if she had seen through his thoughts. Her eyes, deep and mysterious like a dark pool, glinted with amusement as she softly said, "Don't overthink it. Your primary task now is to focus on your cultivation and prepare for the final battle on the underworld island." Her gaze grew distant, her voice ethereal. A pawn that cannot even control its own freedom doesn't have the right to observe the chessboard, let alone aspire to become the one who makes the moves. These words struck Lucio like a heavy blow. He lowered his head silently, his hands unconsciously clenching into fists, knuckles turning white from the pressure. Xuefei quickly returned to her usual relaxed demeanor and smiled. "Let's go. There's still quite a distance to the location of the spiritual treasure. You never know what surprises might be waiting along the way. So stay alert if you lose your life accidentally. I won't be responsible." Lucio nodded in agreement and followed Xuefei. With her imposing aura of a top-tier card master keeping threats at bay, their journey was surprisingly tranquil. The monotony of the surrounding scenery soon dulled Lucio's initial interest, and he mechanically followed in Xuefei's footsteps. Suddenly, the environment changed dramatically. The air temperature rose sharply, and the surrounding rock walls began to glow with an eerie red hue. The plants along the path also mutated, with fiery red patterns appearing on their branches and trunks, as if scorched by flames. "Senior, are we nearing our destination?" Lucio asked cautiously, lowering his voice. Xuefei nodded slightly. "Yes, if everything goes smoothly." To avoid alerting powerful card beasts, they chose the safest option of walking. Besides projecting necessary deterrence, Xuefei deliberately restrained her own aura to appear non-threatening. A quarter of an hour later, they stopped in a dark corner. Not far ahead, a massive stone cave loomed on a cliff, spewing out hot gusts mixed with sparks and radiant energy. Below the cave entrance, two figures in specialized combat suits stood guard, their attire appearing particularly efficient. "Is that our target?" Lucio asked in a hushed tone. "That's right." Xuefei's eyes flashed coldly. "These two are among those who injured Old Wei." Lucio didn't ask further. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the two figures, memorizing their appearances. These individuals might be among those responsible for his master's death. Moments later, Xuefei said, "Wait here. I'll scout ahead. I'll signal you when the time is right." "Understood, senior," Lucio replied briefly. Xuefei swiftly altered her demeanor, tying her hair up high, her gaze becoming as sharp as a knife. She strode towards the cave entrance, her aura intensifying with each step, like an unsheathed sword exuding a chilling edge. The blood concubine had barely taken a few steps when the two men below the cave entrance alertly cast their gazes upward, demanding sharply, "Who's there?" There was no response, just a bewitching figure approaching slowly. Her blood-red gown fluttered gently in the breeze, her face adorned with a wickedly charming smile. As she drew closer, the two men finally saw her face clearly, and their expressions changed dramatically. "Blood concubine," one of them whispered in disbelief. The two men were a stark contrast. One was burly with a rugged face covered in a thick beard, while the other was slender and refined, resembling a scholarly gentleman. They deliberately avoided looking directly at the blood concubine's captivating beauty, instead casting cautious, sidelong glances at her. "Gentlemen, I trust you've been well," the blood concubine said, stopping a short distance from them, a meaningful smile playing on her lips. The scholarly gentleman and the bearded man exchanged a wary glance, forcing themselves to remain calm. "What brings the esteemed blood concubine to such a wretched place?" the gentleman asked. "Nothing major," she replied, her smile still bewitching, but her words as cold as ice. "A friend of mine was ambushed here yesterday. I've come to find out which despicable scoundrels were responsible." Upon hearing this, the corners of their mouths twitched, and anger quickly flared in their eyes. "Blood concubine," the scholarly gentleman said, his face darkening. "We're all colleagues in the underworld hall. Your words are too harsh." The bearded man beside him clenched his fists, ready to erupt at any moment. "Too harsh," the blood concubine sneered, seizing a colleague's spiritual treasures, ambushing a lone comrade, even attempting murder. "Ho's really too harsh." Their faces turned ashen, her words a clear declaration of hostility. If proven true, they would face severe punishment. Amidst the tense standoff, a tremendous blood-red light suddenly erupted around the blood concubine. Her hair whipped about, her robes billowing as she hovered in midair. A dazzling, deep yellow orb appeared beneath her feet, with 3 golden stars shining brightly within. As the light faded, a gigantic serpent was revealed, a creature hundreds of meters long, its body adorned with exotic blood-red patterns, with menacing dark red spikes protruding from either side of its head. Its enormous blood-red vertical pupils emitted a terrifying glow, and its tail ended in a gaping maw filled with sharp fangs. The blood concubine stood atop the serpent's head, enveloped in the blood-red glow, with the serpent's shadow faintly visible behind her, exuding an awe-inspiring and captivating presence. Lucio watched in shock at the sight of this extraordinarily powerful beast, a storm of emotions raging within him. When Lucio saw the attribute panel of the blood spirit demon python, his pupils contracted sharply. 3-star sovereign king level ultimate form, demon quality, epic status, combined with a healthy and vigorous evolutionary state, without any mutation or other negative conditions. Such a level of card beast was akin to the moon in the sky for him at present, something he could only look up to in awe. Suddenly, a voice filled with authority echoed through the space. The two 1-star card king powerhouses trembled at the sound, their faces instantly turning red, clearly struggling to withstand some kind of invisible pressure. Although they were also of the card king level, when faced with the blood consort, who had reached the 3-star card king realm, they were like fireflies compared to the bright moon. Moreover, after the battle with Wei Lao yesterday, their vitality hadn't recovered, and their card beasts were still wounded, leaving them without the courage to summon their beasts. Seeing the two men frozen in fear, the blood consort parted her lips slightly. Bring out that old, undying one from the cave. Before her words had fully landed, an aged voice came from within the cave. What has angered the blood fairy so? Shortly after, a short-statured, white-haired old man floated out, quickly rising to the same level as the blood consort. When he noticed the blood spirit demon python at her feet, his expression immediately turned grave, his whole body on guard. Although both were card kings, he knew that if it came to a fight, his chances of victory were less than 20%. You know why I'm here, the blood consort said coldly, sensing that the spiritual treasure within the cave was still intact, which gave her a slight sense of relief, though her tone remained icy. The old man forced a smile. Since ancient times, treasures have belonged to those capable of possessing them. When has merely marking a treasure ever determined its ownership? Humph, the blood consort sneered. If that's the case, should I assume anything I take from you is merely temporarily placed in your hands? The old man was infuriated by her words, but under the cold gaze of the blood spirit demon python, he suppressed his anger. After a long silence, he spoke in a deep voice. Are you sure you want to oppose our faction? Huh. Still so disgusting, the blood consort mocked. If I, the blood consort, feared you, I wouldn't be standing here today. If you have the guts, fight me. If not, leave your things and get lost. Her bold and defiant words left Lucio stunned, as if she were a completely different person from the gentle and charming blood consort he had known before. The old man was so enraged that his lips trembled, and the beast card in his hand flickered, seemingly about to activate. Suddenly, the old man sighed heavily, appearing to age several years in an instant. He put away his beast card, took out a storage card, and tossed it to the blood consort, then turned into a streak of light and fled. Seeing this, the two subordinates exchanged glances and without hesitation followed suit, fleeing swiftly. Standing atop the blood spirit serpent, Xuefei caught the storage card tossed by the old man and silently watched the three figures depart. Her eyes flickered with complex emotions, while the serpent beneath her let out a resentful hiss, its tail lashing angrily. After a gentle soothing from Xuefei, the massive creature finally calmed down. After a long pause, Xuefei sighed softly and recalled the blood spirit serpent, instantly appearing before Lucio. Senior, are we really just letting them go? They are. Lucio questioned in disbelief. Xuefei frowned slightly. Even though I am confident I can defeat them, it would come at a significant cost. More importantly, even if we manage to keep them here today, it would ultimately lead to a hollow victory. Listening to Xuefei's words filled with helplessness and sorrow, Lucio seemed to gain some understanding and lowered his head silently. However, his clenched fists revealed his inner turmoil. Xuefei thought to herself, your master wasn't killed by them. He was merely driven away. If we act now, it might not end well. Seeing Lucio's expression, a hint of apology flashed in Xuefei's eyes. She then gently said, let's go. The spiritual treasure is still inside. To avoid any complications, it's best to help you refine it as soon as possible. With a leap, Xuefei took Lucio to the entrance of the stone cave. The temperature here was extremely high, and Lucio's clothes were enveloped in a faint red glow, with sweat constantly rolling down his face only to be quickly evaporated by the heat. Xuefei seemed unaffected, simply waving her right hand to create a blood-colored barrier around Lucio, instantly relieving him from the oppressive heat. Thank you, senior. Lucio exhaled deeply. Xuefei gestured for him to follow and led the way into the cave. As they moved deeper inside, the surrounding rock walls became increasingly crimson. Even without feeling the change in temperature, Lucio knew that the heat here exceeded his limits. The thought of the upcoming refining process worried him without Xuefei's help. He feared he couldn't even enter this place, let alone refine the spiritual treasure. After about a quarter of an hour, they reached a spacious area. The deep red magma illuminated the entire cave, surrounded by a ring of red crystals. In this area, about the size of half a football field, there was only a small spot to stand. At the center of the slowly flowing magma, a crimson lotus bloomed, with a small flame tinged with purple dancing joyfully atop it, like a playful child. Senior, is that the spiritual treasure? Lucio asked, pointing at the small flame, suppressing his discomfort. This was his first time seeing the spiritual treasure, yet instead of the expected wonder, an inexplicable sadness lingered in his heart. The blood consort carefully observed the scene before her and nodded slowly. This is a newly born spiritual flame, or you could say it's a nascent fire element spiritual treasure. Due to its extreme attributes, we often refer to it as a supreme spiritual treasure. A hint of satisfaction flickered in her eyes. This kind of spiritual treasure cannot be stored in a storage card. It can only be refined on the spot or confined by special means. If not for this characteristic, seizing it from that old man would have been much more troublesome. Now, while its power is still weak, it's the perfect time for you to refine it. The blood consort's tone turned serious. However, you must be prepared to endure extreme pain. But I believe, even if only for your master, you will persevere, won't you? At the mention of master, Lucio felt a sharp pain in his heart, but he didn't blame the blood consort for bringing it up. It was indeed a form of motivation, albeit a somewhat harsh one. He nodded heavily, his gaze resolute. As they conversed, the supreme spiritual flame seemed to sense their intent. Its flames suddenly surged, restlessly darting around within the lotus. This little guy is quite spirited. The blood consort chuckled softly and turned to Lucio. You adjust your state first, I'll go fetch it. Under the protection of a blood-colored barrier, the blood consort slowly flew towards the lotus in the center of the magma, tightly clutching a card in her hand as a precaution. Be careful, senior. Lucio couldn't help but call out. Although the chance of an accident was slim, someone had already been here before, and no one knew what traps the old man might have left behind. As she drew closer to the lotus, an inexplicable sense of danger welled up in the blood consort's heart. She instinctively slowed down, vigilantly scanning her surroundings. Everything seemed normal except for the occasional sound from the magma, which only heightened her unease. When she finally reached above the lotus, there was still no sign of disturbance. Gritting her teeth, the blood consort decisively activated the card in her hand, and a light blue barrier radiating powerful elemental energy unfolded, shining brilliantly against the red glow of the magma. She approached the supreme spiritual flame, slowly extending her right hand, with a serpent-like shadow flickering behind her and a layer of blood-colored light covering her hand. The supreme spiritual flame seemed to sense something, frantically dodging within the lotus but unable to escape its confines. This was originally a protective measure for the nascent spiritual treasure, but now it had become its prison. With a swift movement of her right hand, the blood-colored light surged, and the supreme spiritual flame was captured within a blood-colored cage, securely landing in her grasp. Just as she was about to breathe a sigh of relief, intricate patterns suddenly lit up within the lotus, accompanied by intense spiritual energy fluctuations. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the space as magma erupted violently, and fragments of stone rained down like a storm. Senior. Lucio's pupils contracted sharply, his voice filled with anxiety. In that instant, it was as if the heavens and earth trembled. A blood-red light streaked through the space like lightning, stopping precisely beside Lucio. Before he could react, an irresistible force had already gripped his collar firmly. In the next moment, the blood concubine whisked the bewildered Lucio to a safe area away from the cave. That old fool, she muttered through gritted teeth, while adjusting her slightly disheveled clothes. If she hadn't activated the defensive battle card in advance, she might have fallen into the trap. Senior, are you all right? Lucio asked, relieved to see the blood concubine unharmed. I'm fine. She waved her hand dismissively and handed over a blood-red cage that she had conjured. The fire energy here is abundant, perfect for you to refine it. All right. Lucio nodded in agreement, channeling his energy to take the blood-red cage. He then sat cross-legged, closing his eyes to focus. The refining technique detailed in the demon soul refinement method was something he had practiced countless times in his mind, and he felt confident. Dark, purple soul power extended from his right hand like a living creature. As the blood concubine released the constraints of the blood-red cage, the soul power eagerly enveloped the extreme spirit fire within. The fire, unable to resist, was gradually surrounded, transformed into red light, and absorbed into Lucio's soul sea. Even the most resilient purple fire core was devoured in moments. This was merely the beginning of the refinement process, the simplest step. The real challenge was just starting. In Lucio's soul sea, the spiritless extreme spirit fire faced his black soul fire. Carefully, Lucio manipulated the black soul fire, constructing a protective web of soul power threads, slowly approaching the extreme spirit fire. The moment the two flames made contact, excruciating pain pierced through Lucio's soul, accompanied by an unbearable burning sensation, as if he had fallen into a hellish inferno. In the blood concubine's eyes, Lucio's face turned pale, his brow furrowed, his body drenched in cold sweat, and his lips bitten until they bled. Yet, he made no sound, his body trembling with the agony. It's up to you now, the blood concubine sighed softly, watching Lucio closely while holding a healing card ready for any emergency. In Lucio's soul sea, despite enduring unimaginable pain, the black soul fire continued to resolutely envelop the extreme spirit fire. Once he began the devouring process, Lucio found himself in a dilemma. He would either succeed in transforming the soul fire, or fail, causing the black soul fire to dissipate, leaving only a seed to start over. Sweat covered Lucio's face, and his eyes shone with determination. He couldn't allow the devouring to fail, not only because it would render all his previous efforts in vain, but more importantly, the ultimate spiritual fire, for which his master sacrificed his life, would be lost forever. This thought sent a shiver through him, and he gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain. Standing nearby, Blood Consort watched Lucio intently. Seeing his resilience, a flicker of admiration crossed her eyes, and her regard for the young man grew even more. As time passed, the devouring neared its end. A fiery red aura surrounded the black soul fire, exuding a fierce energy. However, at the center of the devouring process, a purple light, representing the core of the ultimate spiritual fire, stubbornly resisted. This was the most challenging final hurdle. At this crucial moment, an unexpected event occurred. As the black soul fire touched the purple light, a surge of violent energy erupted, rampaging through Lucio's soul sea like a wild stallion. Lucio coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face turned ashen, and he collapsed. Lucio, Blood Consort immediately sensed something was wrong, her eyes blazing with fury as she growled through gritted teeth. Zhanghe, you old dog. She quickly activated a healing card, letting its emerald glow sink into Lucio's chest, then swiftly retrieved a pale yellow pill prepared by Elder Wei, forcing it into Lucio's mouth. While Lucio was unconscious, the black soul fire continued its devouring duty. His soul sea was already ravaged, with the accumulated soul power destroyed by the invading energy, nullifying his days of cultivation. In this critical moment, from the card soul within Lucio's soul sea, dark purple characters suddenly lit up. A powerful dark purple energy, like a lion protecting its territory, launched a fierce counterattack against the invading force, igniting a brutal battle. Soon, the traces of battle began to fade away. The glow of the healing cards swept across every damaged area, while the mysterious elixir worked its magic in those hard-to-reach corners, restoring them to their original state. To everyone's surprise, the foreign energy that had been shattered by the dark purple energy didn't dissipate. Instead, after an intense struggle, it was absorbed into Lucio's Yuan Sea, becoming a power he could control. Within Lucio's soul sea, the surviving black soul fire had completed its transformation, surrounded by a unique aura fiery red hue interwoven with specks of purple, creating a magnificent display. Half an hour later, Lucio finally awoke. He rubbed his still-throbbing temples and slowly sat up. The worried face of Xue Fei greeted him, and this concern warmed his heart. Senior, what just happened? Lucio only remembered an aggressive energy erupting in his soul sea at the last moment of the devouring, and then he lost consciousness. Xue Fei didn't answer directly, but instead asked with concern, how do you feel now? Lucio frowned slightly, his consciousness diving into his soul sea. What the heck? Where's my soul power? His face was filled with shock and frustration. This was the result of days of hard cultivation. Seeing his expression, Xue Fei grew even more worried. What's wrong? Nothing. It's just that my soul power is gone. Lucio shook his head with a sigh. Take another look, Xue Fei insisted, still uneasy. Lucio probed his soul sea once more, focusing on the black soul fire. Suddenly, his face lit up with joy. The devouring of the extreme spirit fire was complete, and not only had his soul fire gained the violent fire attribute, but it also came with the annihilation trait. According to the records of soul refining methods, the annihilation attribute is considered outstanding in the second tier, just below the four supreme attributes life, death, time, and space. This attribute not only significantly enhances the efficiency of refining spiritual materials, but also allows for devastating annihilation attacks in combat. Although the annihilation power he currently possesses is still weak, with time and cultivation, it is destined to grow into a formidable force capable of independently battling card beasts. No wonder all card masters are so eager for spirit treasures with extreme attributes. The only downside is that his soul power is temporarily depleted, like having a gun but no bullets. Did the devouring succeed? Xue Fei asked excitedly. She was prepared to return and face Wei Lao's reprimand. But unexpectedly, things took a positive turn as Lucio successfully completed the refinement. Yes. Lucio slightly curled his lips and nodded gently. That's great, that's great. Xue Fei breathed a sigh of relief, patting her chest. Since the devouring was successful, we should head back. We've already spent quite some time here. She glanced around the area. Huh. Lucio suddenly expressed surprise, a trace of undisguised joy flashing in his eyes. Xuefei's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly turned to him, worried something might have gone wrong. What is it? Nothing, just remembered something. Lucio paused and shook his head. He had noticed something strange in his Yuan Hai, possibly related to the demon soul refinement technique. Remembering his master's warning, he chose to remain silent towards Xuefei. Don't scare me like that again. Xuefei rolled her eyes at him and casually tossed a coiled black object aside, preparing to carry Lucio and fly away. Lucio inadvertently caught a glimpse of the object and found it somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, his body suddenly froze, his eyes widened, and his lips trembled uncontrollably. It was a Yushinju, and not just any, but an extraordinarily unique one, a 9-star servant-level complete form with dual qualities of demon dark, in an epic state. Even more astonishing, it was in a lightly injured angry evolution state, without having mutated. To trigger mutation, it required devouring 10 different types of demon attribute energy cores, reaching the apostle level, and parasitizing the corpse of a matured demon attribute card beast. This is simply godlike attributes. Lucio's mind was in turmoil. Not only did it possess rare composite attributes, but it also included the extremely rare demon attribute. Its quality surpassed the absolute threshold, reaching an epic level. This was undoubtedly a future king-worthy existence. What shocked Lucio the most was its potential for mutation. Although the success rate wasn't mentioned, he had a hunch that as long as the necessary materials were gathered, mutation could potentially succeed at 100. Judging by the mutation conditions, it seemed likely to evolve towards a demon attribute. He even faintly felt that if a high-quality demon attribute card beast corpse could be found, this extraordinary Yu Shunju might continue to grow. Mine. You have to be mine. Lucio screamed internally, maintaining a facade of calmness. However, his slightly trembling body betrayed his inner excitement. Despite the extreme difficulty in finding mutation materials, this did not deter his determination to nurture the Yu Shunju. He had previously researched a lot about Yu Shunju, all of which were uniformly 1-star servant level with ordinary quality. Yet, this one was so different, so extraordinary, like a dragon among eels. Missing out on it would be a lifelong regret. In a flash, Lucio darted forward, grabbing the Yu Shunju with both hands, holding it tightly in his palm. Thankfully, despite its extraordinary potential, its combat abilities were limited by its species. Even with a 9-star servant level rating, its actual combat power might be inferior to a 1-star servant level combat type card beast, allowing Lucio to capture it easily. This also indicated that until it completed mutation, this Yu Shunju could only serve as a mascot. The Blood Consort watched Lucio's series of actions in astonishment, puzzled by why he was so excited about what seemed to be a useless card beast. Do you still have any primal beast cards with you? Lucio asked urgently, not bothering to explain. There was a hint of undisguised anticipation in his voice. Beast card masters typically carry several beast cards of varying levels with them. This allows them to capture valuable or rare card beasts they encounter in the wild. These cards can be used for personal bonding or traded and gifted to others. Card beast traders, in particular, often carry a substantial number of these cards. Yes. The Blood Consort took out a glowing first-turn beast card from her storage space, but didn't hand it over immediately. Her expression turned serious. If you want to bond with this card beast, you must give me a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, I can't give you this card. Lucio looked troubled at her words. He couldn't tell the Blood Consort that he could see the detailed information of the card beast, nor could he reveal that it was a future king-level card beast. This greatest secret was not only difficult to explain, but also couldn't be easily shared. After a moment of silence, Lucio spoke seriously. Elder, I don't want to deceive you with false reasons. I just want to say, I've set my heart on this card beast. Whether or not I get the beast card, I must take it with me. The Blood Consort gazed at him for a long time and said earnestly, you need to think carefully. Although you can break a bond, it will harm your soul's essence and affect your future growth. Your soul talent is exceptionally outstanding, a gift from the heavens. You could wait until you're stronger to bond with a card beast with exceptional talent as your trump card. Are you sure you want to use this precious opportunity on this card beast? Despite Lucio's soul talent being far beyond ordinary, the soul power required to add each contract slot increases exponentially. With his current soul strength, he could only open one more contract slot than normal. Even with high talent, he would need to reach the card spirit or card king level to add another slot. This makes the current opportunity incredibly valuable. I'm sure, Lucio said firmly, gripping the ghostly maggot tightly. Seeing his resolute attitude, the Blood Consort sighed lightly and handed over the beast card. All right, I hope you won't regret this in the future. Lucio's face lit up with joy as he took the beast card and immediately bit his finger to activate it with his blood. The ghostly maggot, Being a card beast with weak combat abilities required little caution even if it was near death. However, as the beast card transformed into white light and entered the ghostly maggot's body, the seemingly fragile creature struggled violently, but was ultimately unwillingly absorbed into the card. Huh? This ghostly maggot actually resisted? The blood consort thought to herself in surprise. In her understanding, the ghost larvae were insignificant among card beasts. Unlike the black-skinned pig, which could at least serve as food, these creatures were considered the lowest of the low in the card beast world. However, at this moment, the performance of the ghost larvae in front of her completely overturned her perception. Despite the suppression of the beast taming card, this seemingly weak creature managed to resist for a whole 3 breaths. Most card beasts, lacking strength or combat ability, couldn't withstand even half a breath in front of a beast taming card. Blood consort marveled inwardly. Perhaps this ghost larvae truly had exceptional qualities. Lucio gazed at the beast taming card in his hand, clearly sensing the faint connection with the ghost larvae. However, compared to when he contracted Xiaohe, the ghost larvae exhibited much stronger resistance. It seems taming it will require some effort, Lucio calculated in his mind. Subsequently, Blood Consort took out a fixed-point teleportation card. The two stepped into the emerging vortex and vanished from the now tranquil space. Back at his residence, Lucio sensed the vast elemental energy within his elemental sea, feeling restless once again. He was just a step away from advancing to an 8-star card servant. If he could fully absorb this elemental energy, he could at least ensure reaching the 9-star level, and perhaps even further. However, there was an immediate issue at hand. The re-education of the ghost larvae's mindset needed to begin immediately. He decisively summoned the ghost larvae and restrained it firmly. Despicable mortal, release me at once, or you'll regret it. The ghost larvae's low, raspy voice echoed in Lucio's mind, contrasting sharply with Xiaohe's clear and childlike tone, as if an old, gloomy man was speaking. Ignoring its arrogant words, Lucio curiously asked, "Why is your voice so unique? What? Are you intimidated by my voice? If you know what's good for you, you'll break the contract immediately." Despicable mortal, the ghost larvae roared. Lucio paused for a moment, then suddenly asked, "Could it be that your kind has a very short lifespan?" This question was like a spark igniting a powder keg. The ghost larvae instantly flew into a rage. "Foolish. Utterly foolish. My lifespan is beyond your imagination, you ignorant and shameless creature." It followed with a long string of curses, which Lucio chose to selectively ignore. He watched the slightly inflated ghost larvae in his hand with interest, poking it with his finger and finding it soft and elastic like a balloon. This desecration naturally provoked another round of curses from the ghost larvae. Once it had almost run out of insults, Lucio's tone turned cold. "It's impossible for me to break the contract. You now have 2 choices. Either become my battle partner, or I'll crush you right now. Choose one." To deal with such arrogant card beasts, a firm approach was necessary. The more you showed weakness, the more it would take advantage. "You despicable, you. After a round of discipline, the ghost larvae finally realized the severity of its situation. Its tone no longer held the previous arrogance, replaced by a sense of desolation. "Just let me go. Our kind has almost no combat ability. Contracting with me is useless to you. It's not up to you to decide if it's useful, it's up to me. I'm only asking if you're willing to follow me," Lucio said, his eyes fixed on Yu Shinju, his tone firm and unyielding. Yu Shinju was silent for a long time. Its voice was hoarse like that of a homeless old man. "Since you insist on carrying an extra burden, I suppose I can temporarily follow you. I just hope that when you decide to abandon me, you'll send me back to my homeland." These somewhat poignant words touched Lucio's heart, and his tone softened unconsciously. "I can promise you, as long as you don't betray me, I will never abandon you." His voice grew more passionate. "Didn't you say your kind has low combat power? One day, the once mighty king of beasts will bow before you. Your heroism will be remembered by all. The spiritual light of heaven will bless you. The supreme rulers from all directions will offer you gifts. Together, we will reign over the world." This was Lucio's first declaration to the world, and his eyes shone with unprecedented brilliance. However, Yu Shinju's mocking voice abruptly echoed in his mind. "Huh, arrogant little brat." A few black lines appeared on Lucio's forehead, and he clenched his fists tightly. "Ah, you." Yu Shinju was about to retort, but suddenly fell silent. Believe it or not, my words stand. Just wait and see," Lucio said coldly. A moment later, Lucio inquired about Yu Shinju's age. "Almost a year." Yu Shinju's words were cut off by another scream. "Got a cramp," it snapped. Lucio, exasperated, said, "If you don't tell the truth, you'll have more to endure, believe it or not." After some pressing, Yu Shinju revealed a shocking truth. Their lifespan was a mere year, a seemingly predetermined fate, with no exceptions. Now, as Lucio's contracted beast, it had, in a sense, escaped its inevitable demise. I'll call you Lao He from now on, Lucio decided after a moment's thought. Although Yu Shinju was displeased, it had no choice but to accept the new name. Why is your level so much higher than your kin? Lucio pressed on. Faced with the threat, Lao He reluctantly explained. There was indeed an accident when I was born. It seemed I was hit by a black light orb or fell into a pit of water. It's been too long to remember clearly. After hearing the vague explanation, Lucio's lips twitched slightly, and he sighed inwardly. Although he couldn't learn more, he resolved in his heart that he would return to that abyss in the future to uncover its secrets. Although the chances of success seemed slim, some things need to be thoroughly tried before giving up. Lucio stood in the middle of the room, frowning slightly, pondering, what could possibly enable a ghost worm to break through its species' limitations? He waved his hand gently, summoning Xiaohe. A shadow flickered, and a sleek four-legged beast appeared before him. Pointing at Lao He, who was wriggling not far away, Lucio said, Xiaohe, meet our new companion. Say hello. However, Xiaohe sneered, eyes filled with disdain. Boss, why did you pick such a burden? We're doomed. It's going to drag us down. What did you say? Lao He's round body trembled with agitation. You foolish four-legged beast. How dare you call me a burden? The communication between the contract card beasts quickly escalated into a conflict. The proud Lao He was infuriated, its chubby body wriggling towards Xiao He at an astonishing speed. Xiao He chuckled dismissively, casually raising a paw and swatting it away. Bang! Lao He slammed into the wall with a dull thud. But it didn't concede, immediately flipping over and charging at Xiao He again, roaring furiously. Four-legged beast, you're finished today. What followed was a rather comical scene. Lao He kept launching charges, while Xiao He repeatedly swatted it away. Despite Lao He's almost non-existent combat prowess, its 9-star attendant-level physique was genuine. No matter how Xiao He struck, it remained unscathed, relentlessly attacking. Watching this, Lucio chuckled to himself. He didn't intervene immediately, thinking, it might do this proud ghost worm some good to learn a lesson. Unpolished jade cannot become a gem. Eventually, to prevent the farce from continuing indefinitely, Lucio stepped in to stop them. He earnestly told Xiao He, since Lao He is now one of us, I don't expect you to accept it right away, but I hope you start treating it as one of our own. Whether for my sake or for your own. The last sentence carried significant weight. Having been together for a long time, Xiao He quickly understood Lucio's intention and turned to Lao He, who was lying on the ground, saying, I take back what I said. You're not a burden. Let's get along from now on. Humph. Lao He huffed, turning over with a proud snort. Seeing this, Lucio quickly mediated. All right, that's enough. From now on, we're all the closest of companions. Afterward, Lucio began the process of spirit returning with Lao He. The 7 spirit returns were completed swiftly. Although the spirit energy Lao He returned was much less than Xiao He's, it still provided a slight enhancement to Lucio's physique. However, for Lucio, who had undergone blood pill tempering, this enhancement was negligible, and there was no change in his yuan power cultivation. This phenomenon stemmed from the unique relationship between a card master and their contract card beasts. It's akin to the bucket theory. When contracting multiple card beasts, both returning and spirit returning are restricted by the lowest level card beast. Even though Lao He had reached the 9-star attendant level, since Xiao He was still at the 7-star attendant level, the spirit returning count remained at 7, and Lucio's yuan power cultivation was stuck at the 7-star card attendant level. Interestingly, when Lucio engaged in returning, the yuan power emitted by the card soul would prioritize the lowest level card beast. The higher level card beasts not only received no yuan power, but also had to transfer the spirit energy they absorbed to their lower level companions through the contract, only achieving synchronized improvement once all contract card beasts reached equilibrium. In front of Lucio, 2 beast cards hovered quietly, surrounded by swirling black elemental energy. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that Lao He's beast card wasn't receiving any energy infusion. Instead, streams of invisible spiritual energy were continuously flowing into Xiao He's beast card. Within Lucio's energy sea, the pure elemental power from a card king expert was gradually diminishing. Although not abundant, it was a precious resource sufficient to support his breakthrough at this stage. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. Xiao He first broke through to the 8-star realm, followed by Lao He, and they both underwent spirit restoration. With the powerful energy from the elemental cluster, Lucio quickly condensed his 8th energy core, officially advancing to an 8-star card servant. 3 more hours went by, and Lucio broke through again, stepping into the 9-star card servant realm. At this point, Xiao He and Lao He's levels were completely aligned. In this situation, Lucio's future meditation speed would inevitably be halved. It's time to slow down, Lucio said as he opened his eyes and retracted the 2 beast cards. His physique had already been tempered by dragon blood grass and blood pills, needing no further strengthening before becoming a card apprentice. The real reason for halting his practice now was that he needed to compress the 9 energy cores to the same frequency, a process that tested patience and mental resilience. Lucio decided to adjust his state first, knowing that compressing the energy cores wasn't a task that could be rushed, even with excess energy. He began contemplating the evolution materials for Xiaohe, but his current 1,000 contribution points were clearly insufficient. Right? First cultivate soul power, then try that card-making task. Lucio retrieved a pile of soul stones from his storage card, closed his eyes, and focused on cultivating soul power. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was already evening. Bang, bang, bang. The sudden knocking startled Lucio from his cultivation. Glancing at the dusky sky through the window, he muttered as he got up. At this hour, who's knocking so politely? Opening the door, a shiny bald head came into view. Seeing Song Dahu panting heavily, Lucio was momentarily taken aback. You're here? Did something happen? Although they had previously exchanged addresses, Song Dahu's complex expression puzzled Lucio. Boss, there's a fight outside. Song Dahu said anxiously. There's a fight. Lucio muttered to himself, standing in the room with a slight frown. Although he seemed indifferent on the surface, a hint of curiosity stirred within him given Song Dahu's character. If he came rushing like this, it must be something significant. Seeing Lucio's calm demeanor, Song Dahua became visibly anxious, sweat beading on his forehead. It's not just an ordinary fight. It's a large-scale brawl. Almost everyone has gathered at the martial arts field. What? Lucio's expression changed abruptly as he fired off questions. How many people are involved? What's the cause? And what about those gray-clad people? Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Song Dahua replied uncertainly. The exact number is unclear, but the situation is escalating. Apparently, several teams joined forces to exploit others' contribution points, sparking public outrage. Strangely, those gray-clad people haven't shown up at all. Lucio nodded thoughtfully. Then a smile of interest spread across his face. He strode out of the room, casually closing the door behind him. Let's go and see the commotion. It's a good chance to test the strength of my newly acquired 9-star card servant. When they arrived at the martial arts field, the scene was startling. Over 100 people were caught in a chaotic melee, with various card beasts tangled in pursuit and combat. The glow of battle cards occasionally sliced through the air, adding a touch of spectacle to the disorderly fight. Some were taking advantage of the chaos. Others stood united against common foes, while some could no longer distinguish friend from enemy. Boss, should we jump in? Song Dahua asked eagerly, having just advanced to a 6-star card servant, ready to test his mettle. Just as Lucio was about to respond, a cool voice came from behind him. Turning around, he saw Li Yi, who had somehow appeared and was walking towards them. Aren't you going to join the fun? Li Yi asked, standing beside Lucio with a smile that sent a chill down the spine. Lucio replied cautiously. There's no need to get involved in meaningless battles. Li Yi's smile grew colder. This isn't a meaningless battle. People have already died, and the gray-clad people still haven't made a move. Haven't you considered? Either they don't care about the deaths, or... A glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. This is a meticulously planned cleansing operation by them. Seeing Lucio's puzzled look, Li Yi continued. Do you think they would allow the people they've invested so many resources in to die without purpose? Those who have died are providing a bloody lesson for the living, helping some undergo a premature transformation of the mind. Tonight, Li Yi was unusually talkative, at least more so than Lucio had ever heard before. Li Yi stood there, his expression unusually serious, and every word he spoke seemed like a wake-up call to Lucio. The underworld palace is starting to show its fangs. Lucio clenched his fists, recalling the rules from the cryptic card earlier, which seemed like a highly ironic joke from the underworld palace. Next to him, Song Dahu widened his eyes in shock, his face filled with astonishment. Li didn't give them much time to digest the news. His voice suddenly lowered. I've received insider information that an accident occurred on Hades Island this year, and the final battle has been moved up. We don't have much time left to grow. Moved up? Lucio's expression darkened instantly. He remembered his master saying that the final battle was originally supposed to take place in the last month of the one-year term where 24 strongholds would simultaneously send their seed players for a month-long hunting competition on Hades Island. It wasn't just about hunting beasts, but also a brutal clash between people. Those without enough strength could easily perish. How much sooner? Lucio asked in a low voice. 6 months. Li Yi softly uttered these words, which struck Lucio like a thunderclap. This meant they only had a little over 4 months left to grow. Lucio finally understood the underworld palace's intention when resources and time are extremely limited. Rather than distributing them evenly, it's better to favor those who can adapt to the rules sooner. As for those who cannot adapt, they will ultimately become stepping stones for others. Where did you get this information? Lucio suddenly turned to stare at Li Yi. Li Yi glanced at him expressionlessly. From the person you hate most. Lucio stared intently at Li Yi's face, but the latter remained motionless, not even blinking. After a long pause, Lucio said somewhat helplessly, All right, I understand. He paused, and then asked, So, What's the point of telling me this? Do you want me to join in the cleansing? Li Yi gave Lucio a meaningful look, a strange smile forming at the corner of his mouth. He turned and walked toward the training ground, leaving a faint, "It's up to you," lingering in the air. Boss, what are you guys talking about? I can't understand a word. Song Dahu asked in confusion, rubbing his bald head. You don't need to know too much. Just focus on your training and aim to break through to the card master level soon. Lucio replied dismissively, his thoughts entirely on the enigmatic look Li Yi had given him earlier. He pondered whether Li Yi wanted him to participate in the cleansing or stay out of it, or if there was some deeper meaning. Combining Li Yi's previous words, Lucio grew increasingly puzzled. He felt that Li Yi was hiding some extremely important information. Unfortunately, his master was no longer around, or he could have sought some answers. Watching the increasingly brutal battles on the field, Lucio fell into deep thought. The final battle for the 24 strongholds has arrived sooner than expected. A terrifying thought struck Lucio's mind, sending a chill racing up his spine. His eyes narrowed slightly as he quickly analyzed the situation. The cleansing operation must have specific conditions and standards. Tonight might just be the beginning. How many people will die? What kind of people will survive? These questions were shrouded in an eerie fog. Although he was fairly confident that the underworld palace wouldn't target him, who could guarantee they wouldn't suddenly change their mind? After pondering for a moment, Lucio gritted his teeth and turned to Song Do, saying, "Let's go. Get on the field. Stay close to me. Don't get separated." The scene had already descended into chaos. The card beasts were drenched in blood, while the controllers either launched frenzied attacks or struggled to hold their ground. Some won only to be fatally ambushed. Others were overwhelmed by groups in unknown battles, and some formed small teams, using the card beast protection to hunt down isolated opponents. The sounds of human and beast clashes reverberated, and the scent of blood hung thick in the air. As soon as Lucio stepped onto the battlefield, a green blade of light came hurtling toward him. Sensing the energy's strength, he chose to take the hit directly. The blade struck him, merely slicing a tear in his clothing and leaving only a faint white mark on his skin. This scene left the small girl who attacked him utterly dumbfounded. She trembled and stepped back, mumbling to herself, "Impossible. This can't be real." Lucio's power had surpassed ordinary imagination. The repeated tempering by blood pills had elevated him to a state where he was impervious to low-level card beasts, capable of confronting them with his bare hands. He summoned Xiao He, and as 9 golden stars sparkled in the white light, everyone present was stunned. A 9-star servant level? That advancement speed. Those around him retreated in fear, some even turning to flee, creating a vacuum around Lucio where no one dared to approach. From afar, Li Yi watched, his expression growing serious. The girl who initially attacked Lucio was completely overtaken by fear, her legs buckling beneath her, leaving her without the courage to run. She collapsed to her knees, pleading pitifully, "Please, spare." A flash of cold light silenced her plea forever, as blood bloomed like a tragic flower in the air. Xiao He moved like lightning, and before anyone on the field could react, the girl's life had already faded away like autumn leaves. Crimson blood spread across the ground, highlighting the brutality of the moment. "Boss, you've started killing already?" Song Dahu approached Lucio in shock. Lucio calmly gazed at the bloodstain ahead, his tone indifferent. "She tried to kill me, so I just defended myself." With that, he and Xiao He moved towards the dense crowd. Watching Lucio's back, Song Dahu realized for the first time that his usually amiable leader had such a cold-blooded side. "Not bad." He grinned, summoning his beast, the earth-splitting bear, to follow closely behind. On the battlefield, life after life was lost. Some, driven by a murderous frenzy, attacked Lucio, while others merely sought to escape this hellish scene. Song Dahu was even more aggressive than Lucio. Whenever he saw someone trying to flee, he commanded the earth-splitting bear to strike, causing more lives to fall. He wore a cruel and frenzied smile, as if he had finally found an outlet for his wild nature. This bloody revelry lasted for about half an hour. Gradually, some began to sit on the ground in despair, giving up resistance, clinging to their beasts. This state spread like a plague until no one on the battlefield wielded a weapon anymore. The survivors either appeared numb, wept bitterly, or howled defiantly. Most bore wounds, while their loyal beasts stood guard, adding a touch of warmth to the cold battlefield. Lucio leaned against a corner of the training ground, his attire immaculate and starkly contrasting with the battlefield. Xiao He patrolled around him, both on guard and seeking prey. Song Dahu stood straight, covered in blood, which only added to his ferocity. His earth-splitting bear was drenched in blood too, its red eyes making it seem like a messenger from hell. "Boss, what do we do next?" Song Dahu asked in a hoarse voice. Lucio's eyes were as calm as a still well, and he simply uttered a single word: "Wait." Tonight's events needed a proper conclusion. The living needed a legitimate exit, and the dead deserved a reason to rest in peace. The one who would host this final act was surely about to appear. It's uncertain whether he brings a warm light to Lucio and his companions, or a deeper darkness. In the martial ground, Li Yi's figure appeared unexpectedly. Like Lucio, he stood in the arena impeccably clean. As the joint champions of the first competition, both displayed absolute dominance over the battlefield. Beside Li Yi, the blood fiend lion appeared even more imposing than before, growing at a pace that matched Xiao He. What are you doing here again? Lucio adjusted his stance, frowning slightly. For some reason, he felt an instinctive aversion to Li Yi, unwilling to have any interaction with him. Li Yi remained calm, ignoring Lucio's resistance as he approached them directly. It seems you're not as dull as you look, worthy to stand alongside me. Such arrogant words seemed natural due to his unique aura, as if he was destined to be above others. Before Lucio could respond, Song Da, who, standing nearby, was already provoked. Can't you speak properly? He exclaimed, eyes wide, leaning forward like an enraged bull. Coming from a humble background, he naturally resisted those with an air of nobility. The excitement from recent battles hadn't faded, and despite knowing the other's superiority, he couldn't help but respond angrily. Li Yi cast a cold glance at Song Da, a flicker of killing intent in his eyes. The blood fiend lion immediately became agitated, its menacing aura directed at Song Da. Although the earth-splitting bear knew it was outmatched, it instinctively protected its master, joining Xiao He in confronting the blood fiend lion, creating a tense standoff. Heh! Lucio chuckled, breaking the tension as he stepped forward to stand between them. I'm honored to stand alongside you. If there's nothing else, please leave. Li Yi's imposing demeanor subsided, returning to calm. This final battle will be much more brutal than in previous years. Both of us are key players, prepare well. With that, he left with the somewhat reluctant blood fiend lion. Boss, what exactly is this final battle you mentioned? Song Da asked curiously, watching Li Yi's retreating figure. Lucio pondered for a moment, then patted his shoulder. A life-and-death battle for freedom. Until then, train hard. Freedom? Song Da was initially puzzled, but then a light sparked in his eyes, and he nodded firmly. Got it. In an unnoticed corner, a graceful figure stood quietly, observing them and murmuring to herself. Should I go over and say hello? This fool seems different from before, more distant. Behind her, a petite, twin-tailed scorpion-like creature stood silently. Hey Lucio. The crisp and pleasant voice broke the silence of the martial arts training ground. Lucio and Song Da turned to see Yi Ran gracefully approaching them, waving her delicate hand with a smile. Lucio frowned slightly, a hint of impatience flickering in his eyes. What do you want? His words were as cold as ice. Yi Ran pouted slightly and said softly, Nothing, sorry to bother you. With that, she turned and left, her departing figure carrying a hint of defiance. After Yi Ran walked away, Song Da raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Boss, is she your lady? Lucio did not respond, only casting a warning glance at Song Da, which immediately silenced him. Before long, Lei Li's figure appeared above the training ground, causing a stir. Everyone stood up, looking at this person who held their lives in his hands with complex expressions. Some had already guessed the truth and appeared calm. Others were confused and trembled at the thought of the no mutual killing rule. Lei Li surveyed the crowd with authority, his brows furrowing, then relaxing. He announced loudly, You are unfortunate to have been involved in tonight's bloody slaughter, experiencing a glimpse of the outside world. Yes, this was our plan. Aside from a few calm individuals like Lucio, most people glared at Lei Li, hating their own powerlessness and hating this manipulator who treated them like pawns. Ignoring their reactions, Lei Li continued, But compared to those who didn't fight, you are lucky. Some may be crushed by this, but I believe more of you will be reborn from the ashes. I hope tonight brings you not just despair and pain, but also a steadfast resolve. He paused, then suddenly smiled strangely. Do you hate me? Then live with that hatred. At least, you still have a chance to survive. Before he finished speaking, his figure vanished into the night sky. Lucio stood still, contemplating the word lucky that Lei Li had mentioned, and sighed softly. I guess tomorrow, those who dared not or chose not to fight will face another disaster. With the drama finally over, everyone left with their own thoughts. As they parted, Lucio advised Song Da, Don't overthink it. Focus on your training, okay? He was worried Song Da might develop dangerous ideas. Don't worry, boss. Song Da grinned. Then, Lucio quietly returned to his residence. As the door swung open, Mu Yin was sitting upright in the center of the room. Upon seeing Lucio enter, he flashed a nauseating smile and asked in his usual tone that always made Lucio feel sick. Back already? How was your night? Lucio stood at a distance from Mu Yin, cautiously replying. It was fine. What brings you here, Mr. Mu? Mu Yin, noticing Lucio's wary demeanor, maintained a facade of friendliness and said, The information you provided about the mutated iron-eating insects has been verified. I have your reward right here. Just as a hint of joy appeared in Lucio's eyes, Mu Yin abruptly changed the subject. However, you must fulfill a request of mine. What request? Tomorrow, Our base will be attacked by the shallow sea KBS. I need you to kill at least 10 one-star Apostle level KBS during the battle and bring me their energy cores. Apostle level. Lucio's expression changed dramatically, his voice turning icy. Are you trying to send me to my death? If you want me dead, there's no need to be so complicated. Mu Yin continued to smile. You're the hope of our base. How could we send you to die? You'll have someone assisting you with the task. Who? Lucio's eyes narrowed. Mu Yin stood up, placed a storage card on the table, and walked toward the door. You'll find out in due time. Here's your reward for now. But if you fail to complete the task tomorrow, the consequences might be unbearable. His annoying laughter faded as he walked away. Enraged, Lucio punched the wall hard. Though neither his strength nor the wall's material suffered any damage, the punch carried all his anger and frustration. Mu Yin, he growled through gritted teeth. After a moment, Lucio picked up the storage card on the table to inspect it. This card space was 10 times that of a first-level storage card, about 100 cubic meters. However, upon activating the card to check its contents, he exploded in a curse. Damn you. Mu Yin, I'll never forgive you. The storage card was filled with meaningless items, mostly a pile of crystal coins stacked like a small mountain, and about 30 unidentified purple crystals. Although the number of crystal coins was large, totaling only around 1 million, it didn't even match the income of the city lord's mansion for half a year. As for the purple crystals, they were like trash to Lucio at this point, utterly useless and taking up space. This reward was completely disproportionate to the value of the information he provided, a blatant mockery. Mu Yin, just you wait. As long as I'm alive, you'll never have a good day again. Lucio clenched his fists as he tucked the storage card into his ring, a fierce determination flickering in his eyes. When his master was still alive, he might have trusted the reputation of the underworld hall and believed the purple crystals were indeed valuable. But now that his master had passed, Lucio's mindset had drastically changed. He became increasingly convinced that the underworld hall had embezzled his reward, and Mu Yin was undoubtedly the mastermind behind it all. This idea took root in his heart, growing stronger with time. Meanwhile, in the opulent reception hall of Mu Yan's mansion, Mu Yin was sitting across from an elderly man with a somewhat sleazy appearance. Why do I always have to do the dirty work? Mu Yin asked, his tone tinged with resignation as he looked at the old man, Wei Lao. Wei Lao laughed heartily. You're used to doing bad things. A few more won't make a difference. Sigh. Mu Yin sighed. I bet your precious disciple hates me now. If he comes seeking revenge in the future, you better not leave me high and dry. Of course, of course. Wei Lao nodded repeatedly, a hint of deeper meaning in his eyes. Mu Yin frowned and asked, why did you swap the real reward for that kind of thing? The spiritual materials and elixirs in the reward require a card master to use. Wei Lao sighed. I feared he couldn't resist the temptation of power. If he tried to use them, he would surely explode and die. Besides, he'll naturally acquire those resources as his strength grows. And the purple dragon crystal I gave him is truly priceless. But he doesn't know the value of the purple dragon crystal now. Even many powerful card masters don't know. Mu Yin replied helplessly. He'll find out eventually. Wei Lao said with a mysterious smile. The next morning, Lucio originally planned to go to the card pavilion to attempt making a first-turn card. With the complete formula left by his master and his initial grasp of card-making theory, he only needed practice. But last night, Mu Yin forced a hell-level task on him, disrupting his plans. Just after he had taken his spiritual medicine, there was a knock at the door. "To who?" Lucio asked as he walked towards the door. When he opened it, he was surprised to see Li Yi standing there with a cold expression. "What are you doing here? And how did you know I was here?" "Don't worry about how I know," Li Yi replied coolly. "I'm here about the task Mu Yin assigned last night." "So you're the one who's supposed to complete the assassination task with me?" Lucio realized. Although surprised and a bit resistant to Li Yi's sudden involvement, he knew having him along would make the task easier. For the sake of survival, Lucio decided to accept the arrangement. On their way to the city gate of Han, Lucio asked, "What's your current strength?" "Just shy of a 9-star card servant," Li Yi replied with a hint of bitterness. Once proud of his talent, he now felt the sting of being surpassed by Lucio. Seeing his slightly dejected look, Lucio pursed his lips and said nothing. He thought to himself that if it weren't for the special energy core he possessed, he would probably still be stuck at the level of an 8-star card attendant, with the gap to a 9-star card attendant being even more distant than Li Yi's. As they reached the city gate, a soldier in uniform quickly approached and saluted respectfully. Lucio asked directly, "When will the sea creatures start attacking?" "Reporting to you, sir," the soldier replied. "They could arrive at any moment, or it might take a few hours." Lucio frowned slightly. "How do you know the creatures will attack?" "You'll need to consult with Lord Mu for that, sir." "I am not aware," the soldier answered respectfully. "Take us to the city wall to wait," Lucio instructed. Climbing the steep stone steps, they quickly reached the top of the city wall. Lucio leaned against the parapet, gazing through the gaps towards the distance. The sun was just rising, casting golden light over the turbulent sea, where the waves merged with the horizon to create a magnificent scene. Occasionally, unknown sea creatures leapt from the water, their agile forms sending up sparkling droplets that refracted into a rainbow of colors in the sunlight. This expansive view broadened Lucio's mind, and a warm sensation quietly flowed through him. Beautiful, isn't it? Li appeared at Lucio's left side, his voice carrying an unexpected touch of gentleness. Lucio was momentarily taken aback, seeing this usually stoic person express such sentiment. Yes, it really is beautiful, Lucio replied, regaining his composure. Have you ever seen the sea before? Li suddenly asked. Lucio shook his head. No. He recalled that before being brought here, he had spent most of his time in Dongza City. Apart from occasionally leaving the city with his father or sneaking out with his mischievous sister, he mostly stayed within the city lord's residence. This is my first time, too, Li said, his expression still cool, but with a slight softening at the corners of his eyes. It truly has a breathtaking beauty. Perhaps everyone who harbors a demon within has had an angel pause in their heart once. Some unforeseen events may force them to drive the angel away, but even as they embrace the demon, they carefully preserve the traces of the angel's existence, waiting for the day they can courageously welcome the angel back. Where is your home? Lucio asked, encouraged by Li Yi's rare verbosity. Li Yi was silent for a moment before replying in a deep voice. In the imperial city of the Qianlong Empire. Haha, your family must be quite powerful to have a foothold in the imperial city. Lucio laughed. Li Yi turned to look at Lucio, his gaze deep and quiet, and said softly, but it's gone now. Sorry. Lucio touched his nose, looking apologetic. Li Yi just shook his head lightly. It's nothing. It's all in the past now. The two then fell into silence, standing on the city wall, gazing at the rolling tides on the distant shore, each lost in their own thoughts. Before long, a soldier in uniform armor approached them quickly and respectfully said, Gentlemen, my general invites you inside for a conversation. Exchanging a glance, the two followed the soldier towards the largest building in the center. The city wall was dotted with dozens of small buildings, and their destination was the most prominent one among them. The soldier knocked on the door, and a deep, powerful male voice from inside responded, Come in. Once they entered, the soldier quietly closed the door and left. Inside stood an imposing general, his square face exuding determination, clad in white battle armor. Hello, young gentlemen. The general greeted them with a smile. This peculiar address made Lucio's mouth twitch slightly. At the same time, he grew increasingly curious about the structure of this outpost's organization. The demeanor of the city guards was noticeably different from the members of the Underworld Hall. Was this an affiliated force of the Underworld Hall, or was the hall itself a coalition of various forces? Judging by the soldiers' attitude towards them, Lucio leaned towards the former. Hello, General. Lucio responded politely, and even Li Yi followed suit with a greeting. The general kindly said, Mr. Mu instructed me to offer you assistance. After all, if you were accidentally harmed by powerful card beasts, it would not only be our failure, but also cause unnecessary trouble for you. Of course, we are at your command, Lucio replied with a smile. He knew that a card beast attack on the city would not be a small-scale operation but a well-prepared assault over days, with swarms of card beasts, including powerful ones, attacking. Their task was to find and eliminate the weakest, isolated apostle-level card beasts. Although they might have secret protection due to their status, Lucio understood that ultimately, they would have to rely on their own strength. After the general left for other matters, the two waited quietly in the room. About half an hour later, faint beastly roars could be heard from afar. Lucio and Li Yi simultaneously opened their eyes, ending their state of cultivation, and got up to head outside. A soldier approached them just in time. Gentlemen, please follow me. As they stepped outside, Lucio glanced beyond the city wall, and with just one look, his face turned pale, and he began to tremble slightly. On the coastline, a massive army of cob beasts surged forward like a black tide, stretching as far as the eye could see. Even more unsettling was the steady stream of cob beasts joining this enormous legion from afar, seemingly endless. Standing atop the city wall, Lucio and Li Yi wore grave expressions, a shared look of awe flickering in their eyes. Lucio suppressed his inner shock and turned to ask the guiding soldier, Are the cob beast attacks you usually face this large in scale? Of course not, the soldier replied as he walked. Lucio was about to sigh in relief, thinking that if they had to face such a massive beast tide every time, they would have to reevaluate the strength of the Underworld Hall's outpost. However, the soldier's next words froze him in place. Today's scale is probably the smallest we've seen in a while, so there's no need to worry. The soldier then led them to a secluded spot at the base of the city wall, near a steep cliff. Please wait here, sirs. We'll lure the suitable cob beasts to this location, and you can focus on taking them down. With that, the soldier turned and returned to his comrades on the wall. This position, close to the cliff, was the safest defensive point. Facing the surging beast tide, instead of fear, Lucio and Li Yi felt their blood boiling with excitement and determination. As resolute individuals, they were ready to fight as long as the enemy wasn't overwhelmingly powerful. In an instant, two beams of light flashed, and their Ka beasts appeared beside them. The two immediately activated all available combat cards, with various colored orbs merging into the Ka beasts. Xiaohe was enveloped in a dense dark glow, gradually becoming invisible, while Li Yi's blood fiend lion was reinforced with at least 6 combat cards, its body shimmering with red, green, blue, and other vivid colors. Xiaohe, are you scared? Lucio asked inwardly. Hee, I'm really looking forward to it. Xiaohe's excited voice echoed, its figure leaping around Lucio. Since its battle with the blood fiend lion, it hadn't encountered a strong enemy for a long time and was now full of fighting spirit. The heavy stench of blood mixed with the unique odor of the Ka beasts assaulted their senses, causing both to frown. How about you? Are you scared? Li Yi turned to ask. They both knew they were about to face not a simple duel, but an unprecedented bloodbath. Indeed, dozens of Ka beasts were already approaching from a distance. Although numerous, the strongest among them was only at the 9-star attendant level, clearly just a warm-up battle. What do you think? Lucio replied with a calm smile. Then let's go. Before the words were fully spoken, the two of them, along with their beasts, charged towards the Ka beast horde. The creatures charging towards the two were mostly low-ranking marine species. These non-soft-bodied beings could move freely on land and possessed considerable destructive power. Among them were fishmen with glowing red eyes, capable of walking with their tails and having an upper body resembling humans, massive blue AO crabs, towering as tall as an adult, with bodies shimmering with eerie blue patterns, and dark misty-emitting demon spirit shadowtail beasts, octopus-like in appearance, exuding an ominous presence. These were the vanguard of the beast army, the cannon fodder most easily eradicated. On the main battlefield, the defending side comprised approximately 1,100 people, including 1,000 ordinary soldiers and the rest being mid to lower-level commanders of varying strengths. They faced a beast army numbering tens to even hundreds of times greater. However, the defenders held significant advantages. Even the weakest soldiers had reached the level of card masters, each controlling at least 3 Earth Master-level beasts. More crucially, the commanders, capable of altering the course of battle, wielded cards and controlled beasts so powerful they struck fear into their opponents. On the city walls, a mysteriously powerful general was overseeing the defense. In contrast, although the attacking beasts were vast in number, their strength varied greatly. The weakest were mere 1-star servant level, and the strongest included only a few warlord-level beasts at the rear. This was destined to be a one-sided massacre, with the defenders, the humans, executing the slaughter. In the most remote part of the battlefield, Lucio and his companion began their fight against the beasts driven there. Among these, only 3 9-star servant-level blue AO crabs posed a real threat. Thanks to the astonishing physique granted by the blood pill, Lucio broke the norm for card masters who typically stayed in the rear, fighting alongside Xiaohe. Utilizing the annihilation power of the extreme spirit fire, he barehandedly killed several 5-star and above servant-level beasts. Without exception, these beasts had their heads severely damaged, faces unrecognizable, and internal organs shattered by the annihilation force of his fists. Despite his clothes being soaked with various colors of blood, the battle spirit in Lucio's eyes burned even more intensely, a thrill surpassing even the joy of a significant power increase. Although he faced more beasts than Li Yi, and occasionally was ambushed by smaller ones, the result was the same as last night. His skin remained unbroken. This only fueled his killing intent and pleasure, regarding the beasts as nothing more than lambs awaiting slaughter. On the battlefield, Xiaohe skillfully utilized its innate speed advantage, weaving agilely between 2 9-star, servant-level blue AO crabs. Its mission was clear, to prevent these behemoths from approaching Lucio while also taking the opportunity to eliminate the weaker card beasts. As the battle progressed, the ground was gradually stained a dark red, littered with the fallen carcasses of card beasts. The fight on Lucio's side was particularly intense. While not far away, Li Yi adopted a completely different strategy. Although Li Yi was physically stronger than the average card master, he was still not strong enough to directly engage with the card beast horde. He chose to command from the rear, with the blood fiend lion as the main force, releasing powerful combat cards for support at opportune moments. The blue AO crab in front of him, despite being a 9-star servant level, was rendered a trapped beast due to its limited mobility on land, helplessly watching its subordinates being taken down by the blood fiend lion. Every time it attempted to ambush Li Yi, it was provoked into a cat-and-mouse game by the blood fiend lion's harassment tactics. As the battle reached a fever pitch, only one blue AO crab remained on each of their battlefields. The situation on Lucio's side left Li Yi feeling a bit frustrated facing more enemies. Lucio had cleared his field first. However, this frustration quickly transformed into a strong fighting spirit. with the firm belief that he would one day surpass Lucio. In a display of seamless teamwork, Lucio and Xiaohe easily dispatched the last blue AO crab, and Li Yi's side achieved victory almost simultaneously. The warm-up battle concluded perfectly, with both of them slightly fatigued but uninjured. Lucio's soul power was significantly depleted, and he resorted to pure physical combat tactics later on to conserve it. Since he had yet to condense a soul orb, his soul power recovery was slow, requiring him to carefully manage his resources to prepare for the more challenging battles ahead. After using a healing card to mend the minor injuries of the card beasts, they each found a place to rest. They tacitly maintained silence, understanding that any unnecessary conversation before completing their mission would be a waste of time. Before long, the beastly roars from ahead, though less frequent, signaled the arrival of a new challenge. Looking up, they saw their next opponents, two one-star apostle-level reedied mermen. These creatures were surrounded by a unique water element energy ripple, highlighting the traits of apostle-level card beasts not only possessing formidable physiques, but also the ability to manipulate elemental energy and having awakened their first innate skill, making them far more powerful than servant-level beasts. The two card masters couldn't help but grow serious as they faced the reedied murlocs. This was indeed the toughest opponent they had encountered so far, but not without hope of victory. Their greatest advantage lay in the special ability known as the battle card. Compared to the innate skills of ordinary card beasts, the battle card represented a higher level of power. Most card beasts have relatively simple innate skills, either enhancing their attack and defense by channeling elemental energy into parts of their bodies or projecting compressed energy for ranged attacks. Truly powerful innate skills are extremely rare, requiring not only the card beast's exceptional qualities, but also a strong will, character, and careful cultivation by the card master, along with a touch of luck. Essentially, the battle card is a unique innate skill controlled by the card master, often surpassing the quality of most card beast innate skills. The main difference lies in the source of energy. Battle cards are powered by the card master's own force, while card beast skills rely on elemental energy. At this moment, although Xiao He and the bloodthirsty lion are slightly weaker in physical strength and control, their overall strength is not significantly suppressed by their opponents. Xiao He, are you confident? Lucio asked, keeping a close watch on one of the reedied murlocs, ready for battle. No problem. Xiao He responded firmly, muscles tensing like a drawn bowstring. With 100 meters still between them, both pairs of fighters charged. The reedied murlocs let out strange roars, and their upper arms glowed with a faint blue light, indicating a surge of water energy. Just ordinary enhancement skills. Lucio's eyes lit up, thinking that the battle might not be as difficult as he had imagined. The battlefield quickly split into two areas under deliberate guidance. Since the previous battle had been brief, the buffs from the 3 battle cards on Xiao He hadn't fully dissipated, with the effect of the Dark Strike still ongoing, though the power of the other two had faded. Lucio had to recall and reactivate these 2 battle cards, injecting them back into Xiao He. These 1-star apostle-level reedied murlocs, though still somewhat awkward on land, were much faster than the previous blue crabs, only slightly slower than Xiao He now. Facing physically superior opponents, Xiao He adopted a lightning assault strategy, rarely attacking, but when he did, he went all out, then immediately retreated at high speed. Despite their efforts, they couldn't escape the casual swing of the reedied fishman's twisted arm. In an instant, a deep, alarming wound appeared on Xiao He, with blood continuously pouring from it. Damn it! Lucio cursed under his breath, quickly swiping his fingers over a healing card. A warm green glow immediately enveloped Xiao He. To ensure timely treatment, he kept the healing card tightly in his grasp, his eyes locked on the battlefield. Seeing Xiao He injured so easily, Lucio felt anxious, wanting to jump in himself, but having to weigh the risks. The battle became even more tense at this point. After learning from its mistake, Xiao He became extremely cautious, reducing its attack frequency and adopting a guerrilla tactic to constantly harass its opponent. The reedied fishman was enraged by this tactic, its violent red eyes blazing with fury. It attempted several times to go straight for Lucio, but Xiao He consistently blocked its path, forcing it into a defensive stance and growing increasingly frustrated. As time went on, the fishman's wounds multiplied, reminiscent of the battle with the earth-shattering bear. However, the powerful Shadow Stealth card was not as effective this time, as the fishman's strength far surpassed Xiao He's, allowing it to easily sense energy flows and deflect attacks. Meanwhile, Li Yi's battle nearby was completely different. He had activated several explosive combat cards right from the start, inflicting severe damage on the reedied fishman opposite him. Unlike his cautious card use against multiple card beasts earlier, facing a single enemy allowed Li Yi to fully leverage his card advantage, quickly gaining the upper hand. With a final, unwilling screech, the reedied fishman facing Li Yi collapsed heavily. He swiftly extracted the energy core from its head and approached Lucio with the blood fury lion, calmly asking, "Need a hand?" Lucio rolled his eyes. "No need. I'm almost done here too. The reed fishman Lucio was facing was indeed now covered in wounds, its pale blue aura on its arms fading significantly. With another activation of Shadow Stealth, Xiao He delivered a fatal blow, ending the battle. Just as the two of them breathed a sigh of relief, three figures suddenly appeared ahead. Upon closer inspection, they turned out to be three reeded fishmen. Both Lucio and Li Yi's expressions changed simultaneously. How do we handle this? Lucio asked seriously. Dealing with one alone had already been quite challenging, and now with an additional one, neither had the strength to take on two apostle-level card beasts individually. As the three reeded fishmen advanced, Li Yi looked at the card beasts beside them and decisively formulated a strategy. We'll have to team up against the extra one, and let our beasts hold off the other two for now. Li Yi's proposal was the only option for the two of them, and Lucio agreed without hesitation. Although the two KBS were deeply concerned about their master's safety, they reluctantly followed orders in pursuit of victory. The battle unfolded swiftly. Xiao He and the Blood Fiend Lion each engaged an enemy, while Lucio and Li Yi teamed up to tackle the third reeded merman. During their charge, Li Yi pulled out a mysterious card, taking a considerable amount of time to activate it. Unlike the usual green glow of healing cards, this one emitted a brilliant golden light, enveloping him directly. A miraculous transformation occurred instantly. Li Yi was shrouded in a faint golden aura, exuding an inviolable, sacred presence, and his demeanor became imposing and grand. This sight left Lucio slightly agape with surprise, prompting him to urgently ask during their charge, "What kind of card is that?" Divine Descent, a special first-level card. Li Yi explained quickly, his eyes fixed ahead. It was a precious instant card he had intended to keep as a trump card, but recalling Mu Yan's advice, he used it without hesitation. The effect of this rare card was incredibly powerful. It could enhance a card master's physical attributes, combat will, and mental strength comprehensively, allowing the user to temporarily ignore pain and exert 120 of their strength. However, it had a significant drawback: the effect would only last for 100 breaths. Upon hearing this, Lucio could only cast an envious glance. This unheard-of special card, with its unusual spectacle, was clearly extraordinary. Impressive, truly someone from the Imperial City, he thought to himself. At that moment, the isolated reeded merman was already upon them. Quick and decisive, Li Yi shouted, pushing off the ground with his right foot and darting forward. Lucio followed closely, his hands surrounded by a dark purple aura with red sparks, exuding an aura of annihilation. The reeded merman roared thunderously, its arms glowing faint blue, striking towards the approaching Li Yi. Golden and blue lights collided violently, as human and KBS forces clashed in the air. In an instant, the massive reeded merman was sent flying several meters, crashing heavily to the ground. Well done, Lucio silently praised, quickening his pace even further as he charged towards the rising reeded merman. The soul power in Lucio's hand glowed more brilliantly as he concentrated all his annihilation force into his right fist, determined to deliver a fatal blow to the reeded fishman. Die! Lucio shouted in a low voice, his right fist shooting like lightning towards the fishman's head. Despite being heavily injured in the previous battle with Li Yi, the fishman, with its apostle-level robust physique and residual attribute energy in its arms, managed to cross its arms above its head to block the attack. Bang! The dull sound of the collision echoed around. Lucio seized the moment when the fishman was momentarily stunned to quickly retreat and create distance. The power of his strike soon became apparent. Though the fishman stood its ground, a fist-sized penetrating wound appeared on its crossed arms. This was the terrifying aspect of the annihilation force. Although Lucio's current mastery was limited, it would become his most lethal weapon as his soul-refining skills improved. Pale blue blood gushed from the fishman's arm wound like a fountain, the injury far more severe than what Li Yi had previously inflicted. The fishman let out a piercing howl, its eyes filled with seething hatred, and recklessly charged at Lucio in a berserk rage. However, this time Lucio and Li Yi were ready with a well-coordinated pincer attack. The fishman, having lost all reason, focused solely on venting its fury at Lucio, completely ignoring Li Yi's lethal assault from the left. The two of them rejoiced inwardly. It was clear that the angrier it got, the nearer its demise. While fending off the fishman's furious attacks, Lucio glanced towards Xiao He's battlefield and felt a surge of anxiety as he saw Xiao He gradually losing ground. Clenching his teeth, he mustered all his strength to meet the fishman's assault head-on. The collision was exceptionally fierce, sending a wave of sharp pain through Lucio's body from his arm, as a dark energy invaded his system. Ugh! He coughed up blood, his face turning pale instantly. Yet he refused to retreat, spitting out a mouthful of blood and launching another fierce attack with his soul power surging in his right hand, targeting the fishman's previous wound. At that moment, Li Yi's golden fist descended like divine retribution, striking the back of the fishman's head. As the ugly fish head traced an arc through the air, the outcome was decided. Are you still able to fight? Li Yi's tone, though still somewhat cold, was noticeably friendlier than when they first met. Lucio shook his numb arm, inhaled sharply, and forced a slight smile. I'm fine. Let's hurry and take care of the other two beasts. Things might get even tougher later. As Lucio and Li Yi supported their respective card beasts on the battlefield, the situation gradually became clearer. Li Yi was the first to finish his fight, followed closely by Lucio, who swiftly took down the last reedied merman. By then, they had accomplished half of their goal of collecting 10 energy cores. The two returned to their original position, awaiting the next wave of enemies. Remarkably, there was a long period of calm, allowing them to regain their optimal condition. However, the peace didn't last long. About 15 minutes later, four figures appeared in the distance. 4 reedied mermen. This is going to be tough, Lucio muttered, frowning as he watched the rapidly approaching figures. Meanwhile, Li Yi silently rose to confront the enemy, with his bloodthirsty lion following closely, exuding an aura of unyielding determination. Let's go, Xiaohe. Lucio sighed, calling his card beast to follow. With 4 reedied mermen, it was a perfect 4-on-4 match, leaving them no other choice. Half an hour later, the battle had been fierce. Lucio sat slumped against a wall, his clothes tattered, his face unnaturally flushed and pale, his hands hanging weakly. Xiaohe had been forced to retreat due to severe injuries. Li Yi wasn't in much better shape, and his bloodthirsty lion had been withdrawn just before it reached the brink of death. However, the 4 reedied merman corpses before them testified to their hard-won victory. They were just 1 energy core short of completing their mission, but by then, both were utterly drained of energy, unable to even activate healing cards, their bodies covered in wounds. Are we just going to sit here and wait to die? Lucio suddenly asked with a strange smile. Li Yi glanced up slightly, wanting to say something but stopping himself. The silence between them was broken only by their heavy breathing and occasional coughs. Do you think the underworld palace will let us die? Lucio asked abruptly. If we just rush out to die now, what do you think would happen? His eyes glimmered with an odd light. Li Yi looked at Lucio for a moment and said firmly, we won't die. You're really no fun. Lucio shook his head with a soft sigh. As time passed, their injuries gradually improved, allowing them to regain some combat capability. Through their bond, Lucio sensed that Xiaohe's injuries had also healed by 50%, which gave him some comfort. Just then, an unusual beast roar suddenly erupted nearby, deafeningly loud. The two reacted surprisingly calmly to the sound that signified immense power, merely glancing ahead nonchalantly, as if they were merely paying lip service to the imminent arrival of the beast. Aren't you going up? Lucio asked softly, turning his head. No, Li Yi shook his head, his tone tinged with a clear sense of resignation. Going up would just be courting death. Might as well save my strength. Lucio chuckled lightly. Haha, true. His gaze then fixed on the approaching demonic dark-tailed beast. The terrifying creature had a grotesque form, with 8 thick, black tentacles thrashing wildly in the air, surrounded by swirling black mist. More unsettling was its movement, propelled by a massive, snake-like black tail, leaving a trench over 2 meters wide in its wake, a perfect embodiment of a demon. Observing its aura, Lucio made a professional judgment, at least a 2-star apostle level. What do you think will happen next? Lucio asked quietly, eyes locked on the demonic dark-tailed beast. Li Yi didn't even bother to look up, responding coldly. What's the point in guessing? There are only 2 outcomes, death or survival. Lucio paused at his words, then silently tugged at the corners of his mouth and fell into silence, awaiting the arrival of the Terminator. The demonic dark-tailed beast moved swiftly, closing the distance to 50 meters in an instant. Through the black mist enveloping its body, Lucio could clearly see its horrifying mouth teeming with countless wriggling fleshy protuberances, some even extending outside, a truly revolting sight. If I were to be killed by such a beast, I wouldn't die in peace. The thought suddenly crossed Lucio's mind. Li Yi seemed to catch a whiff of the nauseating stench too, raising his head with a twitch of his lips. I think, if no one comes to save us, we should end it ourselves first. Good idea, Lucio responded silently. Danger loomed. The demonic dark-tailed beast had drawn near, and the black mist began to encircle them. It seemed to completely disregard the two, its 8 tentacles leisurely extending toward them, like a diner savoring a meal. Lucio and Li Yi's pupils contracted, a wave of unease washing over them. Where are the people from the underworld hall? Are they really just going to watch us die? That can't be right. Remembering Mu Yan's words, Lucio was filled with doubt, just as the tentacles were about to reach them. Go for it, Lucio shouted angrily, springing to his feet, a dagger in his right hand flashing coldly. A tentacle fell with a thud, black liquid gushing out. Li Yi reacted immediately, using his remaining energy to activate a battle card, conjuring a crimson blade of light. With a swish, 5 of the demonic dark-tailed beast's remaining 7 tentacles were severed, its massive body crashing to the ground. What just happened? Not only was Lucio taken aback, but even the usually composed Li Yi widened his eyes. This 2-star apostle-level beast was defeated so easily? Moreover, the fragility of those tentacles seemed far beyond normal. The two exchanged bewildered glances, sinking into deep confusion. As the two stood in shock, an elderly voice emerged from behind the dark-tailed beast. The figure of Mu Yin appeared slowly and steadily, his presence eliciting vastly different reactions from the two. Li Yi instinctively lowered his head and clenched his fists, while Lucio fearlessly met his gaze, his eyes burning with intense hatred. "Thank you for saving my life, Elder Mu," Lucio said calmly. Mu Yan's personal appearance was unexpected. Even though Lucio had anticipated that someone from the Ming Palace would be watching, he hadn't expected Mu Yan himself to show up. Mu Yan took in their reactions with a slight smile. "You can keep the cores for yourselves. As it stands, you won't see me for quite a long time. Consider this a farewell." Lucio was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to grasp the deeper meaning in the old man's words, while Li Yi remained silent. Mu Yan's eyes flickered as he continued. "You've got all the information you need. You're important to the base, and if necessary, you can seek help from Steward Lei, who will assist within the rules. Before I return, I hope to see performances from you that will make me proud." With that, Mu Yan's figure vanished from their sight. "Rules?" Lucio scoffed. "This place talks about rules. After last night's incident, they threw their own rules out the window. Now they're talking about rules again. Aren't the rules here whatever they say they are?" Lucio noticed Li Yi's unusual expression, but chose not to question it. He endured his discomfort and extracted the energy cores from the dark-tailed beast. He now had 6 apostle-level energy cores and 1 pseudo-core in his possession, with another 4 in Li Yi's hands. Soon after, the battle on the main battlefield also drew to a close. With the last few warlord-level beasts defeated, the unremarkable beast siege finally ended. After exchanging a few words with the overly enthusiastic square-faced general, the two left the base's entrance. They parted ways in silence at the training camp gates, each returning to their quarters. On the way back, Lucio encountered something that shocked him. Dozens of people dressed like him were being led by several gray-clad individuals, heading towards the intimidating arena. "These must be the ones who didn't fight last night," Lucio muttered to himself. "The Ming Palace really thinks of everything, don't they?" With a sarcastic smile, he quickened his pace back to his quarters. 2 hours later, Lucio donned a fresh set of clothes, composed himself, and made his way to the card pavilion. Although his master had passed away, Lucio knew that his journey in refining cards must continue with even more determination. Upon arriving at the pavilion, he directly approached a maid and said, "I'd like to practice card crafting." He was soon led to a spacious room on the 2nd floor. The room was sparsely furnished, a long wooden table etched with a teleportation array and a cushion seemingly meant for meditation. "How do I practice card crafting here?" Lucio asked curiously. The key to card crafting lies in the techniques and formulas, but without materials, it's all futile. The intricate patterns on the table were clearly for transporting card crafting materials. However, these materials would require contribution points to exchange, as the Nether Hall wouldn't provide them for free. As Lucio pondered over the exchange method, the maid, with a seemingly frozen smile, spoke up. "Sir, just give me a list of the materials you need, and they will appear on the table shortly." "And what about the contribution points required?" Lucio asked eagerly. "Since you are Master Wei's disciple, you may use the materials here freely," the maid replied with the same smile. "However, the materials are limited, so please use them wisely." Hearing this, Lucio felt a weight on his heart, and instead of joy, his expression turned more solemn. He replied in a low voice, "All right, I understand." Taking the parchment handed to him by the maid, Lucio quickly wrote down the list of materials he needed. Once the maid left, he entered the room and closed the door firmly. Soon, the array on the table glowed, and a variety of colorful materials appeared out of nowhere. Among them were top-grade materials exuding a rich spiritual aura. The most striking were colorless crystals, shimmering with starry lights, the star god's crystal. Upon closer inspection, one could see star-shaped imprints within them, essential for crafting 1 to 3 turn cards. Above them were 2 even more precious crystals, the Yin god's crystal for 4 to 6 turn cards, and the higher-grade Yang god's crystal. These 3 divine crystals are revered as the keys of destiny granted by the creator god. There was also a pile of shiny crystalline coins, indispensable auxiliary materials in the card crafting process, similar in nature to the 3 divine crystals. Lucio exhaled deeply, retrieving an enigma card from the storage card Wei Lao had given him before his passing. It contained the formula for a 1-turn combat card named Wind Breath. This card had almost no practical combat value, as its effect was merely to enhance the card master's sensory perception, slightly increasing reaction speed. However, in actual combat, this minor enhancement had little impact on card beast battles, making it almost useless. Despite its low quality, the Fengshi card is currently the most suitable battle card for Lucio to practice with. The reason for choosing it is simple. Aside from the essential 3 Shin crystals and crystal coins, It only requires 3 of the cheapest Grade 1 primary materials: fengshi grass, colorless flower, and wind spirit stone. These are the highest level spiritual materials that Lucio, who has not yet condensed a soul pearl, can handle. Lucio neatly arranged 10 sets of spiritual materials in front of the mat, categorizing each set by type. The table also held materials for making other cards, which he prepared to increase efficiency. After all, focusing on a single category clearly can't comprehensively enhance card-making skills. Only by experimenting with different cards can he develop his own unique techniques. This is a point his master repeatedly emphasized in that enigmatic card. Sitting cross-legged on the mat, Lucio gazed at the spiritual materials before him, unable to suppress the waves of emotion within. As this was his first attempt at card-making, various thoughts surged in his mind. Will I succeed on the first try? How should I handle failure? What unexpected challenges might arise during the process? Although he had meticulously studied his master's card-making insights countless times, the mix of excitement, nervousness, and anticipation remained difficult to calm when faced with the actual task. After a moment, Lucio closed his eyes to regulate his breathing, settling his mind into an optimal state. He reached for the fengshi grass from the first set of materials, and immediately, dark purple soul energy with red light spots spread from his right hand, enveloping the entire fengshi grass. As soon as the soul energy touched it, the surface of the fengshi grass began to quiver strangely, with fine vibrations coursing throughout the plant. In Lucio's perception, his soul energy was like a meticulous cleaner, rapidly purifying impurities from within the fengshi grass while preserving its essence. The red light spots acted like commanders, guiding the soul energy to sweep through the grass's structure. Then, the obliteration power within the soul energy began to take effect, aggressively breaking down the fengshi grass's structure to rapidly separate the essence from impurities. This brutal yet efficient method significantly accelerated the purification process. Soon, all that remained of the fengshi grass in Lucio's hand was a cluster of pale green liquid, encased in the dark purple soul energy, hovering above his right hand, crystal clear. The impurities, under the influence of the red light spots, vanished completely into nothingness. In the process of card crafting, the step of refining impurities in the soul refining technique is remarkably simple and efficient, surpassing the efficiency of both formation refining and tool refining. This significant difference is enough to make card makers from the other two disciplines feel embarrassed. As a beginner, Lucio is not yet familiar with the card crafting methods of the other disciplines. Seeing the wind breath grass being completely refined in such a short time, he is only slightly surprised. This refining process is uneventful. In fact, without external interference, this step is unlikely to encounter any mishaps. The second step in card crafting involves outlining the soul imprint on the surface of the refined materials. Through this imprint, soul refining card makers can easily manipulate these varying sizes of refined materials within a small area around them. This step not only frees the card maker's hands to continue refining other materials, but also serves as a crucial prerequisite for subsequent steps. Lucio holds his breath and focuses, carefully using his soul power to outline on the surface of the refinement. The soul imprint in the demonic soul refining method is an extremely abstract, circular-like pattern. Although it seems simple, Lucio takes nearly 50 breaths to complete the outline. This is partly due to his inexperience and partly because he cannot afford any mistakes, as failure in this step would cause the refinement to lose a significant amount of its essence, rendering the material useless. Lucio's success on his first attempt is entirely due to his extraordinary soul talent, achieving an unimaginable compatibility with the soul refining method. If he had chosen other card crafting approaches, he might not have had such an impressive success rate. With the completion of the soul imprint, the refined material slowly floats in front of Lucio's chest, surrounded by a mysterious dark purple halo. He then proceeds to handle the colorless flower, refining it even faster in about 10 breaths. However, due to the smaller size of the colorless flower's refinement, the difficulty of outlining increased, taking a bit more time. Finally, the most important material is the wind spirit stone. As the core of the card crafting materials, processing this first-grade wind spirit stone takes the longest time, nearly half an hour, and consumes much more soul power than the other materials. Once all 3 primary materials are processed, 3 refined materials with dark purple halos float around Lucio, rotating in an orderly manner under his control. Now, only the auxiliary materials, the star god crystal and crystal coins, require special treatment. The divine crystals and crystal coins don't require card makers to refine them. They only need to be added during the final step of the card-making process. The third step of card-making, known as spirit fusion, is the crucial phase that occurs after all the main materials have been prepared. This step requires the integration of all the spiritual essences into one while ensuring their spiritual properties remain stable, preventing conflicts that could lead to failure. This step is far more challenging than the previous 2, testing the card maker's fundamental skills and proficiency. Lucio was well aware of this and refrained from acting rashly. He closed his eyes to rest, allowing his tense mind a moment of relaxation. Once he opened his eyes, Lucio focused intently, carefully guiding two floating spiritual essences to converge at the same point. He deliberately left the third essence, representing the wind spirit stone, for the final fusion. As soon as the two essences touched, their dark purple halos dissolved, swiftly forming a complete aura that enveloped all the essences. This halo not only extended from Lucio's soul power, but also served as both the source of energy and a protective shield for the spirit fusion, blocking external spiritual interference. After several moments of mutual probing and adjustment, the two essences finally began to show signs of fusion. Although fusing two essences is relatively simple, Lucio remained cautious, maintaining control over the entire process. Once the two essences were successfully fused, he carefully guided the third essence closer, entering the most challenging, three-spirit fusion phase. However, just as the dark purple halo of the third essence was about to merge with the larger halo, the entire aura suddenly flickered violently and vanished in an instant. Deprived of protection, the essences collapsed under the impact of rampant spiritual energy, splattering into liquid that even reached Lucio's disappointed face. Sigh, I shouldn't set my expectations too high. Stay calm. Lucio reflected on his failure and began his second attempt. He continued with the third, fourth, and fifth sets of materials, until the eighth set, when he finally succeeded in completing the three-spirit fusion. Without delay, he promptly took a standard-sized star god crystal and added it to the newly fused essences. The star god crystal instantly transformed into a colorless liquid speckled with starlight, quickly permeating the entire essence. This version preserves the original storyline while enhancing readability and imagery through a more concise structure and detailed descriptions. Soon, a light blue spiritual crystal, about the size of a baby's fist, appeared before Lucio. It was clear and translucent, emitting a gentle glow. He watched it intently as the dark purple halo around its surface slowly dissipated, marking the successful completion of the third step in card creation. Just as the halo was about to vanish completely, Lucio swiftly caught the crystal before it could fall. As he grasped it, a warm and comfortable sensation, with a slight coolness, spread through his palm. Lucio focused on sensing the changes within the crystal while mentally planning the next steps. The fourth and final step was to inscribe an array to complete the card. This step is the same across the three major card crafting schools, a convergence of different paths. The key is to engrave a micro-array onto the spiritual crystal, which is the core of the card crafting formula. Without this core array, a card crafting formula is like a sourceless stream, utterly worthless. Every card, whether a battle card or a basic card, has its unique core array. The rarer and more powerful the card, the more complex and profound its core array. If a card were a living being, the core array would be its brain, the three divine crystals its heart, and the other spiritual materials its various organs, each indispensable. The core array is undoubtedly the most challenging and invaluable component. Lucio closed his eyes and concentrated, repeatedly simulating the process of inscribing the core array of the wind breath card in his mind. Then, he carefully manipulated the black elemental force to cover the entire spiritual crystal, condensing the force into extremely fine threads, which penetrated the crystal's core to begin the first engraving attempt. This final step was difficult, but fortunately, failure only required a re-engraving attempt, unlike the third step, which necessitated starting over completely. As expected, Lucio failed dozens of times, spending more than an hour. Finally, on the 88th attempt, he successfully inscribed the array. At the moment of success, Lucio immediately took out 5 crystal coins he had prepared in advance and used his elemental force to shatter them into fine powder. Crystal coins are notably easy to destroy with elemental force, yet nearly impossible to break by physical means. This is why, to quickly bankrupt the card master, one only needs to trick them into exchanging their card crystals for physical coins and then destroy them with elemental force. As the crystal coin powder merged into the spiritual crystal, a brilliant white light suddenly burst forth, illuminating the entire room. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.